I may have missed this, but why do we have a fitness room and a gym?
Ask Joe.
What happened?
You're being called out, Joe.
Oh, no.
I guess.
Why is there a fitness room and
Joe.
gym here?
Is that the microphone that you had?
No, Nate had that one.
I think you put that on mute.
This one's live though. This one's
Yes.
hot.
So I think
So
it's
the-
this room and this room.
So the reason why this would
Oh
be,
no, is it this room, Kayla?
That's a-
In this room, or?
Well, I see fitness room,
okay, so
Right.
that's,
and then I see a gym.
so that's storage. So the fitness studio would be more of the wood floor with like the mirrors, and you have kind of more of like the jazzercise, Zumba, yoga, Pilates. It's a open space studio. Then this would be a fitness gym where like it has equipment, weights, treadmills,
Who can
bikes.
envision using that?
I don't know. It was in the survey, and it got pretty popular. People wanted a fitness gym. So the reason why I put it over here too is because you could have a check-in fob access here instead of intern, where there'd be more of the recreational leisure type stuff. So
Okay, you've already got the colors here, so let's use them.
I worry a little bit about the gym being right where the public would come in and do their business to register
Yeah,
their cars and stuff.
sure.
I mean, will this get noisy, like loud music and?
if you have Arnold Schwarzenegger in there, yeah,
Yeah.
you could be pumping weight. Yeah, right.
I don't know.
No, I think there's definitely room to move it. There's also the possibility of building out back here too. So it could be phased in for much later if there's time, or if we have
Or need, or, yeah.
the resources. So
Yeah,
yeah, just
because-
off the top of the head, that
Yeah.
was.
Because we hadn't penciled in anything for town hall yet, right?
Right.
But we were
This-
kind of thinking
This
this
seems like a
end of
good
it.
block for town hall.
Well,
Yeah.
Right.
I was actually, this is just my opinion, I was thinking that the town offices should be the most accessible in terms of the number of people that use it. Here we would have, yes, but that's so perfect for the
I
library.
know. This was what I kind of thought would be the perfect spot for the town office. You can open this all up relatively easy, and it's easy access here. But you're gonna think of the library too. It's-
Yeah, because they need the biggest open space outside of the gym, which. And these rooms can be divided.
These are stairs
Because these
though, if
are-
I recall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Everything, all the entrances here are ADA. They've got ramps coming up to them.
Okay. I was
And
thinking,
if you were gonna do a build out, that would all be incorporated in
Okay.
that anyway.
This,
Oh, yeah.
where's the, here, this is the library, right?
The large
The large-
community and
and-
the TV studio.
Which is the
broadcast.
current library in the
Yes.
school. So this is not accessible to, in this
So
way.
you
It's
Yeah,
have
gotta come
to, you
here.
down
have
around
to
there.
use the ramp and go all the way
Right.
down.
or
Right.
come in this way.
Yeah.
And you know the building better than most of us, Nathan. Could we conceivably, if we wanted to spend the money, close this and make this inside space?
I think anything's possible. I would think that that's gonna be an undertaking.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't know if that
Losing the
has,
windows, the daylight.
I don't know if that has a walkway though.
There is a walkway up, where's the portable classrooms, right here, so there is a walkway that comes up into this area here, because you can enter the building here.
Oh, that's right.
There's a walk that goes all
That's
the
where
way
the
down.
playground is, right?
Correct. No,
No, I think
Oh, that's back
right
here.
there.
this is a vestibule, this is kind of a, it's not ADA, but there is a path over there.
Okay, let's take the things we know. You already had a color code identified here.
Okay.
So technology, I think we all agree that space makes the most sense for Kevin's
Yeah.
equipment and the town meetings and that sort of thing.
And then this is a technology space, can be a technology space.
So technology space is different from the control room, right?
Well, are we talking about any kind of technology space that's gonna need
So I
Wi-Fi
interpret
and
this,
hubs and all that?
I interpret this as being the second half of this building.
Correct.
Right, the
that's what it is,
servers
yeah.
and,
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
I'd like us to consider if, I'm sorry, I don't remember how much space this is altogether. Who's quick?
It's a lot, so you've got, each one of these is over 800.
Yeah, 4 times 8,
So you've
So
got
that would-
almost,
3,200.
35.
That would give them
500
more than the
4,000
town
square feet.
office has today.
yeah, it'd be close. Yeah, just
So-
over. Because this space here is 4,500
Oh.
square feet. And they have 3,500 currently.
At the town hall, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't want to separate this from the library too far away, because if people need assistance using the technology, they're going to be wanting the library staff to help them. So you want to make sure that they can quickly get down there.
I think Kevin did some digging around, and I think he went with that space right there because of the
Yeah.
ease of ability to
Right,
get
right
up.
next to it.
He also said, I think, across the hall
Yeah,
would be
and I
okay.
asked him, because I challenged him on that. I was like, why can't it be across?
Mhm.
And he said, well, it could be. Just as long as it's
Yeah.
very close.
Right.
So if we want to ensure a way for the town to have enough space, perhaps something like all of this, I don't know if that's enough yet,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
we don't know what they actually need.
Mhm.
And we'll grow into.
Personally, if I'm looking at this, way too much room for all these things.
I agree.
Well, that's true.
Like-
These rooms
like
are
these are-
large. and
Like a remote workspace for that is almost, I mean, that's a lot just for that thing. So, I mean, when you look at how this has been set up,
Mhm.
I think that's very hard for us to sit here and say, well, this could go here and that could go there. Because ultimately, maybe 5 things could go there and
Mhm.
2 things can go there. I mean, there's so
Right.
much more that can be done here. And I think this is actually extremely limiting. That's just my,
I think that
Take
some
on it.
things speak for themselves, like the library space, I had wanted it down here, but just looking at the way it's configured right now, for the way a library should be open and everything, to me, that makes sense. As library is purple, and you need more space. So a staff workroom, actually, if there's a way we
Right,
could kind of lock in that
'Cause that will-
quadrant.
Well, that's why I put the door there, because if there's community things happening, you want to make sure you can lock your library off so people can't get down in there. They can get as far as the restrooms, but they can't get into the main part of the library.
Right.
And these are easily locked just themselves, so.
So this is something that we've talked about, maybe going in another building entirely,
Mhm.
right? Down the library. So if that were whatever you're putting in here, again, given that there's, as Kayla just said, that can be divided up for various things, that's still close to the library, and that leaves that for town hall space as needed. And maybe this is
Does anybody know what the
library.
Library of Things is at a supply kind of?
Library of Things is a collection of objects that can be lent out. Sports equipment, could be cooking equipment, could be power tools, could be, things like that. Instead of lending books and videos, lending small appliances, things like
Or
that.
medical things as well?
Certainly
Yeah.
can. That's why we put that with that, because it's
Yeah,
things.
because the medical closet
Crutches and.
has a whole house of its own down at Wyndham.
Mhm.
So I don't know if half of a.
Maybe some of
Piece
those
it, I
items
don't know.
can come up here, so it's closer to where they might be needed.
I'm just
'Cause I
wondering,
don't-
space-wise, if half a room is enough. Like, I know that's the art room.
If we're recommending the library, when vacated, is the food pantry, could that also be the medical closet, library of
Yeah.
things,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
depending upon
Yeah.
what?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
And
absolutely.
again, I think someone else was saying that this is definitely something that could go in another building.
Yeah.
It seems like the town hall or whatever.
It depends who's going to be administering it. If
Yep.
the library has to catalog and sign these things out, it should stay close to the library.
We don't have this now, right?
Right.
So it
No,
would be,
you
and it's
don't have
likely
this
would be
now.
volunteer
Right.
run.
No, it
or
would just be
using
part of
their
the
car.
library. It's just another collection.
Well, you're talking about, yeah, you're talking about the library of things,
Right.
and then there's the loan closet, 2 separate
Okay.
things. Volunteers do the loan closet in Wyndham.
Okay.
And it's fine, it works out, and that's, and I, so,
So that would fit with like the food pantry, the thrift
Right, it
shop,
could,
maybe that
it
would
could.
fit in with that
Depending on how-
kind of
how-
services?
depending
Or
on
with
who's-
general assistance.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it depends on who's down there, who's volunteering, and the fellow that does the food pantry now,
Yeah.
is he available more days? No, he's not.
Well, he does the work more days, but he only opens the pantry
Yeah.
for 3 hours.
But he would be available to open the pantry more, or no?
As a volunteer, I
Yeah.
can't speak for that.
Yeah, right, so, right.
I can't speak for
Yeah.
that. And also for here, we need to provide space for the emergency meetings, the private sessions, the
Executive session.
executive sessions, so I don't know if we can use this space over here for that.
That's
That's a closet, I
That's a
think.
closet.
Yeah.
You
That
can,
has a-
But in the evenings, you were gonna have these spaces
correct.
not being used, most likely. Because it's after hours, library staff's gone home, nobody's around to let people in.
This is when we
So
start getting
so
to
an
the art,
executive
like,
session could be,
That's like a meeting room. I mean, obviously, then it makes sense
Yeah.
right across. You could just meet right in there for executive sessions.
Well, again, if this is all town hall, and that's divvied up for various offices, but you do have a need for, you have at least a small conference kind of a space. So that's another need of the town hall. So again, if this is, you know, if that's library and this is kind of town hall, you know, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
she
There's
made a
an
good
office space to
point.
meet for exec session.
When they have Board of Selectmen's meetings, it's usually 6 or 7 o'clock at night. None of the stuff's gonna be occupied, and they've got plenty of room where you could dual purpose, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you
I
don't
think,
need to
for a meeting.
specialize, yeah, right.
Yeah,
because
that would
these
be,
are all, I mean, these can be meeting rooms for different types of meeting spaces. Part of this could be for video conferencing. Part of this could be for small group meetings, or, you know,
So-
student work rooms or something.
What I'm hearing is that we probably ought to take these spaces at least, and this one, and make them part of our wish list, and not necessarily label them, because we don't want to limit ourselves or the next committee. So, we can then prioritize them as part of our wish list, and let the next committee figure out how to make those spaces the right size for that activity.
Right.
Because it's not only what activities you offer, it's where those activities go and should be or should not be next to another type of activity.
Right,
Right.
but that will take the detail of the next
I
group
think that's
figuring
beyond our
that
scope
out.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Yes.
Although
Figure that
we
out.
need to keep in mind things like children's safety, you know, having, like Westbrook it was, had that whole separate, the whole center of the building
And
was locked
noise.
off. And
Toys.
Kayla had a good point. This is all gonna be, no, I wouldn't call it a mute thing, but they're gonna put this in front of an
But you would.
architect.
Oh, yeah.
And they're gonna,
Exactly. I don't want us to get too down into the weeds on it.
I,
I don't-
know the
I
best
think
flow.
it is amazing that the work that has been
Right.
put into this and the attention to detail and the effort, but at the end of the day, it literally does mean nothing.
Right.
And I think that's important for us all to recognize, and
Right.
I think it's wonderful how much work has been put into this committee. I think it's great.
Yeah.
And it again shows just the strong volunteers that we have in this community, and I'm very proud of, all of this stuff that's been put together. But again,
Yeah.
it's gonna and we also, the big elephant, which we were told not to talk about, is the cost.
Yeah.
So there's way more than just what's feasible. What can we do? It's going to come down to the dollar sign.
Yeah, it might be a
So
good
there's-
flow, and all of a sudden, you put
I
a number,
mean-
it's like, oh, we gotta change this.
Exactly. So I just think putting together the wish list and saying, hey, we conceptualized this and we thought this would work really well. I mean, that's wonderful. But again, at the end of the day, it's probably all going to be rewritten, relooked at,
So
and
let's
overhauled.
build 4 quadrants then. This is
Yeah,
Parks
makes
and
sense.
Rec, and this is the library, and this is
You got town
town
hall.
hall.
Down here.
And then you have
Absolutely,
remaining community space or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's right.
Yeah, perfect.
TBD.
That'll give them something
Yeah.
to fall back, and at least they
What?
they
Be
can
to
see
be
what we're
determined.
thinking.
Yes.
How to group them, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought we were saying town there, though. No?
Oh, I did. I like-
I would
okay.
put town here,
Good,
just
good, okay.
personally.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec-y, right, over
And
here, because
community, how
this is also
That's
really
turnkey right
community.
there, yeah.
I mean, can be
Green
used for
and
lots
yellow.
of people.
That's right. And the
So can the kitchen,
cafeteria, the
and so
cafeteria.
this is still kind of community space here. Even though they're involved, Parks and Rec's activity, it's still community space. And then,
Well, it's
'cause
kind of
you
green
don't-
and yellow,
This
green
is
and
a lot of space just for those 3 things. And we already know that the town hall can fit in there as it is now.
Right. So it'd be more or less like,
Aren't they needing more space though?
Yes.
We
That's
don't,
the whole point.
I mean,
we
but
don't
again,
know if they're
that's-
laid out in the optimal way. We know that it's been
Right.
There's a
moved
lot of
around
business.
as you've
we've
had
cut
to.
and chopped, and there's offices.
There's a lot
that
more
could be
functional space in
Correct,
this than,
correct.
we have a lot
Those
of
rooms are-
dead space.
And those rooms
and,
are big. When we walked around, I mean, they're pretty large rooms.
Oh, yeah.
They are.
So,
Okay.
And I think this way too, for public access, we would have this
There.
way and this
There.
way.
yeah.
And then for the library, should we decide to do the same thing, this way and this way?
Yes, right, yeah.
Talking about maybe this becoming not the bus
Yeah.
turnaround, but a parking lot.
Right.
That'd be nice looking in, right? Come off the road, you have the front main entrance and parking. Makes sense.
All right. So just so I'm clear, so we've got Parks and Rec is this quadrant here plus our community space. Library is here.
Yeah.
Do we cut library off here? Or do we include this space?
We leave it as is.
Yeah.
Just with the colors,
See what
because
they
they'll
can do.
figure out
Yeah.
the, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to put this as community center here, because that's the teen, where you had talked about some kids' space?
That's, rec wanted that, right?
Well,
It was an
To
option.
lead some activities and.
Yeah, this is coordinated between Parks and Rec and library, right, basically?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we had like in here, it could be kind of,
Right, because
This-
this is like the family children's bathroom in there.
Or the teen center
And
could
then
be
the-
in that basement. No, just.
That's right, with padded walls, right?
Is it soundproof? So, you know, and the children's programming is gonna need storage for their crafts and their, all of their materials that go with that.
Good.
I mean, almost everything.
Yeah.
So technology, I guess, is really,
Well, you know, you can have public computing space in here.
you're anticipating having that in the library already, aren't you?
I think Richard would like to have a couple of things here, but if you want to have enough for people to come in and do long-term project work, or, you know, like our seasonal visitors come in and they may want to do some work on their vacation or during the summer, they're gonna need space that they know they can get into, sit down, either bring a device or sit down at a device. Maybe there's gonna even be a few like lockers that they can store their projects in. I mean, it's open for what we want, what we need. I see it's happening at a lot of libraries, and it's being very, very successful. That people can come in and do work at the library that they can't do well at home. Or they travel, they're on the road, or they have home-based business or whatever. Or they're hybrid workers.
So you want to make sure you get your director's space.
Although I'll argue 12 by 17 is a lot for
that's a
an
whole,
office.
yeah. We can just run around
After
that.
sharing an office with him, he needs
It's all basketball.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
had
no,
like a
that's
quarter
all.
right here, and he had this much.
Depends on what
A
season,
lot
you
of
know?
stuff that goes with rec and.
I put the ball bag somewhere,
There's times I didn't think I could get out.
build around you.
Kayla, thank you for bringing that up. I think that we were getting into the weeds.
I mean, it's
For
hard
no
not to,
reason,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it's hard not to, but I
fun.
think, and I'm probably been seeming like a little stickler here, but I keep bringing up, well, I mean, we don't really, what's our mission again? What, you know, trying to bring it back to say, well, what's our mission and what is the reality of it? And I think, unfortunately, that is the reality, that it could very much look like this. And it could very much not.
Could look very different.
Yeah, but that's gonna come out of a lot of extra, you know, a lot of work done by professionals.
Right, but
You know,
this helps.
who are really looking at needs, the space, the cost.
Right, but this is like placeholders. It's like, this makes sure that certain activities or services or programs aren't getting forgotten, so we're kind of like slotting them in, just so we can show that it can work.
And I see that as partly the function of our wish list and setting priorities to that.
Right.
That we're going to pass that information on to them to then digest and
Right.
make room for.
But it makes sense, the general priorities now, like you're,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Kinda seeing
people,
that.
people need to see something so
Right.
that they'll say, yes, let's spend money for an architect or
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
some sort of
And-
design.
They take one look at
And
this and say,
something.
yes, let's get an architect.
And we're committed to these three groups being in here. I mean, that's, I think, the
That,
takeaway
that's
for
coming
me.
out loud and clear.
Is, yeah, you know, really, and so then the job is to how everybody has to work together to modify their wishes and needs so that everybody has the space they really need. So that's,
I think this is important to do this exercise.
mm,
And when it comes time to go to the architect, people need to hold their ground a little bit to make sure that we get what we envision we need.
That's a good point, too.
Yes.
Because if you handed this blank slate to an architect and an engineer, we're gonna be, and again, like Kayla said, the elephant in the room, we're gonna be $10, $15, $20 million. We're gonna go by and the place is gonna be all flat, and they're gonna be building a brand new building. So
Well, no, I mean,
you gotta keep a thumb on
I
it.
think there, you know, when it comes down to it, and you're really looking at price tag and reality, the layout and the bones of the building is not gonna change that much, because it's just gonna cost too much to do that. So what's gonna end up coming out of it is what is the best way to use the space largely as it is right now.
right, that's right, and fit
And
these
that's,
things,
that, I
that's
mean,
right.
that's the reality, and
That's right.
it's not gonna get overhauled, and
For
it's
the-
not gonna be
No,
torn
it's-
down and rebuilt.
we're not tearing walls down
No,
and stuff,
I mean, it's
no.
gonna be, we may add some walls, but,
but
or
not-
something, but, I mean,
Right.
you're,
We can
I
tear
just
some
think
walls, we can add some
in
walls.
reality, when
We
you
saw
look at
that.
the cost,
Yes.
that's what you're looking at.
It's like in Gorham what they did, I mean, they didn't do much with the structure, the structure was there, and they
Then
used
they
that
did pieces
structure.
at a
Yeah.
time.
And they put,
That's how
and
they
they
keep
put
the
those
price tag
open,
down.
and they put those open office spaces in those big rooms, you know.
It's gonna have
Cubicles.
Yeah.
cubicles
right.
and partitions as
Yes.
opposed to, you know,
Walls,
brick and
right.
mortar.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But for the architect, they're gonna say form follows function. So they need to know what kinds of activities and spaces we want in our building, and then they're gonna bring their design knowledge to, oh, you wanna do that there, so you're gonna need to have this like that,
Yeah, that's right.
so.
So, just a question, this multi-purpose shared space as it's labeled right now, is that still something that I think, maybe it was, I think I have mentioned, keeping some space kind of in reserve, flexible for things we didn't yet think of, identify maybe something that does bring in revenue of some type at some point? Is that kind of possible there too? In other words,
yeah.
it's not like, these are the things we want, and so if you have extra space, just make these things bigger, as opposed to reserve some space for what we
That's
haven't yet
important. Yeah.
anticipated.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
That's very
All right.
good.
for growth, yeah.
Yeah, and it's always seeing what works and
Yeah.
what doesn't, and I think allowing that space to
Keeping
be
some
developed.
flexibility.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it seems like the direction we're headed, that a lot of this space here will be available for community center
Some
type
flex-
development.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the post-it.
Yeah,
You
that
have
worked out well.
quite a collection there, I'm
Anybody
amazed.
So,
Staples says.
just so I'm clear, we're gonna leave this as is and use this to give a visual to the next committee. Okay,
That's great.
all right,
Why not?
sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's also just drop the mic.
You just leave mics there, that's fine.
The voices in our head.
They're gonna take my kids home. Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
You let
See
it
that?
word it.
No, I said, take my kids home. He's like, okay. Yeah.
That's a good point. We'll wait till-
Stranger danger.
Apparently not.
No, didn't work.
Sorry, Lori.
Say, when did
We got this.
Yeah, she got in before, so she can finds it again.
Get down to that.
have I?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I thought of you.
For the screen
Yeah.
doors.
Except for what?
Thank you,
The
Lloyd.
screen door that.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
I think that was,
Is that something there?
That was definitely worth
That was
great.
exercise. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're all ready for that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we'll have it done.
with the caveat there.
All right. I did forget to mention at the beginning of the meeting that we do have the select board coming in right behind us. They have a special meeting tonight. But we're, by no means does that, I mean, we have to rush to get through our meeting. They said right up to 7:35 minutes to transition, and they're good, so. But with that, we are at the point of all the agenda items that I had listed, and I don't see any community to public comment. So I'm going to go right to committee's comment and let us maybe wrap up what we were just talking about, which was really good discussion. I appreciate that, everybody. Maybe some final thoughts on recommendations.
Question, should we be making a recommendation about the portable? Where we say we recommend we bring the TV studio into that large community space and then the portable could be removed, or?
I think it's a given that the
It's a given,
portable
just a
Yeah.
given it's
Yeah.
gonna come
Right.
down?
But we
Okay.
might as well make it clear, just that that's
Yeah,
our
I think-
Because
recommendation.
that's part of our thinking process.
Well, we'll need more parking everywhere.
Yes,
If
yeah.
all of this activity is coming to this building.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
that's a very good idea to mention too. Like recommendations to, add additional spaces in front maybe, or
This-
on that side.
This building, though, I think is going to get torn down, right?
I hope so.
Well, you said it had already outlived its.
It's sitting on cement blocks and
Yeah.
moving. It's had a good purpose, it's had a good run. I think it's time for it to go away.
This is my daughter's 4th grade class here. This room, God.
I think I actually went to school in the town office edition when they were out there.
Pete, if committee comment can be on things that aren't directly about the committee, then I have a comment. Okay. I did just want to mention, we've been talking a lot about the library being in this space, and I just wanted to say that the current library offered a great evening with an author, had the books that people could pick up. They got them for free from a donation, and just, it really was making me feel really good about the potential of what we're looking at here for the library being expanded. There's a lot more that can be done there. It was a really good event. And they've got the plant sale, I think Sue already mentioned that, coming up on Saturday.
Plant sale Saturday.
Yep, and I also want to remind people to be sure they are coming out to vote on June 10th and hopefully supporting the school budget. So, got to put that plug in wherever I go. Okay.
Thanks, because that brings up a good point, because some of those shared spaces or multi-use spaces there that we just talked about, the library will need some of those kinds of meeting spaces to hold crafts and book discussion groups and things like that, because right now, it's just right out in the main floor of the library.
Yep.
So it's very distracting to anybody who's trying to do anything else, especially quiet work. So libraries need quiet space, and they also need conversational learning space.
Right. Anybody else? Thoughts for next meeting? Do we want to, are we at a point where we want to more or less try to wrap things up next meeting?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I guess any last thoughts can be communicated to me between now and then. And in addition, I'll try to polish the summary report a little more and get that out to everybody for review, and then, please feel free to communicate back to me things that I need to add or whatever.
Yeah, you made a great start with it. I mean, what you've already done is,
I did already make one edit myself. I missed our first meeting, April 14th, so that is now in there. All right, well,
all right.
do I have a motion to adjourn? Are we ready?
So moved.
Yeah.
Second? All in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board special meeting, please. There we go. I'm going to be running the meeting since Rolf is still up in Augusta right now. So everybody is here. And can I have approval of the minutes for May 12th?
Make the motion, accept the minutes as written.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. A motion for May 13th minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Sure
Okay.
mind.
Okay, and May 19th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor? And Rolf's up. All right, new business, approving the comprehensive plan to move forward. Joe, Rolf, do you guys want to take this? The corrections, I do know, Joe, you were in contact with North Star?
Yes, the clean copy with the edits was made and posted on the comprehensive plans website. So that is complete, and so that now the next steps would be to hold a special public town meeting to get that voted in.
You should speak into the microphone a little bit more.
So yes, I believe Rolf, did Melanie send you that template of the timeframe for this?
I mean, essentially what will have to happen is you'll set a date will get set for the special town meeting, and then backdated from that date will be the public hearing. So there will be a public hearing, and then after the public hearing, then there would be the special town meeting to do the final approval.
All right. Are you guys okay with all that?
Yeah.
Can I have a motion to approve?
I'm just curious, though, before we move on.
Yeah.
30 days between each thing? Between the public meeting and then another 30 days before we have the vote at a special town meeting?
It'd be a public hearing and then 30 days
Yeah.
for the special town meeting for vote. Yep.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ralph, but I believe it's 30 days from the time that the clean copy was posted, which I'm not sure when that was, but I believe it was sometime around Friday. Then that clean copy needs to be available to the community to review for 30 days prior to the public hearing. Am I wrong there?
No, that would be correct. The other requirement is the public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior. The public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior to the special town meeting. So, so you've got a couple different things. So, as I say, once you establish the date for the special town meeting, that's going to necessitate what the date of the, what's the latest date that public hearing can be.
That's my understanding as well,
Okay.
Ralph. So that's the timing, if you were asking the question, Dennis.
And so when you say public, does that mean there has to be written copies for the public at town hall for them to pick up, or just the posting on the webpage?
No, I would think that you would
Just
have a
post.
copy available in the town hall as well. I mean, that's generally just as a courtesy for anyone that doesn't have access to the internet or whatever. But I believe statutorily they request that you also have it available in the town hall.
That's what I was wondering. If it was-
And so if I were to do just a rough calculation, since I don't know exactly when the clean copy was posted, I first became aware of it when my wife told me that this meeting was scheduled for tonight, because I didn't get any notice of that either. But I do understand that at times we've been told that if you really want to know something, then you gotta watch the website, because that's the communication. That's how you get it. It would have been nice as a courtesy that the chairs, at least the co-chairs of the comprehensive plan, would have been notified directly about the meeting tonight. I know there's a lot going on in town, and so people don't have all the time to reach out with that communication. But anyway, that's how I became aware of this meeting. And then I went onto the town website and saw that actually the select board edits had been made in the plan that was posted. And that was on Friday. So just as a rough calculation, by July 1st, as I calculated, there will be the clean copy or the final version posted on the website for the community to review, which would mean 30 days from that, roughly July 1st. And so if I would then go ahead 10 days from that, sometime in the middle of July, a special town meeting could take place. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Joe, couple things. You're going to need to put that in the queue for Mel
Yep.
to put that on to be scheduled. And if you can also ask for copies to be made for the town office, so you guys have notes for that.
For sure.
And to, so it'd be the public hearing and the special town meeting.
Right. I know Melanie was working on those tentative dates based on that, posted on the website, comprehensive
Okay.
website, so.
That way where you got it,
Yep.
because, for the next board. Yep. Oh, I know, I'm so sorry. Just making sure we made those notes.
Thanks. Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. A question, and I'm not suggesting this happened this time. I mean, what you've just outlined, fine, that's fine. But haven't we in the past had a public hearing and immediately after gone into a special town meeting and voted on that item? I'm recalling that for, wasn't it an ordinance about, it was marijuana or something? It's fairly recent, but I know that we've done that. I think we've done that before. And again, I'm not suggesting that happened this time, but I just want to be sure this does moving along.
I do believe, Rolf, do you remember that happening too, where we've had a public hearing and then we've gone right into a vote?
I remember that too.
Yeah, it depended on what the thing was. The last time we did that was
it
that one that
ordinance?
was on the moratorium.
So it depends on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how the thing was called forth. The moratorium, because that was a petition, that falls into some slightly different timing and whatnot, and that one did allow then to have the public hearing and then go right into the vote. But that, because it had to fit within the time frame of when you had to act on the on a petition issue versus this, which is calling a special town meeting, and because you're calling a special town meeting, then that drives when you need to have the public hearing.
May I just ask one more thing, and this is a request, not a question to be answered, a request that it be publicized now, that assuming it gets approved in a minute by the select board, that it's on the website so people could start taking a look at it. It's a very lengthy document with a lot of detail. I would hope that people do take time to read through it. Again, so much work went into this. Speaking on behalf of the co-chairs and members of the committee, and I just want to be sure it gets its due. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what can be done there is, up in the, and Bill can see to get that done, but on the banner, you can just set, he can put a notice up there that, it's been now approved by the select board, so here's the next steps, and so that people can get on there to read it. So that, that way, if they go to the, when they go to the site there, they're going to see that up in the banner.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I would just say, Rolf, everything you just said there is correct as far as the timing. I believe the as far as the statutory requirements, when you're talking about a lengthy document, then obviously that's something where the state's going to say statutorily you have to post it so many days for the public to be able to have access to it. If it's a simple document saying, let's say, what comes to mind was the issue involving adopting the broadband, where the money was basically, we needed to ask the state if we could use it from the TIF. Wasn't a really lengthy document there. It was basically just the state said okay, and we had to have a special town meeting for it and then vote on it. So you're right, Ralph.
If appropriate, I'd make a motion to approve the comp plan to take it to the next step.
Second.
Any questions, discussions?
I think we did it.
You ready? All in favor? All right, passes.
Okay, I'm getting called into a vote, so I have to
Great. Thanks, Ralph.
sign off. Thank you.
Bye. All right, can I motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Oops.
Nope.
No public comment?
We weren't going to tonight. Go for it.
We'll talk really fast and loud. So very, very quickly, I just want to remind folks, if they're listening to this, watching this, to be hopefully supporting the RSU 14 school budget on June 10th, and to check out, there's a lot of information on the RSU 14 website if they want to look back at the past meetings.
Excuse me, Pete.
If they want to look
I'm sorry, we
at
can't hear.
the past meetings that give the detail of the different cost centers, or the hearing on May 14th that went over all of the cost centers and had some discussion, if they need that information, and plus the May 2nd Wyndham Eagle had a really good article that detailed some of the information as well. So that was one thing I just wanted to remind of. I also wanted to just highlight the library just had a great session with a Maine author. They had books that the public could pick up for free, and then the author was there to discuss it. It was a great program. I want to just highlight that while I have a chance, again, in case there's anybody listening other beyond this room. The visioning committee for the Jordan Small Middle School, I want to really just commend with the dedication of a group of people that have been meeting weekly and have hopefully just one more meeting. Have done a lot of work and tours of other facilities, and just watch those meetings on the cable channel as well if you're interested in hearing some of that discussion. And I think that is it, but I would reiterate, please, in the future, if there is a committee that has done work that is then having that topic on your agenda for a select board meeting, please do reach out to at least the chairs or co-chairs of that committee and let them know. I happened to just check on the calendar that this meeting was happening, check the agenda that was posted there, and so I'm glad that's done, but please in the future, be sure that that happens. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Second? All right.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to open the workshop that we scheduled for 5:30 to 6:30. It's actually going to be 5:30 to 6 due to scheduling for the agenda that we have. And because of the timetable, what I thought we could focus, if it's all right with the select board members, is just to focus on filling the slot per the policy and bylaw.
Didn't get that.
I didn't get the
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
You
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, August 13th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs. Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from the published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the July 9th meeting. We have a review of the latest draft for the short-term rental ordinance, a review of the latest draft of the marijuana regulation ordinance, and a preliminary subdivision review for Brandon Chase's subdivision, Pine Ridge, followed by staff communications and the updates and adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, the first order of business is the minutes for July 9th. Oops, sorry, Ed.
Move to approve those minutes.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Everybody happy? All those in favor? Minutes?
Aye.
Passed. 7-0. Okay, next up, we do the short-term rental ordinance next. But depending upon where we go with that, I may, just for in the audience here, I may stop that discussion to get the applicant out of the way for the preliminary subdivision review in case the short-term rental goes for an extended period of time. And for the board, actually the questions I have for the board to start with. I've gone back to the April 10th selectmen meeting, watched that short-term rental presentation, and then all of our meetings that discuss those short-term rentals up to tonight. And I've learned two things. The first thing I've learned is that our planning board meetings are really boring. Jesus. I don't know how you guys do it, but I did try to put things into three categories. And my first category that we seem to kind of agree upon is and I kind of just, these are just my kind of rough names, is the family camp, the vacation home that is rented out on occasion during either the summer or the winter. But it's basically a second home used as a vacation property. The second category that I found that our comments seem to fall into is the individuals that rent their home, but it is their primary residence, and they rent that for taxes, new roof, minimal expenses during the course of the year. The third category then would be the investment property, those that I think that many have referred to as businesses that operate for profit. So those three categories. And actually it was Mr. Donahue. Was it Digger Donahue? You here this evening? Digger sent a kind of an email in, and basically he said, we're moving way away from the KISS principle, and we're digging into the weeds. So I asked our attorney if he would look at those three categories and what we could do within those categories. And basically, the answer is that whatever we do to category 3, that's the investment property, is going to automatically fall upon the family camp, the vacation camp. It's not possible to separate out those two. From my notes, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there did not seem to be a lot of discussion or desires to start regulating the family camp, the non-winterized or the traditional family camp. The second group, then, that primary residents, there did not seem to be a lot of individuals that were interested in saying you couldn't rent out your property for a week or two to pay the taxes, to put the new roof on, or whatever. The third group, then, is the for-profit investment, and that is where 90% of the discussion lied, and what the majority of the individuals probably that are here this evening, again, or that have talked in, wanted something to be done with. So, I started then to wonder whether or not what we are putting together is going to fill those three requirements. And obviously, we're not going to make everybody happy, but at least it would stop what I think that the board is in agreement with is limiting or maybe even stopping future short-term rentals for investment properties. Am I off base there? Is that pretty much what we've talked about? I mean,
Can you, one more time?
Sure. For the for-profit, the investment properties is what we have, what the community would like, and what we seem to be leaning towards, putting some sort of regulations in to curtail or limit or control that category of rental.
I think the letter that we got from the attorney, did it come today?
Yes.
Yesterday. Pretty much says we can't discriminate against them separately. We have to treat them the same as everybody else.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought that said that was if out-of-state ones versus in-state, you couldn't discriminate. Not that you could not cap, all of that category. Just you can't go in-state versus out-of-state.
Yeah, but further defined as the constitutional ordinance that says you can't.
Right.
Yeah, I know that's what it sounded like, but it's not what he meant, or whatever. So
it's either you limit you can't just limit those companies. If you're doing that, you're limiting anybody it's not a primary resident.
Correct.
It's not your home, you're not a occupied
Correct.
hosted property.
Right, exactly.
It's all of it.
Right. So
I think it puts an undue burden on the people that do have seasonal places.
I agree.
That
Yep. So here's
don't punish those people.
So my proposal tonight, and I tried to make this happen for this evening, but it didn't come together, is for the board to meet in executive session with the town's attorney and give the town attorney our ideas as what we would like to see, what is legal and what's not legal, what's enforceable and what's not enforceable, and work that in to our ordinances. Instead of continuing down the path that we're going right now, and in the end wind up with something that's not going to be enforceable, it's not even legal. So that's
exactly what I'm looking for. I want clarification on what's legal and not legal, not how you differentiate, a small family camp and a business, if you want to call it like that we can't. So that's what my entire
issue.
Yeah, that's what I
That's-
thought.
that's
That's what I, that might.
Perfect. It's awesome. Yeah, whatever's legal is the right thing to do. That's right. Yeah.
So, Kevin, so what do you guys think? Is that an okay, so then what I do have in the works now, and Sandy is going to try to put this together, and Jason, to get our lawyer in, and what I'd like to do is to get it in a workshop before the next meeting, if we could do that, so that we can move this thing along. I'm kind of getting frustrated that we're not making any progress on this thing. Agreed, okay. Is that, so two things. Then, one, we need a motion basically to table our short-term rental discussion until our next meeting. And then two, to invite Phil, what's Phil's last name?
Saucier.
Phil Saucier for a workshop. And then it actually would be a meeting. We'd have the meeting, we'd open the meeting, we'd go into executive session. We would have the discussions, what was legal and not legal. We would just come out of executive session, close the meeting, and then bring forth those changes at our next meeting, hopefully in a month. Does that sound?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be the same evening as our regular meeting,
If you're-
just a half hour before it.
Oh, if that's possible, that could work too, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever we can get Phil in sometime before the
Yeah,
next meeting.
That's probably gonna be the key.
And finding a place is also going to be, so Sandy's working on that.
Okay.
I'm not really taking public comments on this, we're still having a discussion, we had a motion, so it's not, we're not opening it up for public comments this evening.
I'd like
So-
to move that we table the short-term rental ordinance until after we meet with the town lawyer.
I second that.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And then the second, then the plan would be that we would have, at that meeting, we'll vote to go into executive session. We'll iron it out, and then we'll report back at the next meeting. For the community, so we will get it advertised as a next meeting, if we have enough time. But executive session is closed to the public. So when you do see it, it'll be an executive session. I don't want you to come down here expecting to come into the meeting. You could come in to watch us go into executive session and then go out of executive session. But then at our next meeting, we will inform you all of what was the outcome of that executive session and the plan going forward for the short-term rental. Okay?
So you published an ordinance and we can't comment on it, and you're gonna change the whole thing?
Maybe.
Again, I just.
Yeah,
that's-
maybe.
You know, so this is gonna go to a full round of public comment again, because I have three.
We've never had a public comment on this yet. We've opened it up to public. We've never had a public hearing on this yet. There still will be a public hearing on it.
This could dramatically change, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yep. And Ms. Plummer, is that you? I asked you to send that email, and you did send the email, and I did talk to Brett about it. I just wanted to get back to you. There was things in that email that we had not discussed as the board, so I could not work it into the ordinance because we had not discussed it.
Okay.
But we do plan on discussing that at our next meeting.
In addition,
Okay.
you're taking commentary that's not publicly disclosed.
Say that again?
You're taking feedback on the ordinance, which you do not piece in the agenda and do not disclose to the town.
No. This was at the last meeting.
And this was not published, like you published every other note.
That's why it's not included in the note.
Your note will be published next month.
Her note is published right now. It was published the day after she submitted it.
Okay?
Yeah.
I was asked to see a copy of that.
Sure. Just go, it's on the website. Just go, her email is on there with all the other emails.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Next, marijuana ordinance. There was a request from Ray Richardson to invite Mr. Malik, who is from the Office of Cannabis Policy for the state. I think his first name is Vern. He's the one that you have been talking with, right?
Occasionally, yeah.
Okay. Do we want to do that before we do anything else on the marijuana ordinance?
I like that idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I agree.
Okay, so we will need a motion.
I move that we table the marijuana ordinance until we have, till we hear from the state, what's his name?
Vern.
Vern Malley.
MALLOCH. Office of
Vern.
Cannabis Policy.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
You get this done pretty quickly.
Right.
Like the long meeting. All right, next up is our Pine Ridge Estates. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So there's not a ton that has that's outstanding. I know last time we had talked about needing the hydro assessment, test pit information, like a road name application, and those have all been submitted. Although I don't know who at the town, and Jason, you might know this too, for the road name application. I know Pine and Ridge are very common names, so it's possible that the desired name may not get approved, might need to rework that a little bit. But the only outstanding items that we need at this point would be HOA documentation and then a copy of the approval from the state for the DEP. So Andy, I know you're here this evening. I don't know if you have anything else to add. And I know Wayne is online as well, so I don't know if you want to address his comments as well.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. If I can run down what's changed since the board has seen the plan, if you guys would like that.
Yes, please.
So we did, as Brett said, we did submit hydrogeologic assessment from Mark Sensi Inc. I do have hard copies here. I'll give them to Brett if you guys would like them. We didn't submit those when we originally make our submission because they weren't done. They were just completed recently. So, conclusion of the hydrogeo assessment is that the town standards are met. All the septics work as they were shown on the plans. Just some of the other minor changes that have happened to the plan since the board has seen them. We updated the net residential density calculations, note number 26 on sheet 1 to specify out all the deductions. As the board knows, there are 3 non-significant vernal pools on the site. We've shown those on both the subdivision plan and the existing conditions plan. Provided the septic information that Brett had referred to by Mark Hampton Associates. We added the site distance down at Raymond Cape Road for the access road. Showed that on both the plan and profile and the subdivision plans. Added some clearing limits summary to the plan, note number 27 on sheet 1. We added some fire lanes as requested by the fire chief. Provided a turning schematic showing a fire truck turning around the cul-de-sac. And just to clarify, the applicant is intending to provide sprinklers to all of the homes. Note number 19 was added to the subdivision plan to cover that item. We did receive some comments from the fire chief, pretty minor in nature. One thing he had wanted was 6 additional fire lane signs at the cul-de-sac. We're happy to provide those. We'll show those on the plan the next time we come before you guys. Other things that we have taken, other steps we've taken since we've been before you, we filed with the DEP our stormwater permit for the project. As the board knows, it's a pretty lengthy process, so that's underway. We're kind of in wait mode at this point for that permit. Our intentions would be to come back to the board once we have that permit in hand, and the applicant is working with their attorney on the HOA documents. When we come back for final subdivision, we're certainly going to come back with hopefully a DEP permit in hand and the homeowners association documents for you guys. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it back to you. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The board, does anybody have any questions? One of the things on my notes was which I forgot to bring up last time, is I think we've done a site walk, have we not? Or have- I know we've done
For
site
this
walk
one, we have not.
on one of them, right?
I don't think we've done this one.
We haven't done this one.
They did an initial a couple of years ago, so maybe
Yeah,
the
before it
sidewalk
was
then,
cleared. Yeah.
But I don't have.
We haven't, okay.
Not since.
Yeah,
this
so the applicant had previously filed a subdivision on this piece.
Right.
A couple years ago.
That's the
There
one.
may have been a site walk done at that time. but
Okay.
There's not been one
So-
on this
Yeah.
application.
I thought we were gonna. So do you guys want to do one? Are you familiar enough with it? You're probably.
I'm familiar enough with it.
Everybody okay? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
All
all
right.
the same.
Jackie,
soil.
you okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did the question of the wetland get resolved? The oh,
3 vernal pools?
yeah, whether it's a wetland or.
Oh, the
Significant.
protected wetland?
Protected.
Yeah, I would look back and it just would meet the definition of the shoreland zoning wetland, which, you know, the wetland report that you submitted, they do that delineation and verify if it's actually, if it needs to be protected, if it needs to meet those setbacks or not, so. And that's what was shown on the plans and it meets that standard, so.
Everybody's happy?
Yeah, looks good.
Just the
We
name.
get everything else.
Just a name.
Kevin?
I'm good.
Wayne?
Sorry. Yeah, so my email from last week, most of the items have been addressed. There was a few additional notes that we were looking for on the plan. Also, the fire lane language in the HOA documents. And what was already mentioned, the fire lane signs in the cul-de-sac, because it's such a tight turn for our largest apparatus. Some of the overswing would prevent us making that turn if there were cars parked up there. And then the only other thing is doing the street name and the E911 addresses for the final plan. I know we've had an application in the packet. I know that those applications generally to go to code enforcement, the fees are paid, and then the fire chief's the E911 coordinator, and he works to take care of those items, either the road name and 911 addresses to be put on the plan. And that's what I got.
All right. Well,
You-
go ahead, Jason.
Wayne, are we looking to have them do driveway permit entrances and number it that way, or just propose numbers on the plan? We
I
usually
know
don't-
that
Go ahead.
from what I know of how the chief handles it, he does the driveway addresses application, and that kicks in him being able to assign those. I know that at this stage, we're looking at tentative driveway entrances, and he takes that into account when he makes E911 assignments for subdivision approval. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, my only reservation to listing the addresses on the plan, and I've run into this into a couple other communities, is, you know, if they say that this is 18 Pine Ridge Road on the plan, but, you know, site construction dictates otherwise, that they need to shift things around and it needs to change, then technically the plan is wrong and they would need to go back before the board to get an amended approval for that. That's my only reservation on really placing the numbers on the plan. So I think way around that we could say tentative street numbers, if that's what you're looking for, Wayne.
I don't think we've ever placed numbers on plans.
I don't.
Yeah, yeah, we
I didn't
have.
have them.
No, we haven't, right?
I don't think I had them on mine.
Yeah.
I don't recall that happening here.
We have
but-
on prior subdivisions.
We have?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Here's
yeah,
one of
I
the
remember
things.
that.
It would make sense.
We did it on Hillside and,
Honey Hill.
Honey Hill, yes. Thank you.
Done it.
Okay, thanks, Sandy.
You're welcome.
So Wayne, come on back on there. What do we want to do? What we do? We need to let.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can put tentative, or at least if that's what we've done in the past and are still looking to do, then I just don't want to have them be held to those numbers that they put on the plan and then have to go back if there was a, some site condition that needed to change the number of the building. So.
But if it changes the number of the building, it would change the plan anyway. Right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what we want to avoid in this case, is not have to make them come back for planning board approval if just the address of the house changed.
I think what you're saying is the reason that the address changed would change the plan.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
So
Yeah.
the plan would be changed regardless if the number was there or not.
Right.
The
Okay.
driveway, yep.
Well,
I guess Wayne's good with that.
which way we got to tell Andy something? Which way we want to go? Wayne, is it a big deal? Obviously, it's not a big deal for us. We didn't even know we did it.
So without what we've experienced in the past is without the addresses assigned, when they go for permits, and especially when they go to the state fire marshal's office for the sprinkler permits, they're using lot numbers, which is in the correct address, and it's problematic at that point. It's not insurmountable, but that's problematic at that point.
Were we assigning them once we did a building permit
Generally,
prior?
that's what
Because I think
happened.
that's
Someone
what I
applies
went
for a
through,
building
was
permit,
every
and-
building permit, then you assigned it.
That's right.
What I did in Poland.
But they understand it, like for the other subdivisions on Cape Road, those numbers were already assigned. Yes, you did a driveway entrance permit, and that triggered the official assignment of the E911 address, and it ended up being the same address number as what was on the plan.
Well, are these gonna be built prior to people purchasing them, or are they gonna be built as their, is it, I'm gonna buy lot 10 and build a house on it, I'm gonna pick the house design, I'm gonna pick where I want the driveway to go, or is it, this is the house that's going on lot 10, this is where we intend to put it? I mean, or, there could be, somebody could purchase a lot and decide not to build on it for 5 years, and then what if we go through and do some sort of readdressing, and I don't know. If they're for sure getting built, and, whether or not there's somebody, planning to build on it right away or not,
Well,
then.
and especially now with ADUs, if somebody's gonna be able to put an ADU in here, then that creates another number, so which side of the house does that ADU end up on? Could factor into it too.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because otherwise then you're doing A and B, or you're trying to label it another way.
I mean, you're gonna have to get a driveway permit to build, right? And at that point, you could do an address, assign it. At that point, you're gonna need that before you go to the state for your sprinkler permit. I
I can
don't
go
know.
either way on it.
I don't know.
I think what I've
Putting
seen,
an address
like,
on an
where
empty
I've run
lot
into this
feels
most
weird.
commonly is like in subdivisions that have, like, it wouldn't be in this case, but where there's like an intersection and like there's a corner lot that could have access on either side. And I know that's, I run that into the past before, where the intention is for them to have a driveway here, but owner buys a lot and they want to do something a little bit different, and then they have to kind of go through the whole process. So I don't know if you've seen that in your experience too, Andy.
Yeah,
as well,
a lot.
so,
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, worst case scenario, if we assign the numbers tentatively, get the chief to look at them and assign some tentative numbers that we can have listed out, and with the understanding that that the actual number will get assigned when a driveway entrance permit is taken out. So we have some base numbers to start with. You know, the chief's already looked at it, because an address gets created for every 50 feet of road length. So, you know, we're not talking about a lot of number differences in that space in most lots. So.
Well, it would seem to me, if we've done it and required it in the past, we should keep on requiring it. That's just, I mean, but.
Agreed.
It wasn't a point, it's never been a point of discussion until.
Agreed.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. All right, so we're on the numbers.
Okay. I will add a note on there that says that they're clearly tentative and maybe that they're subject to change based on, construction restraints, and the final decision will be made by code enforcement during the building.
Yeah.
EU 911.
That would be
Something like
fine.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
That'll give us a good starting point.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, any others on the Pine Ridge? I don't see any reason why we can't move for preliminary approval. Does anyone think that we need more? Okay, could I get a motion then for such a thing? Pine Ridge.
I motion to approve Pine Ridge Road subdivision for preliminary approval.
Okay, motion to, for approval, for preliminary approval for Pine Ridge Estates. Is there a second?
Second.
Steve, second. Any other discussion?
Do we need to put conditions in there about the name or the numbers or anything?
No, not in the preliminary, only if it was the final.
Okay.
Right, anything else? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
All right, done. See you in a month or two, Andy.
Thank you very much.
Staff communications and updates.
I think we only have 2, is it for next month? 2 applications before the board.
Is it the one we've already working on?
There's,
Source?
nope, there's the, Sandy, there's the solar one
Yes.
for an amendment, and then there's the,
Amendment to a site plan approval, which was a staff review approval.
right. And then for the Jordan Bay, Port Harbor, for their,
Port Harbor for an amendment to their approved site plan.
yep,
So 2 amendments for next week, for next month?
2 amendments, yes. And your speaker, Mr. Malik, and possibly your executive session if we can't get something worked out for a special executive session.
Correct.
Is that where we do have a special session if possible, outside of the regular meeting, or?
Oh, yeah, I want to do that as soon as possible.
As soon as possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the discussion originally. That's why I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' availability like?
I'm away next week.
You're away next week?
Yeah.
I'm available pretty much. I can make myself available.
I'm available next week.
Well, how about the week after?
Yep.
Week after?
Yep.
Available most of the time.
All right,
So,
I will. shoot for
not
the
next week, Sandy, the week
connect with
after.
Phil.
See if you can track Phil down one of those days.
I will do that.
We need to
That'll be
schedule
my
week of the
project for
25th.
tomorrow.
Last week in August, yeah.
Yeah, Pine Ridge.
Oh, yeah, we do. We'll do that, we'll do it. Hey, Sandy, just we need to do that public hearing for the Pine Ridge when,
Yes, when he comes
when he
back.
comes back.
Absolutely.
okay. What else?
We didn't want to talk about the
Oh.
Off-street parking and banquet hall kind of stuff.
Good. Yes, Sandy, actually we do. We want to talk about that banquet hall. Thank you. Good day to do it, too.
Sesago on the front of it. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm,
Is it more related to the short term? Do we want to wait?
no,
Put
I'm
it
just
all together?
concerned that we did not put it on the agenda. I know there's some community members that are interested in it.
Okay.
It would be a perfect day to do it, time-wise, but now I'm a little hesitant in that we did.
Yeah.
We're not making any decisions. Would not have to open it up to public. So, yeah, I think we could do it. I think we can move forward. Well, and we'll put it on for discussion for next meeting. Yeah, we can go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. It should,
It'll be a workshop.
yeah. What do you think, Peter? I think we could do it, right? All right. So we have the definition of the public hall, which I think we all agreed upon, if I'm not mistaken, when we asked Brett to write it. And now we have where we're going to consider it to be, where we're going to allow the banquet hall usage in what districts. Well, I do the easy ones first, like the commercial district and the industrial district.
Yeah.
Those are pretty easy.
Yeah.
Village, say yes, yes. A village residential district should be pretty easy. Yeah, or maybe not.
Well, there's 3 options too.
Yeah, permitted.
Find it.
Permitted or conditional? What does conditional typically entail versus permitted?
My understanding is go in front of the ZBA. Yeah.
Yeah, typically that's part of the process. Usually they have to meet a certain amount of standards, like extra standards that would be outlined in the ordinance, kind of similar to what we have in our current ordinance.
Okay.
Maybe a site plan review.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, in theory, you know, if there was a banquet hall use that was permitted within the commercial district, they could just apply administratively through Jason for like the building permit piece of it. If it was a conditional use, it would have to go before the board and have a public hearing and notify the abutters and allow them the chance to speak, and then prohibited is straightforward, just not allowed outright.
Would that be required for each event, or just to hold it?
Yeah, I think this is where the discussion is pretty valuable around this in terms of how the board wanted to frame this. If they wanted to have a public hearing for each and every single event, or if it would be conditional for a year and they would have to renew it yearly. I know, the horn's going off.
Who knows?
Is it a red car?
Can you tell what vehicle it is? Stop.
No, it stopped.
Somebody's out there.
They're just communicating with each other.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I know, like for like wedding venues, it's pretty typical that conditions would be placed on their approval, like no music after 10 p.m. You know, they would go through, depending on the size, their septic, you know, they'd be limited to occupancy, those kind of measures as well.
Where are those conditions laid out?
They aren't in this. I think this is more of the discussion that I think we should talk about which zones we would want them in, and
Right.
if they would be conditional, then talking about the types of conditions
Okay,
that might
so
be
we-
appropriate to place on them. So there's
Gotcha.
nothing yet,
Yeah,
but
okay.
I think that'd be the next stage. Once we kind of determine which zones
Mhm.
we think that they should be permitted, conditional, prohibited, then we can start formulating some conditions.
And I think those conditions are decided on when you vote, right? I mean,
Mhm.
when they present it to get approval, the conditions
Is
are,
this- right.
are
Yeah.
given at that time to the approval.
Well, if they meet right.
If they,
Meet-
yeah,
If
if
they- yeah,
it
yeah.
meets it, and, yeah. My thoughts are if, you know, these things are gonna be in areas where people reside, that, at least conditional should be something we should look at. My thoughts also are more of the rural districts where it's intended to be more, less developed, quieter, that those should be maybe where we prohibit them. But yeah. I mean, I think about like the village district, like Main Street, right? You have the church down there, and like that's a place where they hold events and people gather. But it's not every day, it's not late at night, you know, there are people that live nearby, and I could see that being disruptive if it was every weekend or.
Well, the rural district and the rural residential district are the most likely places where you're gonna find barns where people may tend to wanna create a banquet hall.
Yeah. Well, it takes up, I would say both of those districts are most of the land in Raymond as well. It takes up a good amount of space.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire department.
Yeah, sure, Wayne.
Just banquet halls, as far as the codes are concerned, is an assembly use. And so, you know, that would trigger some of our, the review by the fire department to meet life safety and fire safety. But also, an assembly use, a new assembly use would require State Fire Marshal Office plan review and approval to just to kind of have that.
As a one-time event or as a continual event? Wayne?
What, I'm sorry?
As a one-time event, it would need state fire marshal? Or would you say state?
For assembly use?
Mm-hmm.
Let me look into that so I can give you a better answer on that.
Okay.
The state fire marshal would be more of a plan review for assembly use for a building. You know, for an example, if there was the mention of barns. One of the reasons that's been stressed to us in fire inspectors meetings is that the fire marshal's office is concerned about wedding venues and barns and making sure that they're safe and that they follow fire and life safety codes. But on a one-time event, I'll have to look into that and get back to you on that.
And how does that apply to, like, I know a lot of camps do weddings, functions and stuff like that. Obviously, they have a bunch of land, but again, they're in old barns, probably don't have all the up-to-code things.
Yeah,
They're pretty inspected, a lot of them. We just did two dining halls this year, and they were well gone over.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's exactly what I thought, you know, resource protection district, stream protection district, that would be easy for prohibited, but there are a lot of camps in that.
And that's the thing, they're
That use
spread out
it.
everywhere, and they're in different zones,
Yeah.
so.
Well, camps are already commercial entities operating in the shoreland zone. They are kind of grandfathered in as commercial
Right.
enterprises. You know, they've already gone through a lot of these plan reviews.
So none of this would apply.
Inspections like that.
Would be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
For new construction.
And they've
new-
gone through a lot of this already.
Sure.
So a lot of them are exempt anyway, because they're already up to code, and you guys already know about everything that's going on in those buildings anyway.
Right. They're already set up for assembly.
Correct.
So who are we attempting this ordinance to regulate? People that want to start doing it?
Backyard weddings, like
I
pop-up
don't
tents and
think
stuff
so.
like that.
Yes.
A single event, like one wedding in your yard, they'd have to regulate that?
I couldn't imagine that, no.
No, I think if somebody's kid is getting married, they want to have it in their backyard.
Yeah.
But, and I think one of your questions to Wayne might have been if somebody wants to have like multiple events.
Right.
Does the state fire marshal office have to come in every year and inspect? Or is it they inspect, building is up to code for them, and then it's a conditional use permit every year or
Mhm.
per event. I think that's something that can be discussed.
Oh, I thought you had the answer.
Hold on, let me check. It might be back here somewhere.
I think it's a one time. It's state fire marshal's a one time.
I think so too.
Sure.
But I have to defer.
Yeah. I don't know the answer, so I would think that it's a one time.
Yeah. Facility inspection. right?
Once the building is up to their specs, yeah.
Yep.
So, at this point, anybody that has like a banquet type hall, are you inspecting them?
I don't know of any banquet halls we have in town.
That meets this definition, like,
Since
well, you
I've
said
been
you
here, I have-
inspected two.
They're the dining
You're
halls for
okay.
Camp Tamanis and Camp Ohilo. So, yeah, but, they're cafeterias, they're dining halls, but essentially they're, there's a kitchen and there's a large dining area, so I think it falls into that definition.
So if you have a barn, you want to have an event you want to rent that barn out for an event. You're then going to be considered a banquet hall
I mean, if you're
for
serving,
that event,
just you're serving food and alcohol,
serving food and alcohol.
if it walks like a duck,
Right. And so what we're looking at then is an ordinance to say where that individual with that barn can hold that event.
or how they can hold
Or
it.
how they can hold it.
Right, under the conditional, like, give guidelines to say this is, if we want to do it, this is kind of, we got to start.
And this is strictly for profit, like it doesn't apply to a backyard wedding or something. That would be.
I think that's the.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the matter of frequency and the amount that it's actually
Right.
happening kind of thing. And to back up a little bit, this was one of the concerns that was raised during the short-term rental discussions where they were concerned about, that banquet hall type use. And within our draft short-term rental ordinance, we specifically exclude banquet halls from, that definition of a short-term rental. And if we exclude that, we still need to have a definition for what a banquet hall is, which is where this definition came from.
So if we did something that, if we made them all conditional,
That's exactly what I was.
and just,
All conditional.
right, all conditional.
Yeah, absolutely. That would make the most sense.
And then we just need some set of conditions.
Except for maybe commercial, I don't know anyone wants a wedding in an industrial zone, but.
Yeah.
Do we have any industrial zones?
We do, Saber Yachts.
Yeah.
A couple of small, the tower,
So like 20 acres.
maybe a little more.
So we make them all conditional. Now, an individual with the barn comes in and wants to hold an event. What do we tell them?
So I guess this is where, I could do a little bit more research too and have this ready to present for next time. But some common ones that I've seen often are like timing restrictions for music.
Right.
Like all music must be shut off by 10 o'clock at night kind of thing.
Probably some parking.
Parking standards
Sure.
is another significant one.
Frequency of use.
And I think this is up to the board's discretion in terms of how often do they want to see these kind of applications. If it's similar to the fire marshal, do you guys want to just see these as a one-time application before the board? Or would it merit similar to the short-term rental? If there's a certain threshold of complaints that are received, it warrants a public hearing for you guys, and you or maybe the select board would get to revoke their business license. I think that'd be more the select board kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
You could pass it to the select board, that would be excellent.
Well, and the
Yeah.
other part we have to think about is, does this have to be fully contained in structures, or, are there going to be stuff out on the
Okay.
lawn?
Mhm.
And that'll be in the conditions. I think you can just determine, a set of standards that need to be hit, but you kind of can and can't do.
I think there'd have to be some sort of a threshold to size-wise of how, like, what
Setbacks.
constitutes
Mhm.
an assembly. Is it 50 people? Is it 100 people? Is it, I mean.
Every town is different. I've seen some as high as 500.
Yeah, like the mass gathering stuff
Right.
is like huge, like
Right.
huge numbers. Like we would never see those type of numbers at a, one of these. But I think it warrants kind of how big is too big, or how big is,
Yeah, or what triggers it? What size
Yeah.
triggers?
What's the
the
difference
banquet
between
hall, right.
having friends over and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're talking more about for someone charging. Not,
Right.
not to just have
Yes.
friends over for a party. I think this is more for, opening up and having.
Yeah, but then you're gonna get, we're not charging, we just take a donation.
Just a possible answer to Jackie's question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
She was asking about what constitutes an assembly, at least in the fire and life safety codes. Actually, the assembly use can go down to less than 50 people. But when you get to that 50-person threshold, you have to have 2 exits, as an example.
There's everything in that fire and safety.
I was thinking of more.
I was thinking like
All the
They're always
time.
thinking of more.
There's everything in there.
They think about things to change about them.
Yeah. All right, so what, we want to do everything conditional and then ask Brett and Jason to come up with a set of conditions for us to discuss? Does that sound good at the next meeting?
Yep.
Does that sound good? Check, yep. Kevin?
Good for me. Good.
Yes.
What's a workshop? Can you accept like official comment from the ZBA?
For this?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, yeah. Official comments from you are always welcome. I was getting ready to send everything to you, actually.
Well, that's fine. So David Mertz, CBA Chair. I would recommend, like, if you go through the ordinances, it lists out by zone, what's a permitted use,
Right.
then what's a conditional use, and what's anything else is prohibited. But it tells you specifically, like, one of them's like a small store or a funeral home. And then it also lists out the conditions, which are, they're not specific to a certain type, they're just they're just in general for a conditional use. So I think there may be some benefit just to get for maybe your next workshop or next meeting an outline of what's permitted and what's conditional, and then specifically what, if it's conditional, what the criteria it needs to meet. And then you can maybe see how banquet hall best fits into that. Because I hear what you're saying, but when you're talking about conditional with all these special conditions for banquet halls, that's outside the scope of what we currently see in the ordinances. It's a
Right.
conditional use with a specific set of 7 or 10 criteria.
So are you saying what it should have is like, to start off with, is what constitutes a conditional use as far as what's not as suppose what is prohibited?
Or whether, even if it's just allowed. I think there can be some benefit to say, to look at the ordinance and says, okay, I see in the rural district, it's allowed to have a funeral home, it's allowed to have a convenience store, or potentially, it's a conditional use to have a convenience store, a conditional use to have a funeral home, so that you have some sort of measure to see how does a banquet hall measure up to what's currently allowed or
Oh, I
what's
see what you're
currently
saying.
conditioned. And then with that, what are the conditions that go with it? Because, if we see portable restrooms, one of the conditions is everything, it needs to be confined within the building itself. So a portable restroom, that's outside the building. So, we as the ZBA would have to look at this and say, you can't have portable restrooms. That couldn't be a part of the condition. So just a suggestion anyways, because.
No, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, just to be.
It makes your job
fair,
easier.
different.
We don't have to reinvent the wheel, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'd imagine it'd be similar to our other performance standards for like solar, where there's specific standards that are only applicable to solar. So I think that'd be another appropriate place to kind of place those specific standards in there as well, too, so.
Okay. What else you got, Jackie?
I think that was it.
So we've got the banquet hall. Hopefully we'll get the short-term rental and marijuana done next meeting.
Let's do it.
If all goes well. And I think that's it, right? Anything else?
So you want no public comment on this, and you're gonna wait another month and a half so we can comment on what you come up with. You don't want to take any of this public comment going into your executive session?
That's correct.
Based on what you published?
That's correct. It's already been tabled.
I understand, but I think that's a mistake. There's people here that don't comment on it.
You are entitled to think that. Any other, anything else?
Good.
Looking for one more motion?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Done.
Protect those, as Peter said earlier. When you put 14 or 15 people in a 3-bedroom house with 1 bathroom for $5,000 a week and the septic system starts to be overworked, it's not helping anyone. So that's on the agenda to deal with this year in this budget, with the select board. So to deal with that septic system that was mentioned earlier, along with the communications. And then one of the things I started to talk to the chief about is I have a huge fear about forest fires in this town. When I was chief, we flew over the town and we could see very few of the roads in this town. The trees all hang over. And it's beautiful from the air. It's beautiful to live here. But we've had an ice storm, and now probably the biggest issue that we deal with is wind damage, both with CMP and all the forest, and we're heavily forest. And so I wouldn't mind having a combination of code enforcement's mapping with private roads and a grid with the fire department for purposes of fire stops, and a way to get in and have it mapped out as part of the emergency management program. Because I think it's just a matter of time.
This is thank you both for raising these ideas. I think this is a really good discussion, and welcome others to jump in here too. I'm hearing sort of an emphasis on communication, both radio, and also it brings up for me thinking about what are the other sort of informal networks and ways that people connect with their neighbors, or have other sort of social networks in place that can be communication pathways should cell phones not work, that there can be creative means of going about this that both lean on the resources, the staff capacity, and the infrastructure that the town has, and also what exists outside of the town in ways that people connect and share information with each other. And then your thought on sort of like just even thinking broader about emergency management protocols and plans and response plans for different types of hazards could be interesting to prepare for and do some thinking on in a geospatial way, and also an assessment of what is already happening now, knowing that these storms are becoming more frequent and more intense over time. So this is all great information. Does it bring up any ideas or thoughts from other folks in the room or up on the board that you want to build upon in terms of, I think we're sort of moving, I'm happy with us just to go wherever we want in this conversation. We're touching on a couple different things. Go ahead.
But in that question about what could Raymond improve upon, 3 to 5, or even the next one, 5 to 5
Yes.
plus, is the changeover that we're likely going to have, or we are going to get, our school back. And we're talking about, and it's actually on the agenda for a little later on, but how can that be a place which could be a resource in times of emergency? So emergency shelter, emergency communication, and some of those things. So I think that's another thing that we can think about as an asset that we have that would need to be developed for that.
That's a great idea. And there are communities that are doing planning for resilience hubs that both operate in times of response, so as warming and cooling shelters, but then what could they be in the interim time to help build community relationships, some of those bonds, and also provide resources, whether that's around food, programming, just to think holistically about what's the highest use of that. So let's follow along and figure out how that fits into this work as well. Thank you for raising it.
Sir?
Hi there, I'm Matt. I'm the executive director at Luneco Land Trust, not a Raymond resident, but representing an organization that serves the town of Raymond, is also a landowner and a taxpayer. So great to be here. One of the things I just wanted to bring up, and this is something that we're working across the lake region on, is identifying where there are land use patterns that are not aligned with the community vision, and especially thinking about climate resilience as well. So thinking about where current land use ordinances, codes might support things like sprawl development, habitat and ecosystem fragmentation, and also require more infrastructure or have a need for more infrastructure like roads, culverts, the types of things that we know are vulnerable in our changing climate. So it's great to see in the comp plan the emphasis on the designated growth areas, both the East Raymond and the 302 designated growth area. So perhaps an opportunity for improvement could be thinking about what truly is the vision for those growth areas. What might the future look like for those places that could accommodate places for people to live, places for people to work, and focusing that growth in an area that is less infrastructure intense and also does not lead to the type of sprawl that I don't think anyone likes to see and disrupts the ecosystem functions that we rely on, such as our lakes, our water quality, and our terrestrial habitats as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Matt.
Thanks for the work that you're doing on that. There are a lot of eligible actions through the grant that focus on improving or enhancing, updating, reviewing land use ordinances, perhaps to align with open space priorities, identify high priority lands, integrate green infrastructure and low impact development, especially into subdivision regulations, and think about what can smart growth look like. So would love to keep talking about this item and see that it connects to the comp plan, but also some bigger visioning. So I'm really glad you raised it. And I hope that we'll sort of tease out some of the details there in the future.
Frank?
Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road again. One of my other capacities, I'm the president of the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And I met with Joe last week talking about some issues that we had in common. And one of them was that we have just put a new small kitchen in the museum, and we have quite an open space here. We also have a small school, a one-room schoolhouse, and we have heat pumps in both of them. And one of the things I think we need to look at for both Raymond and Casco, because we are the Raymond Casco Historical Society, is a cooling spot. We don't have a cooling spot, either in Raymond or Casco, when we begin to get the 90-plus days. Now, a lot of us are thinking that, well, that only happens twice in a lifetime. But I noticed on the weather tonight that they're predicting next Tuesday it could be as high as 95 again. And we do have a number of people in both Raymond and Casco that could use this type of service. So I think we really ought to look at how we can get that set up for now. Brian brought up the idea of taking over the Jordan Small School again. Well, that won't happen until at least the fall of '27, and it will be the year 2030 before we probably will be able to use that building. So we're talking 5 years down the road. But that's part of that whole climate piece that I think we really need to be looking at, and sooner than later.
Thank you, Frank. Grace? And then you.
All set?
Yeah.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. So at the risk of repeating what others have said, I just want to emphasize communication. It's been an ongoing concern, I would say, in a number of ways, but certainly about these particular items, that's really, really important. And what ties in with that is education. Education about these issues, education about how you can make places safer, how you should be removing I forget what the term was that Chris just used, but in terms of fire prevention, getting the debris off from around your homes, and et cetera, and helping with that. And tied in with that, every time I pull out of my driveway, I think about the tree that's across the road that already lost large limbs and blocked the road for quite a while, and it was cleaned up fairly quickly after that storm, but it could have fallen in the other direction on the home that's there. And so things like that people may not be aware of. In fact, I'm worried now about the next windstorm about trees around my own home, but that's something that, just education about those types of things. So it's not just the fire aspect of that, but also just damage to structures that people may not be thinking about until it's too late. And tied in with a lot of these things, yes, there are some things in the works in terms of ordinances, but we've had a lot of discussion about enforcement of ordinances, and that is something that really needs improvement upon as well. And no fault of anybody in the town, it's a question of having the sufficient staff for monitoring things and being able to actually see that people know about ordinances. Again, back to education and communication, and understand the importance of following things, especially when I hear any of the folks from our public safety talk, the folks from our fire department talk about some of the concerns. It really is important that people have the knowledge that they need in order to keep our community as safe as possible. And I'm just going to put one more thing in there, because I really would like to see that recycling committee revived and really have the support that's needed to inform people, educate people about recycling, about composting. We could be doing a whole lot more on that front, and maybe it's not in the top 5 in terms of like fire prevention and flooding and whatever, but it certainly is a piece of all of this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up question while you're still there? And also, these are all great ideas, so I really appreciate you raising them. A question for you and others too may be, where do you go right now for communication? What would better communication look like, so we can think about what are those sort of next steps, interim or long-term improvements, and where are trusted sources for information? Because I think that would help us think about developing that out into a larger idea.
Long ago, we had a newsletter that got mailed to every home, every residence in the town that was supported. It was before we were part of the RSU, and I'm not sure exactly how it was done, because it was some school personnel that did it. Didn't have anything for a long time. There was supposed to be an online newsletter you could sign up for. I signed up for it twice. I never got anything, so I don't know if that would work for people. Now we have every once a month, I think it is, the 2-page spread in the weekly paper, which we don't always get in a timely fashion, so that adds to the problem with communication. So really that is something for us to look at, a way that the town is supporting better communication for all. What I've been told for the last several years whenever I brought things up is, well, it's posted on the website. So I have been routinely, probably pretty obvious from some of the comments I've made recently, looking at the website, looking at the calendar. Is it posted yet? Is there an agenda yet? Is there whatever? I printed out the stuff for tonight. But again, having a better timeline for that so people are informed. I don't know how many people know about this tonight. It wasn't posted very quickly. And again, you can tell from the turnout that maybe not too many were aware of it. So I'm hoping there's more opportunity for folks to, and again, no fault on anyone. I know people are busy. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing, which I'm sure it does, but I think we need to do better in order to be sure our community is engaged in all this. It's just too important. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I know that I'm from the town of Yarmouth, and we use Facebook a lot. Do you guys have a community Facebook group that is used frequently for?
If you want to sell something, I think people use that for that. I haven't seen anything myself, and I don't go on there a lot myself. So I don't know that would help a lot, but I think multiple means, somebody said it before, having multiple ways that people know that they will be receiving information and don't have to go looking for it. I think that's the key. Some way that it is getting sent out. Maybe there can be another attempt at an online sign up for the newsletter and get it in your email if you want it, but also to have some way of having Facebook, having just notifications. Something's been posted on the website, things like that. I know that it was mentioned that even the website itself is being looked at and doing some revisions there so people can see things more readily. But multiple means definitely are needed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kayla, but Joe might say that the Recreation has a Facebook that's up and running. Kayla, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just looking at the time and want to make sure that I got in some of the things that I wanted to say. First, I really want to thank John Rand and Brian Walker for taking the bull by the horns in the initiative on this. And I'd like to thank North Star Planning for sticking with us in their continued partnership. Joining the Community Resilience Partnership is just one of the many steps that Raymond can take to prepare and improve the lives of our citizens. The strategies for actions closely mirror and touch on all 5 listed priority goals and actions of the current draft comprehensive plan. Building a resilient Raymond, protecting the natural and water resources, invest in road improvements, prioritizing walking and biking, and then to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So based on that and looking at the activity and strategies for action, some of the thoughts that I had on how could Raymond improve in the short term, in the 3 to 5 years mark, is examine our fee structure and offer incentives for eco-friendly features in new builds. I think we should also be exploring solar options for town buildings and then increasing from R1 to many more community gardens around town.
Thank you so much. Those are great ideas, well aligned, and thanks for your words. I recognize the time too. I welcome folks who haven't stepped up and offered thoughts if they have them on this first half, and then we can just do a quick round or any last thoughts on the second page, which asks for like priority areas. If there's anything that's really bubbling to the top, that's a burning idea that we haven't discussed already, to invite that comment, but I want to be respectful of the big rest of the meeting that you all have. And please come on up. Yeah.
Debbie Tar, Age Friendly Raymond. I'll be quick, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the communication and the need of a shelter for, we ran into that a year ago, April, with our senior center was in the dark for 5 days and nobody really knew about it. And, kind of a combination between the cooling and the shelter, it's really important for them. And they also had a sprinkler pipe break, and then the whole concept of having a dog, and you can't go to the microhotel with a dog. And so there are so many different aspects you got to think about. And we've talked, that disaster preparedness, is really top on our list, and having a place. And like they say, when Jordan Small won't be available for years, and hopefully they'll have a generator so that we can have a shelter there.
Great, thank you. And I think anything that we would recommend or do in this work would build upon conversations that have already happened. So I appreciate you raising what's either experiences or ideas that have already bubbled up, considerations that are on your mind. So thank you very much. Just to turn to the second page of this worksheet, on the top are 8 areas. These align pretty well with how the state is identifying eligible grants projects and ideas. They've changed their structure for this coming grant cycle from 8 to 7, but they are still largely the same ideas that are noted here. I'll share that I've been hearing climate-ready infrastructure come up, environmental protection emerge, both sort of, I'm really intrigued in your idea around fee structures, or just thinking about how do we use land use practices and incentivize proper best management practices. So that's really interesting. Healthy and resilient people, thinking about those warning systems, cooling centers, education and community engagement. So how do we just make sure that people are aware of either what they can do, what they should be planning for? I think it'd be neat to think both on a property level, at a neighborhood scale, and at a town level. There are different nested points of action, so getting information out there. Municipal building upgrades. So there are a couple here that I think that we've touched on. I'm curious if there are any action areas that seem to be the priorities or a specific action. And then knowing that the Historical Society partners with Casco, are there other places where collaboration with a town would make sense, because that provides access to additional grant funding. So welcome thoughts on any of those ideas. If this box helps you identify what are the top 3. Please.
That's okay.
Go, yeah.
Sorry.
I like it.
I had written down some thoughts.
Good.
So for 3 action areas, just off the top of my head, I was thinking that EV chargers are a little bit more around town. They're sort of a low-hanging fruit, and there's more incentives that we could maybe even combine with grant funding. My thoughts were sort of Veterans Park or Raymond Beach, a place that's a little bit more central. I know that we have the charger here at Town Hall.
Yeah.
Do we? And we don't have one at the fire department, right? Which I don't think. I wouldn't want to do that anyway because of traffic, but so that was just something I was thinking. I already mentioned this, community garden, so adding the availability of local food. Yeah. Again, I think that's another low-hanging fruit and something that's sort of easy to grasp and attain. And I also think that weatherization and solar, looking into that for town use, is also another sort of easy thing to grasp a hold of. As far as actions with collaboration with neighboring towns, I first went to land acquisition efforts, just because environmental protections cross town borders and habitats cross town borders. And I think that we could work, we could identify areas that border with other towns and work with them to acquire land and commit that to natural resources.
Awesome. Thank you. That's great. And maybe a question I have that I haven't heard, but I know is in the comp plan, is thinking about public access and whether easements, it could be at a broader regional scale, but also individual parcels. If that feels important to folks, I don't know if we've heard that specifically, but would welcome thoughts on that too.
That is definitely in our comprehensive plan, is to protect easements and add additional easements for public access. And I think that that sort of goes along with the land acquisition efforts. I think it's really important that the town work hard to identify areas that we could acquire or maybe petition people to donate.
Super. Great. Thank you.
Matt?
You know, conservation easements come up, and of course the land trust person has to say something. But I just wanted to mention, as it relates to that, just for awareness, that the town of Casco, your neighbor to the north, is embarking actually this week on an open space plan that's being facilitated by consultants based in New Hampshire. So the opportunity to think about collaboration in terms of broader natural resource protection, open space planning, etc., could be ripe. So just wanted to make you all aware that the Casco is also thinking about that exact concern about public access, land acquisition, conservation, generally speaking. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, not necessarily with grant projects, but just in general, and something that has been visited, and I believe it's germane to this conversation because it, in my opinion, it could be revisited or should be, is environmental impact fees that are built into our land use ordinance that are used with discrimination, but specifically the emphasis being on environmental impacts.
Great. Thank you very much. I think I'm hearing that a couple times, and we could think again holistically about how that might fit into both sort of enhancing and strengthening regulations and also connecting to funding best management practices more holistically. So that's great.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to expand on what Peter said. I brought this up several months ago, impact fees, and I think that's what Peter's referring to, that if we have somebody coming into town to do business or build something, that the impact fees could be generated to help with this kind of resilience planning, whether it's for whatever we decide, but impact fees would be a way to generate the funds, and then those impact fees can be used to take care of some of these actions.
Great.
Whether it's environmental protection or whatever it is.
Is your thought to set it aside for that particular thing rather than just the general fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything we haven't asked that feels really important to share with us, or final ideas on some of these priority action areas? This has been such a generative and really thorough, informative conversation, so thank you all for what you've shared so far. But I just want to offer another round in case there's last ideas.
John.
Real quick, John Rand, 20 Dryadwoods Road. Excellent input from everybody here. Thank you for all that competent knowledge. What comes to mind is hopefully a vision that we could get $75,000 of help from the state of Maine before it goes away, or before some other town grabs it. And that's not a whole lot of dough. And there's some hard infrastructure items here, like big culverts that could chew up $30,000 in a swipe. There's plenty of great planning ideas that we need, that we could invest in Skylar, and
North Star.
And
yeah.
North Star,
Yep.
certainly, and that has huge value. And I'd love to see both of those pieces. And then I'm thinking that it would be great to try to save some of the money to help fertilize other groups to do stuff on the list so that we don't have to chew up our funds on that. And maybe that's other committees that, and maybe the poor folks that'll all be volunteers, and probably most of them are in this room, that would end up doing that stuff. Thinking about more gardens, I know just where to go for that. So that's my thinking. It would be great to, I think, have a nice mix of some good hard infrastructure, some good planning as a significant portion of our investment, but then hopefully, spending some of the money to try to mobilize other groups to help get the other things on here done that we want to do.
Thank you. I really appreciate those ideas, and it brings up just a couple thoughts. One is that, so we actually are working with the City of Bath right now. They received an action grant to help. They developed a climate action plan last year, and we are working specifically with them on a outreach and education campaign, and then setting up like a governance of the plan itself so that there are people in place to help implement the plan, recognizing that the town is very strapped on capacity. So I think that hearing you sort of elevate the need to fertilize these different groups, there are people who are starting to do this work. There could be committees that we set up, or just a governance system that can help sustain this work moving forward. That's something that we've started to see across the board. So I really appreciate you raising that. And then just on the infrastructure, to note that the Community Resilience Partnership really focuses on planning, design, and engineering, and then you would look to other state pots of funding that are larger to actually do the construction implementation. So that's sort of how we see this grant fitting into that sort of continuum of actions that need to happen related to climate-ready infrastructure. Awesome. Anything else?
Going to John's statement, what I'm hearing is there's a whole planning process. What can the board of the town do? I mean, do we start with a committee to start the process so that we can move relatively quickly towards the funds of $75,000? Because it sounds like it's going to be 6 months or a year down the road, as opposed to, I mean, we have a very active group of people that are very involved in the community. So what's the next step for us to take besides keeping you on board with another grant?
The next step, so first is to approve have the resolution at the next select board meeting, and then provide us with the enrollment materials. These are sort of logistics to get enrolled in the program. Then we'll work on writing that grant application over the next 2 months. And I think it would probably be, maybe they would be approved at the end of the year, early next year, for I think up to 18 months. So let's do some real thinking about how to write it in such a way that integrates these priorities, maybe allows some flexibility that we know we want to set up a committee. We can do the work in the grant itself if it's funded to actually figure out who needs to be on that committee, what their charge is, but we could sort of say this is a priority and this is, we are establishing this committee to do a certain number of things, but we can. That's sort of what's worked well with the Bath application was we said what the purpose of this governance group would be, how we would recruit people or figure out who needs to be on the committee, and then they would sort of, from there, would be directed as to what their charge would evolve to incorporate. So we can be strategic about how we write the application, and I know that North Star Planning has great experience as well with open space plans. So let's think about what are the town's priorities and lead with that, and then we can go from there about who's the right person to do it. And I just want to make sure that it fits what you all need first, and then hopefully we'll write it in a competitive way that it's funded, and then you can take the next steps from there.
Yeah, agreed. I agree with both Kayla and Peter when it comes to the comp plan.
Yeah.
The time and energy that went into that pretty much has resolved a lot of what this town wants. And that's why I asked what's the next step, because the energy's already been put in to what we want.
Which is huge. And I don't think this needs to reinvent the wheel. It is just building upon what you all have established and the work that has happened to date, and trying to, I love your idea, like fertilize, put resources to what those priorities are. And the partners, whether at a land trust or H-Friendly, that are that are doing that work and are established organizations to seed them and resource them as partners in this work. So there are a lot. I think the hard part will be choosing what we use this application for, but we can try to think about other funding means or ways that you can continue if anything doesn't fit into that grant. The hope is that it's sort of compelling as a story of what we package all together, so we can see what, if anything falls out, where could it fall to, and how do we maintain the momentum.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Terrific.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you, guys.
That was excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I did. I kept looking for hands up.
You can either get this or you can keep them. Yes.
Yeah, and the QR code that
You're all set with the laptop.
It's well, the problem is to be sick.
How are you?
We don't vote in executive session, and all we're doing is going over the situation that just brought up last time.
Oh, yeah, you can vote in executive.
So I'm just, we're not gonna, no, we don't vote in executive session.
Well, no, go back, look at the record. That's okay. I agree with you. You should not vote.
He can sit in the other end of the room if you want.
I think any more input's better. I'm just trying to think, it's at the very end of the meeting, everyone can leave and we can meet right here anyway. I'd say, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
When I say we voted in executive session, you don't vote. We have said, everybody agree with that? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
actually, I looked at the bylaws about executive session, and we can take an informal vote. We can actually take an informal vote.
We do.
We were told we can't vote, but, anyway, the mics are on. Move to the next one. Joe, while they're talking and everything, discussion of community events and how to implement them.
Yeah, those, I think was discussed about the last meeting, Founder's Day. Put on there, we can table that for.
Let's do that.
Yeah, because.
And we're going to continue the meeting, just so everyone knows. Hello? We're going to keep moving. And I'm going to entertain a motion to table the current community events right now, just because of we're actually going to be talking about the school and some other things here. So I think, and plus we just talked about a lot in this presentation with our community and what we'd like. So if someone would like to table to the next meeting?
I don't mind making a motion for that, but we have to wait, I think.
Yep, I just making, well, yeah, he'd be right out here in a second. I'm just saying from a point of view of keep moving it going. This was excellent, by the way, and I really appreciate everyone's input. It's the only way we're going to move forward is to hear a variety of what's needed and opinions on moving forward. We have to wait for Sam to come back. Unless, Joe, you want to...
It's a quorum of 3.
Yes.
You can vote to table without him.
Okay. We can, but the next one's going to take his, let's do that. Let's just move forward with tabling it, because I'm sure he's going to want to keep moving it.
Make a motion to table the discussion, the additional workshop piece of discussion on community events and how to implement them.
I'll give you a second on that.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So the new business we talked about in the workshop, which is the resignation of Chris from the Budget Committee to this, when he was elected to the Select Board. And if anyone didn't hear this, from what we can tell, he was the first town employee to be elected to the Select Board, which I think is historic and pretty cool, from a perspective of someone who has the background and knowledge of what we just went through for the last 3 years. And so with that in mind, we had talked, the process is going to be such that, and we'll make it an motion, but I want to explain it, that we're going to accept his resignation due to his election. We're going to then make a motion to post it to the public for a 30-day notice. Anyone that's interested in replacing or filling in that vacancy for a 1-year term, or actually not even a 1-year term, up until June of next year, when there's a general election for two positions on the Select Board in a last year of that position. And the people that are interested, citizens that may be interested in that situation, that position, I'm sorry, will submit it to the Budget Committee for their consideration. They will then bring it back to the Select Board with their recommendation for who they think is best qualified or best fit for the Budget Committee. Did I miss anything? And then at that stage, it'll be on the next agenda after that. Correct? Is that how we all work? So it's basically, when it comes back to us, they will have told us it'll be posted, but we won't know who the people are who was recommended, so that'll have to come to the meeting. So it's really basically 2 months away. The second month, it'll be the August meeting. I mean, the September's meeting, not the August.
Right.
There you go.
I'll be talking with Chair Lockwood about
Yes.
August 20th, about
Yes.
looking at applications, choosing a candidate.
And it'll be all facilitated through the town manager, not us. Our hands will be off on it until it comes to us in the September meeting. And if someone would like to make that a much more intelligent motion, one we vote to accept, though, the resignation.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the resignation of Chris Hansen from the Budget Finance Committee
Due to his election.
due to his election to the Select Board.
Does second, Sam?
Yeah.
No, okay. Any discussion? All in favor? And then the next half will be to post.
I think that, I don't know
To
if
do
we
it
have to
alone?
vote on that. I think that's just,
Just because that's in the
Yeah.
ordinances, I think we can just move forward with that,
Okay.
right? Without a motion?
Yeah, you would ask.
So it'd be action item, yeah. The action item is to post that for at least 30 days and collect that, give it to the Budget Finance Committee to make a choice of candidate.
Joe and I had talked about this, town manager and I had talked about this. One thing that he recommended is some of these things that we just assigned to the clerk, the clerk or the town manager, be a motion, so that makes the minutes. And so people see when they read the minutes that it's part of what happened. And I don't know if it's necessary this time around, but that's the only thing that I thought we're going to try to do a little bit more of. Instead of just assigning a task, we'd make a motion that the town manager or the clerk does this, and then it shows up in the minutes and people know a little bit more. So, I mean, it's just something we talked about, so and that's the only reason I was saying it. But we can move right on, and we can do it from now on. Anyway.
Mr. Chair, right?
Yep, sure. Peter?
Really just ask a question. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So just as far as, has there been any consideration or conversation with the chief code enforcement officer in town now, as far as does he feel there's going to be, because we're here in 60, 90 days, is he going to need any temporary support during that time? Is there any provision to help him out as far as?
Sorry, Peter. So Jay's the new CEO, and then Chris is back to his assistant code enforcement officer.
Yeah,
position,
we're talking about the Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
vacancy created. Chris is not resigning from the town's position.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Well, this is a layover of the last meeting, and we've been working through.
Chris didn't know he resigned, I guess.
Too many hats.
Well, actually, what we're really trying to do is make it a little bit more transparent in both writing in the minutes as well as the actions we're discussing to move forward with. That's all. And it's all kind of new. As you guys know, I'm 1 year in 1 month and 2 new people, although Chris has got the background, and certainly Kayla knows. So with that said, we're trying really hard to work our way through it and try to change as we go, as little as possible, but make it better. And I'm going to turn the next one over to the town manager for the process on the consideration of warrant a special town meeting to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Just before that, did you want to move the liquor license up so Billy could?
I didn't see him come in.
It's not in here? Okay.
No. Oh, is he on Zoom? No, I don't see him.
Okay.
I would have, and I thank you for reminding me because I might have forgotten.
That's
I
all right.
looked around and didn't see him. So we're back on 3B.
So we're back on 3B. So yep, so this is to vote in the comprehensive plan that is currently in draft form for a special town meeting on August 12th, 2025. So we will, if you guys want to move forward with motion that to secure that, and we have a warrant, special town meeting warrant to sign afterwards.
Is there a motion to move with it?
I'll make a motion
For the special town meeting.
to approve a special town meeting of August 12th, 2025, to choose a moderator and also ask the town if they wish to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Moving forward. Thank you, Joe. Next thing on the agenda is the Vision Committee presentation regarding Jordan. I missed something?
No, I will move over. Oh, yes.
Oh, we'll hand it, yeah. Hand it down.
Sam's got that. I'm going to move over to the presentation area.
Thank you, Mel.
Is that it?
I have a question, Joe.
Please.
Is this presentation what that young man was working on earlier?
This was to get into the presentation. So now that we
Gentleman
are,
was on the phone, was dealing with this when I went over.
now that we are in, and of course they changed, with the update, they changed the layout, so I'm trying to figure out how to present this.
What we're about to see.
Yeah.
He was working on the computer.
Yeah, there we go.
All right,
sign that
so
warrant?
can that be seen from the
Did you sign the warrant?
video? Perfect.
Did one come up? Did I sign?
Didn't he hand you something?
And I do have Grace and Lori and Sue here, part of the committee, if there's any questions. But I was asked to present because Peter is working at a camp this week, so we'll present this. So this is a presentation on the JSMS Visions Committee work that they've completed. The committee presentation of charge was from April 14th, 2025 to June 16th, 2025.
Yeah, there you go.
So a little bit of the introduction. The report was developed based on the work completed by the JSMS Vision Committee from conception to conclusion with a successful handoff to the Select Board, who in turn will hand it off to the JSMS Build and Development Committee. So that would be the next phase. So this was the initial phase. The conception of this, the charge of the JSMS Vision Committee was coming up with the conceptual ideas on how the Jordan Small Middle School building could be used when it is given back to the town of Raymond, tentatively scheduled for August of 2027. Looking at uses over the next 10 to 15 years, this committee will not be taking into account the feasibility nor cost These will be for a subsequent committee, which will be made up of people with expertise such as engineers, builders, tech, finance, etc., and will report recommendations to the select board. So that was the general charge of this committee. And after the applicants were chosen, we have Peter Lockwood, the chair, Lori Wallace was our secretary, Sue Accardi, Deborah Clark, Kayla Gonzalez, Grace Levitt, Debbie Tarr from Age Friendly Raymond, Richard Dow, Raymond Village Library, Mel Fernald, Town Clerk, Nathan White, Public Works, and myself, Town Manager. That was our committee. Thank you to everyone who sat on that committee. The mission statement for the JSMS Vision Committee, so this was kind of encompassing the overarching plan of why we're doing this. The Vision Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan, and input from the community and town departments, including library, parks, and recreation town office. So that's kind of the broad overview of our mission. We looked back at the comprehensive plan survey results. When asked about the future uses of JSMS building, this was what was presented. Number one, community center with 303 results, recreation with 258 results, third, library with 171 results, 4, town hall, 139 results, and 5, daycare with 104 results. We thought this was a great indication of kind of the pulse of where the town wanted to see this building. This was done during it was open for anyone, but it was during one of our basketball days at Jordan Small. So we captured a bunch of young families and grandparents coming in and a bunch of people. So this was something that was created, a vision and mission for the Raymond Community Center. So the committee felt it good to have two different separate statements here. So the vision for the Raymond Community Center: residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. And then the mission for the Raymond Community Center: the Raymond Community Center will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting space, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. Specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan. So that's kind of the overarching themes that we would like to see in that community center. Summary and recommendation. This is a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that the first and foremost JSMS should be a community center. With that, we also recommend that the Parks and Recreation, the library, and the Town Hall offices should be moved to the new refurbished JSMS building. The committee thought it'd be good to have a clear, defined message for the next committee to come in and decide what to do, but this was what was determined by the end of the committee's findings. Any questions up to this point? Okay. Also, the committee did tours of community buildings. So April 22nd, we met with Bill Hansen. He's the facilities director of RHU 14, and he took us behind the scenes of Jordan Small Middle School. So we got to see a bunch of the oil tank, fuel tank, water heaters, networks. It was in depth. It was great to see the inner workings, and the school is in really good shape. We then decided to take some tours of other municipal office facilities that we have. So we visited on April 28th, took the minibus and went down to Town Hall, built the District 1, East Raymond Library, East Raymond Library, Raymond Village Community Church, Safety Building, District 2 Village, District 2 Village, Raymond Public Safety Building. So we toured all those buildings to see what is currently being used for municipal facilities. April 30th, we took a in-depth tour of Gorham Municipal Center. So that was with Sydney Hazelton, the Parks and Rec Director, but they had a similar I guess, situation that we're in where a school building became vacant and they moved their offices in there. They then developed in phases the superintendent's office, code enforcement office, clerk's office, and town meeting chambers. So we got to see that, and it was a good way to see over the 20 years how they got to that point. May 9th, the committee went to Westbrook Community Center to visit with Greg Post, Director of Parks and Recreation there. That is a school that has been transferred into community center and other, I guess, rental possibilities and outside organizations using it. So not a full-fledged municipal facility like was proposed for our committee, but still a good vision of how they got to that point. May 12th, the second tour of JSMS for those who could not attend, April 22nd. And then the Wyndham Middle School Development Committee, our chair, Pete Lockwood, talked with Barry Tibbetts, the Wyndham Town Manager, about their similar trajectory into their middle school that will be vacant as well. So Peter got some good information out of that. The next part was the information gathering. We gathered wish list and floor plans. We got wish lists from the library, technology, town hall, code enforcement, and parks and recreation. So this was kind of looking at the footprint and put in the bells and whistles, everything that you could imagine that you would want to fit in there, with no limitations. So what Peter did and the board, the committee, they took what is currently being used for square footage for the department facilities and then kind of compared it to the wish list with the building square footage. So you see the broadcast studio, we have a current square footage of 1,468. And then with what they put in their wish list, it'd be 270, I can't, sorry guys, 2,752 square feet. So library is 2,609 current, and then with the wish list was 13,426, but with an asterisk, which is also could be used multi-departmental use. So that 13,000 could be probably divvied up in a few other departments as well, as far as the possible use. Parks and Recreation, our current square footage is kind of various. Right now we're leasing out the Raymond Village Church, and then most of our other facilities are outdoor. So there's no clear square footage on that, but with what we put down, there'd be 8,542 with just the kind of the possible daycare, child care, offices, stuff like that. And then you include the gym, which is 8,800 square feet. So combined roughly over 16,000 square feet. Then there's community space, kind of unknown, and then with the wish list was 3,000 square footage of possible use. And then there's the basement and unclaimed. So in total, with the gym, Jordan Small Middle School's roughly 40,000 square feet of usable space. So again, I think it was a good kind of study on what we currently have versus what could potentially be put into that facility. Information gathering continued. The floor plans were broken out for the departments of what is currently being used for facilities, and then wish list was given to the Jordan Small Committee based on surveying their patrons and department needs. So a lot of the surveys were put out as well, one with the library, one with Parks and Rec, kind of gathering what their constituents might want to see in there. So this was kind of the breakdown of those numbers. So with a square footage breakdown of what is currently town hall, not up to date as far as where those walls are and everything like that. It's kind of been reconfigured, but there is Nathan went in and measured everything out, and Melissa put it into kind of a key to look at all the current spaces for departments in there. This was a master kind of vision with the committee where multiple uses where that list was given of what they wanted to go into was put into this drawn and kind of overlapped and color coded So it's probably hard to see right now. Maybe on a computer it can be blown up and kind of broken down, but we found a lot of multi-use, kind of multi-departmental use for areas and things like that. So that was just a general kind of rough where to put departments and what their wish list was. This was a brainstorming list that was created, and then a prioritization was kind of voted on with the committee. So with that, it was kind of prioritized high, medium, low. Again, it's kind of hard to judge priority, but I think it was kind of based off what those survey results were and kind of discussions with the department heads on where they would like to see things. So that was a list. Peter then organized it kind of by priority and kind of gave some notes of what those ideas were.
Can I ask a question on this?
Yeah, of course.
Do these numbers line up with these room numbers?
No, and
So-
even the priority it's just kind of roughed in. So yeah, no correlation. There is some crossover though. Of course, like I think the medical closet I think is in there in that wish list, but not everything is kind of coded to that map.
I'm sure that the next level, they'll number all the rooms so that when they talk about taking a wall out, it'll be between 1 and 2 or 5 and 8 or whatever, just to make it easier for people to.
Right.
I like this. I think this is great. I just was wondering if the numbers were associated.
Yeah, we didn't get that far into the details.
Thank you. I like it.
So there's some of our summary and recommendations from the committee. As a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that a couple of people from this committee should also be included in the Building Development Committee in order to act as liaisons to assist with continuity from this committee to the next and to help explain the vision they created. Another key summary that they want to express was a more focused survey of the community's needs of the items listed from the priorities list. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that an extensive town survey should be developed and presented to the people of Raymond. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that the current Raymond Village Library, if it becomes vacant, then it could become the new home for the food pantry, medical closet, possibly a thrift shop. Close proximity to the village center is preferred and is located adjacent to the community garden, where excess produce could be donated to the food pantry. I think a recurrent theme was with these vacant municipal facilities is kind of repurposing them for maybe some of these other needs as well that might not fit into the Jordan Small building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that if the current town hall becomes vacant, that the building could be used for overflow for community center ideas that do not physically fit within the existing JSMS building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that once the current broadcast studio is vacant, that this building should be removed. It has served the purpose originally intended. It has outlived its usefulness. This could be also upgraded for parking, or parking to different areas. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that existing artwork created by the students and faculty should be retained as part of the history of the Jordan Small Middle School. And then business incubators, a model to help startup companies and entrepreneurs. The building could employ the business incubator model, generate revenue for space rentals and for developing Raymond-based businesses. So those are some of the summary recommendations, and there's a few more. The JSMS Vision Committee at its conception felt like there's a certain urgency to complete our work so that the next committee will be able to start the work hopefully with the same enthusiasm and sense of urgency. The committee recommends that the building committee begin meeting as soon as September 2025. And then the Vision Committee recommends that an information table be provided by the November vote so many of the Raymond townspeople can have an overview of the future JSMS Community Center. And then they also recommend that as the JSMS building is transformed to a community center, that promotion and marketing of the new facility and programs should be delivered to the townspeople of Raymond. So those are some of the bulleted points. And in conclusion, as the JSMS Vision Committee got underway, the enthusiasm for this project became an energy of its own. I can attest to that. It was definitely a sprint, not a marathon, within 2 months. The volunteers and staff members were engaged, and you can see the excitement as the creative juices flowed freely. Doing the tours of our existing town facilities and also the Warren Municipal Center, along with the Westbrook Community Center, inspired us with great possibilities. This new Raymond Community Center will be a great new asset to a growing and vibrant town with much to offer. As this project develops, it is with pleasure that we pass along ideas and look forward to continuing this important work. So, that is the conclusion of that presentation. If we have some committee members too, if they want to answer questions.
Yeah. Thank you to all the committee members. Well done. Grace?
Thanks, Grace Levitt Road. Thank you, Joe, for going through the presentation. I just would like to emphasize a couple of things and also add one thing in that didn't occur to our committee during the months we were meeting. If you recall, it was cooler, wet weather then. And it occurred to me, was it last week? I can't remember the day, that it was 100-something degrees and we were all melting. But it's also been mentioned many times this evening here in other discussions to have a cooling center as well as part of the emergency shelter. So I just want to interject that right now before I forget it yet again. And just emphasize a couple of things, that it really was a pretty strong sentiment from the committee members that someone from this, and I'm not suggesting who it be, certainly not the person at the microphone right now, be on that next committee to help be sure that the discussions that the visioning committee had are well understood, and just kind of to help transition to the next thing, as well as to emphasize that hopefully the work gets underway with that next committee as soon as possible, because that work is the real detailed work and will take a long time. For the visioning committee that met weekly, was pretty remarkable, and the chair, Pete Lockwood, I can't thank him enough. He's got a whole notebook to pass on to the next committee with all the documentation and thoughts there too to help with that work, but to at least begin to figure out the details, because despite what was said earlier in another part of our meeting this evening, we could be using part of, if not most of that building right away once the school is done with it and has had a chance to move out of it what they're taking with them. Some of the building has been kept up, certainly by the RSU, and so many parts of that building will be ready to use right away. It won't take 3 years for some of the things that we're envisioning for that building. So the sooner that the next committee gets underway and figures out what parts do need renovation or change or whatever, and what the costs may be for any of these ideas, and what ideas the select board wants to see going forward, as well as the town, the better. I would just emphasize that. And I don't know if there's anyone else from the committee that wants to point something out as well, but it was really quite a number of good discussions that we had. So thank you again for presenting.
Progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I couldn't agree more with everything you said. I'm right on the same page, and I hope that we have comp plan committees as well as this committee. The more overlapping of committees we have in the direction of this town, the more fluidity, if that's a right word, will continue to move us forward. Kayla, you probably have, would you like to say something?
Yes. So I would really like to thank all the committee members. I found this to be a particularly interesting committee. I think your dedication really shone through. You went above and beyond, in my opinion, and I also think that Mr. Lockwood is very thorough and incredibly organized. And it's great to have the sort of volunteer group that we do have in this community, and that's evident every time I step into a room with other members. There are many possibilities for the school, and I look forward to seeing what becomes of our beloved school.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sean McKell up 84 Main Street. Just kind of curious, I wasn't able to watch all the meetings. Did the committee happen to talk about what the uses of the buildings like the library and town hall might be after the fact, or is that not something that you had covered as a visioning committee, where you're just focused on the actual school itself?
Joe or Keila? Go ahead.
Sean, I don't mind answering that, as I was actually part of that committee. So yes, they did make suggestions in the recommendations, such as if the library does become vacant, using that for a food pantry or medical closet due to its proximity to the village. just as one example.
Excellent, good. Just curious, nothing earth-shattering, just wanted to know, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay. I think, Wayne, there's no issues with the renewal license, and I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that says the owner has to be here for us to approve the license where it's being renewed, 10, 12 years after he started. So I'll only ask Wayne if there's something that's come up or anything we should know about as a board. Other than that, I'd just soon move forward with the renewal of the license.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, we did the inspection. There's a couple of small items that we have in our report that we would ask you to have as conditions of your approval for the liquor license.
All right.
What are those? I'm not sure. Do we have that?
No, whenever they say minor, they usually make, it's pretty minor. So I never really make a big deal of it. They are very thorough. But Wayne, it's a good question. What is minor?
So what they had is a little bit of grease buildup in the grease hood, not enough to cause us concerns at the time of the inspection, but we did ask that they continue the weekly cleaning of the filters of the grease hood. And then the other thing was some combustible and flammables stored in the hot water heater closet that needed to be removed from that space.
Thank you. Brian?
I'm in no way, Brian Walker, Rolfe Road, I'm in no way contending Bill's menu or liquor license because he does a great job. But I did notice it said, do you have a food menu? And it says no.
The questionnaire I had questions on because it's the first time I've seen this kind of detail from the questionnaire. And I'm sure they have this on a regular basis. So Melanie could probably answer that question more than me, and I was curious. I mean,
I've had some very good lobster rolls.
Yeah.
Are we talking about
The application copy, the questions and answers?
So that is a printout from the state's new database system. That's why it looks different than it used to. It's been in effect just over a year now, so that's what you will see going forward.
And I'm sure it was new to Bill, too. Well, I looked at it and said, this is all new. I'm going to be asking, I was going to actually give you a call, but this is just an interesting thing. Wayne, who was going to say something here?
Yeah, so a comment on the question about the food. What happened at this facility is they used to have inside dining space, and now all of their dining is outside under the tent or takeout. So they have a special permit with the liquor license for the outside dining area, and because they have no inside dining, I think that's why the question was answered that way.
Thank you. And it was good to know. I mean, when I read through this, I said, this is really into some details I hadn't seen before. So thank you to Melody for explaining it. I think I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to.
I'll make a motion to approve the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch LLC pending all recommendations made by the fire department, pending that they are all addressed.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Thank you. Well, that brings us up to the public comment.
Peter Levitt to Levitt Road, just a request as far as a future agenda item, and it would be consideration or a discussion as to whether or not the town should consider rejoining the Greater Portland Council of Government. And I don't know if there's anyone on the board at this time that recalled, because we were a member, and then we weren't a member. Actually, the 2004 comprehensive plan was supported by GP-COG. They actually functioned as our advisory. I wasn't on that committee, but GP-COG actually had people available and help us with that. And I will just tell you, although North Star did an excellent job of representing and helping us out with this current draft plan, it did not come at a cheap price. And so I had mentioned at another meeting previous to this, at least a consideration, because what I have found is that some of the benefits that come from being a member of that organization, and most of the municipalities in our region are members of that organization, are the such things as assistance with planning. Interestingly enough, just 6 months ago, there was an article in the paper about 3 communities in our area that actually all belong to GP-COG, and traffic studies that were done for road safety, and those studies were funded through GP-COG getting the grants done. So when we're talking about writing grants and having grant writers, I mean, I think that that's all in the comprehensive plan as a recommendation to the town. But if I look at what it costs annually to belong to that organization, and the potential discounts and benefits and added support for the town that we get, I think it would at least be worth a discussion at this board level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Grace?
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I joked with Peter prior to the meeting that, so what is the gift that you give your wife for the 47th wedding anniversary? It's our anniversary today. An agenda to a select board meeting. But seriously, three things. Sorry, I know I've made the joke before that this is our date night, but communication about the new transportation that's going to be available. I'm not sure when that service will start. I know it was passed in the vote, and how it will be broadly communicated to the town at large as far as the availability of that. Just a question to raise. Hopefully it's in the works. I will always bring up traffic calming. I have not seen the signs that we're going to be moved around to different parts of the town that we're saying, you know, reduce your speed or whatever. I just haven't seen them, so I don't know where they may be, but I hope that they are being moved around to different parts of the town, as I believe that was stated before. And also just to alert folks, if you want to go online to the Maine Monitor, there's an excellent, very detailed, lengthy article about the new Wyndham Raymond Middle School being built, and goes into details on the funding, et cetera, that can explain it. If anybody has questions about that, it's a really good article. I would encourage people to look for that. And I'll just repeat, as I've said before, we are very fortunate to be getting that new middle school for our kids. It's going to be an amazing facility, and the timing was just really lucky that it happened when it happened. So again, it was also in the Portland Press Herald. Okay, well, I read the Maine Monitor article, but in any case, again, it's good information about that for folks that wanted to read up on anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else from the public? Frank?
Hi, Debbie Tarr, Age Friendly Raymond. I did talk to Don Libby, is it, from RTP last Thursday, and we've got the ball rolling. He's going to get the postcards made up. He's going to drop some flyers at my house, and I'll distribute them to all the businesses. And he's shooting for August 4th. to get it up and going. That's a Monday. And he also mentioned the possibility of maybe having a day to transport people for grocery shopping for free. So that's a big need in Raymond to get people to the grocery store, and if it was free, that would be wonderful. And so there are plans in the works.
Thank you, Deb. Debbie? Frank?
Frank McDermott again. The new service. I would suggest that the town's technology group make a video showing how it works. Maybe following somebody on 2 or 3 different trips so that people know exactly how to use it, how to get a hold of it, what it does, what it doesn't do. I don't think it would be that difficult to do. That way people could go online, see it, and know how the program works so that they could take advantage of it. If in fact we ever do go back to the Bridgeton-Portland bus, I would suggest the same kind of video. That you may follow 3 or 4 or 5 people who take that bus and go and do different things along the stops, whether it's in Wyndham or in Portland, or using the public transportation in Portland to get other areas. I think it would help boost the ridership if in fact we do go back to it, which I hope we do. By the way, it was a wonderful meeting tonight. You did yourselves well.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else? I'll make one comment about the public comment. I read the bylaws, and a lot of times the select board will interact with comments from the public. And actually, the bylaws say that we don't do that. We allow the public to speak. If there's questions, the town manager can answer during his presentation, or we can answer when we have our select board comments. That'll really move the process along if we're not engaging in everything that someone says in the public. So just letting you know that's what the policy says. So selectmen comments. Kayla? No. Sorry,
so I do have a little bit of a response to the GP COG. With my copious amounts of time that I've spent as an employee for the town, well, it's not copious, but with Don Willard, I should say. I know he's given me a reason several times, and I think it had to do with cost versus benefit at the time, but it's something that him and I had discussed many times over my tenure at Raymond, that's something that can be revisited on occasion to see if it is worth being a partner or a member of JPCOG and what we get out of that. So I think it's very important to always reconsider things and decisions that have been made in the past to see if they make sense at the time. I would like to say happy anniversary. Thank you for spending it with us. And then I'd also like to use my time, actually before I forget, Frank, I think that's a good idea about the video of the new service, and I'm also wondering if that's not possible, maybe having a volunteer or a buddy that is willing to take people on their first trip. Doing something new is always hard and scary. So having someone that's done it and say, look, I'll sit down with you, we'll set this up, I'll ride with you the first time or two. Just another idea, because I think that's great that you're thinking of that. So I would also like people to know a little bit of update about the RSU. At the school board's June 4th meeting, the board voted to move forward with a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones, and that joining a growing list of communities in Maine and across the nation. Back in March, I did express my support of this action to the board, where I stated my concern for the negative impact that cell phone use has on children, in addition to research that has found even taking 10 seconds to respond to a text can lead to a refocus effort of up to 20 minutes. At the Raymond Elementary School, an HVAC system is being installed, and this will provide much needed air conditioning. Middle school construction continues to be under budget and on time, with an opening date of August 2027. I know Grace has already mentioned that. Yesterday in the Portland Press Herald, there was an article highlighting the rising costs of replacing middle schools. And there's also a live video camera feed if anybody wants to see the progress. A link can be accessed on the RSU homepage.
Comments? Anything? Chris?
I have a couple. I think looking at GP Cog is a great idea. I remember several years ago when Raymond started, I think Sam was one of the committee members of the Raymond Revitalization Committee with me, and we used the services of Carolyn Paris, who was from GP Cog, and she was a great asset to help us make up brochures and bring businesses into Raymond at a time when we had an unbelievable amount of vacancies. Raymond was a ghost town, and that really helped revitalize the community and her efforts, and that organization was great help to the town of Raymond. I also think that we should take a look at Maine Municipal Association and the services that they provide. I've had some discussions with Joe about this, and I think that it's time to look at their services, what the costs are to be a member. I think we're one of only a few towns that aren't members, and the benefits are training at much reduced rates, insurance premiums that are probably better than what we have now. So I think it's something we should look at. I think the fees to be a member are much less than what I thought they were. So I think that at some meeting in the near future, we should look at that and have maybe Joe do a little...
I've been in favor of that for years.
And you know, I just think we just need a little bit of a presentation from somebody, maybe Joe, or I don't want to throw you under the bus, but it may be you, or I can help you do that, and you know, make a presentation as to, or invite them here to talk about what they offer and what services they have and what benefits the town could get.
I think that would be great.
Thank you, Chris. Actually, you probably have noticed a little difference in the tenure here, or whatever the word is, the tone, the atmosphere. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say something. I had a few people ask me questions that normally don't call me. And they asked if it was legal for Chris as an employee to be a selectman, and I said absolutely. And they asked about our vote, and I said, let me explain something. Chris Hansen would be more than competent as a chair or vice chair. Our feeling was it would put him in a compromising situation to be the boss of his boss as an employee of the town. And it's the only reason that didn't happen. You know, there's so much going on in this town, and I pretty much begged 2 years ago for both Kayla and Chris to be involved and actually get into this position, and neither one of them wanted my help. I was going to even endorse them, and Chris said point blank, we agree on a lot of things, but not on everything. I'm not going to be a yes man. I said, that's just why I want you to run. I want people in here, and you care about the community, and that's what we need, Chris. And I did the same thing with Kayla. I said, you, from the comp plan, you can be a great selectman. Both of them are probably much better at what I'm doing as chair than I would be. But the reality is 3 new people within a year. You know, new town manager, taking a look at all the policies. It's going to be long and many hours, and we've had 2 committees that have set an example for us. I think the comprehensive plan was one that I watched eagerly. And now that we have a chance to actually look at what Sam said, which is the people's agenda, I'm really excited. And I'll tell you, the first year I wasn't excited at all. And none of those 3 years on the budget committee is what I'd call vacation time. And we're hoping to move forward, and that the engagement from the citizens become more and more at these meetings. And so with that said, I'll turn it over to the town manager for his, Chris, go ahead.
I don't want you to forget the planning board and the appeals board and the other boards that have a long-standing reputation of doing great work for the town of Raymond. We have great committees. Yep. And I agree with you on the newer committees, but our existing committees do a great job.
That's well said. I wasn't trying to I absolutely love all of our committees. And we don't have vacancies. We used to have vacancies. We don't. And so, I mean, I know we're repeating a few things here, but it's an exciting time because this town is special, more special than most people know. When someone like Chris says he's in his forever home and I'm in my forever home, that's what we want, is people that are here long-term saying what's best for the town. And I think we're in that route. And it just so happens we have a new town manager, and we're hoping everything works out for all of us, or we wouldn't be up here. So, and you're right, Chris. I even said, why don't we have pictures of the boards in the annual report so that instead of names, we can actually see who our neighbors are, who are doing the work. And I hope to see the annual report be a yearbook of who we are and what we're about. And so with that last statement, I'll turn it over to Joe.
We're going to have an inspiring future here.
Thank you, Sam. I think you're right.
Everybody.
Had to follow that, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know we're giving speeches. Okay. No, it was great. Well said. So I'll go with my updates, and we can go into the next meetings and holidays and stuff like that. So start off with public safety. New Squad 38 truck is in final inspection. It'll be a final inspection at the end of the month, so that's long awaited. I think it's been a 4-year adventure for Bruce. So that's quickly coming to an end. They're excited to have that. They constructed a new room for the duty officer. Bruce just wants to thank everyone involved in helping, but especially Brian Blanchard, who took the lead coordination of that project. So that's I know he's got a lot of crew members that are taking different leads and getting projects and a bunch of things done at the firehouse. So it's great to see. Public Works, they're starting work on the 4-way intersection at Ganderbrook. So it'll be 2 weeks until they can activate those signs. So they've started that right now. Also, Public Works is going to be putting out the speed trailers out next week, so they'll be rotating that and collecting data. So it's on Nathan's schedule that he's going to rotate those and get data for us about speeding in these areas. For Parks and Rec, I'll start off with something Chair allowed me to present to everybody, and kind of tough to convey, but one of our young staff members tragically just lost her father over the weekend, and looking for anyone that might want to add support or help. Riley, our new Parks and Rec director, has some avenues if you do wish to help this young staff member. You can email her at Riley, RILEY .Sylvia, SILVIA, at raymondmaine.org. So if you email Riley, she can help kind of direct you in ways that could help this person. Also, at the end of the year, Parks and Rec does kind of a fiscal year revenues of what they brought in. That's through Tasseltop, Parks and Rec programs, everything like that. So we had another huge jump. We increased 27% in our revenues from last year. FY24, we're at $280,000, and this year closed out FY25, we're at $383,000. So we jumped up significant. That's due to Riley, adding her as assistant Parks and Rec director, adding an after-school program, and a bunch of other programs that have grown as well. And Tasseltop, of course, increasing their capacity and revenues there. So another big leap forward for Parks and Rec. That's all I have for those department updates, and we have confirmed our August 12th regular meeting.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was hoping that you would bring up some of the ideas that both Derek, Ray, and I brought to you about utilizing Tasseltop.
Oh, yes.
The last weekend and before school. Remember I said if there's any way possible we could do.
Yes.
It's a long line of Frank McDermott's been talking about Founders Day. So I talked to Derek, and Derek said he had had a conversation with the town manager, and what I proposed, I was kind of hoping you'd bring it up because it's August, coming right up. Yeah,
it's been a bunch of things kind of talked about with that. I know Founders Day is going to be a bigger, that would be
we can't do it this year, I know.
Right, but we did talk about maybe a volunteer day at Tasseltop Park where Derek can bring in some of his floats and stuff like that. So I believe he's working with Riley or Parks and Rec crew. I know we're going to quickly add a couple more staff members there as well that can help her out. So I think that's been discussed, but nothing finalized.
But the concept was we invested $500,000 in Tasseltop. And I said, why can't we have one weekend before school starts where the weekend is for town of Raymond residents and taxpayers to go down and see the work, have a community where the kids go down and play, and it's reserved just for us. And I think it's legal. We brought that up. And then I was talking to Derek, and he said, I've got a floating pickleball thing we can put up, and he was excited. He said he was going to touch base with Joe. Now, it may be short notice, but the concept is it's a facility we take care of, just like Raymond Beach, and yet many citizens haven't even been down there. And if it was a weekend, and maybe it doesn't work for this year because it's already July, but
and we still have September that we can use it as well, and that's probably an easier time, less tourists. So
the only reason I brought it up is because I was hoping that it would be on your.
Yeah, it's not on my direct radar, but I know. I think Riley and
she was sitting here, so I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask Riley if?
I actually raised it because I thought you were here to maybe talk about it. I had my fingers crossed, but.
Yeah, so pretty much one of our big community events that we're doing this year is the UCAN 5K. So that we're bringing back. It's been gone for about probably 7 years. So that's something that we're bringing back this year. So we are trying to incorporate somewhat of a community event. We're working with public safety to see kind of the logistics of that and how much parking area we can use, but we would look to hopefully have some food trucks, bounce houses, kind of make it a big community event after. And obviously you don't have to run to be a part of that. We need a ton of volunteers too for the event, so that is one thing we're looking to do. And like Joe had said with the volunteer day, we have we have almost 100 volunteers for Parks and Rec, but also maybe people who have volunteered on boards can also join in on that event. But yeah, I do like the idea of kind of like showcasing what we've done at Tasseltop, because you're right, like a lot of people haven't been down there, but so many people from other towns do go. So if that is something we wanted to incorporate this year, maybe tying that into the UCAN and maybe making that, we're moving from the UCAN to that in the afternoon kind of thing, because it's September 6th. So like Joe said, it's kind of like out of that busy season, but the community's kind of already together in the morning. So maybe we kind of move it thereafter. So that's definitely something we can look into.
Thank you.
I knew she had a plan.
Well, it was running late. I was, anyway, thank you. Sorry to interrupt the whole process.
Update, right? So we'll confirm dates for the upcoming meetings. August 12th, I'll have a regular meeting, and we'll also have the public hearing on comp plan and special town meeting to accept a comprehensive plan. So that's August 12th. September 9th be our regular meeting, and then the upcoming holiday closings will be Labor Day, which is Monday, September 1st. So we're already, town office is usually closed that day anyway.
And those are both second Tuesdays of the month?
Those are, yes, I believe those are both second Tuesdays.
Kayla?
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that I have a work conflict for September 9th.
Okay.
That's all I have.
We move it to Wednesday or the following Tuesday? It's September. Be better to move it to the following Tuesday?
I don't think you can do Wednesday because of
the bylaws.
Meeting. Yeah, there's already a meeting, I believe, on Wednesday.
Okay.
And you certainly don't have to move it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case that was a desire.
Yeah, but you can't zoom in if it's business, if it's work. Yeah. Derek?
I may or may not be able to make that same meeting, so.
I don't have a problem with moving it to the next Tuesday. We've got so much stuff going, we can put a work session in between. Chris, you have any problem if we moved it out, or
No.
you, Joe?
Let me just check the meeting calendar real quick, just to make sure.
What's the date of the next one?
It'd be the 16th.
16th of
September.
September, okay.
There's currently nothing on the 16th.
Currently nothing, okay.
16th?
Yeah, works for me.
Derek? 16th?
I believe so. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure the 16th is better than the 9th for me as well.
No. I think it's tentative, and we'll get back to you if there's any issue as we firm it up, but I like that. Would we like to put on the agenda right now for the workshop for at least finishing? Here's what I'd like to do again, is to finish up the very bylaws and policies that the select board works under, and then the vision that we talked about, which would allow each selectman to speak on perhaps what their goals are when they ran and what we're hoping to accomplish. Derek?
Yeah, is that a question?
Yeah,
for me?
if we set up a workshop between August and September, Because, or we can do it between, but I'm just thinking, it's already July 7th. Do we want to do it between July and August? Is there any dates?
I can tell you that from now until September 16th is
Crazy.
and then I just got an entire week knocked out of work from this. So,
True.
I'm more than behind.
All right, let's move it, let's have it just before the next meeting. I really think that we ought to have a meeting on the
Just have it.
bylaws and policy, even
Want
if
to do it
it's
at 5 o'clock before the
before the 9th, before the 12th?
the 12th.
There's a lot of things that we're tweaking that we know we haven't been following as a board. So is that too early?
That could be a lot on our plate for August 12th. We could
Because we have
also
a special
consider,
meeting.
we could also consider a workshop before the September 16th meeting.
I'm not opposed to doing it because we're going to be heavy in, I mean, there's a lot of Budget and Finance Committee ordinance and the changeover to try to empower. Let's do September and enjoy the summer before we go crazy. Let's have Derek, if we did a 5 o'clock before the September meeting, if it works out the 16th, would you be opposed to coming in for that hour early? And maybe we could make that select board meeting 6:30 and simply have that time to get a couple things ironed out. We've noticed, before you came on, we noticed many things on the budget select board policy and procedure that we haven't been following as a board, and even the notice on the agenda we're trying to tweak a little bit. So, you know, we should probably have that all ironed out before we go into budget process and everything else. Would you be opposed to a 5 o'clock and a start on that September meeting of 6:30, giving us an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm in my truck in the parking lot, so I don't have anything in front of me to be able to check, but I don't think it's a problem.
All right, let's just plan on it and then go from there. So we'll tentatively put 5 o'clock on that meeting, 5, and then that select board meeting will move to 6:30. I wouldn't mind leaving at 6:30 personally, but that, you know, that's another whole story. Okay, thank you, Derek. And then with all that said, I think the next one is the executive session. And thank you all for coming in and your input today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Hold on, you need
Hey
a
guys,
motion to enter into.
I'm going to,
Yes, we have-
I'm going to come in as soon as everyone leaves.
Yeah, thank you, Derek.
I'm going to leave.
Yep.
Recuse myself again.
You might as well make the motion, I'll second it.
Okay, so I make a motion to move into I make a motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
I asked Frank already.
Second.
I'll second that.
Yep.
And discussion?
I think you have.
I'm going to
no,
recuse myself.
Discussion would be for you to recuse
I'm
yourself.
recusing myself. Conflict.
Yep. All right. So
All right.
moved.
So-
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Sure, I'll second.
All in favor? And then the next one.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, July 9th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with a roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs.
Evan Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the election of the chair and the vice chair. We have approval of minutes for June 11th, We have old business of the short-term rental ordinance, new business sketch plan review, and then a workshop for our draft marijuana regulation ordinance, followed by staff communications. I'm going to rearrange that slightly and move the sketch plan review up to in front of the old business, just because I'm not anticipating that to take very long, and we'll get that done relatively quickly. Not yet, not yet. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. All right. So our first order of business is the election of chair and vice chair.
I nominate Bob O'Neill for chair.
I second.
And Ed for vice chair? Yes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, nominated for vice chair. Is there a second for Ed?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done. All right. Next is approval of minutes of the June 11th, 2025. Any concerns?
Move to approve the minutes from June 11th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention?
Hey, guys, I got kicked out, so I had to get back in. Did you do chair and vice chair?
We did. You were elected.
Yeah, right. Be the same as we've been?
That's what happens when you disappear. Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think she's in the right town.
Okay, now we'll do the sketch plan review. Brett, would you give us a quick intro?
Sure thing. Looking at a sketch plan application for a mixed-use development along Roosevelt Trail. Property is bisected with the zoning districts, but most of it's located in the commercial zoning district. The rear portion off 302 is in LRR2, which is where the stormwater management facilities are located at. Heart of the application, they're looking to remove the two structures existing on the site and looking to do one mixed-use building and then 3 storage unit buildings. The mixed-use building would have apartments above, and then there's 3 storage buildings to the rear.
Somebody muted the studio. We can't hear.
Oh boy. How about?
Okay, you all set?
Cool.
Thank you.
How far back did you hear, Kevin?
Did you hear any of it, Kevin?
He's muted.
Now you're muted.
A couple of sentences.
Okay. Again, just mixed-use development with apartments above, 3 storage units. Couple planning items, just comments and concerns were about the turning radii and maneuverability on the site. Just making sure that the applicant is aware of the minimum parking standards, just depending on the different types of uses that are in the mixed-use building and with the storage behind. Showing easement documentation, sufficient water capacity, sufficient soils, showing calculations for all the impervious on the site, coordination with the fire department, and then propane, if there's going to be propane on the site, as well as fencing and security. So other than that, Craig, I think he's got a quick intro as well.
Did you address lighting? Is that?
I did not.
Good evening. My name is Craig Suit with Teradyne Consultants on behalf of the applicant, 1252-302. Yeah, so we're, as Brett said, we're looking to demolish the existing 2 buildings on site and then construct a new mixed use. I currently have shown on there 40 by 75. The applicants are still determining what the use is, so from there then we'll have updated parking calculations, but right now we're showing 15 spaces there, and if depending on the use it'll be bigger, but it won't shrink from there. They're working on getting some easements with the neighbors, because currently there's a residential neighbor back here that accesses the site from here and straight back, so they're going to maintain their access, but they're working on getting some cross easements to kind of facilitate the turning radius here to get in there. As the layout now is, I've run some radiuses with garbage truck and fire truck, and I'll have all that in preliminary to submit to show adequate turning. They're looking to do chamber septic system likely under the parking lot, and then we'll be coordinating with the Port and Water District for water service at the building. The stormwater now on site kind of mostly goes back to, there's a big divot in the site here, and a little bit goes down towards this end of the site. With the proposed design, we'll be funneling all the stormwater towards the rear. This is the zone line where the commercial turns into the LR2, and we're looking to do just a stone level spreader and a forested buffer, so it'll stay. Other than the installation of stone right here, this whole hatched area will remain wooded as it currently is for buffering in the back. And other than that, it will be undisturbed in the residential area. Strictly in the commercial area, looking to do the development. As a design as it lays out is about 19,500 square feet of new impervious, so it's within the threshold for main DEP permitting. And then this area up here is currently all paved, and they're looking to remove the pavement and put some landscaping kind of in there, some green space between Route 302 and the building. And then, as I mentioned, they're still looking for tenants for what they're going to have on the bottom. Well, that more worked out with the easements for any preliminary submissions, but we just wanted to get the sketch in front of the board and get some general input from you guys before we come back for anything more concrete. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Wayne, do you have comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We submitted a memo with that outlined the fire and life safety requirements that we were looking for. Do you need a rundown of those right now, or?
No, I was, you have it, Craig.
We have it, yeah, and we'll make sure that's addressed in the preliminary submission.
Okay.
Yep.
Nope.
I forgot to mention that a wetland scientist has been out there, and there's no wetlands on the site. I included that, I think, in the packet, and we'll have test pits for septics when that comes. But
And parking is going to be how many spaces?
right now we have 15 spaces, but that's going to change once they figure out if they want to do a restaurant there. That'll obviously change parking. But right now we kind of average it out and figure that would be what would be needed for parking. But once we'll have that at preliminary to know, and then I'll have a parking table there. But right now there's 15 spaces with 1 handicap.
Okay.
Do you have a sense for what, how many units are going to be in here, either commercial or residential or both?
Either 1 commercial or 2, and then it's going to be 2 residential on top is the plan. So just 2 residential on top is pretty concrete. And then depending on who he gets for commercial and what they need, but.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, is there going to be a fence and gates separating the storage buildings from the rest of the site?
Yeah, there will likely be a controlled gate kind of here and here, so that it won't impede any dumpster access, and then no one can kind of go back in there. Just keep it separate. But.
Wayne, how do you guys handle controlled access gates? Is there a requirement?
So one of the things that we've done is with our Knox box system, either have keys to the gate to open up the gate in there, or one particular project actually used the Knox box. When we opened the door to the Knox box, it actually opened the gate, which is pretty slick. So, but yeah, a system like that, one of the two would work.
Are you going to have lighting in the parking lot or the rear
Yes.
where the storage buildings are?
The storage buildings will likely have front-facing wall packs that'll kind of just shine, because there's no units on the back of those, so it's all going to be internal. So it's likely going to be wall packs facing inward. So there's no off-site, and then there'll be some lighting in the parking lot, but we'll keep it as minimal as possible to have safe lighting. And then we'll do a photometric plan when we submit for preliminary. But trying to keep it probably like a low light pole in the parking lot, probably something in this area. There's a little island there that would shine light here for them, and then wall packs on the building most likely. Some decorative lighting, but nothing else shine off site.
The stuff in the back where the storage buildings are, would that be something that would just turn on, be motion activated?
Most
It would
likely,
be on
yeah.
all the time? Right?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be on unless someone's out there, so motion sensor for that.
Craig, could you point to where the house is on that?
It is right about here.
Okay.
It's tucked in a little bit, so you come in and then it's in this general area. Yeah, it's I'd say probably, I want to say 50 to 100 feet away from the property line there. And it's tucked back in the residential area too, so I know they're working on some access through here, because as my understanding is they don't have any formal easements to get to their property right now. It's kind of just word of mouth. So they're trying to clean that up as part of this too. Okay. So, because they come in through this property, and then this sliver right here is owned by this building owner, and then they come into their property. So that's trying to formalize that so that everyone gets the proper access and legal access to their sites and not impeded.
Okay. What else? Anything? What would you like from, you need anything from us at this point?
No, I just wanted to get initial feedback and introduce the project to you guys so you know what's coming, and introduce myself as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Greg. Okay, two things before we get going on our continuing on the ordinance review process. We have gotten I've got a few emails that have addressed individuals either by name or through insinuation as to who they or when they might be, which is, besides being inappropriate, it is actually no help to us at the board. We are only looking for comments that address what is being discussed in the proposed ordinance. I have told Sandy to put those emails into a file. They will not be posted on the town website, and they will not be automatically distributed to the board. The board will have access to them if, in fact, they want to read the blow-by-blows of the neighbor to the neighbor, but it's not appropriate for the planning board, and it's not appropriate for the town to post. So if there is information, other information in there, if you are one of the guilty parties, that information will not get to the board unless you address it separately and leave out all of the insinuating comments of who shot John. The next thing is the board does not need, desire, nor want character references for people that submit emails. It's of absolutely no use to us. We don't determine people's character. We are simply looking at the ordinances and hopefully generating an ordinance that will be acceptable to all, and I'm sure all will not be happy with it. And the last thing is, I have received a couple of requests or comments or questions concerning the process. I thought I might have gone through it already, but we have been tasked with the selectmen to look at two ordinance proposals, one on short-term rentals, one on marijuana, the marijuana issue. We are in the process of doing both of those. Once the board reaches a point that we feel that the ordinances have, that we have finished our obligation as far as what the selectmen have tasked us to do, that proposal then goes to legal. The town's attorney then reviews it, looks at it, puts it into the legalese for the warrants. It then comes back to the planning board. The planning board then holds an official public hearing on that, on the returned ordinance. The planning board then votes to either maintain and continue the work in a workshop to revise problems that have come up since then, or we send it to the selectmen. The selectmen then review it. They hold a public hearing, and then the selectmen will set either set a special town meeting or hold it until the town meeting in June. And I'm not sure actually which way that goes or what that timeline is. But that's where the process. So we are by far not the final word on this ordinance. The final word will be the public when, if in fact it gets to them, how they vote on what is actually presented. Okay, that's my speech. Short-term rentals. We've got an updated version from Brett. Brett, you think we need to go through? Yeah, why don't you just gotta go through a little bit quickly, which you've...
Sure. I'll just cover all of it since it's all within the same packet, but first item in there is the revisions to the draft short-term rental ordinance. Items that were removed, struck out in red. Items that were added are in blue. So there's a total of 8 sections, I believe. Tried to incorporate as much as what we talked about last time from your guidance from the board and the public. Added a couple definitions and clarification items. Also at the end of this is a draft application form to kind of show what that process would look like when people do go to apply.
Yeah, that was nice.
After that, there's a couple items that are referenced within the draft short-term rental ordinance that would reference back to the land use ordinance. So there's really 2 items. One is the off-street parking, which we talked about last time, adding that short-term rental use to other similar uses like the tourist homes, boarding or lodging houses, motels or hotels kind of thing. And then behind that one, we had talked about the mass gathering and events as well. So I had added a definition in here. This is a pretty standard one. This was pulled from the American Planning Association. They have a planner's dictionary that's like over 1,000 pages long, has like every definition you could ever want. But this was pulled from there, and I think it'd be great for the board to kind of go through the different land use zoning classifications and just discuss, if that type of use would be permitted, conditional, prohibited, that kind of thing. I know it's a little outside of the short-term rental stuff, so maybe that could be addressed down the road.
Yep.
But just kind of wanted to put that before your eyes. The very last page is related to the cannabis, so we can wait on that one if you want.
Right. Okay, to the board. Thoughts? Nobody?
Silence.
Silence.
I have a thought here. In section 4 about the performance standards, talking about occupancy limits and subletting and event hosting. I think it may be I don't know if it's really within our purview to limit how many people can stay in a property. We don't put limits on family sizes or how many people live in a property if they own it. if they have guests come and stay, you know, at their primary residence, you know, with regulations in here about making sure that they adhere to the septic pumping ordinance, and that, you know, they get an inspection to show that the system is working properly. It's really, you know, kind of the owner takes some of that risk, and, you know, if they're willing to let more people than what the system can handle use their system, it's going to affect their system negatively, obviously, and, you know, become an issue for them down the road as far as repairing or replacing. So I don't know if it's really necessarily our, you know, place to put a limit on that, especially if there are some systems that are built to withhold more capacity than others. And then in the subletting portion of it, and subletting and event hosting, I think we could keep the first sentence in there as far as subletting the property, and it shall be unlawful to host events that interfere with on-street parking ordinance. But I think maybe that's where that should end, and not necessarily say beyond their occupancy rate or create a nuisance to neighbors, because I think that's really open to interpretation, the nuisance to neighbors part of it.
I completely agree. I had the same exact note. I struck that line. We can, I made a side note, max occupancy for 24-hour guests only, but that's for that. I could go back up to max occupancy limits. Not quite sure how we're going to limit this or certify how many guests should be in a home based on a bedroom. In last meeting, somebody spoke about children. If there's 2 parents and a child, is that 2.5? Is the child and like the other parent needs to stay home? So I'm not in favor of the occupancy limits no matter what. Nobody comes to any of our homes and tells us that our family needs to leave. Even after 3 days, it might be good, but it's still, we're not told how many people can be in our home. So I agree. I think that should be struck completely. Occupancy limits, I don't know how we can certify that or enforce that. So I know that's
just a point on that. In the Maine state subsurface rules, it does say the design flow for short-term rentals must be higher than the flows listed in the section. In no case shall the design flow be below the minimum design flows for this section.
What's that?
So say you have a 3-bedroom
like
in the
an
shoreline zone.
200 you're talking about, the design?
Yes.
So but you're basing the occupancy
on the bedrooms.
That. So how is that enforceable if this home is not being rented? It's not.
If it's not being rented?
If it's my home.
Right, so that's for short-term rentals. That's the provision there.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what certifies how many people. It's the bedrooms per HHE 200, the design.
Yes.
Is that guidance or is that?
These are state rules.
Rules.
Yeah.
So they design for a new build.
Okay.
But I guess I have a question as far as, would breakfast inns, banquet halls, and campgrounds subject to the same inspections of their septic systems being where short-term rentals are? Are they exempt from inspections as well?
Campgrounds?
If we're gonna, well, I'm just talking about your short-term rental in general. Those are short-term rentals. They have septic systems that are within the shoreline zone. Are they subject to the inspection and permitting fees that the STRs would be that we're trying to implement, I guess?
Currently?
Yes.
No, we don't have any rules about that.
I guess my question would be is why are we going to implement it on STRs when we don't implement it on like campgrounds that are putting a ton of septic into the ground?
No, I understand what you're saying. I think it's to provide guidance. It is true. It's going to end up being on the homeowner if it fails.
Right.
But I don't think it's anyone's interest for septic systems to fail.
And I agree with that part. As far as the overreach from, we don't require these big campgrounds to do it, but we're going to require a single family house to do it on an STR.
I'm just looking at from, when a design comes in front of me, I need to put my name on it.
Yep.
So I'm signing that, saying that it's
Good for X amount of.
right. So now if somebody's overusing the system and then they come in to me and say, listen, this system failed, you passed the system, I could be liable. So I'm looking at it from that perspective.
If we base the maximum occupancy on.
I'm coming up.
Septic system, what's the guidance, the state guidance for sewer system? Let's just pretend that there's places.
If we had a sewer system?
Sewer system.
They'd be paying a fee, I'm sure,
just clean it,
by how many gallons are going into the system.
So it'd be based on gallons used?
Well, you could put it, I don't think you could be as big as you want if you're on sewer. That's a whole different.
No, I'm just trying to quantify this theory of septic to people allowed in a building. If it didn't have a septic and a sewer, what would the occupancy
limit be?
Sure. What's the benchmark there? So I'm trying to figure out a way to allow occupancy of the building not based solely on septic, because if a home doesn't have a septic, how do you rule the maximum occupancy? It's just, and I'm also going back to a single family home. If a home is built and has 3 bedrooms and your septic is built for that, your family expands faster, you have 6, the town doesn't kick your kids out.
No.
So that's where I'm trying to, it's not really, that's where I'm having the struggle.
Sure. No, and I understand that. It's a tough question. But clearly, the state level, they're concerned about short-term rentals, or they wouldn't put that in there.
Right, sure.
Does the state statute reference individual occupants, or does it just reference
It
bedrooms?
goes by bedrooms, and the assumption is 2 per bedroom.
Assumption, what is the assumption? The state made that assumption? They state that, or are you just making that assumption?
That they're doing 2 per bedroom?
2 per bedroom, yeah.
I'd have to look to see where they came up with it, or I have to talk to Brent Lawson at the state.
Did the state say that? They're thinking based on 2 occupants per bedroom? I mean, I grew up, I had 2 brothers in the same bedroom as me.
Sure.
We went on vacation with my cousins and stuff, and there would be, we'd rent a cottage, and there would be, I don't know, 6, 8 kids. And, we didn't have a big impact. Kids don't.
Sure.
And it's a short duration. My opinion, we should just eliminate the occupancy limits and just base it on the number of bedrooms. I mean, people are not going to get 30 people in a house with 2 bedrooms. So.
I mean, I think it's almost the same thing, because the septic design is based on bedrooms.
Right.
And a bunkhouse does have a different rating for gallons per day, so it does speak to, you have a house, you have laundry, you have kitchen, you have 1 kitchen, 1 laundry, so, adding the bedroom doesn't add as much as the full scope of a house, and adding a bed or a bunkhouse doesn't add as much.
Most people that come and stay on a vacation, they bring a bunch of kids. They're not going to do laundry, they bring the clothes for the week and go.
No, but, I mean, I have... No, I don't have any data that shows, how a short-term rental is used differently than someone who's living in their house. But
well, nobody.
So is this open for public comment, or no?
Not now, no.
Nobody's really said numbers clearly to me. We're just arbitrarily, picking a number, 2 guests per bedroom. Could be more, and I don't see a big issue.
no, I thought that I just wanted to bring this to attention, just because we have to look at the septics when we're approving them, and some septic designers are putting specific language not to be used for short-term rentals. So
really,
yeah, they're covering.
I mean, if that's the case, yeah,
they're covering themselves because they don't want to be liable.
That's between the owner and them, and the owner has just got to live with what their guys said if they accept it, if they pay it.
They're taking the liability.
And they're taking it on.
Yeah, and they're subject to any permit fees if there's runoff into the lake or anything like that.
Fines
So
and stuff like that.
they're
Yeah, a
taking
failing
that
septic is a
responsibility.
huge. A failing septic is a big deal. You know, it's I don't want to be cavalier about that at all. So it is a concern for me. That's all.
What we've just mentioned here, that's how I feel about this entire document, is that the homeowner, I'm serious, the homeowner is not going to want to lose the privilege to be able to rent this, because you read some people talking about it's income for their family, and they're going to take care of the septic, they're going to pump it, they're going to take care of the trash, they're going to take care of the noise, they're going to take care of these things because they want to continue on using this. So I do agree that it is 100% on the owner of the property to manage this, and just have it regulated is the problem that I'm just seeing, is that we're regulating this function of a home, but single-family home we're not regulating, and I'm not seeing why. If it's not a business in a commercial zone, then why does the planning board, are we taking this up thinking about how it fits in? Because it's a home.
It's a home being run.
Right.
As a business.
In a residential zone.
In a residential zone, right?
So we don't regulate homes in a residential zone. So that's all I'm just not seeing how we're creating regulations for this home, but not if it was occupied by the owner. So
I guess you could take it the other way and say, if it is being run as a business in a residential community, then it's not authorized. You can't run a business in a residential section. So the short-term rental itself wouldn't be an allowed use.
Exactly why there shouldn't be an ordinance. So you're going to make it illegal? That's not. So that's no.
But I think that, and I do agree with you. I agree a lot that a lot of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance that we're looking at, is not going to apply to probably 90% of the individuals that are doing short-term rentals. They're going to make sure their septic is right. They're going to make sure there's off-street parking. They're going to do all that stuff, right? But what happens to the 10% that don't? Where is the fallback for the position for the town to say these are some rules, and yet 90% applied them, so you don't need to even worry about the rules, right? Because you're already doing it.
Right.
But there are 10% that are not following the rules.
Right.
So we just let them not play by the rules because we don't want to.
No, but I think that also applies to the small camps that we talked about that won't be able to qualify for any of this, that we talked about being exempt. And I'm just not sure how we can exempt the camp that doesn't have a proper septic. It doesn't have stairs meeting code, egress windows, things like that.
But I think having that, and that's a whole separate issue. I think that there's a requirement, and I think it for the town to ensure that as a building, a home is being used as a short-term rental, that it metes safety requirements, right?
Absolutely.
It's got, our homes have to meet safety requirements.
Absolutely.
So a short-term rental should meet safety requirements.
So after reviewing this, I do think there needs to be some sort of regulation with this, and registration and inspection.
Mm-hmm.
Registration so the town knows what's going to be being used, the building, and the fire department can have full knowledge of what the building's being used for. There needs to be emergency contact, absolutely great. Inspection for safety, absolutely.
And I think, Bart, and I think if you break the ordinance up into just like that, into two areas, into one area that is dealing with safety,
right,
and that's going to apply to everybody,
right,
and another area that deals with the specifics that everyone's going to comply with anyway.
Right.
So it's like saying, stop at a red light.
Right.
90% of people stop at a red light, right? Or
Exactly.
95%. But what do you do with the 5% that don't stop at the red light? You have ordinance you have a law that says you get fined, right? So we have the same type of situation here. We have 90%. Everyone's going to comply with the safety. We have a set of regulations for those that choose not to comply with. I would lump it under good neighbor behavior. And we have a set of rules that says this is what good neighbor behavior is. If you are a good neighbor, it's not applicable to you. It's no impact. But if you're not a good neighbor, the town has a way of moving you towards being a good neighbor. That's how I look at it.
Sure, and again, getting back to it's not a business or a commercial zone,
Right.
that should be also enforced for every neighbor, and I don't think any of us want a part of that. So that's where I keep going back to, there's a disconnect between residents living in this home that
Right.
don't own the home, and the neighbor that owns the home, and there's different regulations for both of those people. And that's where the disconnect for me is, because we would assume that 90% of the residents in Raymond would take care of their property.
Right.
There's 10% that don't.
Yep.
So do we punish those 10%? No, because there's not an ordinance about that. So that's where I'm just missing why we're enforcing a law and an ordinance on a group of people in a home for a set amount of time, but we're not to
Because
the
I think
neighbor.
one is being run for profit and one is.
And that's,
home,
again,
right?
I disengage with that, because the reason why someone is in the home is irrelevant to how the person is treating the home. So that's where I'm just, I disconnect.
I agree
there,
with
so.
you, Mark. I feel the same way, that anybody can have a house, they can do anything they want to it, as long as they meet the ordinances of the town. And whether or not you're renting it from somebody or not, you are under the same ordinances that a normal person living there would be under. And I think maybe if we specify that in there, to make sure that you must follow the same ordinances that anybody else living in a residence would have to follow.
Absolutely.
I mean, maybe we could, if we're talking about a good neighbor flyer, I mean, we could give guidance to, renters, owners that are renting out their property and say, this is what we'd like to see, with your tenants that are staying here. Please be considerate of the neighbors. Please be, this and that, and, give them some guidance as to, what we expect maybe, or what we would hope to see.
And we did touch upon that in the last meeting. I have a note that we have a good neighbor guidelines posted in the home. So that, that's for ordinances that they may not be aware of. We could put them in a binder. If they don't read it, that's not our business. It's posted there, and then that way it could be enforced, the normal ordinance, in the town.
Or maybe even
Yep.
information about septic systems. Some people
Absolutely.
come here and they've never seen a septic system before.
Right,
They are
exactly.
used to only public utilities and
Don't pour the
understanding
bacon
what,
grease down the.
Exactly, yeah, right, yep.
just basic information.
Yeah, I think the good neighbor guideline is a good idea, that flyer. And the primary thing that annoys neighbors is late night parties, people out with a bonfire at midnight and drunk, making noise. That's one of the major things that the good neighbor flyer should address, that and care of septic system. And, otherwise, most people are, gonna be humane and not park and block the road or, throw trash around. I think we're kind of overkilling with this, draft.
Using the septic system to control the number of people, that just doesn't work.
That doesn't work, right?
All right.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire.
Yes, Wade.
On occupancy, the only concern would be, some of these properties are advertised for like 16 or 20 people, and we want to make sure that those 16 and 20 people who are unfamiliar with the building can get out of the building. So it kind of goes back to your safety concerns, but just wanted to point that out. That's a lot of people that try to get out of a residential dwelling, a normal size residential dwelling. I know we have some bigger properties, and by the life safety code, for an example, any single family home, 1 and 2 family home that's over 4,000 square feet requires 2 exits. So there is some emphasis on making sure people can escape the building.
That's really good. Wayne, what I was thinking, that brings up, why don't we have in the ordinance something that the person that's renting it out must run the rentee through a list of items so that they're aware of the ordinances that they have to perform to? Just, they must run a checklist, and maybe even having the people sign it. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that would be a bad thing to have up front.
No, that sounds like a good idea.
Just to clarify, is there any opportunity for public comment today, or is this would be a different meeting?
Yes, it will be. Hang in there,
All right.
whoever you are.
My smart.
Oh. All right, so before we leave, there are 3 items, and I think we can tell where these are going. There are 3 circled items that were left over from the comments that we received last time around. One was to cap the short-term rentals to 10% of the shoreland. The other was too many short-term rentals in one area. And the third was limiting the stay to 3 days. And we circled those and tabled them for today. Is there any interest in any of those? I'm guessing no, but I'm going to. Okay. All right. And we're deleting them. All right. You want to go through, I guess, and make some of these changes that we've been discussing to it before or after we hear from? Probably worth. Any thoughts?
Probably just listen.
Listen first, and then we'll make some changes.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? All right. Okay, I'd like to remind everybody this is not a public hearing. It is still under the workshop. The board is taking comments. If you've already given us a comment, I've got your notes. You don't need to repeat it to us. If you've got something new or something that you've just heard us talking about that you would like to address, please do so. Other than that, if you would just make sure you go to the podium, state your name, your address, and try to keep the comments short and polite.
Hi, Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I was just taking notes as you guys were talking, and just wanted to address a couple points. So one of the things you were talking about with respect to the septic, and if the septic system fails, 2 points on that. You could require that the owner has like a bond or something, like so that if it fails and destroys the lake, that they have the money already set up to pay for the, like the last thing we want is somebody to like destroy the lake with their septic and then be like, oh, well, I'm bankrupt. I have no money. I'm not paying you. So if you required a bond to do that. The second thing is when I was part of a homeowners association in Wyndham, we were required to get an inspection every year of like our hot water heaters and stuff. And we had to get a certified inspection and we had to hand it into the homeowner association. So you could do something like that with the septics where the homeowners are required to get them inspected every year, and that inspection gets handed into the town so that, Jason, you're not on the hook for liability. Whoever inspects it annually every year for the homeowner that they pay for and submit to the town is on the hook for liability if they violate. The only other thing that I wanted to say was you said, like, we don't have limits on what private homeowners can do, and I guess I would disagree with that. When we added on to our house, we were required to put in a whole separate septic system for our house because even though we had the number of bedrooms and the family members and whatever, and the environmental consultant said our leach field was big enough and our septic was fine, I guess someone here at Code Enforcement, this was 20 years ago, said that it wasn't, so we put in a separate septic system. So I will say that private homeowners are required to do things like that. And then I guess I would also say that, like, if a neighbor complained against me who isn't renting my house but living in my house, code enforcement would come investigate, and so I would be subject to fines if I was violating things. So I think to say that like private homeowners versus owners of short-term rentals are being discriminated or treated separately, I don't believe that that's the case for all of those reasons. And lastly, if you are doing a short-term rental, you are running a business out of your home, and when you are a business owner, you are subject to stricter requirements. Case in point, you know, you're filing it on your taxes if you're doing it appropriately on your Schedule E for rental property. You're also paying taxes to the state of Maine as a rental property. So there are certain regulations that, you know, I don't think we can just be like, yay, no regulations, because it's a house and it's, you know, not a business, but it is a business, but it's not. It is treated separately by the state. It is treated separately by the federal government. It is being treated as a business, and as a business owner, you do have stricter requirements than if you're a private homeowner using your property for your own use. So those are the only points that I would like to make, just kind of throwing it out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer.
I just respond to two of those points?
No.
I cannot. So Jennifer,
don't
I
go.
want to clarify that what I meant when you referred to my comment, what I meant by homeowners don't have to abide by. I didn't mean the HHE 200 septic design based on occupancy of bedrooms. It's not what I meant. What I meant by, if you have a family function at your house and you have 30 people over, you can have that for 3 days.
Sure.
But in this case, we're saying we can't, because it exceeds the amount of bedrooms per your septic design. So that's what I clarify. That's what I meant.
Right.
Homeowners can, but you can't rent it and do that. So that's why I said it's not really the same.
Sure, and I guess I could push back and say, like, as a homeowner, I'm not going to have 30 people partying at my house once a week, because as short-term rental, you have new tenants coming in every time, and they could all do the 30
reside there. I don't mean partying. I'm saying reside there, just stay there to you know,
right,
for 3
the
days.
30 people.
I don't want to assume that we're just saying reside there. Even if you had a porta-john, 3 of them, you still couldn't have 30 people in your home. So that's where I'm not understanding. If you have a septic for, you know, if you have a small septic and you have 30 people, but you have 3 porta-johns, why couldn't you have more people there? You shouldn't base it off a septic system if you're going to have.
Then why did you guys make me put in a second one at great personal cost?
No, you just proved my point, though. That's what I'm saying. The homeowner has to abide by that because it's a rule.
Right.
But you're not. But you're going to have 30 people. It doesn't really matter how many people you have at your house. It's a rule for a resident. This is a residence, but you also said it's a business. It's not in a commercial business zone, so it's not treated. It can't be treated the same. It's not. It needs to be treated like a homeowner. Therefore, if you have a 3-bedroom home, you need a septic that does. If you have 5 bedrooms, then you have to have a larger septic.
Right. So, yeah, I would say I would probably do the inspection idea then that I threw out there and have that and have somebody sign off on that and or have a bond so that when they destroy the lake, they have the money to pay for
that's a great idea.
For the lake.
I like that idea.
And I guess the only last thing that I forgot to mention, you asked about the 2-person per bedroom. That's real estate law in the state of Maine. So, like, if I were to say I were to rent my in-law apartment and it's a 2-bedroom in-law apartment, and say, like, I went to Cranen and said, hey, Cranen, would you rent my in-law apartment for me? And they would say, how many bedrooms? And I would say it's 2-bedroom. And then they said, well, then you have to expect that 4 people could move in, and you can't discriminate if 4 people want to move in. And I'm like, well, hey, I only want 1 person to move in and use the 2nd bedroom as an office. And they're like, no, you have to assume for the purpose of, you know, real estate tax law, 1 bedroom is 2 people. That's my understanding of it. I'm not a realtor, but that's what was explained to me if I wanted to rent my in-law apartment commercially.
You would have to accept up to that amount, but if there was.
I couldn't discriminate against.
If there was a family, they had 4 kids, 4 boys or something, they 1 bedroom, had the 4 boys, and 1 bedroom had the parents, that's acceptable, right?
I don't know the answer to that question. I didn't rent out my in-law apartment, and I'm just using it as an example, and I don't think I would rent out a 2-bedroom in-law apartment to 8 people.
I think your example is for what you, as a leaser, have to accept. You know, you gotta accept for people if they want to live there. You can't discriminate.
Exactly.
But you
But that's why I'm saying that's the law in the state of Maine, that one bedroom is assumed to be two people. It's not assumed to be two adult people, one adult person, one child, four children, you know, like that's the standard to my understanding, but you all can look it up because I'm not a realtor. I'm just throwing out, in my experience, in my conversations with friends who are realtors, one bedroom is two people.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Robert French, and I live at 166 AI Road. If I'm not mistaken, at the last meeting, there was a comment made that there's only 200 short-term rentals in the town of Raymond. I'd like to ask the question, does that include all the short-term rentals that nobody knows about? I've owned my property for 51 years, and occasionally somebody has some people come in for a week or two, maybe 3 during the summer, where the deal is cash. There's no advertising, there's no telephone. These are people who know people who want to rent the place for a week. There's no tax returns either to the federal government or the state made. They're kind of flying under the radar. What are we going to do about that short-term rental? Do we have any enforcement in the town that somebody can call up and say, hey, listen, XYZ fraternity is having their annual conference next door, and it's a little rowdy, so, well, there's nothing with it. You're not on the short-term rental list, so we don't know anything about this. I don't know. Secondly, on the no two next to each other, I have one next door to me, which has been, I don't know, 10 or 12 years now, and those people are doing exactly what everybody in this room wants done. No problems. But on the other side of me, there's been a death in the family, and somebody from away is going to take the property over and may well have to rent it, so I'm going to be in between. So I won't be allowed to have a short-term rental on my property. This is the way I'm looking at it. Maybe I'm wrong. If that's the case, I'm going to file for a tax abatement because you're denying me income on my property.
Yeah, I don't think that option is in consideration any longer, of limiting short-term rentals. So that's not in the ordinance.
All right. Well, I heard that,
It was brought up, but it's not there now.
That's off the table?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at the people that are going to be flying under the radar, cash business, they exist. I'm old. I'm not that innocent anymore. Anyway, thank you for your time.
You're welcome,
and
sir.
Overall, you guys are doing a pretty decent job.
Oh, geez, thanks. You can stay up and talk longer.
Right now, there is no radar, so this is our first shot at it, and I think it will be helpful. Everybody does it that way now.
Ma'am, did you want to get? Yep. Nope, behind you.
Mr. Chair, you also have someone on Zoom would like to speak.
Okay, we'll get there. In the audience
Okay.
first.
Yep.
Good evening, Catherine Plummer, 147 Raymond Hill Road. Occupancy within a short-term rental ordinance is really the boilerplate in almost every ordinance that we have looked at as a group. It really is the crux for Airbnb, Vrbo, bookings. All of theirs is based on an occupancy rating for a particular residence that's being rented. And that is because there are fire, and as Wayne mentioned, fire and safety concerns. There's some regulations, actually the state, as Jason has mentioned, that give people, especially those that are neighbors, people within that neighborhood. You don't have 16, 17 people staying in a house that maybe they shouldn't. This is an ongoing thing. It's not just a residence where, you know, I might have a bunch of people over and have them stay for a week at my house. This is ongoing. The whole idea, especially for the non-hosted ones that are just completely open and there's no owner occupied there, they become free-for-alls. And that's why the Short-Term Rental Initiative Group, a very large group in Raymond, has brought this up to the attention of the town. It's because of these kinds of situations that have been going on that we want to have an ordinance, we want to have something that's clear and correct and would show that we're serious as a town about respecting our neighbors, respecting the peace and quiet that's within our neighborhood. Brett, you've probably looked at numerous ordinances within Maine. There's probably 40 or 50 towns that have ordinances. The unorganized territory will be issuing their short-term rental ordinance later this year. In the unorganized territories, there's no voting. There's a committee, they make the rules, and they establish those rules. And it's all based on, their drafts are based on occupancy ratings. Now, whether you're going to use the septic or just the number of bedrooms, you need to have some guardrails around that. Also, in terms of, and it's because they become overused. They become party houses. This became a very big problem during the pandemic when people wanted to get out of the city and wanted to get in different places. Airbnb and Verbo, Airbnb owns Verbo, they have now a very strict, no one is allowed on these rentals outside of what is allowed for the occupancy rate. No parties, no gatherings. They have instituted now, you have to have cameras in there. There was just an article in the paper the other day about they notified an individual that they were having more people at the property, and they immediately terminated their contract and null and void all future registrations. They have taken a very serious action on this because of liability, because of what can happen. And so safety is a major concern, as Wayne said. They had a horrible situation in Massachusetts just a couple of months ago where the town did no inspection. It was an Airbnb rental. There was a fire. They didn't have the proper smoke detectors in the facility. A mother and a baby could not get out of a bedroom. They could not open the window, and they died. Now, the town is up in a huge lawsuit with the family members because they did not feel that the town had done enough for safety of people renting these properties. So I urge you to reconsider, really, and if you want more information, I have 50, 60 short-term rentals from not only Maine, but around the country that I can give you that show you that occupancy is a very important piece. It's one of the most important. If you just say, we just register, we take some money from you, you have no legs. You have no legs to be able to say, this particular residence has been abusive to what your regulation is, and therefore Jason has no legs to come in and say, listen, next year when you're up for a renewal, we really need to talk about this ongoing overuse. I have property in northern Maine. Around me are a lot of short-term rentals. I'm really looking forward to the unorganized territory putting some regulations in place. I have neighbors who have put in bathrooms without any permits, have added bedrooms in basements with no egress. Sometimes they've had as many as 25 people staying there. We know that there are at least that many because there were 25 four-wheelers and snowmobiles in the yard. It creates a nuisance. It's a safety issue. It came in our situation up there, the road was abused, it washed out, and those who own the properties, not the people renting, were the ones that had to deal with many of the issues that had developed. So we have a lot of people in town who live on the water, who live in areas that are closely, within structures, and to have that many people on a regular basis churning over in a property where you can't control how many people there are is very disturbing to your neighbors. So I would urge you that right now, as we're talking about occupancy, is to go back. Maybe Brett, you could bring in more examples of different ways ordinances have been set up. They've put limits on them where they have an overall limit. This is not a strict ordinance at all as compared to what they have in Portland, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, Bar Harbor, Rockland. Many of them have much stricter ordinances than what has been proposed here and what Brett is proposing for you. Okay. Thank you.
Freeport uses, yeah, sure, Peter. Freeport uses, I know Freeport uses two occupancy per bedroom. I know it's in one of the other ordinances Brett found for us too.
It's in most of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's in
I know
most
that.
of them,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I think it was Casco was the one that referenced the +2 bonus
Mhm.
that we had talked about as well.
Yep,
Go ahead, Peter.
2 Levitt Road. Just a couple of things, just as I had mentioned before, but I'm going to repeat myself again, that from the perspective of the comprehensive plan, or the draft comprehensive plan that'll be voted on in August, the emphasis or the impetus for the committee discussing that was simply because it came up that when we were discussing short-term rentals, all it was guesstimates as far as what was the impact of short-term rentals land use wise and on the community. And so what we came up with was a recommendation that there be, at a very minimum, some sort of system set up in order to track them, knowing full well that, as the gentleman spoke before, my guess would be the majority of short-term rentals in the town of Raymond are never publicized. You never hear about them. They've been going on for years. So that's kind of the perspective as far as the comprehensive plan was concerned. My own personal thoughts are, I've read a little bit about this, and I will tell you that, like some of the other speakers, I didn't come across a draft ordinance that did not speak about occupancy to some degree. And most of what I saw were references to, it's more or less a standard, whether it's real estate law or it's a standard in general. What's generally accepted and what I have heard is that two occupants to one bedroom. And so that's been my experience. And I'll just say that, once again, from my own personal perspective, it's more safety and environmental impact. Trying to wrestle with nuisances is something that may or may not be able to be done down the road. But my sense is get an ordinance on the books, because obviously there's a number of people in town that want it, and really concentrate on life safety and on environmental impact. As far as, I guess I just asked Wayne, NFPA, what do they speak? How do they speak to occupancy as far as life safety?
So, what would apply in 1 and 2 family homes would be the life safety code. There's a chapter that deals with 1 and 2 family homes, and like I said, over 4,000, you got to have 2 exits, 2 main exits out of that type of a building, that large of a building. The other way they do it is, again, we talked about this at another meeting, the escape windows from bedrooms or occupiable rooms. So those are 2 ways that the life safety code deals with that. And then, both the life safety code and more the building code, your stair, your stairs or your hallways are built to certain widths. and that's to accommodate evacuating the home. So, there are some built-in pieces that try to address that in either building or life safety code.
But does life safety, Wayne, in any way speak to the occupancy? How much square footage and occupancy?
Like how many people
individuals can sleep in a house a certain size? It doesn't speak to that at all.
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. I guess
I will.
Yeah.
I will make a comment though that the fire marshal's office does consider a bedroom to be 2 occupants.
Thank you. So, and I guess my last question was, and I had this at the coming up, I think the first meeting when you discussed this, was I do get the sense that there's going to be the short-term rentals would fall under our general parking ordinance, as far as the number of cars that a lot can.
Yeah, that's in there.
Yes, so it's that's already in there. But I asked about ADUs. And the fact that I did research this a little bit, and the state is very clear on the fact that no, regardless of whether, if an ADU is used as a short-term rental, there is still no parking regulation whatsoever. So as we see ADUs built up and around the lakes, understand that there's not going to be a requirement for any additional parking. And so that gets to the environmental issue. But the parking, I would think, to a degree, although, everything can change. I mean, someone can bring in a bus and offload people. But ultimately, I would think the majority of the limitations on how many people are staying there or occupying the site would be controlled by the parking. How many cars can you put on the lot? And once you exceed that, you've violated an ordinance. And I believe code enforcement could do something about that. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Anybody else present? Yep.
My name's Rob Courier. I live at 66 Quarry Cove Road. So I just want to speak to a couple points that I haven't really heard brought up. So I live in a neighborhood that borders the water, so almost every house in the neighborhood is on the water. And many of them are now Airbnbs. And, most people that stay are fairly respectful. But I live next to an Airbnb that sleeps 16 people. And they change over once a week, so that you're stuck with a different set of neighbors every week, and you get some sets that are very respectful and quiet, and then you get the party animals that do all kinds of stuff. But we live on our road has a road association. It's a dirt road, and everybody that lives on the road pays to maintain the road itself. And when you have 16 people staying at a place, and you might have 6 or 7 cars at that one residence, just going up and down the street, usually speeding too, because I don't know, people don't like the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit all that much. But it tears the road up when you get that increased amount of traffic, and somebody's making money off of all of this traffic, and it's not me, you know what I mean? Like, we get to maintain it, but there's no extra money coming in necessarily from all this extra traffic. And so, each time a house in our neighborhood goes up for sale, there's a 50-50 shot that a hedge fund or a corporation or somebody is going to turn it into an Airbnb. And so if you extrapolate a few years into the future, each time one of these houses goes up, sooner or later you're going to have a dozen of these types of Airbnbs on the street. And I just don't think that the street could actually handle that much traffic and partying. I think that there needs to be some sort of a limit to the area. Because otherwise it's just going to turn into like the Party Riviera on Sebago, which nobody wants. And my neighbors pay a lot of money in waterfront taxes to be located there. And I know that none of them bought into that neighborhood thinking, oh, there's going to be a huge party next to my house once a week for the 3 months out of the year that I'm actually going to be there and enjoy it. So my worry is that there's no current limit on the number of Airbnbs that can be in a neighborhood. And in a neighborhood like mine, a few years, you could end up with a dozen of them. And here's the other thing. So I'm not personally on the water, but I share a dock with my neighbors. And there's always the possibility whenever somebody sells land that somebody is going to put an Airbnb there, and they're going to try to do something like, like now we're going to want 14 random people to be on your dock once a week. I just think that it's an unsustainable situation for neighborhoods like that, where you've got all these houses on the waterfront. They cannot sustain having every second or third house be an Airbnb. There just should be some sort of limit on the number of those that can exist in a neighborhood. Otherwise, it's just going to be, like I said, like a giant hotel on Sebago. So that's the thing that I worry about. And it also kind of, it sort of reduces the amount of knowing your neighbor in the neighborhood when every third house is a business. And I know there's been some question as to what a business is, but if you're making money off of a venture, that's generally considered a business, whether or not it's being made in a residence or not. And I just think that a lot of these small neighborhoods can't bear the impact of having a dozen Airbnbs.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Hey, thanks, Rob. Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Without specifics, if there was a two person per bedroom limit, would you be having 16 people next to you every week?
I think so.
You would? Okay.
Yeah. Like a lot of these houses that I was talking about are actually fairly large. So yeah, you probably could still fit 16.
So it's an 8-bedroom home?
It's large.
It's large. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
My name is Stu Fred, and we actually live in close proximity to where Rob is. And one observation I have for tonight about our discussion regarding what somebody can do with their home is that I think what I'm hearing from the planning board is that everybody's not acknowledging the difference between an owner-occupied home and a business. And short-term rentals are a business. Now, 2 houses down from us on Whitmore Cove, a house was recently sold at the end of last summer for $2.2 million. I mean, and it's a nice house. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. Within 2 weeks of the sale, the owner of that house, who does not occupy the house, had it listed under with Airbnb for up to 16 people. And I mean, you'll have to excuse me, but he has one motive, and that's profit. And that's the difference between a business and a residence. I mean, a family of 12, as far as I'm concerned, can live in a 3-bedroom house if they can make it work, because they're concerned about affordability and comfort and location most of the time. Any family is the same way. We have families on our street that brought up 3 children in a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, and they made it work. You shouldn't be able to do that for profit. So, I mean, my objection, having lived next to a rental, which was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house for 15 years, and seeing the way the renters behaved many, many times, is that renters really don't have any investment where they're staying. They behave however they want to behave. And Raymond doesn't have the ability to send police over to a house like metropolitan areas can do and get noisy people under control. It just doesn't, it's impossible. So we have to depend on mostly absentee owners to tell their renters, behave yourselves, or we're not going to like you. And there's really, there has to be some way to regulate the business of owning a home. And that's different than owning a home.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
My name's Douglas Donahue. I've been a summer resident of Raymond for 74 and a half years. I live on Panther Pond, and I want to underscore some of the comments that were just made. You know, if you look at two houses next to each other, they look like they're both residences.
Just for 1 second, are you you're a non-resident?
I'm a non-resident, but
Okay.
I've been a summer resident
All
for
right.
74 years.
So if you could just keep it short, because we really only take comments.
Okay. I just want to point out that there's a fundamental difference between a house that might look like just like the one next to it. One is owned by a family that's enjoying the community and the continuity, and the next is owned by a corporate owner, non-resident, with the objective of profitability. That determines the behavior in both of those houses. They exist for different purposes. And I think the conundrum the town has, and I will be brief, is how to allow businesses to operate in a residential community. And I would not have the board be guilty about trying to reconcile how a business has to behave in a, you know, who's being treated generously. It's the business operating in a residential spot. I would argue that if you're operating a business in a house, you have more in common in your business model, your motivations, your incentives with the micro hotel on 302 than you do in the home next to you on your right and your left. So I wouldn't be embarrassed about being tough on unhosted, corporate-owned businesses operating in a residential spot.
Yep. Thank you. Jennifer, I want to get through everybody before.
I just had a quick question about the law.
Oh, we don't do law questions. Those are lawyers.
No, but you might.
Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak? All right. Anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
Yeah, this is Mark Meister.
Go ahead, Mark.
Awesome. Well, I think you got a couple things. Great dialogue as a group. I want to start with rentals as a business, hosted, unhosted. The general, you know, all these towns that are exploring this across the country, it is either, is it a hosted property or an unhosted property? Why someone is renting it? Is it a business? What's the definition of a business? What's their motivation for renting it? How are they making profit? I don't think that has anything to do with how we should be regulating this process. Like, you know, we should, there's either, you know, the industry is pretty standard on hosted rentals, where you're on the property during the rental, and unhosted. Why you own that, how you own it, the structure of which, I don't think is really relevant. Two is a lot of anecdotal data around, statements being made around corporate hedge funds. What data is backing this up? I live on Panther Pond. I live in a house. We live there as a family. I'm a resident. We also own a rental property across the lake, which with two other families, which we rent. And we do for all of us as an investment. That's right. I mean, and
Mark, you told us all this last time. Could you get the new stuff?
So, but again, I think that's important. It's an important.
Okay, but could you get to the new stuff? Because you already told us all this.
All right. Next piece. So when you get to that point, when you start talking about that, is these businesses, our businesses, run a huge economic impact to the town. We have multiple vendors that run.
Mark, you told us that last time too. Is there anything new that you would like to add to the discussion?
Everyone else got a very fair space. See, I'd like to be able to.
There were new stuff. There was all new stuff. This is the same thing, Mark. Tell us something new.
Can I please?
Go.
All right. As it goes to septic and occupancy.
Yep.
I think limiting occupancy is fairly valid. The question is how much. When you take our property, I think we're a great use case. We are brand new construction, built in 2022, with a 5-bedroom septic plan, 4-bedroom house. One of our bedrooms is very, very large and a bunkhouse. We pump our septic annually. If you take a 2-bedroom plus 2 model, you know, if we said the ordinance is going to be straight solely on bedrooms, it'd be a 2-bedroom. We'd have 10 people as a maximum occupancy. But should it be 12 because our septic is for 5? And we listed at 14. So is that extra 2 on a brand new construction property, that extra 2 children, to be honest, is that really going to break the septic? So I think we got to think about occupancy much more dynamically, and I think it should be much more around the code enforcement making those decisions. I think no matter what, and if whatever that comes in, our neighbors will absolutely come after us. They will go after our marketing, and they will say, if this
Mark,
comes
we're not talking about neighbors.
But at my point, not neighbors, I'm saying the community. If you put this ordinance in place, they are going to then file complaints against the code enforcement on the marketing of these properties. And so that's why you have to make sure the occupancy is very well thought out, because it is going to turn into a giant circus. And every property is going to have to argue about what is their exact occupancy, what is their definition of a bedroom. So I think you need to be very, very careful. That's why I think code enforcement should be the one to service that.
What do you advertise your property at, Mark? How many?
We advertise at 14. We're a 3,800 square foot property. So I mean, like, in honest, I don't think we're like overstuffed. And we're not rented all the time, and all these other statements that are out there. So I think that's a big piece. I think also interesting, I filed a FISA request with Cumberland County Sheriff. I said, how many noise complaints did we get in the town of Raymond in all of 2024? All noise complaints. Do you want to know what that number was?
Yes.
It was 10. And of those 10, 5 of them were from the tire warehouse. So
tire warehouse?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a neighbor that's responsible, but point is though, we are this conjecture of parties and groups, and it's out of control, and everything's, why aren't people calling the police? Why aren't people calling the neighbors? Why aren't we having tactical data? Where are the incident reports and the issues? This is all anecdotal. We have to legislate based on data and facts, not anecdotal statements. So, I mean, I think we should absolutely find ways to bring this in, but let's get data before we put really dangerous restrictive ordinances on what is Maine vacation land. And Raymond is not South Portland, it's not Cape Elizabeth, it's not Bar Harbor, it's not Boston. It is like it's quintessential Sebago vacation land. We are a short-term rental town. It is in the blood of the town for hundreds of years. So we need to be designed to service that. It is part of our integral economy. So I think there's an idea that we're trying to compare us. Think about us as Raymond. We're not like everyone else, and we should make our own rules that meet what makes sense for us. I think that was my last point. Last piece, sorry. On occupancy. Many people have grandmas and grandpas that live here in Maine. They rent our house, and grandma and grandpa want to come over and visit. Is that allowed? According to these occupancy rules, they would not be allowed. What's been prior proposed, can they come for the day? They can't stay overnight, but how many people are allowed? What if it's grandma, grandpa, and a couple uncles? How many people are allowed at that property to have a picnic? So you get into these zones, like this is where I think there's like a lot of, I get nervous on these occupancies. You're setting it up. What is the occupancy is overnight residents, let's be clear, not day residents. Now, again, you shouldn't have 50 people as an event, but if you want to regulate events, happy to discuss. I think events.
We're not there yet. Don't bring that up. We got enough, Mark. We got enough to do.
Exactly. So, but I think the point is you get into this dangerous mode of why can grandma come over? Is she allowed to be at the house for the day? All right, I'm good. Questions?
All right, Mark. Okay, back to the board.
I think this is a hand up.
Oh, is that one more hand? Yes, I'm sorry. From Zoom?
Hi, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Desiree Barry. I live at 156 Raymond Hill Road.
Oh.
In my professional career, I do work as a public health consultant. I work on like environmental issues, systemic problems, things like that. And I just had heard when I was overhearing, I was also a toddler, so I only heard bits and pieces, but I did hear you guys talk about like, what if it's about the occupancy issue, and what if we want to have 30 people at our private residence for 3 days a week, every single week? And on that, we do live in Raymond, on the Sebago Lake watershed, which is a protected watershed. Same with Bar Harbor, same with South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, all of those are protected watersheds. And to that issue, if the town didn't step in and do something with that, with having that many people, I was consistently every single week, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection would step in. They have systems in place to step in because of the different issues, such as, the overburden on the septic system, runoff contamination, and also overburdening the local infrastructure. So I just wanted to bring that point out that, like, if someone did on their private residence want to have an event, or not an event, they just want to have people over, occupancy, 30 people every single week for a couple of days. If the town did step in, the Department of Environmental Protection would step in. That was all. Thank you.
Desiree, are you also the one that sent us an email on the marijuana issue? Was that this?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to stick around for a while? Because we are.
Yeah, I'm going to be sticking around. I might just put my daughter to bed, but I'll be listening.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Jennifer. I like to not
I know, good question.
go back twice through here.
Because she brought it up and he brought it up. So this is the law question that I have with respect to the town ordinances versus private road association. So like I said, short-term rentals, my biggest thing is, is protecting the environment and protecting the lakes. So I care about septic. I mean, I could care less if you're making money, but if you are making money, don't pretend you're a business, because I'm an accountant. But that's an aside. But I care about the environment and the safety and the infrastructure, which Desiree spoke to and the other gentleman spoke to. So if we're on a private road association and somebody is making money on the Airbnb and they are destroying our road, which now, we have to pay to repair, and or the runoff is getting into the lake causing environmental, do we run up against private road associations? Can we make rules versus the town making rules? Because on our roads, you don't service our roads,
right?
But we service our roads, and we
Road
also have to make sure that they're safe for 911 to get through. So I guess that's a legal question that maybe you could run by the lawyer, or I don't know, I guess, or we try to do it as a road association if we see Airbnbs tearing up the road. I have not had that situation in my neighborhood, but when he brought it up, I was like, oh, geez, what if our lake gets destroyed? Because it is a protected watershed, and I care about that issue with the whole solar thing.
Don't have an answer for you on that one.
Okay, but that would be a question too, like private road associations versus the town ordinance, and who can say what and enforce what.
Jennifer, I would say that there are different levels of authority, right, with ownership rights. So zoning ordinances, town ordinances are one thing. Deed restrictions and covenants of a neighborhood are another. So you can have kind of layers of what's allowable, what's not, and who can control what you can and can't do on your property. So yes, a private road association can make covenants that are specific to the properties on that road. If they are all in agreement towards it, then they have to abide by those rules.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer, but keep it quick, please.
Yes. Just a quick, I wanted to address Mr. Meisner's comments about data and investors. There was an article published in the Wall Street Journal just 2 days ago. It was talking about overall housing sales and where we are with housing and residential homes being sold and affordability. Basically, it got to that 27% of residential sales in the first half of this year were investors, sold to investors. for rentals and seasonal rentals, 27%. It came to like 265,000 homes that are rentals or seasonal rentals. Just 2 weeks ago in the Weekly Windham Journal, there was an interview with 2 real estate professionals, and they stated that in our market, right here within the Lake region, 1 in 5 sales of resident homes are now investors. So it's something to keep in mind when we're talking about registration. We're talking about how many short-term rentals do we have in the town. If you go on Airbnb or you go on Vrbo, some of them will say, you know, we have, you know, you go into Raymond, Maine, it'll say 350. Another one will say 250. We don't know. The comprehensive plan said 6% of the residents in Raymond are short-term rentals. That was AirDNA data. That is not necessarily reliable data because it's only from their sources. We don't know. So once we get a registration in place, you will have information about those that are willing to come forward and say, yes, I have a short-term rental. And so we'll have an idea of how many of these may be investors, how many may be individuals, by what types of questions you ask on the registration form. And then you'll have a better idea of how much saturation there is in the town and whether you need to control that more. So I would urge you, this is a big issue across the country, and it's also directly reflected by what's going on here in Raymond. If it's 1 in 5, that's 25%. Nationally, it's 27. So we're in that zone. We're not an outlier. We're within that capacity of saying we are getting a lot more investments. Some people may own 1 rental, some may manage for others. They're making a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of these places that they're renting. And we're concerned about asking them to have some limits on the amount of people that they have, the parties, and what they're able to do within these areas and the impact that they have on the watershed, as Desi Berry was mentioning. We live on the top of the hill in Raymond, where I live. We're a watershed area. I have water running down to brooks and streams that flow right into Raymond Pond. We have springs all through the woods. We're a watershed area, and if we're not controlling our septics and what's going into the water, that brings the phosphorus level up. That's pollutants. That's where you get milfoil. That's where all of our issues begin. So we need to protect our environment, and by doing that, you need to have some restrictions on how you're going to control short-term rentals within your town. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Ken.
Sounds like we're down to inventory.
Anybody want to open the conversation on what we want to do next?
I'd like to address some things that maybe you would want to change right away.
Sure. Where are you, Mark?
Section 3, registration requirements. Of course, there need to be requirements, but again, these are my opinions. Short-term rental registration is valid for a period of 1. We already talked about this last week. I didn't know if we missed it change or if I missed something, but is valid for a period of 1 calendar year from date of issuance by the town's code enforcement officer. Next line, short-term rental registrations shall be applied for renewed annually on or before January 1st. Those 2 timelines don't mesh. Because if it's annually and then January 1st, that means you have to purchase it on January 1st every single year, which that would be a requirement. So that's just.
Brett, how'd you mess that up?
Sorry. Do it next time.
No, he was taking notes like a wild man.
Calendar year?
That was one of them. Like, I know that you took a note, but because you said, oh yeah,
just make it a calendar year, or
yeah.
I'm just wondering though, logistically, would it be a nightmare to try and get everybody to register 1 year from when they registered? So like saying you register, let's say you registered July 1st, right? So that's 6 months out of the year that you're registered for. And that's prorated perhaps for the 6 months. And then the next year, and then January, you're expected to re-up. So every year on January 1st, everybody needs to re-register.
Yeah. I think in my head, what I was trying to model it after was similar to like dog licenses, where you have like a year and then there's like a month grace period or whatever. After that, then you still pay more, but then still have to comply with that first timeline. But
like an ATV registration, something like
right,
that.
yeah,
It
similar to
must
those.
be registered by January 1st of the next following year.
Yeah.
What's easier for the town, though?
I was just going to ask, because I'm sure your software...
It's either everybody's coming in all at once, or we're
steady
keeping track,
flow.
having some type of tracking system.
Well, that shouldn't be
kind of-
too hard.
I think, I mean, we don't do a lot of computer stuff, but we probably could have some type of spreadsheet and that,
With a reminder that clicks in and
something.
spits out a letter.
Right.
Yeah, that should be pretty easy.
Yeah. I think either one could work.
But after 1 year of issuance.
Yeah, I think in my head too, at the January 1 like deadline, then in theory that'd like start collecting better data. Like we would have a better sample size instead of just over the course of the whole year waiting, like on that January 1 day, after that we could start formulating some data that way. But
that's easy fix.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yep.
The application for short-term rental registration, one of the requirements is number 3, septic information, including HHE 200 forms and evidence of when the system was last pumped. This is just a point I brought up. It does not pertain to Raymond. I'm just saying if that's a requirement, and let's say somebody on a sewer system at some point in time in the future, it no longer applies to them, it's not a requirement. So I don't know if I'm just throwing it up in the air.
Sure. Right. If that was
now and then later on revisit it, years from now.
And I think
somewhere
it could just say if on an on-site septic system,
if applicable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
Cover that base.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just because if somebody says like I don't have a septic, and then you can't register. Like that's the only reason.
Right. There are a few files that have come across that have no design in there. We just ran across one the other day, and they had to do they scoped it, and it was failed.
Right.
Well, I wonder too if we could just, this is adding more here, but if they don't have an HHE 200, that we require an inspection to confirm.
I think we already require the inspections,
okay.
but we might need chances are, if there's no HHE 200, it's probably either a trench, a holding tank, or a cesspool. So it's in their interest at that point to get it fixed.
Yeah.
So I keep going back to the camp thing because I understand it's Maine heritage, but it is still short-term rental. Does this apply to somebody that has a camp for 150 years and rents it every summer? Because they don't have that. So then we're gonna have to.
I mean, they could be in violation.
Right. That's what I mean. So I'm just trying to protect everybody here.
Yeah.
Be fair.
Yeah. If somebody's gonna register, they're gonna have to do the inspection and find out what's going on. And like I said, that one today, they found out it was failed.
Right.
So it's kind of it's because it's going through a sale is why they found it.
Exactly.
But it was an issue.
Okay. Oh, okay. Figured that one out. The occupancy limits. I just wanted to qualify what the dwelling unit's owner must provide off-street parking for all guests subject to the requirements of the parking standards within the land use ordinance. Parking that impedes access. I just wanted to kind of review that, kind of what the point was brought up. If there is an ADU and it's.
They don't require a parking space now.
Right, so does that fall within the land use ordinance, or is that the ADU ordinance?
I mean, that's kind of something that came down from the state.
Right, the state. So do we put that in there just to cover the ADUs if it's rented?
Because we can be a little bit more restrictive. Is that what you're saying? So we can put parking limits, requirements on it for this purpose, because we can be a little bit more restrictive.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that is probably, I'd have to read, and they just passing some new ADU stuff too. So the legislation that is changing so quickly, and some of it is actually taking away our home rule. So they're telling us we can't be more restrictive. So it's going to be a really difficult. It's difficult.
Right.
It's a moving target all the time.
And that's where I'm concerned because we keep talking about people parking on the street.
Right.
But if you have an ADU and it's quite large, you have a couple bedrooms, and one person comes in each car, you can have 6 cars on the street. Right. That's where we're just not addressing that. So I know that we can't address it and enforce parking area for an ADU.
Right, but we can say you can't park on the street.
Right. No street parking, something like that.
Yeah, simplified too.
Yep. I'm just, because this is saying.
And that's actually easier to probably to enforce, because you drive down.
No parking.
They're blocking the street.
Right.
I don't have to worry about
to this
the number
to say
of parking.
all vehicles must be parked, on the property.
3 hours.
Something like that.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair.
I'm on a response.
Oh, for an emergency.
Right. We started out with the subletting and event hosting. I do agree with the subletting. That shouldn't do that. Include guests beyond short-term rentals. Maximum occupancy rate for visitors. I think we really need to talk about the max occupancy for 24-hour guests.
Or when the neighbor made the complaint.
Yeah, I agree. So let's just table that for right now. We'll go back and do the occupancy all at once.
I don't have a specific comment on section 5. I just reading through this. I think that this is a rabbit hole that we are going to have to go down. I feel that in this town it's unenforceable. I don't think the CEO's jurisdiction is to enforce rowdy people.
I think that the hope is for voluntary compliance.
That's exactly what. Right. So I just want to point out that reading through this, that there's a lot of, if this, then bring to Superior Court, then, and I know it's to cover all bases. It's, we're creating something that's not enforceable. So I just want to just make that note. I don't have a correction. I don't have a solution. It's just,
there probably isn't one.
There isn't one, right? We're going to have it just to have it, then.
It might be a case of, we have to revisit this in a year, if this goes forward.
If it's becoming a problem.
And then, we kind of, because the ordinances are a moving target too.
Absolutely.
So and I think that, revisiting stuff is probably a wise move, sure.
To Bob's point, there's like 1% or 3% that are going to push the limits, and you have to have some bumpers.
Exactly.
Have something backed up, so. Yep.
I guess I had one question about the 3-hour response time. Like, how are we monitoring that as well? To section 4, emergency contact. For if there's a discrepancy and the neighbor calls and then the emergency contact needs to make contact with the neighbor within 3 hours, how is that going to be regulated, I guess?
Where are you?
Timestamps on their phone?
Section 4. I mean, that's. I understand like the timeliness, but to put an hour number on it, I feel like we're kind of.
Yeah, I mean, we could even say within 24 hours to
something. Yeah, timely matter.
Timely.
Yeah.
But maybe not to exceed.
I just feel like that 3-hour marker, anyone who's making that complaint to be like, I called 4 hours ago, and now, we're dealing with this issue.
But we may want to put a
timely not to exceed
12 hours,
24 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
Just,
Not to exceed 24. Okay.
Just a comment from the fire department. I think for emergency type situations, you want people to respond back to you quickly. So that not to exceed, I think, is an important point. There might be some times where we're asking them to get right in touch with us because it's severe.
Yeah, I guess like at that point of an emergency or a fire or
But they gotta
ambulance
call
needed.
911.
Right, but I'm more talking towards like a a noise issue or something like that.
I mean, but to Wayne's point, we may want to have them have a backup number. Listen, this is the main one, but we need a backup. If we can't get a hold of you, we need somebody, another person at least, if there's an issue.
Well, and I wonder if it's the word emergency that throws off the.
And at that point, it's 911 because
Right.
it's
Or
emergency.
Emergency
Your point of
911.
contact's 911.
So we would be calling 911 on. I'm saying, say, if something's going on and a neighbor is trying to get a hold of, or we're trying to get a hold of the homeowner because something's going on there, and we can't get a hold of them, having a second number.
Yeah, secondary contact. That makes sense.
Just a secondary contact.
But why don't we make it a non-emergency contact, right?
Right. Just in
Emergency will be the sheriff or the fire department.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, good catch.
So to piggyback on that, go back to section 5, the first A. It says in here, there's a directive to any complaints that interrupt the quiet enjoyment of a resident in their home or immediate neighborhood may be reported to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. I think we should strike that.
That's kind of
that's what you do.
What we do
If some-
anyways.
I mean, we need to strike that. That's not. I don't think the Sheriff's Department would enjoy us sending people if they're not enjoying their dinner on the deck. I don't think.
Town Raymond says they can call.
Yeah, you can tell Raymond says they can call.
And if there's a real problem, people are gonna call the sheriff. anyways.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think we need that in there. So this is the part that I was bringing up. The code enforcement officer shall establish and maintain a record of all complaints received for each short-term rental and investigations with findings reported by the code officer, et cetera, et cetera. That, I don't know if that's gonna require another assistant to keep this
We kind of
book,
do that
so-
anyways.
So if you, okay.
I don't
know
if there are
that, so-
complaints come across, we kind of usually
Okay.
slip something in the file.
Cool. Like a violation or something like that, and then you can.
Yeah, just
Okay.
say there's somebody, a suspected junkyard, let's say. Somebody calls,
perfect.
junkyard, kind of investigate, maybe it doesn't rise to that level, but we see it in there and kind of keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
No, I just was concerned for the
No, I appreciate
administrative measure of the
that.
town. It's just, I don't want to,
Yeah.
The last thing, believe it or not, board, is the last thing I'm going to say about this. The number of complaints, and B, suspension or revocation of registration. If it's based on number of complaints,
Number and severity.
I think severity in nature, the number.
Type.
There was, just reading some things, there's some notes being taken of certain facilities that it's everyday use. I don't think that needs to be a number. If you reported a use of, somebody on your dock or whatever.
Right, trespass.
That's not really
Indecent,
a number
something like
of
that.
complaints. I think it's severity. If you're, breaking a law, if you're not, a non-compliant activity, sure.
Threatening.
Sure, but the number of complaints, since it's an ordinance, I think, my opinion is that shouldn't be judged on, your re-registration rights or your revocation is based on the number of complaints. You can have one really bad complaint, and then that should be taken away. So,
I think maybe section 7, talking about waivers, might be a section that's not necessary. We're really just addressing life safety, environmental impacts. If we're doing sort of basics, I don't know why we'd want to grant any waivers to people outside of those.
They're going to be requested at some point. Sometimes I think it's better to have a set of criteria for a waiver than to have no, or we put in the ordinance that nothing is waiverable.
I mean, what would they be waiving?
Yeah.
I mean, a registration? Like, you need to why would?
Well, I think we
parking standards.
Yeah, I think we were
like that,
thinking
maybe.
of parking. I think we were thinking of occupancy. If the septic, if we're in the two per bedroom, but it was built with a 5 or 6 bedroom septic, then they could come in and say, I've got the septic, why can't I exceed?
Yeah.
And that would be a waiverable item, and we would say, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's I think that's what
No,
we would.
I think if occupancy is part of it, then yes,
Yeah.
it makes sense to stay in. But if we're not going to address occupancy, I don't think they're not going to. What else are they going to
we're going to do something with it, but it's on my list.
Okay.
The only waiver I
It's our
can
last
see,
thing.
Jason, you correct me, but I know there's a bunch of systems coming in for septic systems that upsize from 1 bedroom or some from 3 bedroom to 4 bedroom by using
You're talking like the
sledgehammer.
the
Yeah.
tertiary systems where you get a 75% reduction in your field.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And at that point, would that be a waiver? Because technically your septic's not designed for a 4 bedroom, but you upscaled it to accept more?
So let's, for example, say someone had a 3-bedroom and they added one of these, especially the tertiary system.
Correct.
You know, the field would, then you would basically almost triple your capacity by putting one of these systems in.
Right. Well, I guess my question would be, is that all just part of the HE 200, or would that
Yes.
be a okay?
Yeah. So for
So
a
that's
3-bedroom
part of
design, you're shrinking the field by putting the system in. It's for small, these postage stamp style.
Yeah, if you're adding 1 bedroom, I think sledgehammer qualifies
Yeah.
for one additional bedroom.
Or if you have one of these lots that needed a minimum lot variance, I'm thinking around some certain spots in Thomas Pond and Panther Pond with these small 50-foot wide lots. So you have the septics are it's kind of an ironic thing in the town. Our most clustered septic systems are in some of the most sensitive areas. Thomas Pond, I was talking to a gentleman, he was telling me that Thomas Pond doesn't turn over very rapidly. And so that's probably the most highest risk pond body of water in town, and that has the most intense development around it.
Yep.
So
Makes sense.
All right, go, Mark.
Sorry.
Waivers. You're writing. I knew it was
Yeah, maybe add something, waiver shall not be considered regarding life safety or anything to do with codes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's
That's just clearly,
yeah,
right.
doesn't 2 kind of address that?
I was looking at that.
Just maybe change the wording.
Application
Number 2.
standards is to public
Yeah,
health,
public
safety,
safety.
and general welfare.
An
I wanted
existing
to
ordinance?
touch like something safety, life safety
Just
code.
life safety.
Yep. If you want it registered and your stairs are steep like this and you're introducing, I want to be registered, you can't have that waived. You have to fix the stairs, something like that. You have to have a 7-Eleven rise, and you've got to be up to code.
Yeah.
Basically, you can't waive a code just because you want to register your short-term rental.
Yeah, that's fair.
So.
Yeah.
All right, Section 8, everyone's okay with it? All right, let's go, let's do the big one here, the occupancy, and then we can move this along. Here's, my thoughts on occupancy is I think the two per bedroom, the +2, taking Mark's suggestion of modifying that to be a overnight guest, that the limited, and I feel that a couple of reasons. One, I think that I do not think that it's enforceable, and I don't think it actually comes down to be fair to limit the amount of short-term rentals in a particular area to what Rob was, I don't know if Rob's still here, but what Rob was talking about. But I think if the ordinance itself makes it less profitable for people for an organization or even out-of-state individuals to flood a home with 16, 20 people and be able to do it because our ordinance doesn't address it, I think then that leads to more and more short-term rentals. And I don't think it is an undue burden to, and I just looked through the ordinances that Sandy gave us, and that's in there, two per bedroom. Casco has 2-bedroom +2. I think the 2-bedroom +2 with the overnight being those overnight guests, again, to the septic system, as a number of people have mentioned, and Mark, you've talked about it's not just a family that has the occasional, friends and sleepovers and kids sleepovers. It's the constant turnover of a large group of people into a home that really does not care too much about how long the shower runs or the amount of water that's being used or what's being put into the septic. They have a different view of, and it's not, I mean, it's not wrong, it's just, necessarily wrong, it's just natural. You have a different view of a rental property. Remember, you guys aren't old enough, but you used to be, you would, when you wanted to fool around, you'd go out and rent a car, and you'd drive that car into the, does my age group, but anyway.
You never purchase a used
you never did, right, you never did that, you can't, now there's all sorts of things you can't get away with that.
Right.
But back then, you could get away with it. But anyway, that's kind of the same kind of approach that, I think is fairly just kind of ingrained in a rental property. So I see nothing at all wrong with going with a two-person per bedroom with a +2. I think it's generous, and limiting, as Mark suggested, the verbiage to be overnight and not, just all day long.
Okay, and then, in a case where somebody maybe has overbuilt the septic system for
They got
the
the
size
waiver.
of the house or something,
They have the waiver option.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that okay?
I like that.
Okay.
I like that as well.
All right. Okay. Then, are we ready to put this to bed, or do you want another cut?
I feel good about it.
Put it to bed.
Put it to bed. I
Beat it to death.
Yeah, well, I think, Kathleen. It is Kathleen?
Any more comments?
Do you have something to say?
I have.
You always,
tons.
well, no, okay, you can't say tons.
I can.
Couple pounds?
Send them to you.
No, well, what would be, what,
If you would like.
could you go to the mic so I gotta get it on tape. What would you be thinking about?
For example, we don't have any regulations in the town about noise ordinance or anything.
Correct.
So we're very hesitant as citizens to call and disrupt Cumberland County Sheriff when we don't have a noise ordinance. I've been a victim of this, where the short-term rental that is next to me is not really a short-term rental, it's an event venue that they're calling a short-term rental. So, I have 50, 60, 100 people.
Yeah, let me just interrupt you. The noise ordinance is on our list.
Okay,
to be addressed separately.
Right.
Not to be addressed as short-term rental, because it would be applied to the whole town, not just to short-term rentals.
I have some comments about the waiver provision that's in here. It feels very vague. I've gotten comments from other people. It doesn't feel like it's specific enough. There's no process mentioned. What would be the process? Is there an application that would have to be filled out for a waiver? Would that require notification to the town? Would there be a hearing similar to would it go through the Zoning Board of Appeals for a waiver? Would it be this planning board? What is the process for a waiver? What are the specifics?
That's a good question.
Some sentences in here that I have some comments about, and I can happily send you.
Yes, you can
that.
send those.
The other comment I have is on the registration itself, where it says full name. We'd like to see the name that is on the deed, so that we'd have a better view into whether this is an individual, a corporation.
Good suggestion.
Something of that nature. Also, in the staff section, where there's some comments on the registration, we'd like to see something in there that you're in good standing with the town, that you've paid your taxes, that you're current on your taxes, you have no other violations going on with the town in order to register. So you're in good standing with the town. We all can look at the list of delinquent taxpayers, and that list seems to be growing every year, and some of it is quite substantial. I don't know if they're short-term rentals or not, but I would think a short-term rental that's supposed to be paying 9% to the state ought to be paying their taxes in this town, especially after we've just heard about all the implications of roads and trash and everything else that is going on. So we have a few more, and I'd be happy to send those to you. I don't want to hold up the
Okay.
process.
Thanks, Kathleen. All right, so if we're going to make changes, we can't
given this is still
send it.
Is this still
So-
open comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I would just say on the occupancy, as long as, I would say +4 is what I would do for
Yeah.
the uniqueness of Raymond.
Nice try, Mark, +2. But it's a heck of a good try.
Again, I think we should really be thinking about what is the right model here, and regardless, I think it should be up to if we're going to do a waiver process, the code enforcement should have discretion. It should not be that the code enforcer should have the discretion to set the occupancy based on.
I gotta go by the state rules, so then I would say the +2 is off the books.
Yeah, so now you're done. Now you're down to 2.
No, but again, for the waiver, the +2 is, I get what you're saying there, it's fine, that can be the baseline piece, but then if you apply for a waiver, the code
Mark, you got your overnight guest right in the ordinance now. You won.
First of all, again, a couple things. This isn't about me and getting in for me, this is about the town.
I know you are. I understand, Mark.
I do not want to see property values fall by 20% and watch the entire income of and the providers that live off this industry get damaged. So this isn't about me.
That would make Peter happy, though, as prices became more affordable.
Absolutely.
That's what he wants. All right, we're done. We're done, Mark. So my only question to the board is, do you want to see the changes? I think Kathleen's idea on the specifics of the waiver probably makes sense. Do you want to all come back again before we send it to legal? Or do you want to just have Brett makes those changes and then send it to legal? What are your thoughts?
And then we review after legal to see if the legal.
We review after legal with it.
I think that's fine, because then we'd have some of these ifs and ands, like if we can even do a +2, we'll figure it out.
Legal could have, some stuff legal might say we have to change anyway.
Exactly.
So
Right.
it might be, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is that all right with everybody? Does that make sense? Kevin, you okay with that? Right.
Yes, can I have one more question? Is there a point where the town views a short-term rental as a business because it's owned, like maybe a real estate, some developer owns 6 of these things, some investor, and is that qualify as a business, or is that still a non-business, a resident short-term rental? I'm not clear on if there's a point where it turns into a business and then it's not allowed in that zone.
Well, if there's different properties and they're not all ganged up on one property, then it would be residential no matter what by town ordinance, right?
Yes, by town ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, I think I even read about a court case that, kind of explained that, renting your house out as, the theory is the use is the same. It's somebody's living there as a house. They use the kitchen, they're sleeping in it. They're
not renting as a function hall, they're renting as a house to
Exactly,
stay.
it's not a
Correct.
restaurant. People are coming and going every hour to dine. And
Right. It's for a whole.
So if you own 6 houses and you're renting them out, how does that's not where you're living, but not, I mean, you own a home and maybe you have one other, investment property, but not like a lot of people are worried, we've heard that tonight, that there's, businesses that come in, they buy up as many as they can, and they start renting these things. Is that a business, or is that a real short-term rental as far as the town is concerned?
It's the use. It's irrelevant who owns that. They're tax-paying owner. It's a use. It's in a residential zone. Therefore, it's a home.
And they're paying taxes on that income.
They're paying taxes on it. So.
But Kevin, Kevin's got it's a good idea in that if we limited, we could go about it by limiting the short-term rentals by any single owner to 3 or 4, whatever number, would also help in alleviating what Rob was saying, the block of homes becoming all all short-term
the
rentals.
creep, if you will, like the creep.
The creep, right.
Yeah.
I
Or you could escalate. First Airbnb you have is X amount. Second Airbnb, more.
Yeah.
Then at least you're de-incentivizing buying more because it's going to cost you more for that every single one you do.
Right, that makes a lot of sense, and it's also becoming more of a business. So
That
what's
way
your question?
you're not limiting. It's not saying you can only do 3, but you make it so
Good idea,
it's more
Kevin.
expensive to do each one. Just a thought. I'm just throwing that
Can
out.
I comment on that?
Who is that? You, Mark?
It's Derek.
What?
Derek.
It's Derek. I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh yeah,
Derek, right?
Derek, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, quick thing on that. Like as a real estate person, somebody that wants to do that, they're gonna their attorney is going to have them register all those properties as LLCs and individual LLCs anyway.
Yep.
So I don't think you're going to catch anyone with
There's loopholes
6
to it.
properties doing it all the same. It's just
Yep, you're right.
it's not gonna happen.
And to that point, if you had someone that does a really good job at their VRBOs and takes care of it and is involved in the community, do we really want to limit them or make them pay more money for something that is
They're doing a good job
making the community?
Yep.
All right, bad idea, Kevin.
Yeah. They're checking all the boxes. They're paying their taxes. They're keeping care of the property.
Right.
All right, time is running here, and I want to get to the marijuana, because I think that'll be fairly, I'm not sure how long that'll be. So at any rate, we are going, Kathleen, you need to get that to us fairly quickly?
I can get it to you tomorrow.
Okay. And then, Brett, if you'd look for it, if it's nothing really, if it's easily workable into what discussion, then we'll proceed with legal. If it looks like, or I'll be able to read a copy. If it looks like we need to come back, then we'll come back.
Sounds good.
And hold it. Okay. On.
He's zoning board guy.
Go ahead. What?
David Murch, New Canal Road, Raymond. Just on the draft ordinance, there's some pages that are not marked as draft. So, like the application, I'm just concerned at some point it could get printed off and submitted and look like it's real. So they're watermarked as draft. Some of the pages are watermarked as draft, some are not.
You waited all this time for that?
Well, I'm hearing you talking. I just kind of noticed it, actually. So.
Thanks.
Sure.
For the applicant information, should it be the owner instead of just full name?
Yeah.
Property owner.
Maybe as shown as deed.
I did like that.
Yeah.
As on the deed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
and
sense.
that kind of shows the right title and interest type of thing too.
Yep. All right, Brett, you okay?
I'm great.
You writing? You ready?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Inspection and the bond.
Can I just make one more? I mean, I just have to be persistent on this. So you're saying the whole town could eventually be just Airbnbs? I mean, theoretically.
Theoretically. Sure.
In a town like this that has the type of properties that, people would like to live in as a home are now going to be rental properties. I mean, I'm just saying it's something that, changes the face of, that could theoretically change the face of the town. And I mean, whether or not they pay taxes, I mean, is that someplace we want to live?
I think, so you have a suggestion?
I'm just saying at some point there should be a cutoff, and I think, at least some reasonable between the two parties so that we can maintain some, vision of what Raymond wants to be.
I don't disagree. I think that's valid, but I think the point being is we should let time and data and watch this unfold, tell that story, rather than enact hastily thought through legislation. We just don't know. We're saying, we don't know how many corporate, again, all these what we don't have the data. The town should go do the work as part of this. We'll have registration data, and the data will answer it. If we have 700 rentals, we'll know.
So should we set something there that has a number of cutoff when something else will kick in? So that says that we're actually thinking about it.
So, as a percentage, I think the problem is that we don't have no. How do we get all that data to make that cutoff?
Because we're going to register supposedly all this stuff, and so when we say the registrations exceed a certain percentage of the available, homes, that's where we see that things are flipping over.
If we establish 25% cutoff, let's just making this up, 25%, and we do the data, we do all the numbers, and we find out that 27% of all the homes in Raymond are short-term rentals. Do we then eliminate 2%? So that's why I do feel that we need to gather this data, and I know that there's hidden people out there who aren't going to register and we're not going to know about, and that goes with anything in life. But I think we need some solid data to figure out, what comes out. If it's 3% of the homes, then we can have a 5% kind of alarm that goes off, and we reevaluate where we are. But I think we got to set something now. It'd be a goal, like 25.
Let's get the registration done.
Bob, one thing I thought about, maybe we could have something that if it's owner occupied, you're exempt. If it's not owner occupied, maybe put caps on that.
Yeah, let's not
even touch it.
Let's not even touch it right now. I mean, let's get the registration.
No, you're right.
Kevin won't let us forget.
Yeah, and I can tell you from experience, years ago when the building boom happened, we were all concerned about, Raymond is going to get developed, to the roof. We need to set caps. Yeah, a moratorium, and it was like, when you hit this number, we're going to reach the moratorium, and then we reached the number, and we got to raise the number.
Right.
So it's. I mean, I
you could
agree
also
with
look at Wyndham. They did put a moratorium on single-family houses and developments. Now they're having apartment buildings.
Yeah.
So you get a trade-off.
So let's not. We won't forget it, Kevin. It's in the books. We'll bring it. I think it's a living document. We're going to need to get back to it.
Right, but the comprehensive plan kind of says this type of thing too, doesn't it? The way the vision that Raymond wants to be. So I think we need to kind of follow that a little bit.
But
at least look like we're following it.
We need the data.
Taking the first step.
It's definitely a concern.
Exactly. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're taking the first step.
Definitely a concern.
All right. That's it for short-term rentals.
For now.
Done. No more short-term rentals. Marijuana. Item 4. Emptying the crowd. Here, I have. I take exception with this odor control stuff. And here's my thoughts. I mean, why would we put in an ordinance for odor control for marijuana? I mean, why not for the peonies, for the flower farms that, the lilacs that get blown over? Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's legal to grow it. So if it's legal to grow it, how can we
regulate it?
How can we regulate the odor out of it? I mean, it's legal to grow it. Right? I mean, we can do the setbacks, agricultural setbacks.
Sure.
Right?
But, and believe me, I am all in favor of everybody to do what they want. I'm just pointing out that years ago, I think where you're pointing out, you said that we're too young, most of us aren't, that we used to dine in restaurants when people smoked and ate ashtrays, and then we finally said, we can't do that because your rights end where mine begin. That's where this sort of line is that flowers naturally occurring, marijuana plants not naturally occurring. There is an odor that some people feel that it is intrusive.
Mm-hmm.
It's you're basically saying, since I have this right, then you have to deal with the outcome of my right. So that's kind of where.
But if I have a lilac allergy and I'm next to a lilac farm that's growing lilacs, is it that lilac farm's responsibility?
I understand, but then we go with all the senses. You have a house that's too bright, or a house. Sure, you could do that. But there are regulations about, someone says they want to hear a noise ordinance now.
Yeah.
There's sounds. If you're offended by a sound, then you should put earphones in. It's the same thing. So we just have to make sure that we're consistent through all this. That's why I'm concerned about it. Just consistency.
Yeah, you could have horses and it smell worse than a pot farm.
Sure. Yep.
So it's hard to regulate odor, right?
Yep.
I can't see it.
What's up there, Jennifer?
Should I go to the thing? No, this is an important point. Very.
You mean your others weren't?
Well, I'm a little offended that you didn't take my bond ID and inspection ID. I was hooking you up there, Jason.
I know. Well, we got 2 extra bedrooms. I thought we were good.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. The difference between flowers and marijuana, and I'm going to speak to this, is there are people in recovery. As somebody who owned private practice for outpatient mental health, substance abuse, treatment counseling, and who also had a national practice doing interventions. And we're all talking about, we're all old enough to remember, well, marijuana is a gateway drug for people. And it is legal and it's life-saving to some people, but to other people, it could kill them from the standpoint that that smell could trigger them, and then they could go fall off the wagon and start using other drugs, alcohol, etc. So that's why the odor is so important, because what Mark says, like, your rights can't impinge upon mine. This isn't about like, oh, I'm allergic to horses or hay or hydrangeas. This is my sobriety that I fought every day for, for 30 years. And I've lived in my home for 30 years, and somebody moves in next door and starts marijuana, and now I can't sit outside, open my windows, or else I have to move, or because my sobriety and my life is at stake. So that's why odor is important for the marijuana issue. So I'm not anti-marijuana, but you have to think about the people who are struggling every day, who are in recovery, and not try to trigger them and have them lose their sobriety.
Desiree, are you still out there?
Yeah, I'm still here. It won't let me raise my hand for some reason, but I'm Desiree Berry. I live at 156 Raymond Hill Road. I submitted a lot of supporting documentation for this, against this ordinance that you guys are proposing. So this, just 2 comments on things that were already addressed. Smoking is different than a smell. We all know we used to smoke in restaurants. Smoking is, like, the smoke itself is very bad for you. The smell of marijuana is not very bad for you. I'm so empathetic to people in recovery. I'm also a recovered alcoholic, so I definitely understand that. And we don't inhibit liquor stores in the town. We don't inhibit cigarettes in the town, things like that. Those are places, so I definitely get it. But regardless, if you put an odor scrubber on just medical cannabis caregivers, because that's what we're talking about right now, people can still recreationally grow their 3 plants outdoors, and that could still affect somebody who's in recovery. So as empathetic as I am to that, I don't think that that's part of this conversation. To the ordinance itself, I did submit 2 bills that had been, they both passed the Senate and the state. They're sitting on the governor's desk waiting to be implemented. In your guys' definition of sun-grown, I'm fairly certain that you can't redefine what sun-grown cultivation is. And so on the 3rd page of the 1st section, it says sun-grown cultivation means cultivation of cannabis that uses sunlight as the primary light source and uses 100 amperes or less per 1,500 square feet. If you guys know about odor scrubbers, you know that in 1,500 square feet for cannabis to remove the smell, you need 10 to 15 odor scrubbers that would put you over the 100 amperes. Additionally, right above that, it does define indoor cultivation. And it says that indoor cultivation means cultivation of cannabis in an indoor space that uses more than the 100 amperes of electricity per 1,500 square feet, or that uses sunlight as a light source and uses more than 100 amperes of electricity per 1,500 square feet. So an indoor space would include a greenhouse, and an outdoor sun-grown space doesn't need to be inside of a greenhouse, according to this, and especially because you can't exceed those 100 amperes, there would be no really point to be inside of a greenhouse. It also, in that same ordinance, it talks about the different security measures. It says in a greenhouse needs to be locked with security cameras, but for the whole point of the sun-grown, and I testified at this at the state, the whole point of it is that the fencing really inhibits the amount of sunlight that you can get to your plants all year long, well, just in the summer. And so that's why they have in the Sun-Grown Act for, if you're not using a greenhouse, you just need a gate on your driveway and no trespassing signs posted. So I just would, again, advise the board to look over both of those because they are sitting on, they were bipartisan bills that were passed in both the Senate and the House, and they're just waiting to be signed in. I do think that, like it has already been mentioned, if we're going to impose odor scrubbers on one small industry in this town, I do think we should impose that as an agricultural ordinance. So horse barns, chicken coops, growing flowers, like manure piles, everyone would need to have odor scrubbers. Also, if you know anything about odor scrubbers, you know they don't really work. They don't even scrub like a fart out of the air, so they're not that helpful. And if you have to put them inside of a greenhouse, the dust gets kicked out, you'd have to constantly be replacing them. That would place undue burden on medical cannabis caregivers, which it says in LD 1840, a town cannot place undue burden on medical cannabis caregivers. So I just think it'd be important for legal and you guys to just take these things into accordance. And another thing that's really important to mention is who's going to be inspecting these. OCP and emergency services are the only people allowed inside of cannabis caregiver cultivation rooms unless you're a cannabis cultivator, medical cannabis patient. So who's going to come in and say that we have the odor scrubbers because the code enforcement officer isn't allowed in there? And are we supposed to stop growing cannabis to allow them in? Make sure there's no cannabis on the facility because they're not legally allowed in there under the Maine state law. So yeah, those were just a few of the things. I submitted a lot of stuff, so you guys, if you had any questions, I could answer it. But I'd also be interested to know, based on what has been submitted to the town, there was only 2 complaints. Short-term rentals had however many signatures before you guys started to move forward with that. And I just think that a couple complaints shouldn't dictate a small farmers in this town, and also patients' access to, cannabis. It is a really important life-saving medicine. I use it for my epilepsy. I put that in the thing that I'm a medical cannabis patient. And if I didn't have access to that, that's like my livelihood. It's the only thing. My providers are in on it. They all understand. And I just think that it's important that we allow fair access to medicine for patients in this community. And we don't discriminate against the couple cannabis caregivers, because also you're not allowed to know how many there are. We're protected. Patients and caregivers are alike. So I just think that those are some important things to consider. And who's going to enforce these policies? The code enforcement officers can't. So are you going to call OCP on somebody if they're growing their legal plants outside and they're a patient? It's probably going to inhibit them from ever growing their medicine again. And I just think that this could be unfairly targeting a really small demographic in this town, and that would be really unfortunate. So yeah, that's all I really have right now, but I submitted a lot of stuff to you guys, so hopefully you got a chance to look over it.
Thank you, Desiree. You can breathe now.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I respond?
Not yet, Jen.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know.
So, thoughts?
I just feel like it may be being misconstrued in the community that this is limiting the growth, and there's no way are we trying to. So I want to make that known. So limiting,
right?
It's a state law.
These are residential zones often.
What I'm saying is, as far as it sounds like reducing access to, and I don't want. It's the town where we're not trying to do that here. We're just trying to figure out how to make this work in the community. Just want to make that known.
And these are going in residential zones.
What's up?
They're residential zones, so it's
Right.
not like it's an industrial area where the smell isn't going to bother people because it's an
Right.
industrial area. It's
right. It's just that, real sure. I'm saying that the terminology that's been used in a couple of letters and whatnot are that we're reducing the access to medicine, and that's not the case here.
Right. That's not the intent.
No, not at all. No. Yeah.
So they're going into residential zones is the concern.
The complaint is
The complaint is going into
residential zones. So
subject to agricultural setbacks?
Are you saying, do I think these agricultural setbacks would resolve the issue?
Yeah.
I think it would go a long way. Because right now you can put it right on the property line.
Right. So
that's kind of, and now with that new law, they're going to be able to go from 30 to 150 plants.
Right.
So, which is, a pretty big increase.
So can we help the issue by just establishing setbacks?
Just going with the agriculture, say 50 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's easy to enforce.
Right.
We just measure.
And we're not treating it differently from anything else.
Right.
Do we have any, I mean, we don't have, like, 1 acre is kind of our smallest zoned residential.
Right. I mean, there are some
Besides the village.
legally existing non-conforming lots that are smaller, but those generally on the lakes, and I can't see anyone thinking this is a great spot for a cannabis grow operation right on the side of the lake, other than to get a lot of sun, but you're not going to have the square footage, generally speaking.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think it'd be hard to tell someone they have 2 acres, they can do less than someone that has 3 acres. I'm not sure that's.
Well, I think the setbacks are going to determine that. If you're on a 5-acre lot, then obviously you have more space, but if you're on a 2 or 3 acre lot, then you're limited.
Yeah, I think the setbacks is, the simplest way.
And I think fairest.
Yeah.
But that's the note I wrote, that's
Oh,
setbacks.
we're in agreement?
Yeah. And at least as a
Right there.
starting point, if it's still an issue and we get, people like, well, I can smell it at my property line, then maybe we revisit, but.
So how do we approach that? We just said it, we determine it, we declare it an agricultural.
Yeah, I mean, the agricultural uses, I mean, I think.
We already have that.
I think it calls out for certain, if you have more than 2 animals, so, 2, not dogs or cats, but like horses, pigs,
Right.
stuff like that, not chickens, they don't count like in the same way. But, an operation where you're gonna have, intensive agricultural use has to meet that setback, so we just add, cannabis cultivation, kind of to that agricultural.
It seems like what,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what that, is in the standard section, B1, enclosures and setbacks, where it references the agricultural use setbacks, and it has to meet those.
I guess the nice part, I don't want to step,
Yep.
but they have the ordinance kind of just, we get that, we do not opt in, kind of in there, just so that anyone who's looking
Right.
at the ordinance gets the idea right away.
Sure.
Okay, well, I can't open up, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, and they know without, too much digging.
So will that make people have to move their
That's my next
locations if they're already within the limits or beyond the
I
limits?
guess if we passed and something got voted on before harvest season, but I don't foresee that happening. I mean,
no, it wouldn't.
I don't think we're gonna have anything on the books before October.
Right. And there's very little outdoor growing.
So this would mostly pertain to next year,
Mhm.
or entirely, I would think. It's not like it's a perennial, it's not like a tree that they're gonna have to dig up and move, they have to replant every year.
So going back to the good neighbor thing, we're gonna get back to that. Well, how do we feel about maybe seeing if there's approval by abutters?
I don't think we
We'll
can
say
do that
no.
because we can't disclose.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
privacy.
Is it
act.
HIPAA? Is that supposed to be HIPAA?
It's
Is that-
medical. It's medical history. So,
But it's agriculture, so.
but not for cannabis caregivers, because there are
They're ones that are
caregivers for
authorized to
medical
grow.
reasons.
Right.
So that's all, information, not public.
So then we can't assign a setback to that then?
Not
Okay.
just for cannabis, but agriculture, yes, because
Yes.
they have to perform by those.
Agriculture.
Desiree, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there any way to set a parts per million standard?
Oh, on odor.
We would need like
I
a
don't think
sniffer
so.
machine.
A couple of good dogs.
Nasal Ranger, is that what it's called?
There is, I've seen something, I'm sure it's extremely expensive.
It
though.
is expensive.
Well,
Harvard
maybe
has
you could
one.
have- right
Look at a couple of
there-
retired TSA dogs.
There are machines you can get that measure any gas, and I'm just saying, if you want to set a parts per million, somebody complains, then you can go out and get, you can rent it or lease it or have somebody come in and measure.
May I chime in again
Yeah,
on this?
please.
So that again would imply we would be using odor scrubbers, and again, that would put us over the 100 amps of the Sun-Grown Act, because for 1,500 square feet, which is what it says in the Sun-Grown Act, you can't exceed 100 amps. You need 10 to 15 odor scrubbers in that square footage
You
to
would
be
have to have
under
odor
parts per
scrubbers.
million.
No, I think,
So,
You would have to
so
maybe
are,
disperse them more or move them to a different location.
yeah, but that would take, so we pay, cannabis caregivers pay $200 to have a sun-grown license on top of their $1,500 fee that they already pay to be a medical cannabis caregiver. And in that, it protects their right to grow outdoors under the sun, not in an enclosed structure. So it would be limiting the plant count, which the town can't limit your plant count. That's state regulated.
But Desiree, declaring it an agricultural product and going with agricultural setbacks that the town already has in place would not be adversely impacting.
No, the 50-foot, I 100% agree with the setbacks. I think putting the setbacks like as the agricultural use, but as long as we're clear that like there are certain laws that the state puts into place and the protection of like how many plants you can have, how you can grow them, things like that, that's state regulated, not town regulated. And I just think as long as we're doing that, but I think the setbacks are completely reasonable to have. I don't think you can make them be enclosed, so that's the only thing, because under the Sun Grown Act, you don't have to be inside of a greenhouse. You can grow outdoors, not inside of a greenhouse. So that would just be one of those things, which we are working with our lawyer to figure out exactly how that would work. But
okay.
You could still grow as many plants, but if you grow them in a wider or set back further, the parts per million will go down as it disperses.
I think that would fall under the undue burden on cannabis caregivers, because you can only grow within 1,500 square feet outdoors. So if I had to set it back in my I'm already 50 feet from my property line, 100 feet from my neighbor's structure or home or whatever, and now you're making me set it back even further, but my property line like ends at a certain point. Now I'm abutting more property lines. Like that's putting, I think, a lot of tight restrictions on it, where it's like hard to, what if the wind blows? Like what if the wind starts blowing in one direction when they come read that? And also, how are you going to enforce it? Because you can't hire someone else to come do this. And I can tell you right now, OCP is going to tell you that they're not going to do it. And none of those people can be around the cannabis if they're not a caregiver, OCP, emergency services in an emergency, or a patient. So they wouldn't be able to come onto the property to read that under the law, under the Maine state law of who's allowed in those facilities.
They don't have to be in the property. What I'm saying is if somebody makes a complaint, maybe it's up to the citizen that's complaining to get the measurement of the parts per million.
They would have to do it off of the property from the caregiver. They can do it,
on their property, on the citizen that's making the complaint, on their property, what they are being subject to.
That would be different. I don't think we got to put that in a regulation. I mean,
No.
if somebody
they can leave it up to
determines they feel it's a nuisance, let them hire
a lawyer,
someone to come in and get a lawyer and
at their own
address
expense.
it that way.
But right, but I'm saying, okay, somebody makes a complaint and says this is unreasonable. They have the physical data to back it up. Then what does that mean? Do we have anything in our ordinance for that?
No.
I feel like that would be a personal grievance.
Yeah, civil matter.
Civil matter.
Yep.
To the state, one or the other.
It's my favorite term.
So then the town should say that if something like that is referenced to the town, you make it a civil matter and make the recommendation they need to go to the state.
Yeah, when Jason gets the call, he'll tell them. Go to the
Okay, that's
state.
fine. I mean, I just want, people need to have a set of things they can do when they come to the town, not just, oh, we don't deal with it.
Yeah. Good point.
It's a tough one because in a residential neighborhood, it gets tricky.
Mm-hmm. We done with marijuana?
No.
Jennifer has a question.
Oh, Jennifer. Yes, Jennifer.
So
You gotta be quick,
Jennifer
'cause I'm
Danzig,
by
38
your
Pulpit Rock Road. So I thought the growing marijuana in residential zones was under our home-based business ordinances. Right? Like I recall the veteran who came here who was complaining about the grow next to his house because he couldn't have his windows open, he couldn't have his air conditioning running, he couldn't have his laundry outside because the marijuana people who were medical cannabis people had gotten the permission to grow under the home-based business, and he had started out in his garage, but now he was out in the yard, and then now it was affecting that. That's how this whole marijuana thing came up, was that one elderly man who came and said, like, I can't open my windows, I can't sit on my front deck, I'm a veteran, I have like COPD, and I can't breathe, and that the fact that the marijuana people, it was a home-based business because they were in a residential zone, which meant they had to grow it inside. And what was happening is they had exceeded the garage, and we're now growing it outside, and we're in violation of the home-based business. Because we had the guy from the state come and talk to us. Was that the select board and not the planning board?
The select board.
Oh, that was, oh, sorry, guys, I go to all your meetings. So that was the select board.
Yeah.
So I guess the issue is that because it's in a residential zone, it falls under our home-based business ordinances. And the marijuana expert from the state of Maine said that our local laws can trump the state laws under that, where we have a home-based business ordinance, so that if they are growing outside of the garage, then they're violating the home-based business ordinance for being a medical cannabis provider, because they have clients come to the house. It's a business, it's in a residential zone, so it's a home-based business, so that it had to be in the garage. And once it came out of the garage, it was violating our local ordinance, which the state marijuana expert guy who testified in front of the select board said, now as a town, we can, we can violate him because he violated the home-based business. None of this sounds familiar to you guys. Okay.
Can I chime in on this? Because I was on Zoom during that meeting.
Sure.
So that was prior to LD 1840, the Sun-Grown Act being passed by the Senate and the House. So now under those, you can't. Medical cannabis caregivers, as long as they're following OCP regulations, are allowed to cultivate from their primary residence under home cultivation. And so the town can't tell them, and under the Sun-Grown Act, they can't tell them that they have to be inside their residence for that. So those were the purpose of those being passed. And like I said, they're just waiting to be signed in by the governor, but they were bipartisan, so.
That is accurate, but I also just want to make a statement that it does, the Sun-Grown Act, sun-grown cultivator means a caregiver who cultivates cannabis plants in the flower stage without the use of artificial light. Subsection 6B, an indoor cultivation area or an outdoor cultivation area. Both are acceptable. I think it was just said here this evening that an indoor is not acceptable, and it absolutely is.
It is acceptable.
We could go that route if we wanted to without air scrubbers, but I just want to make that note.
Oh, I'm sorry, which section are we on?
Take it off the table. Section 3. An indoor cultivation area must be enclosed and equipped with locks and other security devices, et cetera, et cetera. Then the last sentence, an outdoor cultivation area must include reasonable precautions, et cetera, et cetera. It indicates an indoor or outdoor facility for a sun-grown cultivator is possible. It's not just an outdoor. I don't want to misconstrue that. It can be indoors, it can be a greenhouse setting. Just read through it.
So then our ordinance could limit in residential areas that it be indoor, so it doesn't impact the neighbors.
Could be, absolutely.
I'd be for that.
But, so what about under the Sun-Grown Act 28B MRS subsection 108-A, where it like defines sun-grown cultivation? It says use of less than 100 amp-meters. And then it defines indoor cultivation right above that, which is what includes greenhouses and indoors. So they do differentiate in that between what sun-grown is and what indoor cultivation is.
It qualifies indoor or outdoor on this in this document that you provided.
I just think if it's indoor and it's a greenhouse, you're still getting the sun from the greenhouse, and it's limiting the odor to your residential neighbors.
Right, electrical current for anything.
So even if you didn't do the odor scrubbers, you still are containing the odor within the greenhouse. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Especially when, for some people, the medication's life-saving. For others,
sure,
it's putting their lives at risk. So I think you have to, again, where do your rights end and mine begin?
Right.
Like, should I have to move out of my house of 30 years because my neighbor is, growing sun-grown marijuana and now, and
Okay, Jennifer.
the excuse with the liquor
Jennifer.
store, I can avoid liquor stores. I can't avoid my neighbor growing pot next to my yard.
Mark, you okay with what?
Sure, absolutely. No, I just want to clarify that because it sounded like that wasn't an option. I just want to make sure that the board and everybody knows that in this, it is an option. It's not a viable option, but I'm just saying it's there. It was made that it wasn't.
All right, so I think this one you can definitely send to legal.
I'm going to strike the odor scrubbing part.
Yep. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
Yep.
Kevin? You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to let everybody know it's 10 minutes past my bedtime.
You didn't fall asleep on this?
I got to drive home first.
Can you sleep and drive?
So are you
I
making
can
it
do that.
indoor or you're not making it indoor, right? Like, you didn't address that.
No.
We're just setting it as an agricultural products, so it's going to be under our agricultural setbacks. What else? Have we got anything else? Project coming, they
didn't,
Nope.
that wasn't a full one.
but I think it was just the application was missing, but
It was just comment response materials. It wasn't a full final plan submission, so that won't be.
it won't be before the board then?
Nope.
Okay, so it'll be, I doubt we'll get either of these two things back from legal for the next meeting.
No, the only thing I think we didn't address, I don't know if we want to, it would be the banquet hall
Yeah,
type
that's a
thing,
big
but I think that can wait.
That can wait.
Its own
Save
animal.
that for event
That's a big
Oh, yeah.
thing.
and noise. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. We'll need the banquet after that. So that's it. We need one more motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are done. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, and I am calling the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting to order. First on the agenda is the election of officers in accordance with the ordinance for this committee. Is there a motion to nominate for the position of chair?
I would nominate Karen Lockwood for chair.
I would second
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Is there a motion for nominations to cease?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
All right, thank you.
Whatever.
Okay, we will take the vote on the motion for Karen Lockwood to be chair of the Budget Finance Committee. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? And the motion carries, it's unanimous. Are there any nominations for vice chair?
I would nominate Sean McKillop.
I'd second that.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? It's parliamentary procedure. Is there a motion for nominations to cease?
So moved.
And we will now have the vote on the vice chair. All those in favor for Sean McKillop to be the vice chair of the Budget Finance Committee? All, okay, it's unanimous, and the motion carries. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Next is approval of the minutes. There was a mix-up with me and the town clerk, so the minutes didn't get done. And we will, when we have our next meeting, we will approve the minutes from the previous meeting and then the minutes from this meeting. Next, we have discussion on the vacancy created by the election of Chris Hansen to the Select Board. And it's my understanding that the Select Board had a motion at their last meeting pertaining to the vacancy.
To go with the process as stated, yes.
Okay, it's my understanding that the Budget Committee can decide if they want to go forward with the vacancy or if they want to wait until the election of next year.
Where did you see that?
It was mentioned to me that we could do that, that we don't have to fill the position immediately.
I don't see that anywhere in the policy.
I think that is correct, but I'm hoping that we do fill it.
Is that a past practice you're saying instead of the written policy?
No, I'm
Because
saying,
it's clear in this.
I think she's correct that you can do that. I'm not saying that's the past policy or past practice, but you can do that.
Because if we fill the vacancy, it's to go until the election. And then there would be an election for a one-year term. And then there would be, the following year, there would be another election for a three-year term. So if we just go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we still have enough to have a quorum. In the past, with the budget committee, the ordinance got changed because there weren't enough people in the town that wanted to serve on the committee, so the committee got downsized, which is in the ordinance of how that process worked.
Well, I'm reading it from the policy, and it says it will be made by the board or committee, and it says it will be on an agenda, and it says, and if necessary, the town can post it in the paper. I don't see anywhere where it says you can waive it.
I think we're talking about Maine law probably here now.
Yeah, but this supersedes Maine law, right? The policy
It's
written and voted by the public?
6A.
In addition to Maine law, yeah.
I'm not opposed to changing the bylaws and policy, but we had issues with not following the policies in several areas, and I think that what we'll be asking you to do as a board is to review this and figure out what you want, because the 90 days is too long to start with. And it doesn't give you even a variety or a option if someone quit or moved out of town in April or March in the middle of the budget process, and someone was having an operation. Now you drop down to 2 people and they're not going to be back or whatever. To fill it within, it takes 90 days, the process. It's too long.
Well, I don't see that happening, Dennis, but it says, when a seat is vacated, the term of office for any open seats will be adjusted at the next election to keep the term staggered.
Yes. Well, I'm talking about
This would be just to fill out that term, so you're still going to have that effect. And what I like about filling the term, though, is that you get somebody who would serve for a year and hopefully, or the better part of a year, and hopefully decide that they wanted to run and then have had some experience. And of course, you open it up, and Dennis will probably explain the bylaws better than me, but you open it up to the public for people to express interest. And sometimes people who've run for office unsuccessfully will apply, and then they get an opportunity to serve in a different capacity. And I think that may have already happened with one person, but I don't know for sure. And then there may be other people who want to apply and serve. And so I like the idea of filling it.
But believe me when I tell you, I think this has to be amended. It has to be corrected to the point where you can flow. But, went from 9 people to 7 in 2018. Anyway.
Yeah, I was just reading too on 6D. Any vacancy among the voting members shall be filled either via appointment by the select board until the next annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy, or by the town at the first annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy.
Right. So it's an option.
Oh, I had the whole, I didn't bring it with me. I had it in the meeting.
It was an extra.
So you can go either way.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I think it's great.
This, the selectmen's posting on page 9 of their duties says something different.
Oh, is that what you're reading?
No, I'm reading the budget finance
The
ordinance.
6D.
Okay,
That's
so
what you're reading.
that's
You're
interesting. I
reading
was
the-
reading just.
But the ordinance for the select board is,
So they're in conflict.
yeah, that's different than what.
Well, they're different,
Oh, they're in conflict.
I guess.
Yeah, because this doesn't have any flexibility when the select board, and it does say board or committee. So maybe because it says or committee, we go back to your ordinance. I'm not opposed to it at all, believe me. I'm not. I just was trying to follow the policy to the best of our ability. Even the term it wasn't detailed out. So we're going to meet with this again in August to try to clarify our role as opposed to a committee, because in the past, selectmen just put Bob Jones on, or whoever they wanted to put on to fill the position. And I think that happened my first year while you were on the board with me. And so I thought it said, if it said or committee, the committee should decide it, not the select board, or else it would just say select board. But
This actually says the committee will make the final decision.
correct.
And this is newer than this by about 3 months. Looking at the dates on it.
Oh, I think the committee should make the.
But it still goes through the process of advertising.
Right.
And the select board's responsible for getting the applicants in one thing or another.
I think to amend this, regardless, has to go in front of a warrant, correct? It has to be voted on by the public because they're ordinance by the public. And so what we were doing is trying to prepare everything for this coming warrant process, so that if the budget committee had things they wanted to change on this to make it clearer, and the select board wanted to, I mean, I really don't understand why the select board would be appointing someone to any committee, whether it's planning or whatever. The recommendation should come from the committee. And unless we have something we know better than a committee. But I think what we were trying to do was follow the policy by the bylaws we had in the select board. Interesting, though, that they conflict, not unsurprising.
Not surprising. Just wanted to ask the committee members if you had thoughts on it one way or the other.
My feelings are we should do the 30-day advertising, get some interest in, and then, watch this, follow what the select board's thing says, except we fill the slot, because the committee chairman, the committee still does the actual filling of the slot. They just make a recommendation.
Right.
They provide the names and make a recommendation. And I would think that would be, in my mind, the cleanest to find out who's out there. And we're also looking in, when we do that, we're looking into the next election cycle too, in reality, because you're finding out who's interested.
And then it's really, in my opinion only, it's very important that we are consistent on both policies so that the policy we're reading when we're trying to figure out how to run the select board is consistent with what we're doing with the budget and budget and finance. So my recommendation is really to have, perhaps you could come in with, we have the workshop and work with us, or you guys could use this for your work session to decide what you want to do and bring it in and tell us. It's going to be so much easier if we have warrants that, language is consistent. It's confusing enough as it is to go 90 days in today's technology. You know, I was talking to the town manager, and I didn't even see any sense in putting it in the newspaper. With all the small community we have and all the people we have involved in all the committees, it gets out pretty quickly. So then it's, as soon as the minutes go out, that's the public notice. You know.
I'd like to see us at least advertise it and see who's out there. In the past, one of my big gripes was that people were appointed, and people who may have wanted to be on a committee never had that opportunity. So I would like to see if anybody's interested. Will somebody be interested in running for, I guess almost at that time, almost a half a year, you know, basically to have to run come June, but I think we leave that up to them. You know, if somebody's interested in doing it, we shouldn't take that opportunity away from them. And maybe they try for 6 months and they hate it and they don't run, and then, you know, that will. But so if the same person, let's just say that we fill this vacancy, and that same person runs in June, it would be for a 1-year election.
Yes.
But if they don't run, then we're going back. That slot is for a 3-year election. Is that correct? Or no matter what, come June is for a 1 year?
It still has to be one.
And no matter
so two 3-year terms and one 1-year term.
Okay. So either way, I think when you were, yeah, either way, I think that it would still just be for a 1-year term, even if we don't fill the vacancy. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the position becomes open. And we talked about this, and I can find nothing anywhere that says that person has to declare one way or the other. And what I was thinking about personally is if 5 people run, the top 3 vote getters go in. And the top vote getter is 3 years, second vote getter is 3 years, and the final one is a 1-year term. And it just simplifies the language. It doesn't, you don't have to declare before you come in. But honestly, I don't have a problem with advertising. I'm not, and quite frankly, if this was in January or February, I'd feel differently. But to have it all wrapped up in September brings another voice onto the committee that may see things a little different than the current committee, and it'll be before we start the budget process. And so I didn't see any reason not to follow it, although I have to tell you, I've now learned I have to read all the ordinance, not just one, and make them consistent.
There's no guarantee anybody, I mean, I've already asked a couple of people and they weren't interested. So if there is somebody that's interested, I would really like for them to step up, but.
What you may end up with, though, is if you do end up with more than one person, then you'll probably want to have them come in and talk about their interest, provide some background on, you know, them, and so you'd have a kind of a process that similar to what the Board of Selectmen might go through to fill a vacancy. Yeah.
And no offense, but if we don't like any of the candidates, we don't have to.
No, you don't have to. That was the point that she was making. She's right. You don't have to. But I think it would be good to do it.
I do agree with that. I would like to see us put it out there and see what comes back.
It's really interesting dialogue. I have to tell you, after reading the bylaws for the select board 3 or 4 times and underlining, you know, underscoring things that I think have to be cleared up, something on each page, you know, from the 90 days, you know, I understand some of the stuff, but.
So maybe the select board should impanel a ordinance review committee to look at the ordinances and look for these sort of discrepancies and issues.
I'm not opposed to that at all. I wouldn't mind.
Because I think that you're right. I mean, I'm going to guess that we have other problems like that. Just a thought.
Well, that we're not even consistent between 2 elected boards. It just strikes me as crazy.
Right.
And it, like you said, it's based on too, you know, if you look about the year differences, I know this was updated in 2021, who was on the board, who was on, you know, so it would be good.
It strikes me that and I think the campaign platform for several of the newer board members was this idea of good governance, and so good governance would be to take a look at those ordinances from time to time. It's never been done in my time, and I think, you know, it's not a knock really on Raymond, because I think most towns don't do that. So, but whether it be a committee or whether it be, you know, the staff, I think to look at the ordinances and cross-reference them and see if there are these kinds of issues that would, you know, cause confusion or problems. And then, as Dennis pointed out, it would have to be the legislative body, which in the case of the town is the annual town meeting, to make that change.
It's interesting because these things kind of come up as we're kind of coming along, so I wouldn't be surprised that it wasn't brought up sooner. You know, it's just because we have this vacancy where now we kind of caught it. But yeah, maybe having some kind of review committee would be beneficial to be looking at these things.
I'd love to see members of every committee from planning board right through, take a person off each committee and that has the time and energy with the town manager and work through it. And ultimately, Mel's the one that does a lot of the reading. And so if you look at all the people involved, put out an agenda or put out a notice, and we have billboards that can be immediately flashing, looking for another member of the Budget Finance Committee that we didn't have when these things came out. And so we have a way of simplifying and shrinking down the time period and making it more efficient. And it's time we did it.
So we could make a couple of decisions, I guess, or a decision and a recommendation. You know, a decision to proceed with advertising for candidates interested in filling the unexpired term of Chris Hansen for the Budget Committee, and I would move that if everybody's.
Could I amend that just to maybe clean it up a little bit, Dawn?
Sure, yeah.
Again, make a movement to fill a position in accordance with page 9 of the Selectmen's, what on that spells on advertising and everything else.
In accordance with the Selectmen bylaws.
By the Selectmen's bylaws, and use that as the way to fill the slot. That would be my recommendation. Does that sound good? And it's already spelled out.
Yeah, no, that's fine by me.
And obviously, the fact that your ordinance was done after our last amendment, and it says that you will decide the person and not the select board, I think that only makes sense that committees decide it.
Do you want me to-
You know?
Do you want me to do that again, or do you have it?
I have it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have waited for
I'm
discussion.
talking about the motion.
In accordance with section 25, 2, 2. And that, like I say, that spells it right out.
Okay, so the motion is to fill the vacancy via the Select Board Ordinance, Section 2522.
Yeah. And that spells out. And then if they want to change that in a later date, because Dennis thinks it's too long a time period, so be it. But that's what we got right now. That's what.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'd make that second.
Any further discussion?
I would just ask your committee to discuss the length of time when you get into the 11th hour, like we had last year, and all of a sudden everyone was having to push through, that if someone did resign in that period, that we don't fill it, because you can't do it in 90 days. And so if there's a way to shrink it down or whatever, I mean, I don't know how to deal with that issue, but that's when we have the 11th hour. And it's kind of crazy to accept a resignation at one meeting, or acknowledge it. Actually, it's an acknowledgement at one meeting, then the formal acceptance at one meeting, then the advertisement, and then you move forward with the next meeting, which is it's 60 to 90 days.
But Dennis, if someone resigns in the middle of the budget season, there isn't enough time to bring somebody up to speed as to where
That's what
they're
I'm saying.
at. And so I would just recommend that we just let it ride and go without trying to fulfill that vacancy.
Okay, and then go with your language that says that you can decide.
Yeah.
Any less than 6 months, the budget committee decides. That's a simple amendment to yours, and ours, to make it easy.
Yeah, if it's more than, and I'm picking a number because I haven't, 90 days, you can't fill it anyway.
Right, that was my point.
So then you get into the election cycle, so you may be filling a 2-year term, a 1-year term to close out for the opening, right?
Clear language.
Just so interesting that when you start to actually follow policies, you find little dams or little obstacles that you have to work through.
It's interesting that in the select board's requirements, in the case of the planning board and the zoning board of appeals, the select board requires that candidates attend the meeting in which their membership will be considered. So again, those are pieces that, not for this, but in the future, as we clean up stuff, make it so it's the same way for everything, for all the boards and stuff, so you know who you're facing.
I like the fact that this even came up, to be honest with you. Anytime you can open be more open-minded to what the language is in one ordinance to the other, I would have had a different saying or conversation a week ago.
There's really an issue, though, because the Budget Finance Committee is an elected committee.
Yes.
Where the rest of them are appointed. So this committee probably has to handle it differently than a committee that has members appointed by the select board. So I think you're right. I think these things need to be cleaned up so that you can grow it.
That's a very good point, Frank.
Yeah. All the more reason to advertise it.
And who knows if we'll get someone. I mean, in the bylaws, the committee was reduced in size from 9 to 7 because there was a lack of interest in serving on the committee. So we'll just have to see what happens. Okay, so.
So I second it. Was there an amendment to it, or was?
No, that's the motion.
Okay.
So it's been made and seconded?
Yes. Is there any further discussion? Are we ready to take the vote? Okay, so all those in favor of Don's motion to fill the vacancy via the Select Board Ordinance, Section 2522, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous, so the motion carries.
So now, before we move on, although this may not be anything we need to make a formal motion on, but I do think, or Dennis could just proceed to the Board of Selectmen as chair, but I like the idea of a review committee of some kind to look at the ordinances. So I don't know if we want to make that a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen, or just tell Dennis that he should do that.
I would like to make it a recommendation.
Okay.
I would just simply make a motion that the town manager puts it on the agenda. You people are empowered by the public too, and it'll be on the agenda, and we'll discuss it at the next meeting.
Well, that would, if he's the chair of the Board of Selectmen, so I think that works, but generally we got to be careful about that.
Yes.
But I think he approves the agenda, so I think that'll work.
Okay.
Well, anything that's going to improve this town.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure we don't get, criticism, but as we
Right.
did in the past, which I don't think we're going to, but for exceeding our authority. But sure, if he says that we should do that, let's do that.
Right. We don't want to overstep our duty.
We're doing a lot of things right now, trying to get caught up on many things with all new people. And anytime we can put it on an emotion to the town manager, and this is after Joe and I talking, it makes it easier for him because it's in the minutes. When Mel types it up, she's the one that does the agenda. It becomes a flash. It's ID'd. And that's what I'm trying to do, is to move things in a way that it goes into the minutes. As a recommendation.
So it would be a motion to recommend to the town manager that he put an agenda item on the next Board of Selectmen agenda for the Board of Selectmen to consider impaneling an ordinance review committee.
Simply, yeah.
Is that it?
Yes, well, it's basically what I've written down here, so.
Did you
Second.
seconded it?
So that's a motion from.
I guess it was, yeah.
Okay.
Again, I'm trying to work with the
That's
town
good.
manager, and I think it does flag things. It makes it easier not to get dropped in the process of going crazy with the busy agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the motion, Don's motion is to request the town manager add a recommendation to the select board to create a panel to review the ordinances for select board and budget finance.
An agenda item on the next agenda.
Actually, it's for all
of them.
for all,
Ordinances.
no, yeah.
For all ordinances.
I think any policy that we're working under. Let me, and is it open for discussion still? I think it is. Let me give an
We
example.
haven't had a second to the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Frank seconded.
Frank
I thought he did.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
So let me give an
discussion.
example. 2 years ago, we talked about a purchasing policy. Last year, we kind of, as a budget committee, emphasized that we needed to have the town staff look into it and find a better way for purchasing policy. Nothing's happened yet. I think the more we look at for policies that are either ignored, not followed, or need to be improved, the better we're going to be to move forward. And so that's just an example I give you because it was a request, and it was a strong request by you as chair and the budget
Yes.
committee.
Yeah.
So-
That actually is one of our agenda items
I saw it.
tonight is the purchasing policy. I'm not letting you go.
I was using your example, that's all.
All right. So, can you just let me know what the motion is again? Because I don't have it the way you said it.
The motion was to make a recommendation to the town manager to put an agenda item on the next Board of Selectmen agenda to consider the formation of a ordinance review committee. And I don't know if we want to make it more specific than that. You were talking about ordinances that relate to operational policies, procedures, that sort of thing. I mean, because we have a lot of ordinances, so maybe you want to narrow it, I don't know.
Well,
So we're talking about good governance, the idea of trying to make sure that our processes are consistent between our ordinances. I don't think we're looking at this committee to go through the land use ordinance or to go through some of the more complex ordinances. So maybe ordinance related to general governance.
Okay, so do you want to reconsider your motion and
I don't know what I want to do. I guess I'm trying to address his concern.
Well,
I think we need to reconsider the motion.
Governance, because that would reach out and kind of look at all those oddball little things that are probably.
So an ordinance review committee to consider ordinances related to general government operations.
And policy.
And policies, as Dennis said, to review them and make sure that there's consistency across all those ordinances.
And I will second that.
Sorry about that.
Can I just make a comment here? This
Yes.
is Mel.
Yes, Mel.
This topic that you're discussing right now is not an agenda item for tonight's meeting, so you really should not be making motions on something that was not on the agenda. I think it's a good idea. I agree with it, but I think it's more appropriate from the discussion that Dennis put it as the chair on the next agenda.
And Mel, could this be put in the regular agenda application process that we have from a citizen or something like that, and not from this committee?
Yeah, I think you've expressed your desire to update your ordinance, which is going to be a whole process because the voters will have to approve that. But it's not proper that you're making a motion on something that was not an agenda item specifically.
Okay.
It's a recommendation, not a decision, but I mean,
It's all right.
I really understand the idea of good governance, and so her point's well taken, but it's not an action that is a final action. But so back to Dennis, why don't you put this on the agenda?
I will certainly do that. It's important.
And we'll hold you to it.
I'll make sure it's in writing. I did make my note. We were talking, it started out by talking about making the budget and finance ordinance that we just discussed consistent with the select board. And that's an easy thing for us to do when we do our policy review, especially now that I was educated tonight.
Okay, all right. I think we've had a good discussion about this and we can move on. The next item on our agenda is discussion on clarifying what are considered capital improvement items and determining the dollar threshold for major and minor category improvements. And this comes out of the tool that we have decided to use, and looking back at the budget that we worked on this last budget session, it seemed that we were commingling things that should be operational in the budget, such as, just to take the public works, for example, tools was an item that was listed on their budget sheet as being part of the capital improvement. And I wanted to bring it up to the committee. How do you feel about tools being a CIP, or looking at a major category such as buildings or ladder fire trucks, and what would be the dollar threshold where you would distinguish between a minor purchase that should be operational or a major CIP item? Just wanted to bring that up for discussion.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit, I think in the past, and in my experience, major non-recurring capital improvements are not buying tools or pieces of computer equipment, and so the capital improvement program new outline really looks good to me, and I think it's a great format, but I think it needs some definition, and as Karen just pointed out, a dollar figure. And I mean, years and years ago, I'm talking 40 years ago, the figure we used was something like $10,000 or thereabouts, but that's very, very low today. And even things like, expendable items like pickup trucks and things like that, I'm not sure that they're capital improvements. And this is just for discussion, maybe they are, but major non-recurring capital improvements. So you're talking about your bricks and mortar things, your building construction projects. You're talking about, significant equipment purchases, like major dump trucks and excavators and things like that, fire trucks, ladder trucks, these sorts of things, ambulances. And so I mean, I leave it to you to think about that concept and to come up with the right number. But I don't think it's all of these items that were put in that document. And I think it sort of obfuscates the whole idea of a capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is to have a deliberate process to plan for the expenditure of municipal funds for these major acquisitions. It's not to pull everything out of the budget and lump it into a plan. I mean, most of those things I saw in there were things that should be in the general budget and subject to annual review and approval. That's just me.
I agree with you, John.
So I mean, I'd be looking at a fairly significant number, maybe 25 or possibly, $50,000 or something. I mean, it's to me, it's not buying tools or buying a laptop.
And these notes here says, small community may set minimum projects cost at $1,000 or $2,500, while a larger community set the threshold at $10,000 or $25,000. So you were talking about upping it to 20, I think you said?
Well, I said 25, but I don't know. We'd have to decide what the right number is for this town. But I just think that the list I saw was basically just pulling everything out of the budget and calling it a capital improvement, looked like to me. And that's not what it's about. So 25,000, sure, if that's the number, yeah.
I wouldn't know what to base it off of.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at it as an operational expense, then I would say anything probably under 1,000, because we don't have a large, I think in our operations for each department, there's not a huge flux of room if emergencies happen. So I believe the CIP plan was put in place to carry forward money so they don't go to undesignated fund balance at the end of the year if there is money left over, because if emergency happens and you have to, computers crash or anything like that. We had Kevin's firewall went in the fritz, and we have that money set aside to do that.
But that's not what the capital improvement plan does. The capital improvement plan
for long term
is for long-term expenditures, and so typically you're talking things that have a long useful life. They cost a lot of money. What I'm hearing here is what happens if you have a catastrophic failure of a major piece of equipment or something that is expensive, and that's what the town's contingency is for. That's ready cash. I don't think we're talking about capital reserve budgeting here. Capital reserve budgeting is when you set money aside into a fund and segregate it over a period of time for future expenditures. That we haven't done, for a long time. So basically, what we're talking about with the capital improvement plan is, here we want a ladder truck and it's going to cost $1 million, and so we have a schedule by year as to when we're going to do these things, and then you're going to have some kind of a mechanism under which you're going to make that acquisition. Probably for something like that, it's a bond, and so I don't know. I mean, I guess it was just an idea, just something to think about. And I hear Joe's point, though. I mean, I guess.
So, I mean, I guess the flip side of that is we increase the operational budgets with these maybe $2,000 purchases. That's going to increase our expenses on the operational side. If the board is comfortable with that, going to undesignated fund balance and then, using that if there's emergencies. I mean, that's one way to do it. But yes, I think your deferred maintenance of pieces is kind of different than a capital improvement plan, is what you're saying. I would say for the town, though, for the amount, I think it does look like it's probably higher for larger towns, the threshold. So I would look at lowering it for Raymond for that size is what I would suggest.
Somewhere between like 15 and 20.
I would say even lower because there's, that's,
Because
I guess you have to go back to what you classifying for the items.
we're at 10 now, right?
The purchasing policy now?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure.
So what's been in the past?
Yeah, I don't
Most
think
towns,
there
I don't know where you got this from, some other town, some other state, but major non-recurring capital expenditures of a significant cost. You know,
Yeah.
so it's
So
significant. So you have to define what significant is. You know, in most, I think in most jurisdictions, a pickup truck wouldn't be a long-lasting improvement. Or a police car or something like that, you know?
Cliff?
And maybe I was all off base, but I thought a CIP did two things. One, it took its items with a lifespan of usually 10 years for equipment, vehicles and equipment, and 25 plus on infrastructures. And that's kind of an old rule of thumb, as I remember it. It becomes a piggy bank once you get it in and adopt it. So instead of raising $1 million in the 20th year, you've been tucking some budget money away so people don't get slammed with a big tax increase. That was my understanding of what CIP was supposed to be. And when that money went in there, it was an allocation, but it wasn't a purse you could just reach into for anything. It had to be kind of used for what it was raised for in the tax year it was raised. That was my understanding of what a CIP was supposed to be. And it had some pickup truck, today, or a police car, that may in fact be capital improvement because you're up to 70,000.
My concern, I guess, to put a sharper point on it, is that when you put all these stuff into a CIP and then you set aside the monies and you have them available, and I've heard the term, I think, used actually by a department head, you end up with what amounts to a slush fund, and that you don't want that. No. You know, so basically what happens is that you may have a bunch of things that in the plan that are set to be purchased on a particular schedule, but then you change your mind and you spend it on something else.
Yeah,
and if you have all these little items, it's pretty easy to do that. And I just think it's cleaner to put those small items in the annual budget.
I agree.
And that's what I would do.
Painting is maintenance. Tires is maintenance.
Tools.
The thing that we would consider maintenance in our house are exactly what Cliff just said, operational. A roof is capital. Everyone puts money aside. You use that example, Sean. And it's something that allows for balanced budget for the taxpayers. For example, if there was, we have $75,000 in for an ambulance, and by the time we get to the ambulance, it's not enough because of inflation and everything else. And we're replacing ambulances 5 to 7 years, right? With the option of re-chassising or something.
Re-chassising, and that should help reduce the cost.
But this is not something you put in operation. Now, if that ambulance had a crash, we would have to go to, and it had to be repaired. We either go to the $75,000 the select board had, or we'd go to the surplus, which is what we did when we bought 3 dump trucks for plowing. We took $450,000 out of surplus. That stuff is all intertwined with making sure that people that are living here now are paying the taxes for what we're going to be doing a little bit at a time, rather than someone who moves to town and all of a sudden we've got a huge bond that's hitting. And with the school coming up and other things, we really do need to get a handle on what the plan is. And I think it's timely, if nothing else. And I don't think if it's 15 or 25, it eliminates pickup trucks, because there's no pickup truck that sells for less than 25. So 25 is conservative in my mind. I really do believe that to be the case on certain things. And there is a certain life expectancy on computers right now and laptops. They're upgraded, what, every 2 years or 3 years? Where, you know, it's time to.
But that's kind of operational.
Right.
When you're using a set, like you say, every 2 or 3 years, it comes back to that, what is CIP? It's 5 to 50 year duration.
What if we ask the staff to take a look at this after having heard this discussion, and try to go through that list and maybe come up with a number for them to work from? I mean, Dennis just threw out a number, but there's a lot of things in that CIP now that to me are not CIP items.
Right, and on the project form that we used for our tool, it lists what is a capital improvement, and it defines some things. Common categories of capital expenditures include purchase of major equipment, for example, playground equipment, snowplow, computers, acquisition of land for a public purpose, such as a park, landfill, industrial site. Number 3, construction, expansion, or major renovation of a public building or facility, for example, library, roads, sewage treatment plant, building retrofit for energy efficiency. 4th, relating planning, engineering, design, appraisal, or feasibility costs. And then there's a note, some communities specifically exclude vehicles and equipment from the CIP. So it's kind of open. We can decide if we want to include the vehicles with the $25,000 threshold or not.
Yeah. Well, I think this point's a good one. There probably are very few even $50,000 pickup trucks now.
Right.
So that's why I was saying the number was obsolete. But and I hear what Joe's saying too. So I'm thinking that maybe it's a recommendation that the staff take a look at that and maybe look at what some other towns are doing.
Okay.
I think that leads into kind of the standardizing the CIP plan to visually kind of have every account in the CIP plan fall in the same format, so it is kind of visually easier to digest what is being spent and what's being future planned for expense. So that's something Karen and I have talked about, that we're going to standardize the CIP plan. So take what's existing right now and put it into those accounts, the CIP accounts, and then from there, I think this will give us a better picture.
We can wait till that's done.
Yeah.
Then we'll have a clear picture of
Yep.
exactly what we have.
Madam
And
Chair.
figure out how to move those around and clarify
Yeah.
what's the major items.
Would it be possible to have a minor capital improvement plan as well as a major capital improvement plan? Where pickup trucks would go and those things that if we set 25,000 as the number, there would be things that would be below that would go into a minor capital improvement plan. Pickup trucks, that sort of thing. Wholesale replacement of technology equipment, whatever.
Excuse me, isn't that kind of what they did with Turnout Gear, Cliff? Didn't they come forward and say the prices, or Scott's or something? Didn't they just recently, the fire department, come forward and say, this has now gotten too big for our budget? Could we please put that in capital improvements and pay it over 3 years? What was it?
Well, there's been
The reserve.
several things that they've moved into that kind of thing. I think Turnout Gear is a phase buy on how much they're buying, how much they need.
Right.
They can't afford what they need.
I mean, the minor would be somewhere between, 5 and 25, and it would be something that would be 3 to 5 years. Something that would last 3 to 5 years would go into the minor capital improvement plan, and the major one would be 5 to 15 or whatever, 5 to 20.
It's creative.
Yeah. So
Like the turnout gear, or whatever it was the fire department wanted to get out of their budget into the capital improvement plan because of the increased cost of that equipment.
I like the idea, but I think it needs another name
Well,
than a minor. I think a capital improvement is a capital improvement, and then, so I don't know what it would be, but in a, planning for equipment, or you have to, some other name, but I mean, to plan for expenditures is a wise thing to do, whether it's large or small. I just think if you call it a major and minor.
We'll have a
how about
contest.
a long-term or short-term?
We have a have a contest. I'm just saying, to me, it's a capital improvement is a capital improvement, And then if you want to plan for the expenditure of equipment and consumables that don't have a long useful life. I mean, what's the definition of a capital improvement? It's a long useful life, major non-recurring. What's the definition of a minor improvement? That's what you need to decide and then call it something like that.
And I agree with you, Dawn, that it would be nice that when we go into budget season to be able to look and say, use turnout gear, this is coming up, it doesn't meet the capital improvement, but it does all the other, and know how many pickup trucks we're gonna buy, and when, and
Yeah.
why.
I'm saying I like the idea,
Well, I'm
but I just
using
don't want
that
to
for-
confuse the language, that's all.
Yeah, but I like being able to see that visibility.
Madam Chair, maybe that's where the purchasing policy comes in later on. You know, maybe it's simply a way to roll some of these things into that wouldn't necessarily fall into that category. I'm just trying to find a category to put them in, that's all.
What about a short term or a long term to define it? Instead
Yeah.
of minor, major, short term, long term.
I think that
That's a
doesn't
possibility.
distinguish between
Well, a
dollar.
capital improvement plan and then a, you know, I don't know, I was going to say short-term, you know, expenditures or equipment expenditures or something. I don't know, something that isn't, a capital improvement to me speaks to something pretty darn major when it comes to equipment or bricks and mortar or land. It's something like that. So it's really the big ticket items are capital improvements. And then you have, you know, plan for, you know, short-term equipment and/or improvements, technology, other things that, you know, are not going to last you 10 or 20 years, and they're not going to cost you, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know if you can say that 10 laptops are a capital improvement or a pickup truck, again, is a capital improvement. I don't think so.
Well, let's turn it over to the town manager and
They have them,
staff work
maybe they
through it.
can see what other towns are doing. Maybe that's what we should do.
Just because I was going to say define something as a short term versus long term doesn't mean that, I think what Frank was trying to make the point of dollar wise.
Right.
More of a dollar wise. So two short term things could have two different price tags.
Right, I like his idea, I just don't like the word capital in both.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying for the term short term versus long term, it doesn't.
So maybe it's a capital improvement and then a minor expenditure or some word, but that diminishes the significance of it, which it isn't.
Short-term replacement plan.
There you go, we're getting closer,
I'm sure another town's got that nailed down already. If you wouldn't mind
Probably.
helping us out here.
Yeah, I can.
But I do think that the focus should be, to me, to put as much as you possibly can into the annual budget so that you look at it on an annual basis and you have the flexibility to make, you know, course corrections and changes. Because if you've got every little thing in a bucket and in various departments, and then what happens is the department head's making that decision, not the budget committee or the selectmen or even the voters. And like I said, I don't like that terminology, slush fund, where somebody's just pulling money out and buying what they want. That's not, you know, not in a plan, even sometimes.
Yes, agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that was really good discussion. Next, we have discussion on an update from the town manager on the new CIP project request process. Are there any CIP projects in the pipeline or been submitted? And how is the deadline for September 1st working?
Yeah, I think right now, nothing's been requested because I want to revisit the format of the capital plan to standardize it. So that's going to be the first step, is standardize it, and then we have a department head meeting August, I think 13th, that I can present that to department heads, and from there I think we could see if there's anything that is missing off of that capital plan that needs to be requested or filled out. So that's kind of the update and process of that CIP plan right now.
Discussion, next we have discussion on an updated budget summary to include the results from the warrant articles, the school budget, and the county budget.
That is almost wrapped up. I should be able to email that out to the board by Friday. Brenda's working on that. There's some, we've got the school portion and the county portion, just to be inputted and make sure that spreadsheet is linked to everything that we have. So we're just, don't want to put it out to you guys yet until it's 100% confirmed. So we should have that by Friday and get that to you.
Thank you, Joe. That sounds good.
Yeah. Thanks, Brenda, for working on that.
And Brenda, too. Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have discussion on an updated CIP reserves carry forward sheet to be provided to the committee.
I had it, but I am waiting for one more item before I can give that to you.
Okay.
So, again, I should have that by Friday, once we solidify some of the legal things that we need to figure out before I give you those final numbers.
Thank you, Joe. And let's see. And discussion on a request that the town manager review the purchasing policy documents from the other towns that were provided to the committee last year and suggest updates to the Raymond policy. You and I had some back and forth about that.
Yeah,
And then I was out of town last week for the whole week.
Yeah, I had the, I got the spreadsheet, so I could open that. I couldn't open up the other policies. They were in like a, it said PDF, but it was actually a URL code.
Oh.
So it kept on bouncing me out, so.
All right.
I don't know, are those,
I believe they were all PDF documents, but
Okay.
I'll go back and
were they
I'll
ever-
look at that.
Okay, so
And I'll-
I think once I have those, I can start researching and formulating those.
Yes. I'll make sure that I'm able to provide you those to you in a format that you can open.
Perfect. I'll make sure those are, put those in the Budget Finance Committee folder, shared drive folder too. So I think that's good to have
Okay.
all those in there.
Okay. So for the update on the tour that we're going to have of the fire and rescue buildings, I requested that we start the tour on August 20th at 6 o'clock at the fire and rescue building that is on Route 302 on Roosevelt Trail. I figured that would be a good place to start over there and then work our way over this way. Is that okay with everybody? All right, I'm looking forward to it. And Joe's gonna come with us too on the tour. That would be great. Okay, we are at public comment.
He left.
Oh, our guest left. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Okay. And is there any Budget Finance Committee comments? Don?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank our town manager for attending, although I think that is kind of a prerequisite of the job. But I thank you for coming, because it hasn't been the case in the, I guess, recent past. I'm also requesting that our finance director attend as well, which is something that had happened forever and everywhere else. So, and then when there are agenda items that involve specific departments, I'd like to see the departments attend, department heads to attend, all in person. And I made that point, I think, last time I was at a public meeting, which has been a while since my surgeries. But, you know, I just think, you know, to have that interaction in the room, it's different than doing it via Zoom. And, you know, I want to promote a positive working relationship, a good atmosphere between this committee as a committee and as individuals, And I just think you lose something if you're not in the same room, and you lose a lot more if you don't come to the meeting at all. And so I think that the department head should be here. And particularly, I think the town manager and the finance director should be here at every meeting. And then I'm not asking the fire chief or the public works director and other people to come to meetings that don't have anything of import to them. But if there's something that we're discussing that's within that department, I think that whether it's the library or the public works or whatever it is, they should be here.
Can I figure that out? Would that be something where we could adjust our times to not be at 6:30? Because I think that that can be an issue with some people who live further away, is it is a later meeting. So is that something we could consider, of maybe having an earlier meeting so it might be more feasible for them to attend? Just sort of
I can tell you that when, over my career, and you know, the meetings were at 7 or even 7:30, so 6:30 is already early. And if you get much earlier, then people who are working can't get here. People who are on the committee who are working can't get here. And the citizens can't get here, although we sometimes don't see many citizens.
Because I know that your select board usually starts at 6, right?
Right, but here's one of the downsides of being a municipal employee, particularly the town manager. If Joe hasn't found out yet, it's a 24/7, 365-day job. Ask the fellow in Texas with the floods. You know, they're saying, why weren't you watching your cell phone at 1 o'clock in the morning? So
I'm working right now. No,
right.
I totally get it.
But I'm just saying,
Trust me, I get it. Oh, yeah, I get it.
That's the case, and I mean, it's a lot of hours, I get it.
Oh, yeah.
And so, of course, if you're the town manager, you may want to live fairly close to the town, or you're going to have that problem where you have a window of time between the end of the workday and the beginning of the meeting. And I understand and can appreciate that, you know, it's inconvenient to come to the meetings, but you're asking people who are, in many instances, volunteers, other times elected officials, but we're here. And so I mean, it's once a month, maybe, or maybe a couple times a month, you know, when you get into budget season. That's the job. That's part of the job description, I think, being here. And I think some of the things that we had problems with in the past were, you know, people not attending or not being able to answer questions. And so to be here and to answer questions, that's a prerequisite of the job, in my opinion.
I would make a suggestion, just when we're creating the agenda, if we can do it as far advanced. Dennis and I've talked about this with the select board, trying to get the agenda started at least as early as possible, so then when we could tell staff enough time to be available, they can plan it out and have enough time to make sure they can be here. So I think when we start looking at the agenda,
Better hand up.
I think when we start looking at the agenda, is with the chair or vice chair, you know, creating that as, you know, directing, can we have department head representation at this agenda item? So I think giving as much notice would be helpful with that too.
Right.
What's your recommendation on notice time?
What's that?
What's your recommendation on notice time?
As far as just letting the department heads know.
Oh, I just mean like, I know
Minimum week.
ASAP,
Oh.
but like, what is your recommendation
Right.
for?
Oh, like what time this meeting starts?
No, he's asking for posting of the agenda, right?
Oh, posting on the agenda, okay. I think we said 7 days is probably
Okay.
a good target for us.
So then 7 days prior to the posting of the agenda is when you want?
We will start working on it, just so we know what's coming up, and then we can alert staff.
Kayla has a question. Did you see that?
Sorry.
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay.
Kayla, would you like
Thank you very much for taking my comment. I know I could have spoken in public comment, but I just wanted to echo what Dawn was saying regarding participation by municipal staff at committee and board meetings. That is, and he is correct, a very long-standing practice. If you take a job and it is position dependent, then the expectation is that you are at meetings and committees in which any member of the public or board or committee would have a question, that you're available there to answer it. So I just want to echo that is very important.
Okay.
It's not the first time we've made this request either.
Right, but the difference now is there's a different governing body, there's a different town manager. So I think to me, it makes sense to make the request again. That's why I did it.
No, I like it. I'm just saying.
I realize we've asked before, but I'm asking again. Joe.
Okay.
Any other comments from the Budget Finance Committee? Okay, then we stand adjourned.
Hello and welcome to July 23rd, 2025, first Public Works Garage Oversight Committee. I'd like to call order to this meeting. And first order of business is we're going to choose a selection of the committee chair. So we'll need a nomination.
Can
we make that?
Can I nominate?
Yeah.
I nominate Craig Messenger.
Who's going to be our note taker? So just so everybody knows, I was going to record it using, jumped in before I got a chance.
Oh, yes,
but
sorry.
I was going to record it using Plod, which then takes all of it, converts it to AI notes that I can share around, and it divides it up by topics and action items, and it's not perfect, so when I send them around, you might see it might butcher a name or get something a little wrong, but it's a lot easier than taking hand notes if everybody's agreeable.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Second.
Yes.
So it's sitting right here. As long as it picks up the audio, it should be fine.
I second Craig as the chair.
Oh, perfect. There we go. The second. Okay, so.
No problem.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Perfect. Congratulations, Craig. Second is to nominate the vice chair.
I nominate David Madsen.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's only three of us here, so
I think I would like to keep a separation between budget finance and this one. So I'd second that.
Second, Sean. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, David. And really quick before I let Chair go ahead, just do a little quick introduction. We have Owens McCullough here from Sebago Technics, who's got a presentation for us, but this is to look at developing off of Plains Road a public works garage that will serve the needs of kind of three areas that they are currently at. So we'll kind of go through that process with Owens and kind of develop this strategy going forward. So I'll let Owens take it from here.
Am I all set to share the presentation?
Want to finish the introductions?
Yeah, it's probably.
Oh, yes.
Details.
Yep. So, go ahead. We'll start with over
Nathan,
here.
Public Works Director.
Owens McCullough, Sebago Technics.
Joe Crocker, Town Manager.
Craig Messenger, resident.
Sean McKillop, resident.
David Madsen, resident.
We have Derek Ray. He's on Zoom.
Yep, I'm Derek Ray, and I'm on Zoom.
Also
Select board member,
It's not that kind of meeting.
Bill Hanson is our RSU 14 facilities manager, and he's on Zoom.
Yeah, Bill Hanson, RSU 14. Great to be here.
Great.
It's David Brown on the.
And then David Brown and Kevin Woodbury, right?
Yeah.
As public
Yeah,
listening in?
Public.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so we'll move on to.
If you're good,
We're good.
jump right into it. So, oh, there it is. So the agenda, that's what you see up on the screen is the agenda you already have. What I'd hoped to do tonight was provide some information on what's been done, have some conversation with everyone, and I've got a few, I call them exercises to do. It's generally just to try to set some expectations around what the committee wants to achieve, a timeline, how many meetings we think this is going to take, roughly how long. I mean, it could take more, it could take less, but trying to set some goals here. And then what information you need to move forward, what's missing, what sort of data gaps there might be so that we can kind of get some direction and keep hopefully moving to a solution. So my presentation tonight hopefully won't be an hour and a half. I was hoping that we should talk about how long we want to go on with the meetings, but generally when you get beyond an hour and a half, people start, we're all ready to go home, right? So what I wanted to do is we're sort of starting from the beginning in many ways, but I'm going to show you what has been done already, what the Public Services has now, and take you through all that. And then we have a little exercise to do. I don't mean jumping jacks or anything like that, but I need some input. And I can either do it up here, or everybody can fill out Post-its, and then I can collect them and we can put them around these questions. Well, when we get to that point, we'll have that conversation. So right now, Public Works is at 3 locations. 387 Webb's Mill Road, which was shared with the fire department, and it was the old bus garage, right?
Old bus garage.
And then over at 170 Plains Road, that's where they have a sand and salt building and an old sand and salt building that has been converted into cold storage, equipment storage. And just full disclosure, I looked at it this week. We're bringing the structural engineer to take a look at it. There's some challenges around the concrete foundation in that building. We've got some advanced deterioration with rebar and some movement in the wall, so we should look at that before too long to make sure it can either be repaired or what our next steps are. So just so everybody knows. And then Nathan was able to, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but like 10 or 12 years, how long ago was it?
20 years ago.
20 years ago that trailer came in, right?
Oh, the trailer.
The trailer came out of the IRT.
47.
So when
2016.
the military was in town, did a bunch of work at Camp Hines, the town capitalized on it. We had 3 projects that the military came in under their innovative readiness training program. Basically, the town provided the materials, they provided the labor and equipment, and it helped advance their folks. And they came from all over the country. It was really an amazing undertaking, and they basically built a new dining hall at Camp Hines, plus they did a bunch of stuff for us at the town, which was great. So when they left, they had a trailer that they were using as their
It was their office.
Yeah.
And the trailers came up from Hurricane Katrina down in Louisiana. So this is their 3rd stop.
So Nathan repurposed those on site, and he uses it. They did some modest renovations inside to have a place for their crew, because they don't really have a place right now. So I have some pictures here in a little bit. Then the other location is 47 Main Street, which was also an old fire station that they have a maintenance in there. Nathan's office is in there. There's a small meeting space in there. And Joe was in there at one time until Joe moved up to the big top. Right?
And then, Parks and Rec's now over at the Raymond Village Church.
So that's what we have for 3 locations right now for Public Works, and so they're intermixed throughout the town. A couple of years ago, we had started this process. There was an existing conditions evaluation and some programming done. Existing conditions, we brought in mechanical, structural, electrical, and went through the 387 Webb's Mill Road property. We went through where Nathan's at now, and we walked the property over at Plains Road. And there's a couple of studies that have been done, and if folks are interested in it, I will make sure I put that on a share file and get that to everybody, that they can see what was evaluated around those existing buildings, because everything was on the plate and it's still on the plate. So that was completed, and we had an architect come in, Grant Hayes Associates, who sat with Nathan and his crew and went through all the buildings he has now, looked at them for general codes, general conditions, put together a report, sat down with Nathan and went through what his space needs are, what they have currently, and developed what we call a program, which identifies what they would like to have if you built a new building. It's a starting point. for a conversation. And Mike Hayes has done this for a number of public works facilities. He did Wyndham's. I wasn't involved in Wyndham's, but I did Westbrook, South Portland, and Kennebunk with him. So it's a similar process he followed. So that's kind of what the programming and needs assessment is, and I'll share that with everybody. So the 387 Webb's Mill Road property, it's about a 4,200 square foot building. There was a 1989 addition. It's masonry, shingle roof. The property's 7.4 acres, but where the current building is, it's almost like a dog leg. It kind of comes, it's narrow along Webb's Mills Road, and then it takes off up Raymond Hill Road. And it's interesting, further up Raymond Hill Road, that's where the bulk of the property is. We actually looked at that property a number of years ago when the town was looking at a new town office at one point. And there's some wetlands and a stream and some other challenges across the street. It's not a great piece of land, and we eventually walked away from that as far as trying to put a town office over there. This is just a floor plan of kind of what it looks like inside the building that's there now. It's 50 by 78. It's got one toilet in it, which is not ADA accessible, and it's up on a platform, right, Nathan, because of the plumbing up there. And they got some tools and equipment bays in it. This next slide is just some basic pictures from inside the building and what the building looks like. And I'm not going to read through all these. I'll send you the report. But we had the structural engineer go through it, the mechanical go through it. As you can imagine, it's an old enough building that it wasn't built to current codes, which doesn't mean the building's going to fall down or anything. It just means that if we go in and renovate it, we have to start looking at it for code compliance with today's codes. And when we looked at it, it was 2015 code that was in place because it was out long ago. But as of April this year, the 2021 code was adopted, which had more energy requirements on them. So if we revisit this, we'd probably have to update it to look at it for the current code. But as you would venture to guess, the building is older, masonry block. The structure, while it's standing, if we touch it, modify it, it would need some improvements and modifications to it to bring it up to current codes on it. It's on septic up there, and it's on well on the property. The next site is the Plains Road site, which is basically a gravel pit at one point. And on that site, they have a 1989 sand and salt building. That's the one that I mentioned. We're taking a look at it structurally because it's showing some signs of distress. There's a 2015 laminated arch building. It's in very good shape, other than they had some stockpile that went up, and they're dealing with some framing that was impacted from it, but that's going through the process of getting repaired. That's about 14 acres inside, and that's where the IRT trailer was now put for Nathan's crew. So here's just a picture of a quick sketch of what that trailer looks like on site. They actually had a big restroom originally because this was for the military guys. This is where there was some showers in there and other things, which I don't think are active right now.
The showers are.
The showers are?
One of them is.
One of them is. And then there was a big storage area and a break room. And then this was the cold storage building that I had talked about before, 60 by 80 that we're taking a look. The other building is much longer. It's, 80 by 120. A few pictures of the inside of the buildings, the cold storage, the sand storage building, the bathroom, what it looks like from the outside, the crew break area that is in the building. The other site they have, which is at 47 Main Street, is a smaller building. It's basically a couple of bays repurposed for some meeting space. Is Nathan's office. Joe, did you say Parks and Rec is out of there now, or
They're out of there, yeah.
They're out of there now, so it's basically Nathan's office and his foreman's place in there. Masonry walls, concrete floor, shingled roof. When Mike Hayes met with Nathan and went through what he has and what they would like to have to operate a public works building, this is what the programming and needs assessment, and I'll put all this on the shared drive so you can have some time to go through it and review it. But it's well, Bridget, you just built a new public works building not long ago, right? No, you're looking to do one.
I just built an office.
Yeah.
And we're looking to add on to our existing structure.
Okay. So this just talks about bays, apparatus, space, kind of what he was looking to have go into the building. A couple of bays would like to be serviced by a crane, some crew, staff areas, a wash bay, bathrooms, mechanical rooms, a location for bulk fluid storage, compressor, a mezzanine space, and this other plan that's up there, and I'm probably hard to read, but that's basically the layout. About 14,000 square feet is what the programming came out to be. It would be a traditional metal building, pre-engineered metal building, and usually a couple ways to go. Generally what we see is folks like the insulated metal building panels on an elevated foundation push wall. You don't like to take the panels all the way down because in a public works building they get beat up pretty hard. So you put the walls up a little bit, and a pre-engineered metal building roof, insulated metal roof. You could set it up for solar, although now with the subsidies disappearing, which end of this year. Before last year, even municipalities could get tax incentives, the 30% on the solar, but that's going away at the end of this year. So it won't. The timing wouldn't work for this project here, if you went the route of a new building. So that's kind of what it would the new building might look like based on the programming. And again, I don't have any bias at the moment towards one option, renovating or new building, but we have to go through this process to identify needs and what he needs to optimally space. The thought of this building is that this would allow him to have everything in one location. The Plains Road would have the sand, the salt storage there, the cold storage, would have his bays, would have his crews. Everybody would be in one spot, which was one of the reasons that they kind of liked it. This is the layout of the site. We even went through and had a geotechnical study done on it. There's some over excavation that would have to happen because of some relic fills down underneath the building, but that process was gone through. It's all internally drained, so it would a little bit of paving around it, use the existing access road laid out so you'd have access to the existing sand and salt shed, still have space to move around it, and you'd have drive-through bay opportunities on the site. So that was kind of the layout. It would likely be very hidden because we're keeping pretty much all the wood buffer, and it drops down in grade. So you might get a peek of it in the summertime right now, but
winter,
or the wintertime.
Yeah, you can see one of the sheds in the wintertime. Yeah. Summertime, you can't see anything.
So this site would be, as with most locations, would be well and septic, because we just don't have public water up here. Well water would be for domestic use, septic, domestic, wash bays, and floor drains. If you're on septic, you can't put those in the septic in the main uniform, the subsurface wastewater rules. It'll stipulate that they don't want anything with grease and oils and stuff getting into that. So we usually put a holding tank in that run it through a grease trap first, so it collects any greases, goes into a holding tank, and that generally can be pumped out by whoever does septic service, hauled off to a treatment plant. By separating the oils, then the oils in the smaller tank is what would somebody like Clean Harbors or somebody would come get pump out and dispose of appropriately. If I let it all go into one big holding tank, we've had some issues before where they say, we're not touching that, that's all considered contaminated. So that's pretty standard when we don't have well and septic. And I want to be careful on project costs because we're not even anywhere there, but this building, you know, we'd gone through some budgeting on it and we were a little over $6 million, but again, we're taking a step back and re-looking at this in a thoughtful way, and see what direction we want to go in. So this is where all of you come in on the next piece of it. I need a little help here because this is obviously your project and needs some input, but we can do it a couple of ways. I can get up there and scribe, but I think we should probably set with what are your expectations and outcomes of this committee? I mean, where do we want to land when we're done? Do we want to, do you want to come out, obviously I'm going to assume you want to come out with either a new building or a renovation and new construction or some sort of new facility or some sort of outcome on it. And forgive me, I'm not trying to draw any conclusions. I'm just giving some ideas. So does everybody have any thoughts, or have you given any thoughts on what you expect to come out of this committee? I can just jot them down, unless you want to. I brought stickies if you guys want to get up and walk around, or I can jot what's.
I mean, I can tell you my whole desire of being on the committee is to be able to make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen or whoever it is that's going to make the decision to figure out what we can do for the Public Works Department here in our town to make it more efficient and a better workspace for the crew that works here for our town.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I do think that starting at the beginning, we should look at Plains Road versus Webb's Mills. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, Plains makes perfect sense to do something new. But to convince the public that, hey, we looked at Webb's Mills, these are the reasons why we can't do that. And I think that needs to be one of the beginning steps of, at the beginning, because forgetting the wish list items of stuff that will come after, I think if we don't put an X on Webb's Mills, and in the, I'll put it this way, if we say we can't do Webb's Mills, and then the town votes against Plains, whatever the cost may be, we cannot go back to Webb's. So we don't have a second shot at that. So my suggestion is that we educate the public on why Webb's Mills is not the right choice.
I agree with Sean. Excuse me. There was a lot of talk in and around the voting on the Webb's Mills site, and I think we need to be clear and concise, and the committee needs to be transparent on exactly why we would rule that site out on Webb's Mills Road, and why these guys need a place down on Plains Road.
We'll circle back to this. These are just, we just want to set sort of the expectations, but others.
And one other one that I could suggest is that we bring the fire chief or marshal in and explain, last year, I guess it was last year, there's a lot of controversy over the sprinkler system, and my thoughts are, if we're protecting our investment, I really don't care if that's the cost that we need to put into it. So what exactly is the fire department looking to protect that asset? And if it's not sprinklers, walls, I think we're kind of talked about, but I would like to hear from him, and then I would like for it to be public. That way people can also understand what his expectations are.
In that same aspect, I'd like to know what the insurance aspects on that building would be, if that stuff would be covered, if there was a fire, if we did not have sprinklers. Would all our stuff still be covered?
running out of room here. And my handwriting's getting worse as I go down the page, I figured, right? All right. So the question is, if you sprinkled it, what might the insurance cost look like? If you didn't sprinkle it, what might it look like?
We can't hear you. You need to have a mic.
I believe he said that he would like to know what the cost would be to replace, or would it be feasible to replace everything?
Yeah, my comment for that is, if we are going sprinkler versus non-sprinkler, if we are looking at the cost of sprinklers, that's great, that's one side. If we're looking at the cost of not sprinklers, does that, our insurance policy cover our vehicles if we do not sprinkler that building and there is a fire there? If whatever's in that building is covered for the policy that we have for that building.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Others? All right, here comes my mic. It didn't work.
Just hold that up as close.
Thank you. It's on? Is it on?
It should be on, yes.
Okay. Anything else under this question? We have some other questions. We'll get at more of this kind of stuff, but this is the start.
One other outcome would be just.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it back on.
Are you good?
Okay, give it a try.
My other question would be, what happens to the existing buildings on Webb's Mills and, of course, Main Street?
What would the repurpose be of those buildings? And that falls in the efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to make Raymond more efficient, if we can use those buildings for something else.
Right.
You don't get to keep them all in the.
No, I don't want.
Okay. What happens if the existing buildings are no longer used at repurposing them? Okay.
And I kind of assumed that this committee, like he just said, you know, we're gonna X out whichever buildings, but I was kind of assuming that's what we're doing here, is looking at each individual and saying, what would this cost? What does it look like to be in 3 different spots with the upgrades? So, you know, I think if the committee's going through that every bit of this, then we're gonna, whether it's X out that one or that's where we wind up.
Okay.
You know, I don't have a preconceived notion of where we're gonna wind up with this.
Yeah, if we
the goal is to get them all in one spot and get it efficient and get the guys what they need. So wherever that lands is.
So maybe circling back might be helpful to.
Can answer some of those questions.
Well, let's keep going. We'll come back because I wanted to try to be careful not to get into. Tonight's first meeting was really to lay out some of the questions and thoughts people have, and I think to give everybody time to reflect on it, and then we'll start to try to dive deeper at the next meeting. But
Bill Hanson has his hand up in the Zoom. I don't know if you guys can see that.
I see that. Yep.
Hey, Owen. So I got kind of 3 thoughts. If you can hear me.
I can. Thank you.
Okay. My goal will be to provide facilities that meet the current and future needs of the town, so that there's some room for expansion should you need to. A second goal that I would have is that we meet all the codes, from codes and environmental requirements as well as safety requirements for the space. And the third thing we have for me was provide a facility that's efficient and safe for public works facilities to perform their jobs. So those are the 3 things that I would think would be a great outcome of this recommendation.
What was the third one again? What's it? Safety. That's what it was.
Improve safety.
Yeah, that we provide a safe and efficient space for public works to perform their duties.
Thank you, Bill.
I really like the expansion suggestion, because if we can't do everything that you're looking for now, maybe we can, is this building able to be built with the vision of expanding in the future? I think that's something that we should definitely answer for the public.
Okay. Great. Others?
Can we move on to the next question, Owen?
We sure can.
Nathan told me to keep things moving, so.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go on. Next question was,
Chair.
and this doesn't, what are the challenges or mountains that we have to climb to get to a solution? Are there barriers? Is there things that jump out at you that whether is it, for instance, cost? Is it preconceived notions of where something should go? Or is there things that aren't necessarily building related, but ultimately we got to go to the voters and go through a referendum and get approved, right? That's ultimately what we have to do. So what are the challenges that we face going forward? And all of us must have some, or you folks must have some sense of what you think hurdles we have to get over to get to a solution.
I think it's definitely educating the voters as to what it is that this committee is going to find, and making sure that they realize that all the options have been exhausted, and whatever it is that we present is the option. I know, having just watched a vote that was not put out properly, and the public was not educated on, and it got voted down.
Mm-hmm.
So making sure the public is aware and educated, it's not an easy task, but I think that's the biggest mountain to climb, is to make sure that people realize what they're voting on.
Okay.
Because 6 million is a big number for people to look at and be like, wow.
Yeah.
But they need to be educated as to what that is.
Yeah.
So public involvement, that I run into that a lot. That,
Yeah, definitely. We need to educate the people and be as transparent as we can.
How do you feel about some public informational meetings along the way? I know it adds more meetings for you guys, and me, but I think it's important. Every community I work in, one of the common threads that I run up against is, well, we didn't know, we weren't even aware this was happening. Why do we need this again? So I think it's important to give folks opportunities to comment on and understand.
Public buy-in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Along with that public buy-in, we just need to make sure the public is aware of these things that are going on, like the meetings, and it needs to be advertised well, more than just on our site and on the billboard. I really think that if we can do some kind of advertising and invite people out, Comprehensive Plan was really good at that, inviting people out, and Comprehensive Plan would always get a decent crowd. So, of course, the big thing is always going to be cost. So, especially if we're coming on the heels of the Jordan Small Vision Committee,
mm-hmm.
we've got quite a few projects, and we have a reevaluation, which should help. But those are two big projects I think that the town is either going to have an appetite for or not. And if we're doing a good job of explaining the reasons why this is the cost, as opposed to just it's going to cost $6 million, saying this is going to cost $6 million because of these reasons, and then get the public to buy into it, we'll have a much better opportunity or a much better shot to get this voted through if it's appropriate.
Okay. Do you think there's another slide coming up, but so I don't forget to mention it. Do you think offering up a public tour of the current facilities at some point so that people could see what they have? I know we did that in Westbrook, and that was pretty successful. We had a few public meetings when we did the Westbrook.
There's also, and I'm not sure what town did it, they did it like a video presentation.
Yes.
Of the facility at work. And they were able to get, it might have been Westbrook that did it.
I think it was
like a LRT, one of their VOTEC schools.
Yeah,
came
they
in,
did do that,
a video for them for their presentation. And I know, like, for myself, where I work, it takes my crew almost an hour to get all the trucks out of the building to go plow snow. If I could take a video of that, I could get a garage in 15 minutes. But and it's same thing with what Nate's going through. He's got guys that are starting their plow routes here, that are starting there, that are starting there. It's really hard to have oversight on 3 different places. And I think if you could somehow put a little video clip together of what that looks like.
I think the video thing would be much better, because it would be very hard to do a public informational show and tell in 3 separate locations. You'd really have to do it in 3 separate meetings, and I think you would lose some people.
Lose everybody.
Right. I think a video would be a lot.
If you have some,
If you could get that put together and maybe presented at a select board meeting, you get a few more eyes there than you do on a committee meeting. Not everybody's interested in what we have to say.
right,
Sure.
and you have some folks that are immobile, and that would be, in my mind, a disaster, but,
I don't remember, I worked on the Westbrook, but they handled that internally, so I mean, you could reach out to, Eric Dudley was there at the time, or Artie Ledoux's gone, but if you want to, I mean, or if you have the capability inside, work with Nathan to video it and do a production.
Who's our videographer who can do
That would be
videos as
great.
well.
Okay. Great idea, everybody.
Make sure it's 2 o'clock in the morning when there's 2 feet of snow.
Actually, the winter operations, we've choked it down to just there, and we've got 2 trucks up here. It's the summer operations that are more challenging and more difficult. That's where we lose the most of our time.
Anything else that, I mean, this isn't one and done. If you think of something else down the road, but
I think we'd like to see your next question, Owen, please.
Oh, great.
I can accommodate.
You're worse than me.
All right. Do you have any priorities here? I mean, what do we have priorities that we want to set? I mean, is there any specific priorities? For instance, a priority is to revisit each of the sites and document why maybe what it might look like if public work. Let's take Webb's Mills Road. If we looked at it, can we expand that? What's the zoning? You know, what do we have for septic? What do we have for barriers down there to do that? And what would that look like? The fire station site, I think, is a fait accompli down on Main Street. It's pretty small. I don't know what you would ever do down there unless you got more land.
Main Street is really restricted, basically what the building's setting on. There's a little bit of property out back. We're mowing, I think, 10 or 12 feet around the building.
And I'll just ask the question, is there another site that we haven't thought about?
Town-owned? No, we didn't look at any other sites because of the sand salt building.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm just
Plains
asking.
Road,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Patricia Ave, there's 100 acres up there. You got to come down through a neighborhood to get out of there. Egypt Road is another confined piece of property, there's some land there, but it goes back to the operational. Plains Road's got the sand salt building, and that's one of our most important.
We don't have to rank the priority yet, but
Is Plains Road the most centrally located of all of the properties that would be available?
Yeah, no, it's kind of, if you look at it on a town map, we're kind of right around the circle. The most central piece of property, or the central place, would be 389 Webb's Mills Road. That's kind of right in the middle between the 3 sites, but no. I think
So like Patricia's almost in Wyndham.
Yeah, Patricia's almost into Wyndham. Egypt Road's halfway down across Egypt Road.
You're just about in Gray, and then that's why out of these two, this one's with as much wetlands as it has. It seems as though, in order to get what we need, and you have 18 acres down there.
Yeah, I think it's 17.
So it's the largest site, the most hidden, and the most centralized. If you add them all together.
Largest site out of the 3. Yes.
I like the fact that there's 121 and Route 85. You're right in between those, so
correct.
Whichever way you got to go, you can come out right, left, 85, 121. If there's a major issue, a major line down or something, you can still always get out and around where you're not. If 85 is closed up where you are, you'd have to backtrack, I guess, and then go back around Plains Road to go down 121 anyway.
During a storm event, there's not very many times that we can't get to the sand salt building. I think in the 30 years I've been here, I can think of one. We had a storm that we couldn't get to the building, get to the pit.
I don't have to rank the priorities yet, but is one of the priorities to, I mean, we got to select the location, right?
Correct.
And that does that include looking again at Webb's Mill Road to, what's the committee? This is your project.
I think one of the priorities is to evaluate all 3 sites and determine which one is the best site to then move forward with. And again, we had talked about transparency and all these things, educating the voters. I mean, that's a priority, right? as a taxpayer in Raymond, I want to know what's the cheapest, best way we can do this.
Mhm.
Is it up here on 85, or is it down there on Plains Road, or is it on Main Street? Main Street's a tiny little spot. We know that's not an option. Let's do a true evaluation of these other two, so when we're presenting this and the video and whatever else we present, we're presenting, this is what it would look like on Webb's Mills Road. It's gonna roughly cost this amount of money. We're gonna be limited by this. These are some of the drawbacks, these are some of the pros, and the same thing with going down to Plains Road. Here's some of the drawbacks, and here's some of the pros, and do a true evaluation of each one, and be able to present that, I think, is definitely a priority in order to get this pushed through and be successful with it.
Yeah, I think the three biggest priorities are location, building versus reno, and money. And hopefully we, through this whole committee process, we'll be able to evaluate all three of those and put some of those to bed and put some of those forward.
I almost feel that no matter what, time is not going to be a priority, because I feel like no matter what you do, re-outfitting a building or building a new building, it'd probably be around the same time frame, I would imagine. I don't think that time would be a factor.
Time frame is in start to finish?
Yeah, I think like start to finish. Would you say that one would be faster than the other?
Well, it depends on the extent of the remodel down here and what you do. I guess I don't know the answer to that.
I guess
In the building world, remodeling usually always takes longer than new construction.
yeah, well, that's my thing, is I don't think that time is a factor of a priority. I think these are the better priorities rather than, like, I don't think anybody's like, well, how long is it going to take? Like,
I think on a project of this size, I agree. Whether it's going to be done in the spring or the following spring, we get what we need is the priority, and not hey, it's going to be in 26 or 27. It's going to be done is the priority.
I think the only priority on time would be how it affects the cost. If you kick the can down the road too long, does stuff get cheaper or more expensive or whatever? But yeah, I don't think spring to fall or spring to spring is really that big a deal. But you push it off 3 or 4 years with cost of goods, who knows, tariff, inflation, whatever you got in your going on in the world, how is that going to affect the cost as far as time frame? But that's, I think, the only real reason time frame would even be of any importance.
And I don't know if it would be a priority or where we want to put this, but also look at all of the funding sources that are available for this project, whether there's grant funding or all those different things. I don't know if that's a priority, but it definitely needs to be looked at by the committee and kind of see where those funding sources can come from before we present.
Has Raymond adopted a sustainability goal or anything like that? Have you gone down that road of yet?
No. It's
Okay.
kind of in the
Some
draft
communities have
comp.
gone down that road, that any renovation, any work they do, they want high-performing building envelopes. They want improved. They want solar. I'm just bringing that up because I run into that more often than not anymore. So but you don't have anything official at this point.
Nothing official.
Okay. All right. And then
Nathan, one quick question. Didn't you have I'm sorry, over here. Didn't you do a feasibility study before on Webb's Mills Road for that building, for this purpose or the previous purpose? Did you guys do it before?
So we did do an existing condition study. We looked at this, the condition of the building. At that time, the thinking was it was better to move to the Plains Road site where we could build a new building that fit and bring everybody to one location. But I think from what I heard from the last vote, we need to do a little deeper dive into that and revisit that, actually maybe do a concept layout plan down at Webb's Mill. What would it look like? If we were at Webb's Mill, what could we fit? What kind of a building addition?
Well, at least that would be a start for us to be able to look at that study and say, and compound.
And I'll send all that to Joe or Nathan. It'll be a share file, and you can forward it to the committee. It'll have all that documents in it.
When Grant and Hayes and I and the crew sat down and went through that we sat that day. See, I would assume has that 'cause we went over we kind of knocked 47 Main Street out because of its location right in the downtown village. But we looked at District 389 Webb's Mills Road, and we kept coming back to Sand Salt Building. And I don't remember if he did an actual report, but that was part of that first, what do we need, what do we think we need, meetings that we had.
I'll go dig for that data. I think we should probably pull that back together and have a conversation with the committee on that piece of it.
Do we have, like, the amount of wetlands that 7.5 acres or whatever it was, 7.9?
So all I have at this point was something from 2006, which was when we started looking at the town office, and we did it on a very high level. It was a walk with some GPS and then some high-level sketch plans.
Okay, I think that
I can
might
provide
be able to knock it out pretty quick, just to say, hey, your building envelope and the amount of space that you have at this facility, it's shrunk down to 3 acres, and then you can just be like, well, that doesn't work for us.
Yeah, we'll look at setbacks, where your septic is, where your well is now, and you got fuel down there on the site. So we can, with that charge, we can take a closer look at that piece of it. And I do have a question for you if this is one priority. So there was a building program Mike Hayes sat down with Nathan and went through like how many bays they need. They have this size of crew now, looking in the future might have this size of crew for expansion capacity. We'll share all that, and you'll have to decide if we want to talk more about that, or because if we renovate, or cost is a key consideration. You know, is there a desire to? I've never seen anybody build a building that they didn't say they had too much space, but we should at least have that conversation on it.
And then speak about priorities, because this is location-based. Just a question: did the Division Committee for Jordan Small, did we throw out any ideas about how maybe the Jordan Small might be a good contenders? Because if we're getting, if we're able to get a grant for it to do that whole thing together, and it might not be the right thing. If it's not, feel free to tell me, because I still think that personally, I think Plains is the right location. But if we were to do something at Jordan Small Middle School, because that whole building's getting revamped anyway, does that make sense location-wise?
I think it was discussed really quickly, and then it was put to bed because of you're going to have kids and community members and everybody kind of around it, that with heavy machinery, it wasn't much room. The baseball field would probably be the only option. You're taking out that field space, I think, was what was talked about.
I think that's what we came to.
So it would be, instead of using existing building, you would still have to build. You just said the baseball field, so you would still be building anyway.
Yeah, you would still have to build, and I think out back there is not much acreage to even get there. Plus, you don't want to have those trucks coming through the kind of parking area or out back where the play area is for kids. So
cool.
I think that's why it's kind of
Jordan, like small, pretty much. You can see what they own for property here. They mow most of it. The bigger end of it's down here where the baseball field is. That end's right up against the property line. You get the parking lot, and you've got the garden area, and then the property line's right behind that. I think it goes back that way a little bit, but it gets into wetland going into the back.
Okay, cool.
If you have any plans on the Jordan Small School, could you share those with me?
Yes, it's very rough.
Okay. That's okay.
Napkin.
Bill, in your files, Bill Hanson, do you guys have anything on the Jordan Small School? Has there been any from the RSU?
Yeah, I can send you PDFs of the plans for the building that exist right now.
That would
no
be
problem.
Great, thank you. Okay, I said 3 to 5, but what I have listed here was evaluate all 3 sites, and I think the goal was to look at it for land, physical constraints, cost, location, how it might test fit on the site, how the program might work on it, so that you can see how each one might fit or not fit on the site, and then that helps you make a decision. I had build versus renovation as a consideration. cost, funding sources, and I wrote this down, it's just a conversation, programming and size, because I always hear, on one hand, I hear people say, well, you sure you have enough? You're going to need more. And then on the other hand, I hear people say you got too much. So I think we should at least just internally look at the program that I sent you, the number of bays and space, and Nathan's going to provide me with a list of equipment that I can include in there, and just give that some consideration. Anything else? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeJarens, it's not an open meeting, it's,
Not an open meeting.
I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to remind one of your members that we're not uneducated people in Raymond. You might want to be careful. It was a unanimous vote, and we were educated. And Mr. whatever your name is.
Madsen,
you know, watch what you say, please. Respect the people of this town. I know you're a resident, so.
Thank you, Dana.
I wasn't saying uneducated, like not smart. I was saying
Well, it
educated.
sounded like that on TV, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me. What I was
All right.
trying to say by uneducated was I meant they don't understand the full scope of what it is we're trying to accomplish. So thank you for correcting me on
The
that.
people that ballots did, they understood.
Okay.
It was $7 million or more.
Dana, we will have.
They understood.
Dana, we will have open forum meetings coming up.
Well, I hope so.
This is a first. We just
Yeah.
got our people together. So thank you for stopping by.
Well, it should be public because you're on TV.
You're correct. We are going to do public from here on out.
There
So,
should be a, you know,
well, it is tonight, sir. So I'm sorry.
no,
Thank you.
just,
Careful.
yeah.
We touched on a lot of this already, but anything else that we can revisit this anytime, but we just have to have a starting point. Is there anything else that we think we need, data gaps, information to make an informed decision? We sort of touched on a lot of it already, but is there anything else we've missed at this point? Because eventually the committee's going to make a recommendation back to the Board of Selectmen, and we want to make sure that you have the information you need to get there. And we have some homework to do before the next meeting, so maybe this will be a work in progress, because we might give you some information. You might say, hey, well, what about this? Let's look at this now. So it's going to be an evolving thing, but is there anything else that you can think of that we should be considering at this point?
I think we kind of hit on it on all the other questions on
think
what
so.
we need, a true evaluation of each of the the parcels, and what it would look like on each one of them. I think is one of the largest things.
Okay, fair enough. This is always my favorite one. Is do you have any goals of how many meetings and how long you foresee this going? And there's no right or wrong answer to this, but it is something, if we set sort of milestones or goals along the way, we're always progressing and trying to get to an informed decision. But
We're assuming you want to put this on next 26 ballot.
I don't know. It's Joe.
Is that what you're looking at, Nathan?
I would like to. I don't really think dragging it out a lot longer is a good idea, or
Right.
it doesn't benefit anything. I mean, I think somewhere, a couple more meetings, we should have an idea of what direction we're headed, whether we continue going forward with it or we don't.
So you're talking about November of 2026 for the ballot, or is it June?
I think it was June.
June.
Town
I mean, you'd have to have all your stuff in by March, right?
Yes,
Yes.
at least.
Get it on the ballot.
We're starting budget stuff early.
We're going to
this
start
year.
budget season earlier in October.
When would you guys like to see it? I mean,
I couldn't speak for the Budget Finance Committee, but I would like to see it presented for the 2026 budget. I agree with Nathan. I don't think it makes any sense to go any further than that.
What deadline do you think would be enough time? Because the warrant has to be in at least a month before prepared, so that's March, I think, at least, is probably when we want to work on that. So I guess that would push the deadline probably to December to get something that's formalized that can be presented at the budget.
So it would
budget
be a
meetings.
budget, it would be a recommendation to the BOS or to the budget committee. Who does it go to?
It-
Go budget first, I think.
Yes, yeah, we'd have to put it in our budget presentation first.
And you're doing that, you said in December?
We're gonna start, yeah, we're gonna start October, just pre-planning, and then we're gonna hit, we haven't got the full timeline, but start earlier with the hearings and workshops and stuff like that, probably December.
I don't think Budget Finance met December last year. I think really January, I think, would probably be better, because if we think about it, just to give that flexibility, because if Budget Finance doesn't meet, then we have to do it in January anyway. So forgetting this meeting, but if we did August, September, October, November, January, so it would, depending if we fall in front or behind Budget Finance, it's either going to be 4 or 5 meetings.
I would think so, because I'm going to imagine that I'm going to come back with some information here probably towards the end of August. I need a little bit of time to go through this. We'll have some conversation, then there'll probably be more questions. You're going to want to do a video of the existing conditions for the facilities. And then we're going to want to regroup again. We're somewhere along the line. We're going to want to have some public meetings, right? That seeks feedback from folks, more than one. So, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be indisposed in October, but I
think just my opinion. I think the public meetings should be towards the end of our stuff. Once we've gathered this information, we have something to show the public.
Yes, especially after.
Right.
Yes.
I don't think we're ready. We're not ready. We're not ready to, have comments from the public yet, because we don't have anything to present to them.
Right. We're just information gathering and trying.
I mean, I need to educate myself as to what it is to be educated.
You're uneducated.
Yeah.
Joe, our committee meetings,
President.
if you have a working committee meeting, do those have to, public's invited, right? Obviously, they can sit in and listen, but you don't have to take public comment at that time, because it's a...
Right. I think it's up to the chair also if public, for the agenda, if the public can be commenting on that or not. So sometimes at the end of this, there's a public comment piece of a regular.
Okay.
But
Do
for
that.
the agenda item, yeah, it's up to the chair.
We'd have to advertise that, though, wouldn't we?
I believe, I'll have to talk to Mel. Confirm
Okay.
that one, 'cause
All right. So what is everybody thinking about? Another month? What are we, July, the end of
Shoot
August?
for the end of August for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if we can, for January, be before Budget Finance, if we can meet earlier in the year. So I think Budget Finance is the 3rd Wednesday, if I remember correctly. So if we could meet earlier in January,
Prior to your
prior to that, yeah, that'd be good.
I would almost say an August and a September, late September meeting. Say another one in November and December. I think we're going to have to have a few different meetings on this, because
Minimum, yeah. I think
yeah,
4
and maybe we may even have 2 meetings in 1 month if we get closer. I'm going to need a little bit of time. This first piece here, it's going to take me a little more time than probably other pieces later on, and I've got to sort through what team members I have to bring back into probably the architect if we're going to look at one thing I can do right up front is we can look at each site. We can look at property size, zoning, locations, natural resources, setbacks, what sort of physical space we have to build in. And is it water, is it septic, how's the access? We can go through all of that pretty quickly. But if I want to start doing some space plans, that's gonna need Nathan a little bit to sit down with the architect and to sort of vet through some potential layouts.
Can we get fire chief in here as soon as possible, because I'm curious if we went the route of redoing the buildings that we have, are they going to want those sprinkled now because they're coming up to code? You know, just, I wouldn't mind getting the fire questions answered pretty quickly. If possible.
I have a question. The sprinkler thing seems to be a big issue that I guess I don't know the background to it, and
so this will read a digest version of this. We kept the square footage down below the state requirement for sprinklers.
Okay.
And our ordinance didn't allow for that. We also brought the building into 3 envelopes with 3-hour burn walls in between them. And they required 120
2-hour
gallon tank or something.
Yeah, I don't remember off, but
the first shot, it was expensive. We asked the fire marshal at that point, does this require sprinkles? And under the state, it did not. However, our town ordinance, it does. So that's where that has.
Okay, so that's
generated.
All right. That's the part I'm missing.
Really?
And real quick, what's the difference in cost? Sprinkler, no sprinkler, roughly.
It was the first round was heinous.
I would be. We want to look at that again. I'll probably reach out to somebody like CM.
That figure. Be careful, please, because
there was a lot of numbers.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that answer
please,
yet.
Especially since we're on public.
Yeah.
So if we had the fire chief come out, just, we don't even need to answer that question.
That's a great idea. Why don't we, if we could do that mid-August, could we do that in next couple of weeks or something?
I would suggest him and probably Wayne too, the fire inspector here.
And if I could add on to what Nathan was saying, but just for transparency, I know one of the issues with the ordinance, just like Nathan has said, the question became, hey, we made all these people ahead of us sprinkle, but we're going to change the ordinance for us now. And I thought the optics was going to be really bad for us. So
can one of the things in meetings in these kind of meetings that have cost a lot of time, if we had a list of questions that we could give to the fire department prior to the meeting, so they could be prepared for the questions and answer them. Any of the people that we bring into this, I think that would be very, it would move things along a little faster.
I agree.
I think it would get us a better answer for the question instead of off the cuff.
And let them do the research before they come here to answer the questions.
Is that a motion, Mr. White?
No. Can I make it a motion? I don't know if we need one.
I think maybe at our next meeting, we can develop a list of questions that we want presented to any specialty groups coming in and present that to them early so they're prepared to answer our questions.
And if the fire guys are coming in next month, can we do it by email, just say, hey, these are some of the questions?
Yeah, that's what I would think that we could, can we do that, Owens? Or Chair?
As far as I think we can.
Yes.
Compile the questions, send it to them email-wise.
I think that's a great idea. It's a lot more
I
expeditious.
think if we get a distro maybe email between the committee here, so that way we can kind of bounce things, say, hey, I thought of this.
Right.
And just kind of throw it amongst the group, and then the chair can put all the questions together.
Maybe just have like a due date, like a week or two prior to our next meeting to have that questions submitted to them. I'm sure they don't need more than a week.
Seems like maybe that meeting should be the end of August, because there's some work, there's some time. It's going to go by fast. So
Yes, yeah.
it almost seems like our next meeting, end of August, maybe invite the fire chief, the inspector, and I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get the code enforcement officer to attend. Because I've got to go, whatever we do, we've got zoning, site plan, permits to go get, and
that's a great idea.
We ought to involve them early on.
Perfect.
Do we? Who would be in charge of setting up a date and a time? Are you gonna?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
With help from Mel and Melissa posting it, but yeah, we can. So you're thinking?
Towards the end of August.
Towards the end of August.
Yeah.
Could we do the 27th, possibly? Or you want to continue to do Wednesday? Wednesdays, it doesn't, Tuesdays is busy here, obviously. But
Yeah, I would stay away from Tuesdays. Say, I think Wednesdays, budget finance is usually the third Wednesday.
We're on the 20th in August.
So that's the 20th.
20th, okay.
Let me just make sure there's no planning board.
zoning boards of appeals got canceled, correct? Or is that for?
That got
July?
canceled 29th. It's scheduled for 26th, so 27th is available.
Okay.
For this committee.
The 27th?
Yeah.
Of August.
That works.
Okay. Same time?
Wait, like I said, 26th.
Please.
27th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get home.
6 PM?
Yeah, well, today on 302, I almost didn't make it.
Oh, jeez.
That's what was going on.
Work at this time of year.
For some reason, my,
Meetings last night, I didn't get them until after.
Your handy assistant didn't.
well, I'm not sure it recorded.
They're paving it, so I got out of select.
Sorry. Maybe I forgot to charge it up.
Till 9.
Good.
That's all right. We can pull the.
That's
video.
awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to put the 27th of August.
At least Route 11 is done. That was getting to be a pain.
And then at that time, set the next meeting dates?
6 PM?
Yeah.
6 PM on the 27th, and we'll have questions in the next couple of weeks so that we can invite the other folks here for that 27th meeting.
Yep, start compiling
the fire and
agenda
CEO and
questions. That'd be great.
It's on my calendar.
So I get one more question. Budget? Budget on what we're looking to possibly spend through this process financially? Do we set one, or do we?
Do we still have money left over from?
83 or 4,000 left over from the 150 that was budgeted for this.
So, what is your thoughts on what we would possibly need from that?
I don't know yet.
$1,000.
I mean, where it gets costly is when I start bringing in architects and my structural and mechanical engineers, and they start spending time going through things and looking at it. That starts to rack up bills pretty quickly. But I would say at this point, I don't know that I fully understand what I'm going to need to do yet. I have a sense of what I need to do between now and August, and I think if you still have that money, that's more than enough for this point. And let's see how it goes, and we'll revisit it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Just a question, Joe. Will you spearhead the questions going out, or how does?
Yes, I can do that. So if we have a email chat, email.
I know you're busy.
We can compile it. And
Okay.
When you and I and the vice chair working on the agenda, I could send those questions out.
Okay.
In advance, and I'll give them both a phone call tomorrow just to prep them.
let them know it's coming.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I get a bunch of questions and not know. So
Perfect.
I'll give them a call tomorrow as well.
And the CEO too, right?
Yes, and
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Nate, just to kind of go with what you were asking on the budget and him mentioning engineers and, bringing in the structural and all the folks. You already have some of that data, correct?
I do.
From 16, I know it's been a while, but I mean, I think as a committee, we can take that rather than spending any more money reassessing. We can look at an assessment from 16 and assume that it didn't get better.
Right.
And that's our baseline, rather than spending any money bringing in an engineer to say, oh, hey, yes, it's now 9 years older. We know that's the baseline, and that'll give us a rough idea, I think, as a committee to have enough education once we look at that to say, okay.
All the information we have for the building facilities assessments containing to this are 3 years old.
Okay.
Those were done in 21, I think, or 22, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, whatever that was.
So it's very recent data that tells us what the condition of that building is, and we shouldn't have to spend money on a structural engineer to go look at it again.
Reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, at this point, I'll be careful. I'm not proposing to bring them in immediately. I think the architect would be more involved, because I need somebody who can draw up floor plans and understands codes and egress locations and fire separation walls and all of the space planning that goes into it. That's more the architectural side of it. And so I would probably recommend that we do that first before we spend any additional time on other stuff.
Joe, do we have somebody in office now that's doing grants or applying for grants?
No.
Okay.
No, it's kind of Melissa. She's our admin for a bunch of departments there, but she's taken on a few of those grants, and right now it's kind of spread. Some public safety do some of their own grants, and right now town manager, me, is doing some of those as
Okay.
well, so.
I was going to request if we can just lob it out to Steve. I'm sure a lot of these grants are probably drying up.
Yeah, and I can put it out to, I have a network with town managers now. I can have a listserv, so I can put that out as well, see if there is anything that we could.
And
key in on.
do you know of any available funding options on this?
Well, I get that question a lot. Everybody's after money. I'm just not aware of any out there. I mean, you get a little bit of money if you build a new building and you use LED lights and you use VRF heat pump technology and stuff like that. There's Efficiency Maine. You get a little bit of money from those guys. But as far as block grants, money for building municipal facilities, it's not historic, you know.
What about something like if it doubles as a shelter? You know, for the town. Hey, we have a.
You mean like a Maine Emergency Management Agency or somebody like that? FEMA, I mean, I can do a little research on my end. Yeah,
too, and see what I can find out.
I think code-wise, that would get us into a different code, and we wouldn't want to, I don't think we'd want to go there.
So
Norway, I think it was Norway, built their public works garage on the community block grant, but that was 18.
I don't know, you could check to see.
Do we know how Harrison did theirs? Was that straight up vote funded?
Straight up funded, yeah.
I know that, like, I worked with Matt Bors down in Waterboro. We got an emergency generator funded through FEMA, but we had to document, they did it at one of their schools, but we had to document that there was an emergency shelter and there was other space available, and we met certain criteria for sheltered space. And I don't remember what all that was, but that was a little bit tougher to get, and it wasn't super big money, but it was a little bit.
And like I said, I'll do a little research
Yeah.
too. I've got a couple people I can reach out to.
I can look at the community development block grant too, as well.
I can find out what a little more details on
Yeah.
that, but I believe that's what it was, community block grant.
Yeah.
It's also a different county.
And there's nothing like a SRF for public works.
It's an interesting question.
Hmm.
It was,
Start selling bottles and cans.
Donate all the.
well, I could ask Sarah Hansen. I see her; she's with the SRF program quite frequently. But I
didn't know if there was
I don't think
any
so.
type for public works versus what SRF is for. So
Just to see, because that would be a question I think the public would probably
Yeah.
discuss. And we said, hey, so we looked into this and there's nothing.
I would like to exhast every.
Yep.
So
Say we
as a
looked
committee,
out.
I think that's kind
Absolutely.
of our charge.
One of the other, it's just in the starting phases, is we've been talking to the town of Casco about doing a shared facility. We would be the owner of the building and doing their vehicle maintenance, and maybe that's something we look at. Maybe it's a shared facility where they pay for part of the building. I don't know if it's anything they're interested in. It may not be, but we're not that far outside of Casco, and we've already kind of opened up the communication on that.
How many vehicles total do you think that would?
Casco,
They don't have very many.
he's got 4 in Public Works, I think. The fire department, I have no idea. They got a couple of staff cars at the town office.
They can use our old buildings. How about that? We'll rent it.
The old buildings.
Yeah, they can use these too.
Yeah.
We'll build a new one and we'll fund it that way.
Joe, ask Southern Maine Regional Planning if they are aware of any. If you don't mind, reach out to them and see if they're aware of any grants. Sometimes they have their own grant writers in there.
What about if we put the parking ticket revenue from Route 302 by the town launch?
Nobody pays those. Those are IOUs.
That's right.
Hey, they're just as good as money.
Some good ideas.
We went after, in Gorham, I helped them, they went after an earmark for a bunch of money to do some sewer and water infrastructure through Collins' office, but that failed miserably.
Yeah.
We got one.
Yeah. Oh, did you get some money?
Yeah, we got an earmark.
Oh, good. Here's our grant writer right there.
Yeah, that's right. And Joe, were you going to check on the public portion of the meetings?
I'll check it with that with Mel, yeah.
You know, obviously, there's a need.
There is an interest.
Yes.
This has been advertised, it's been on both signs for...
Since March or so.
March, yeah.
Yep.
It's been on the calendar on, yep.
March 26th.
Okay.
All right, Chair, do we need anything else this evening?
The calendar's a pretty good indicator of what's going on. I don't think a lot of the public knows about it. Not saying that they're uneducated.
Careful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's easy. I actually just learned about it not too long ago, and I've been in the town stuff for a while. But it is kind of nice. You're 2 clicks away from knowing what's going on and getting in a meeting, so it's not that hard.
Yes.
Yes. The only thing on here was discussing the need for a site visit, and personally, I don't need one. Nathan's already given me one in the past, so I don't need a site visit to our existing buildings.
No, for the
committee?
Yeah. I'm all set.
I'm set.
I'm all set too. I've seen them all.
Seen where Nate works.
And Bill, I don't know about Bill, but
I think Bill's probably seen him too.
he's probably seen him.
Yeah, he's been in the couple.
I'm familiar with Nate's sites.
I like the way you said that.
Right.
Is there anything else on the agenda here? So is this format how we're putting these meetings together? The questions, sort of the information we did today, is that sort of what you expected? Is there
We'd like to see
I think so.
questions.
And then this all of our questions presented back to us at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And then we'll have our other questions, and we'll get presented that information as well. And I think at that point, we should be a little more educated as to what we're going to need to do going forward.
I'll make sure I send Joe a bunch of stuff that you can share. Homework assignments, right?
Send it, yeah. And then, yeah, we'll work on the agenda, chair and vice chair, and with Owens as well, kind of his points that he's going to present to. So I think that'll be a good start. And then after August, I think, or at the August meeting, we can kind of set that timetable maybe a little bit more firm to see if we can hit that January date.
I think a lot of our questions will be answered at that next meeting,
Yeah.
and then we generate a lot smaller list of what we want at the next meeting. So
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I guess you need to adjourn. I can't leave yet.
As long as everyone's, hey, thank you. You want to do that, Sean? Any further comments, questions, or from anyone? All right, motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second.
Motion adjourned.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call it to order. And our first order of business is the minutes from our previous meeting, April 28th. Does anyone have any comment? Yes, Chris.
Move to adopt.
Can I second?
Second? All in favor? So
I
moved.
vote in favor as well.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm gonna have to train myself to keep an eye on the screen. So please speak up if I miss you.
Don't worry, I'll advocate for myself.
All right. So on to old business. I think I would like to start by having us each express our thoughts about our tour to the Gorham Municipal Facility. It was quite an excellent tour. Their facility is quite magnificent. It's very large, much bigger, I think, in square foot than the Jordan Small Middle School. From what I recall, they have their town offices there. They have the park and recreation there. And the library is a separate building from that. So Anybody want to,
Oh, and Pete, they do have the school on the top floor there too,
the
as well.
school administration?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Good point. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no problem.
I'd like to say that it was overwhelming, considering what we're trying to do here. But what I thought we got out of that was some really good recommendations about things like flooring and maintenance, that it's not relevant to this group, but it's something that hopefully the group that makes this happen will take into account.
Right. I think they also emphasized several times that you can't have enough storage.
Heard that from Joe, too.
That's true.
Right. Other thoughts? Yes, go ahead, Deb.
I really liked how they had rooms designed for specific activities, from town hall meetings to volleyball to exercise class to crafting. They really wanted to accommodate a wide range of activities there. And I really liked how they set up their studio, their TV broadcasting, so that they could live stream events, meetings, and things like that from that center.
Yeah, the chamber itself was pretty elaborate, and then with that whole studio for videotaping up above was pretty impressive.
Yeah. I would just add they did save some of the original components, if you will, of the building, the student murals on the walls in some places for the rec area, and was it the woodworking in the town meeting space, and just some really nice things to also keep in mind if there's something that's worth being sure does not get changed or destroyed or replaced, to have some of that history too. But it's hard to even compare what we have to work with here and what that building has provided for the town forum. That's really, I mean, the towns are pretty dissimilar too in terms of size and all, but
yeah.
But still, it was a great tour and really helpful.
Yeah, I like the way they set up some of the classrooms. I mean, they may take a wall out in between two of them, but they put there are multi desks in there set up. You know, these open. So especially like for the town hall, you know, all of the town employees, and it was a good use of space because they really didn't knock down walls of the classrooms. They left the classrooms really. But they just maybe made them larger by, you know, knocking down a wall between them or adding walls. They did that, but the basic design of the place was, you know, they didn't really touch that. So I thought that was, you know, pretty smart and cost effective. But those big rooms they had a lot of office space in, which was really, you know, good for the people that work there, like the town hall. And they had the superintendent's office there too, which was huge, you know, a lot up there.
Right.
But they did also hire someone to design the interior and take into account who should be working near whom and with whom and that sort of accessibility.
Right. And they said they had a wonderful architect. I mean, this architect was just amazing and just really helped them and was really met with everybody. What kind of space do you want? And it was really...
Yeah, that was my big takeaway, too. The architect really kind of took the needs and planned it out. And kind of what I saw there, trying to fit that into Jordan Small, was like, wow. But I did take away, I wish I had taken some pictures of the mural things, because I plan on talking to the Jordan Small art teacher and seeing if that's something they can do within the next couple of years and leave it behind. I thought that'd be nice.
Yeah,
yes,
nice.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the big takeaways is no matter what scale they're on, if we're a smaller scale than them, the same feeling that we both have is that we want this center to be a point of pride for the town. So, you know, whether they use the 1930s built part and the 50s part and the 70s part, they made it into something that the town could be proud of and want to go to. So they made it into a destination, and I hope that will incorporate some of that feeling too into our project.
Yeah.
One of the things that surprised me was that there was just the one industrial kitchen, which we have the one kitchen in our school, but I was thinking of things like adult ed and things like that. Their intent there was to utilize that one kitchen for that, so that really opens up a lot of other space for other uses. I mean, they had the small employee kitchens, but that one big kitchen was where they did that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they had a couple all-purpose rooms. They didn't, there wasn't multiple rooms for specific things. Two fairly good-sized all-purpose rooms, which was good use of space.
Yeah, I think one of my takeaways also is the fact that they specifically call it a municipal center, not a community center. And I got that sense in that, school administration's there, the town offices are there, Park and Rec are there. Park and Rec is a big part of community for sure, but I didn't sense that they do a lot of other community type things, which I kind of asked all of you to be thinking about for today is, so that we can maybe define what community center means. Because the comprehensive plan clearly states that the overwhelming number of people are looking for a community center out of Jordan Small Middle School. Now, whether we can, help pull that off, that's going to be our challenge, I think, because we do, I think, have specific needs. For instance, the town hall, it's probably going to have to move up there because of the current condition of that building. The fact that the library has pretty much outgrown itself where it is currently. Something has to be done there as well. And those are some of the differences that I think we're going to see as challenges for us when we start comparing some of these other town facilities.
Yeah, I realize the library is running out of space, but I really like that they're located right downtown. I like that the people can access it, people walk there. So, I have problems and you have advantages, right?
Right. Pros and cons for everything.
So Pete, when I saw your email asking that question, it was like, did he read the little note I scrawled to myself a couple of days ago? It's barely legible because I was doing it as I was running out of the house, but it really, I just wrote, what is a community center? And so we had kind of similar thoughts, I guess, there, because it feels more like what we've been talking about so far is, what can we fit in this space?
Yes,
and there's a need for more space everywhere. But what's the priority for and the best use of at least a portion of this space? And exactly that, it does say community center is at the top of the list from the polls in the draft comprehensive plan. But what exactly does that mean? And it is places for what on this long list that we've got of the brainstorm would be something that the entire community would be advantaged by. Right. And be able to use, as opposed to segments of the community.
Right.
And maybe that's a way to try to prioritize some things in any recommendations we make, or come up with various scenarios about, well, if this is your priority to address the space needs here, this is one scenario. If this is the priority, then this is another scenario. Just some thoughts.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right.
Yeah, so typically, community centers, I think, at least in Maine, and my experience, usually cater to parks and recreation, just because of it's usually, whether it's childcare, whether it's basketball, it's kind of a catch-all of all the activities in one location. So typically, in my experience, I've worked out of community centers, it's parks and rec. But I think you're right. I think the way Gorham kind of laid it out was more of a municipal complex, and each section had its own purpose. Right. And I liked how it was labeled as well. Like you had the nice facades, which, this is the Parks and Recreation entrance. This is the Town Hall office entrance. I like how they kind of segment that and made it look a little distinct going into it. So, that was my take on it.
Right.
Bridgeton has a nice community center, and it's over behind the Magic Lantern back there. And they use that for a number of things. One, not the knitters, that were like in Gorham. The Gorham had the little knitting group that came in, but the quilters are in there, and they have senior dinners in there, lunches in there. But it's quite an active place. So that's separate from everything else. But that's all. I don't know if it's associated with rec. I have no idea.
Not sure.
That. Yeah.
Right. That's an interesting point too, Sue, I think, and that you mentioned that that they have a senior aspect to theirs, and I think definitely that's part of a community center. And
right.
I don't know how that fits in with Park and Rec. I mean, Joe, maybe you can help answer. Are there many activities through Park and Rec for seniors?
Oh, yes, yeah. There's been ones where we've dedicated a kind of a wing. So in Lewiston Armory, which acts as their community center, the Lewiston Senior Group had a whole section that was theirs to utilize, whether it's cribbage meals, bingo, activity space. So yeah, that's definitely something that's common to Parks and Rec and community centers.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of working out of Jordan Bay right now, so a place might bring in more people, centrally located, more advertised, and we have the seniors. I know we have the seniors.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
So at Jordan Bay, you do the bingo, obviously, but what are some of the other activities?
We have game time. We talked about having movie night. And there's a resident now who wants to have painting class every month. But
The garden.
the garden, yeah, thank you.
But
Is there a garden at Jordan Bay?
Right behind, yep.
But are you saying the only people that are involved in that are the people that are right
Basically,
there?
a couple other people come now and
Oh.
then, but not enough,
Not a very
not a
broad.
large enough percentage of the population.
Okay.
It's not a big space for getting together at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 2 tables, those long tables, and we try to move them around because you get people in there with, the wheelchairs or the walkers, and you have to position them because they have they have 2 couches, they have a piano, and they have a long board like with a TV, and so a lot of the room is taken up. So I think if we could have a place that's big enough to say, hey, we're all going to meet here, I think we'd get more people.
Yeah.
Great.
So I found an answer to your question. That Bridgeton Community Center is actually a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's separate from the
Town. Okay.
town of Bridgeton.
Very good.
Interesting.
So the childcare that you hope to have up there is going to be the after-school program?
Yeah, typically before after school.
Before as well?
Yeah, usually there's pretty big need for that as well. Every town's different with transportation, or sometimes buses can't get to before care facilities, so some can't run that way, and also summer camp as well. I've seen some that have Montessori schools in them as well. I think it's more of a leased program, but it's definitely Parks and Rec can definitely take on those needs as well.
So you'll need a regular space every day for the kids, indoor space, and of course there's the outdoor space, but you'll need an indoor space every day for the kids. That is pretty much, can't be used by, and maybe during the day, but not, after school.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit of a flow of scheduling. Usually you have your senior programs in the morning towards, a little bit after afternoon, and then after that, then it kind of clears out. Then it's the childcare, aspect, and then after that, if you're in the gym, and it's your sports, and so it's usually a kind of a shuffling of the schedule and making sure it fits with your needs. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great. All right, ready to move on? So the next thing I had on the agenda was some of the action items. One was a floor plan of the town hall. I did get a copy, and this is it. Nathan, did you send this to me?
I had Melissa send it
Melissa
to me.
sent
We
it.
found it up the office. It's an older footprint.
Right, and there was some comments that this may need to be updated, or what are your thoughts?
Well, if you wanted it to be exact, we've put a couple walls up in there, moved some stuff around. But
It looks pretty close from what I can remember.
It's very close to what it is. You don't have it in front of you.
You want to look at it?
Pull it up.
No, he's going to pull it up here.
This will be easier.
Yeah. Yeah, so the front office part is the one that's had the most modifications to it when you come in the front door.
Across from where the clerks are?
Correct. Well, we put the clerk's office off to that side. That was done 10 or 12 years ago. And then on the side where the finance director is, we just put another wall up to create another office. And the area that says kitchen, we took that wall out, and that's all the kitchen area now. Other than that, it's pretty much as it is.
Okay.
Nathan, do you know the square footage?
I don't, off the top of my head.
I don't know if I could scale this or not. If that's something everybody would like, I can easily email it to everybody.
Sure.
It's a little easier to blow up on your screen and look at it.
Zoom in.
They're running out of room, too.
Town manager's office.
All right.
Yeah, that used to be the town manager's office. We took that wall out. This is Kathy's old office. Brenda, new wall. And we did another wall right here. That's where Mel is and registration of the clerks.
I've been to enough meetings nowadays.
All right. Now, the next thing is ask Kevin Woodbury to do a visual sketch for us of what he envisions as far as the needs for the technical piece, like the broadcast studio here, and maybe what he already has at Jordan Small. I'm not sure. Kevin, you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, and we've been, we've been over there a lot, and we've actually run fiber to the gym because the town has a what we call an intermediate distribution frame up in the stage in the gym, where we have a switch and a wireless access point. But what we looked at is if the town wants it, if you look at the kind of the middle of that thing where it says IPTV Studio and Meeting Center, as you were talking earlier, it's kind of a nice big room where you can hold meetings and they can broadcast, live or taped. It's the perfect place, and it would allow us to have, I think, meetings maybe between 150 to 200 people in there would be the capacity of that room, which would really help. So we don't have to set up in the gym for a limited number of people. We will still have the capacity in the gym. And the plan in the gym would be to put cameras up on the walls high and only put them in there when we had a really big meeting or an event in there. And bring that back to where if you look at the IPTV Studio Meeting Center to the right of that, there's a room called Applied Tech. That's where we'd put the current, as like you have the back room where you are now, that's where the IPTV control room would go, and the server room, which is going to take the place of the server room in the town office and the server racks that are also currently in that back room from where you are now in the IPTV control room. So if you look, you can see, I'm going to move my mouse around here. If you can see, it says MDF.
Yes.
If you go into that right now, you'll see a bunch of, what people have thought were computers, but those are all network switches. So all the main network connections from the outside into the school go through there. That's called the main distribution frame. And then if you go up here where I'm circling the mouse, that's called an IDF, and that's an intermediate distribution frame. So from all this area here, all of the wireless access points and hardwired connections go through here, and then through a trunk they come back to the MDF. And there's a couple more MDFs located around the school where they basically conglomerate all of the connections concentrate them that are in an area in the school and bring them back to the main distribution frame. So that's where we continue to use. That's where our fiber goes in now. and all the connections to the outside, to Spectrum or whatever they have. So, and I think that room would make, like I said, an excellent place. We can have cameras mounted up high, we can have, lighting, we can put soundboard on the walls, and it would create a really good studio and meeting center, put a nice dais in the front. I know you guys are talking about how expensive it is, but Eric and I went through an exercise 2 or 3 years ago. We designed one that could be built, probably, we could build it's called 80/20, it's a metal frame, which you hang wood on. We could get that built like a quarter of the cost of what these people pay for these really expensive wooden frames. And we would put in that frame, for a dais, we'd have everybody, instead of having their own laptops and everything with them, we would have monitors there that would show what's being shown, so they could see them right there in front of them. And everybody would have a mic, and it's all controlled from the IPTV control room as it is now. So there's a lot of things we can do and create a really nice space for people to join in big meetings and gather together, and we think it'd be really good for the town. Anybody have any questions on that?
Yes. So do you foresee all of the committee-type meetings, like Select Board and Planning Board, and all of them meeting in that one big space?
Absolutely, yes. And that would allow a lot more people to come in and be comfortable and watch those meetings. I think it would promote more people participating in the live meetings.
Right.
And then, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you probably said this, but I just wanted to clarify. So, like, all of the equipment that is currently here in the broadcast studio would be vacated out of here and put over into one of those facilities that you identified?
Correct. Yep. All the stuff that's there and that's in the town office basement right now,
right.
The servers and switches would move up there also.
Okay.
And what the, I was going to, I don't know if I can get at this or not, but let's see. So we have been working with Bob Hickey on what's in the building right now. I don't know if you guys can see this very well on the screen or not. So the first statement is, we plan on taking everything with us. So all of the electronic switching and gear and wireless access points is we're going to have to replace. The only thing that will remain will be the wiring, the fiber network, the network connectivity that will be there. So we did that. We talked to them about that, and which is actually a good thing, because the equipment we use is way less inexpensive than the equipment they do. To give you a quick estimate, we did a calculation that the maintenance they pay in a month and a half completely pays for all the hardware that we put in for the switching components. And we don't have maintenance fees. They're covered by, when you buy it, they're covered by so many years of maintenance. And so it's just amazing how expensive the Cisco/Meraki switches and access points are. So it's actually a good thing that they are taking it with them, so we're not tied into that technology. So these are the list of cameras they have. They're going to leave the cameras, which is a good thing. Our current camera management system is extremely inexpensive and works very well. So we will just tie those cameras into the existing server, which is located now in the basement of the town office, for the town office and the portable currently. And this is a list of the wireless access points. Those will all have to be replaced. But fortunately, they're all ceiling mounted already. They have cables to them, so it's just a matter of patching those back into the IDFs and MDF switching rooms so that we can get those online. And printers and copiers, everybody's going to bring their own stuff. The only thing we have to be concerned with, and actually on Wednesday, Eric and I and a couple other people are going to go and take a tour and document all of the hardwired ports that are available in each room. And because typically you like to have your printers and, if you have a lot of things that aren't, if you have desktops and stuff, you usually like to have those be hardwired. So we're going to take a trip over there and document everything we can and where it's located. And the phones, they're gonna take their phones, and they have a different phone system than we do anyway, and we'll have to replace all the phones. But here's a list again of how many phones they have. And we can, the phones are only limited by the number of hardwired jacks, and that's another reason why we're gonna take a look and see and where the locations are, because I'm sure almost every room will have a phone in it. And then they also have, and I'm sure Nathan's been talking to Bill Hansen, but these are and we get into the technical stuff once we start. The next committee after this will dive deeper into this, but they have some systems that they'll leave in place. But for instance, their electronic locks will, have the wiring, but they're going to take the system that runs it, and they're going to give us the old lock cylinders. So until we replace all the locks with our version of electronic locks, we'll be using the keyed system. And they are leaving. Fortunately, they're being nice and leaving the old lock cylinders with us. And he's giving us all the information of who supports their systems now for HVAC, and the other different types of systems they have. The generator was there from when we had the school, and that hadn't changed. And I think, Nathan, you may have mentioned that generator's about at end of life.
Yeah, that was put in 98 or 99, I believe it was, and it's a very minimal. It will support the building for heat and lights, bare minimum.
Right, because we're going to have to add,
Yeah, you're going to need
capacity, for us,
much bigger.
So I was happy they were leaving the cameras, because they're really hard to climb over things and get up and mount new cameras, and so we're fortunate in that notion. Although some of the cameras may be fairly old. I don't know if because we actually, I think, how long ago it was, maybe it was 10 or more years ago, we put the exterior cameras in place. The town did. So anybody have any questions about the different things that they're taking and leaving?
I don't have a question about that, but I do have a question about something else, if I can speak.
Sure.
I'm wondering why you chose the room that you did and not across the hall, just out of curiosity.
Because of the size of the room and the ceilings. We wanted to have something, it's really important to have, when you're in a room that you're going to broadcast from, and light. Right now it's horrible, where it is now, and you want to get your lighting and stuff off the, the lower level where the people are. And the same with the cameras. You want to get them up a little bit higher so you can have better views of what's going on.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. The support room.
Oh, the support room.
Yeah, I'm just a curiosity question.
Because it's close, and so the person that's running the meetings will be there. And if he has to, it could be across the other way, across the hall the other way. As long as it's fairly close to the room, so that the person that's in there, he has to run in and fix a mic or do something. He doesn't have to run halfway through the school. Yeah, no.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was curious if there was a specific reason why.
No, that was on the same level. It wasn't, you didn't have to run downhill, because that room goes down in, if you're up top, you have to run either down the stairs or run down the ramp to get to the bottom. So
yes,
it doesn't matter.
Yep, okay, that was all just curiosity.
Yeah.
Kevin, I have a similar question, related to what Kayla just asked. If this space for some reason were determined to be better suited to some other need, is there another space in the Jordan Small building where this would work?
At least two, I would say you'd have to. I think there's some of the rooms, I can't remember, they have partitions between them.
Some do, yep, I believe.
And if you were to do that, you'd lose the height, which is kind of important. But you could. There's no reason why you couldn't put it in one of those rooms that you could take the partitions out and have, because I think, and at least in my opinion, that we wanted a room where you can have more than 40 people in it.
Right.
And usually 10 of those are the people up front, so you can really only have 30 people come in for a meeting. And when I was listening to you guys talk earlier, and you said, well, yeah, we'd like to have a nice big meeting center where we could do these things and have activities that you could, have live camera, on and broadcast them and film them. So I think, that's what I was thinking.
So basically, this space that you're showing us would take less to change and for that intended use than other spaces might, and other spaces might not be quite as ideal as this space in terms of the height, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
got it. Okay, thanks.
I know it seems like, well, you're taking the biggest space, but.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. It's just, trying to stay flexible in terms of trying to figure out the best suggestions to be making in terms of this.
I mean, that's what you guys are here for anyway, is to make, those decisions on how that space should be used. But as I listened to the different things as we've been going along, somebody wanted to have, or most of the people like to have one big space for a meeting area. And I think that's really the primary place to have it.
Yep.
All right.
Did you guys take a tour of the town office?
We did.
Did you go down into the dungeon?
No, Nathan wouldn't let us down in there. No.
You did. So you didn't get to see where the computer racks are now down in the basement.
Right.
Yeah, or I have the fun of actually, and it actually looks pretty nice underneath the whole building now because they came in and they put plastic on everything. But we, Nathan and I and Eric have crawled on the dirt underneath there, running cables. It's a sad thing.
I can imagine. What's the humidity like under there?
Yeah, it's not
great.
Not great.
Not great. But they did some, like I said, some improvements in the front underneath.
Yeah,
and it's got plastic under there now. Yeah.
In the old section, we did a mold abatement, and when they got done, they lined it all with a thick plastic.
Yeah, I've seen that done in a few places.
But trying to run cables, and Nathan knows this, it's just horrible to try in a building that's that old is not optimal, and especially up in the ceiling.
Right. Is it a full height basement or?
The part of the newer section is the part underneath the old section's crawl space. That must have been 90, I think 80, somewhere between 88 and 90. That back section where code enforcement is, Joe's office is, that's all portable classroom that was out. They were out back here. They grabbed one of those and added it on, but that's all full height basement there. And that's where his server room is tucked over in a corner. We had to fur it up off the floor 6-8 inches because the water runs through the basement.
Yeah, I used to have one of those basements.
Yeah. Kayak across the floor down there if you want.
Dehumidifier.
Huh.
Oh yeah, that's where the record room is too.
Right.
Actually, there are 2 record rooms down there, and as you said, the dehumidifier there. The dehumidifier is going constantly in those rooms.
I can imagine. Wow. All right. Does anybody else have questions for Kevin?
Kevin, I'd just like to thank you for all the work you did getting that proposal together that we looked at last week. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, and we're all going to be quite busy on this project for quite a while.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for tonight for presenting and giving us this information.
Yeah, do you have this drawing in online like this so you can put it up when you guys are having your meeting?
I do have a copy of it. Yes.
Okay.
It's only the one that I sent you and Eric the other day. It's the same one. That's the only one that I have.
Okay, I don't know if you want it in, I have it in DWG format because I converted the PDF to, that format. And actually, this is Visio format that I'm presenting right now. And we converted, so we were able to convert the PDF drawing into something that we could actually use. So I don't know if you want to get a copy of that or not.
Sure, wouldn't hurt at all. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Ken, would that be a better format to send the department heads if they were to kind of make kind of notes on where they were thinking of classrooms they're using and things like that?
It depends on the tools they have, right? Because you can make notes on PDFs too.
Okay.
I don't know what, it depends what they have on their desktop.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Ready.
So I think, right away with the first two presentations, we're going to see that there's some overlap in what, vision this group is going to be dealing with. So one of the things I asked for is this is a larger size of the Jordan Small Middle School. And I thought at some point, to start with, we could use one as a doodle pad to kind of start to lay out and give us a visual as to where there's some overlap. And then we can start to see things from there. So what I'll try to do, I think, is get a table set up for next time and maybe some colored pencils, and we can have like a workshop where we get to color some of this in. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with having a little color time. All right. So next on the agenda, Joe, I think this one was kind of for you to start talking to some of the heads of the other departments and get them to do something similar for us to their visualization of use of Jordan Small.
Yep, I'll send that email out tomorrow. Do you have a preference on how you want that laid out, or does it matter if they do it by computer, by hand?
I think either's fine.
Either's fine, okay.
Because I think we'll collect what we're receiving so far. Like we've got the one for the library and we've got Kevin's now. And when we get to marking up a sheet, we'll just kind of compile them.
Perfect. I'll email that out to the department heads tomorrow then.
All right. Do you know roughly how many that will be?
3. Me, Bruce, library.
Be 5.
5.
Yeah, 5 minus
Do we need Bruce? He's kind of standalone right now, isn't he?
Right.
I guess we could send it, see what he's thinking.
See what he's thinking? Maybe he's got something in mind that we don't know about, right?
I know they have servers as well, Kevin, if you're still here, so don't know if that's a transition for...
No, that's, yeah, so, and that's what, in the thing I sent out is, we have two primary server, we'll have 2 primary server rooms, and it's really important that we do, because what we do right now is we do backups locally at each location, and then we back up off-site. So if either building goes down in a disaster situation, we can recreate the other building's servers and files within, a couple of days. It just takes a while, and in the future, like I said in that document, is we're going to try to implement what's called a hot spare. So each building will have a server that's running, duplicating the other server. So if you lost it immediately, within seconds, you'd be able to come up in the other building and not lose any downtime. And that's all because we have this fiber project in place that we're doing that will enable us to have that kind of connectivity. So there's a real benefit for the fiber.
Kevin, do you see anything changing as far as the safety building, or would all that equipment stay there?
No, that would all stay there. That's actually, I don't know if you've been in there, that's a beautiful server room, and that's what we're kind of hoping it'll look like, when we finish up here. It's, they created, where the captain's office is in there?
Yes.
So right in that same room, there's another room that they put a wall in, and we've got 2 racks of servers in that room. So.
All right. Good. All right. The next item is to follow up on tours of Wyndham and Westbrook municipal centers. I was able to get a hold of Greg Post from Westbrook, and he's very excited about having us come and give us a tour of his facility. His availability is pretty much wide open, so I guess we just need to kind of compare calendars and figure out when we would be able to go and take a look at that. I'm assuming everybody still would like to do that?
Yes.
We want to try for this week?
I cannot do Wednesday or Thursday this week.
Thank you.
Is the select board this week?
Next week.
Next week?
Next Tuesday, yeah. Would it make sense to go before our meeting on Monday, or?
Yeah, I can't go tomorrow, so Friday?
I can't go Friday. I can't go tomorrow. I can't go anything this week.
Next Monday?
Try for next Monday?
That works for me.
Yep. That'll work.
Yeah.
Time. Right, do we want to try to do something similar, Joe, and take the shuttle over?
Yeah, we could do that.
Meet here at, I'll try to set it up, we meet here at 3:15 and get there by whatever, 4-ish or whatever.
Around 4. And then, you want to go a little bit earlier, just so we don't, just in case we hit traffic?
Yeah, that'll be tight for
Probably
the
a
6
good
o'clock
idea.
meeting.
Yeah.
Do like 2:15 meet, get there for 3?
Sounds good.
So that's the 12th, Monday the 12th?
Yeah.
It is.
12th.
Meet here or town hall? Here, you're thinking is better?
Actually, it's Monday, so we could do town hall if that's,
Whichever. I mean, whatever's easier.
but I guess let's do here, just in case.
Okay.
Okay. We can make the meeting right after.
What time?
We'll meet at 2:15 at the broadcast studio.
I did also take a quick look at the Westbrook webpage for their facility. And I just printed it off real quick. I'll pass this around, but these are like all the things they got listed on there. I mean, it's huge. So it's going to be another overwhelming tour of what they've done.
Westbrook's wasn't a school, though, was it?
Yeah, I think it was the school.
Was it a school?
Yeah, I think it was when they built the middle school.
This is junior high.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
so
was a
bigger
former
building.
school.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, the public
It's a
safety
repu-
building was new then, yeah.
They have a pool there, too.
Thank you.
And if he can't do it Monday, we still would like to see it before the meeting. Is there literally no time we can all make it this week?
Sounds like it would be pretty tight.
And I could pass on it, but I can't. I've got too much this week.
Is there any day you couldn't meet, Sue? Like if we had to go earlier
This
next week?
week?
This week?
Friday's wide open. And, let's see. And after 2 on Thursday, the 8th. 8th after Tuesday, all day the 9th.
Joe, you said Wednesday and Thursday are definitely out.
Yeah, and Tuesday.
Right? I can't do Tuesday either, so Friday would be a possibility.
Friday.
I would have to.
Well, I wouldn't be.
I would have to check on Friday, make sure we don't have any plans, but I tentatively could do that.
Friday.
I can do Friday.
Deb, you can do Fridays?
Yeah, I might be able to meet you there if it's late afternoon.
Okay.
In the afternoon, maybe that's the way. I'm down in Biddeford in the afternoon, so.
Okay.
So we're switching it, the Westbrook to Friday?
That's our backup, I think. If he can't, if we can't do, if
Okay.
Greg Post,
Oh, he
Westbrook
can't
can't do Monday, then Friday would be our
I
backup.
got it. Okay.
Our rain check is kind of working in reverse from, instead of going forward.
It's okay.
Excuse me. And Joe, did you have a chance to follow up with Wyndham at all?
I have not, and I wanted to clarify kind of the action item on that. Do you want me to reach out to see more of how they are approaching this? Or do you want us to go and look at the middle school as far as their middle school and what they're thinking?
I'm not sure I understand.
With Wyndham. So
Yeah.
you want to reach out to that committee, the Wyndham Middle School Building Committee, similar to us?
Oh, so they have a project in process as well, or?
They have a committee as well, kind of similar to this, as well, that's looking at the middle school as a
There's a
potential for
Current middle school that's going to turn over because of the.
community center, library. So they're going through a similar process.
But
as
do they already have a facility as well?
Yes, but it's old as well. So it's Old Town, I think it's a high school, right?
Yeah, it was the old high
Yeah,
school.
old high school.
How
Very
far?
old high school.
Very old. How far along are they in their process?
That's what I was going to reach out to. I know they formed it probably a few months before ours.
There's a very good write-up on the town's website of what their charter is. It's much more expansive than what this committee is doing. It's the whole thing. It's evaluating costs and engineering and things like that. But it really clarifies what it is they're trying to do. And it's open-ended.
I don't know, I guess maybe would it make sense to actually meet with their committee?
Open meeting, yeah.
Since they're right in the middle of it, or maybe like a month or two ahead of us?
Yeah, I think it'd be good I can reach out to their chair and see if we can come to one of our meetings or Zoom in or kind of talk about how they're approaching this as well.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Have them come here?
Well, let's talk to them first and see what they're doing, and, I'm not sure. We don't know how far they've gotten, or...
Right.
If they've got any minutes of any meetings they've had so far? If
I
we
didn't
all
see
just took a
anything.
look. No, there wasn't anything
Good
yet.
thought, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about at our last meeting was getting additional clarification of the Jordan Small Middle School Vision Committee, the task and the mission, such as the use of the Jordan Small Middle School space, and also future use of vacated buildings such as the library. I did reach out to Rolf myself. I sent him an email. I did not hear anything back yet. So I need to follow up with him. I don't know if, Joe, you had a chance to talk to anybody, or...
No, not as far as the vacated possible buildings, municipal buildings, things like that. Nathan is our facilities guy, but I don't think we have any definitive plans or...
Right. So Nathan, I think what we kind of were looking at is that, our charter basically is to come up with a bunch of ideas, what the vision is for Jordan Small Middle School. But as we started talking, we're starting to recognize that maybe our mission is a little broader than that, because the departments that are coming more to the front and looking for space are going to vacate buildings potentially. And we feel like there may be some responsibility on us to include that as part of our reporting out, that these buildings will be vacated, what their potential is. So as an example, like on the town hall, from your perspective, is that if we vacate that building as part of our vision, is there a future for that building as far as there's a resale? Is there repurpose for the town? Is it demolish?
I don't think demolished. I think it's I think both of those, repurpose or sale on that one. This building here, demolish. This is sitting on cinder blocks. It was a temporary building they put in here 30 years ago. The library, I would say one or the other, sell or repurpose.
Okay.
Both that building's in pretty decent shape. The town office isn't condemned. It's just it's kind of at its, I don't even know how to approach that.
Well, you scared me a little bit with your
Yeah.
original description, so that's why.
I think that, in my personal opinion, that building's got some potential for some other service. I don't see it as a municipal building. And I think you're right. I think the committee should look at what's going to happen to these buildings, because these all have a cost for operation. Even if they're sitting empty, they're going to have a cost to the town. So I think that's a very important part of it. They need to make a decision of what they're going to do. As far as value, I don't know what that, I would want to get a professional opinion of what they're worth.
What's the cost of electric and heating of that town hall?
I can get that for you, but off the
wonder,
top of my
yeah.
head, it's not bad, but it's also a small building.
Yeah, it's not that bad, yeah. I know you'll put all new windows in there at some point.
We've done all new windows, we upgraded the heating system, we put heat pumps in. I think the light bill's running in that building around $450 a month, and I think I'm guessing, I'd rather have the right number.
Is that with the heat pumps? That would include the heat pumps?
The heat pumps didn't change our light bill much. The server room sucks up quite a bit of power downstairs.
Oh, so that'll be gone,
Yeah.
so. And we went into the building, the District 2.
Yep.
Right, down in Main
Yep.
Street. And that must cost some money to heat.
Down in the village,
Yeah.
47. It's not that bad, but we also keep it pretty cold.
You do, yeah. So it's not very.
It's a garage.
Yeah, but you guys work in there. That's your office in there, right?
Yeah, the front office is insulated, and where my office is in the lunchroom, we re-insulated that 7 or 8 years ago, and so it's not that bad. The bays get kind of cold, but we don't. When you're in there, you're working.
That's different. Yeah.
It's not office space out in the bays, and it's a big difference between heating office space and heating a garage where guys are working or people are working in.
Yeah. Do you think about all the heating and electric for all these little buildings with
It'll add up.
it does. It adds up.
Yeah.
So.
And the upkeep and the maintenance on it.
Yeah.
This building is, yeah.
I remember when it was in Mr. Sears' classroom.
Yes, it was, yeah. Yeah, we knocked out.
Looks like Kayla has her hand up.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi, sorry, trying to find the mute button. I think I just want to point out that I think unless we get further clarification, what happens to the other buildings is beyond the scope of this committee. I'm pretty sure, and I was just trying to find the application and/or notes from the meeting in which we were appointed, and it was suggested, to the best of my recollection, that we are just collecting ideas and options for the middle school.
Yeah, I don't think we were thinking of options for the other buildings. Just wondering.
Well, my only
I think that's what you mean by what do we do with the buildings, correct, is sort of a question of what could they be used for. And I just think that unless that's further clarified for us, that's beyond the scope of the work of this particular committee.
The only thought I have along those lines, though, is, well, the first thought is, if all of the town offices end up at Jordan Small, or if some of the town office ends up at Jordan Small, and that gives the added space that's needed at the current town hall, is there a way to divide certain services without it being confusing to community members which building to go to? But I'm just even looking at the list again of ideas. That could be the food pantry. That could be the medical closet. That sort of, there's some things there that are don't need to be at a community center that would give plenty of storage space. Things like that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To suggest that, because it feels like not everything that we're thinking is going to fit in Jordan Small is going to fit in Jordan Small appropriately.
Yeah.
It might fit, but then people will be saying within a year, we need more space, possibly. So that's just sort of my thoughts as far as keeping those things in mind and trying to address, maybe there's a garbage to garden facility there, I don't know, but those types of things. And if that's a part of what we suggest, the select board can ignore that by all means. They can ignore anything coming out of this committee, I suppose. But the idea is we're just trying to give some starting plans, I guess, not in great detail, but just like this is one possibility we thought of. This is another possibility, trying to take in all the feedback that we've gotten and the input from the surveys that have been done to address as many potential uses as possible.
Right. So kind of along those lines, I guess the library building doesn't seem like it's that old. Is it on a slab for?
That's on a slab. Yeah.
It is. It's in pretty good shape.
It's in decent shape.
Okay. Okay. New business I had here was, so we have an email list that I just kind of wanted to get some clarification on to make sure that I understand who's who, because we have some pretty creative email addresses on our list here that were from the beginning. So I'm not sure who. I have a list that I kind of pulled off the original email that was sent out. I'm not sure who mainracer@gmail is.
Do you want to just send
Bill,
that around and
I can,
names?
I can get that.
Do that.
So we don't.
I can get a name list for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can, and so we don't have to.
Decipher that?
So we don't have to publicly. I don't want to
Right.
publicly give email
Address.
private email addresses out, but I can get that for you with the blanket on the form that you guys filled out. So
Oh, okay.
the committee form. So I'll mark
Do
that.
you want me to email this to you, Joe?
That'd be great too. Yeah,
Yeah.
just make sure cross-reference those.
I just kind of wanted, as I looked at them and I didn't know who was who, I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah.
appropriate that we were sharing information with people we were supposed to. I mean, there was a certain group that was sworn in to be part of this committee, and
Some of those people might not.
There's
be
a lot more
able to make it,
names on this list than got sworn in, so.
Yeah, there are 3 people I thought that have not attended yet.
I saw that.
So
That's
I
kinda
don't know
mine
if
was
they're
my
staying in the
feeling.
loop or what the deal is, but.
And maybe, that would give me an opportunity to reach out to them to find out if they
Yeah.
are still interested or
So
not.
we could change the email distribution list if they are
I think it should be
no longer.
appropriate for, the people that are sworn in and part of this committee, the staff members and whatnot.
Thank you.
Or 2 people, maybe.
They do a lot in this place. Well, Westbrook just built this state-of-the-art pickleball.
All right.
Pickleball. I don't know where it is, but it's an indoor pickleball court. Westbrook, have you seen it?
I think the next item I had for new business was for us as a group to start to identify duplicating or existing RSU 14 and library efforts with other departments such as Parks and Recreation. I think we got into that discussion some at our last meeting, but maybe we should formalize that a little bit more and kind of put some arms around it. So I did send you all a copy of the ideas list, what the comprehensive plan had put together, then also everything off of the town webpage for government committees. Some are defunct when you start looking at them. I mean, their last agenda was 2012. So we can kind of start to consolidate this a little bit, I think, and that would help us, I think, when we get to actually figuring out how Jordan Small Middle School, what we will end up recommending.
Do you want kind of like a list from departments about what activities are being run and kind of where currently, or?
I think that would help.
Okay.
Because I know for Park and Rec, you guys are spread out probably as much as anybody, right? From
Yeah, we're all
Camp Hines
over.
to the church to
all over town, yes.
yeah, Castle Top.
Facilities, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah, I can get that list from Richard and our system as well, just so you can see everything that's being run currently, and maybe that'll help with kind of piecing together where to put things as well.
And I think as we fill in our floor plan, if we see overlap, then we can kind of discuss that
Yeah.
at that time too, and that might bring some things up.
That's what I'm hoping
Yeah.
too, that visual will give us the opportunity to kind of decipher some of that.
Right.
Pete, I had thought the same thing that you did, and it was basically after Debbie's library display. A lot of the things we're doing are unique to the library or unique to the town, but when it comes to meeting spaces, it could be anyone. So I just did a quick list of which of the activities were library, which were town, which were rec, and which were could be anybody, because I think down the road the town is going to have to staff appropriately. So if the library is only going to expand X amount over the next 5 years, then they might want the manpower to be moved more towards Parks and Rec or the town office. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer for this, and I think that's just something they can use later. But it was helpful for me to see how much, I mean, not knowing how much Parks and Rec had been doing, it was really helpful to know that you're already doing some of these things in scattered spaces.
I did the same thing too. I took the list and kind of wrote down what I thought rec was overseeing in the library and of course town administration. And I think there's a lot of programming here that can have some collaboration as well. Like library and rec will collaborate a lot more once they're in the same building. So I don't see it as much of an overlap, but more of an opportunity to do some collaboration.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I guess I'm kind of curious, Joe. I mean, as part of our facilities tour, we went and saw the Raymond Village Church and how you guys have really kind of already moved in there.
Yeah.
I mean, how well does that suit Park and Rec, and what is your vision going forward?
Yeah, it's definitely, it has some challenges as far as, I think we talked about right now, the functional space, like the bathroom, stuff like that. So it's tough to get a wheelchair in or get to the first, second floor, and then the second floor. There's a lot of multi-levels there, so it's definitely hard for, I think, senior program. I think just using the vestry level is probably going to be the best bet as far as senior programming. And we've kind of looked at potentially moving our after-school program there, but definitely has some issues as well as far as outdoor space. Right now it's just the parking lot, and then indoor space that could take a toll on the building. So it kind of has, we talked about pros and cons. It's probably better for smaller programming as far as, like, we have chess club there. We have the all-age bingo, things like that aren't kind of, 30 plus participants. I think once you go into that level, then it definitely does not suit it right now. Some challenges.
Right.
Plus you're paying rent.
So we're paying rent. Yeah.
Right.
So is it better to say that it's a good temporary solution?
It's good to build some of those pieces. Like we'll have age friendly, kind of their office starting there, so that'll give them some legs to do a little bit more programming, lunch and learns, anything else that we can think of there. So I think it's a good start to build all these things to then potentially move into the Jordan Small.
Okay, so it'd be temporary, you're talking about.
It's a good kind of gateway to that.
A 2-year gap, so see what will happen in those 2 years.
Yeah, what programs take off, and that'll be good. That'll be good though to do it that way, and then you'll know more.
But it is nice to have the ease of not having to put in a kind of a, it's called School Dude, kind of the reservation process with the school. So that can take some time, and we can get bumped if there's, they need the space. So it's been easier kind of program for us there, which we had Jordan Small to ourselves. It's very easy to kind of schedule and program.
So have you started to think about how much space at Jordan Small Schools Park and Rec would?
Yeah, we're gonna sit down with Riley tomorrow.
Right, the whole
some of the spaces like the breakout room.
What wing we?
We're gonna sit tomorrow with Riley and I, and we're gonna kind of map it out and kind of brainstorm some of those areas. Because right now we use it a lot. Winter, spring. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what we would use there for all year. Kind of changes our thought process a little bit. So, yeah, I'll definitely get that for next meeting.
Great.
I guess the next new business item I had on here was food pantry relocation. I think just because we have already started to have some discussion on that, and I wanted to hear a little bit more what folks are thinking. I mean, even tonight, we started talking about, well, geez, town hall might be actually a good place for the food pantry. I have not been to the current food pantry. I don't know anything about it, whether it's suitable or if it's, off the beaten path, but.
It's on 302. Lions are sponsoring it because the director of the food pantry is one of the Lions, Gary Bebo. It's cramped. There's literally no space even for the pantry itself. I mean, they have freezers and they stock enough food for one, maybe two pantries. Their requirements with the FDA and USDA are pretty extensive in terms of inventory movement and, keeping on top of the dating. I asked him a couple questions. One was, would you want to leave the base of the church that it's in? And he said, absolutely, no question.
Okay. That's good to know.
I mean, everything from the space to the parking, somebody's just going to bash into somebody. I'm surprised it
I've been in there, and
hasn't happened.
If you have more than two, you got to pull over here, and then when this person goes up to get their stuff, then you've got to back over here. And
It's really tight in there,
a little crazy.
Yeah.
So I also asked him if he would, and this was just an informational question, would you be interested in this falling under the auspices of the town? And he said, I'd be happy if the town or anyone else would take this over. Gary is 100% volunteer. He spends 30 hours a week there. It was a lot more when it was 2 pantries a month. Now it's just the one because of the space constraints. We talked about what we're trying to do up at the school and what other buildings might be available. The library was his number one choice. If there is a way to use that space, he could conceivably go back to a walkthrough scenario where people can pick their own things, because one of the problems they have is that you get what you get. There can be 5 kids in your family, or you're 2 seniors, and you'll get the same jar of juice and cereal. So if people can pick what they need based on what we have, then that might eliminate some of the items that we don't need to carry anymore and make it more user-friendly. The library is ideal with the in and out. It's got great parking, would be great.
Right next to the community garden.
He also said...
That's a good point. Yeah.
He also said that, he also said that, what did he say? A lot of the clientele is from the village area.
I was going to ask that. Okay.
Which surprised me.
No, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me, yeah. Oh,
so he thought that would be really, really helpful too for people getting there. They do have an issue with people having to get rides. Yeah. Sometimes it's the people that volunteer there. So I'm plugging that on his behalf. It's a great program. I did look into what other towns do with the food pantry, and I did not see any formal tie with the town. It can certainly sponsor it, like the Lions are sponsoring it, but in terms of it being a town department, I didn't see that anywhere in Maine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that would save him, because he comes out in all weather with his little clipboard. Do you want this? Do you want this? He's in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
He could stay inside, yeah.
He also has deliveries from Good Shepherd that maneuvering in that is interesting. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing, but there has to be nobody else in the parking lot when they're coming in. So, I mean, it would just be ideal for him. It would give him space, would give him some office space, or whoever took it over. And it could possibly also be used somehow with another food-related thing that we come up with.
Or maybe the loan closet, maybe.
Yeah, or he could go back to 2 days a month
Yeah.
if he found that was needed. I have people that I have to give food to because that month is so long.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's a surprising need in this town.
Interesting.
That's good information, thank you. That's.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was looking for.
Good.
That'd be a good spot for it.
Yeah, it would, in the village, yeah.
Would be a really nice thing for the town.
Especially after you did all that work to the
Yeah, well,
walkway.
we
Yeah.
just did a handicap ramp.
That's
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Really nice.
beautiful.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
I just did a good job on it.
Yeah, it's really.
It was interesting. This past week, I was actually making a delivery up in Farmington, and it just so happens where I was delivering was right next door to the school where they have their food pantry. And that day was food pantry day, and it was unbelievable, the cars coming in. It was like a huge revolving door.
Wow.
So
Where was this?
if it's available, they'll come, right?
Where?
Farmington.
Oh, Farmington.
Yeah, Farmington. Yeah.
Huh.
Great. So next line item I had on here was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I guess one piece of that is this, and I'm really open to any ideas that others have as far as, you know, how do we get this information to so that it's usable information. I just don't want to dump a bunch of paper on them.
I would start with maybe a mission statement or a purpose statement,
Yep.
and definitely a visual
Yeah. Okay.
for a proposal.
And maybe once we mark this up or get this into a more usable format, could be part of it.
Right, because then we'll say, based on our mission statement and this proposal, that will accommodate these program services needs that have been expressed or that we know are out there for the community. And I really would like us to emphasize community center, not municipal building.
Right.
I think we'll get a lot further if we really focus on its community-driven space.
Right.
Yeah, because our middle schoolers are going down to Wyndham, and we want to keep them back up here.
Yeah.
So if we had some things for them.
Yes,
that.
and inclusive of all ages. It's not just a senior center, it's not just a little kids' daycare center, it's for everyone in the community.
Right.
I think, too, that was something that stood out at Gorham, was the way they segregated the entrances with the really nice facade for the municipal building. So anything customer-facing, you knew where to go. If you were there for a program, you were there coming into the Rex area. I thought that was very helpful.
Right, and I left Jordan Small Middle School visioning idea boxes in RES and Jordan Small, and I'm picking them up on Friday. So I'm hoping, the teachers, and maybe they've involved their students, what they'd like to see. So I'll compile something over the weekend, and and I'll get it to you by the
Thanks,
the
Deb.
weekend.
Great.
I'm wondering if we could pull it together that we give them some sort of presentation, and that can include things that we've received from Kevin and the library and any other departments. And then Rec did their own, sorry for the dog, did their own survey, and they had a bunch of slides based on their responses. I think if we compiled all that information and the ideas and wish lists all together, that would be the best way to present it to the select board.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably should do a little blurb on our process,
Right.
how we came to our proposal or our vision. So I just want to ask, are most of you feeling that this will all work in one proposal versus here's one idea and here's another possible idea, especially, I guess I'm just, maybe when I see it, maybe everything will fit just fine that we're all been talking about, but again, what are the priorities if it doesn't all fit somehow? And what are some alternatives so that you know, this proposal addresses these wants and needs, this proposal addresses these. That's just the only thing I'm hesitant to say, here's a proposal.
Well, yeah, well, what would be the priority? I mean, we just talked about the food pantry and maybe the loan closet already, thinking about maybe that would go into another building. The priority of what needs to be in this building, the town hall, I suspect, for sure. I mean, I think that's a given. The library, and then rec. So, I mean, you know, and then after that, there may not be room for everything. I mean, it's
going to fill up.
It's going to fill up, and, you know, and certainly the town, municipal, they need to be all under one roof, don't you think? I mean, we don't want to spread them out all over the
I
town.
would think the town office, you'd want them in one location.
Yeah, right.
Just
yeah.
for the convenience for the people coming in there.
Yeah, so that was the whole idea. You know, Raymond needed a new town hall. I mean, they've been talking about it for 10 years or more. More than that.
Yeah.
And so when this opportunity came up, I think, you know, really, the town hall was top of the list.
So we started off asking the question, what is a community center? Will those three entities being in that space, if they all fit, is that a community center? Is there a place for people to just gather? Is there a place for a community meal? Is there a place for, I mean, because rec has a temporary location right now and is using, this, you know, had been using some of the school facilities, et cetera. So that, and even in the list at the very top of what you compiled, Pete, community center, although again, what is that? Recreation is there, and that does address a variety of ages. Library addresses a variety of ages. I'm not trying to say the town hall isn't a priority, because we heard loud and clear, space is needed, but I wondered if could code enforcement be in a separate building without that being too disruptive to the operations? Just some thinking like that. I don't know. Maybe that would be too disruptive and wouldn't work, but.
Well, until we hear how much square footage town hall needs or feels they need, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know yet what rec's coming back with for their needs. So I'm not worrying about Plan B yet.
But it's something to think about, for sure.
Yep.
Right, because I had also thought maybe that, and maybe this wouldn't be clear enough as part of our task, but if we have things that are overlapping, we show that these things overlap, and then that next group has to figure out how to divide and conquer.
Right.
Because, you know, that was, like you said, one of the things that came from our visit to Gorham was they had a professional architect who came in and took everybody's ideas, and then they created the plan, the vision, and made everything work for everybody and fit their needs. I don't know if the town is planning on hiring an architect or not.
And that could be part of our proposal.
I would assume they would. When we did the town garage, we hired an architect firm to come in and do a needs assessment of what they came around, measured all the space we have. We sat down, one meeting we had with them was to go over all the spaces that I felt we needed. And they did the needs assessment, and they designed the building we had proposed off that needs assessment. I would assume that would be the same process with this. This would take a firm to come in and meet with all the department heads that are going to be involved in it with our wish list and with the next committee and say, this is what we want or what we think we need, and they'll take it from there. And then they'll come back, and I would think that's the way it would work. And then it would be up to the committee and the town to whittle away what we don't do, what we do, and how they do it.
All right, that sounds good. Appreciate the discussion. I think for next time, because we're running out of time, I would like to have everybody continue to think about community center and what they vision as community center. And I think I'll try to get like a easel and a pad of paper, and we'll just brainstorm community center.
I think
and write out as many ideas.
I think there's one here.
Yeah, we've got the easel.
Is there one here?
There's one down at the town office.
Okay, that would be great.
I guess just real quick, because that's the comp plan. That was a comp plan survey that was saying community center. Kayla, was there any more detail on that survey about the community center wants and needs when you guys surveyed?
No, it was done by pom-poms, so
Pom-poms.
there was not any other details given, and some of the other needs for the use, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, were childcare. Was another thing that was asked for, but no, there was no details.
Okay. Just don't want to duplicate that if we don't have to.
Right. No, that's a good point. Thanks, Joe. So next meeting is May 12th. We're going to meet here at 2:15 for our tour down to Westbrook. Hopefully that'll work out, and I will let everybody know as soon as I hear back from Greg. Do we also want to have our 6 o'clock meeting on Monday?
Well, I think we're getting presented with some plans from other departments.
Yeah, that would be good. So
I would like to see those.
So we'll have no meeting the May 19th, so that'd be 2 weeks.
So we
don't
should
have
try to
so
do as much as we can.
Oh, we scheduled it for the 22nd, didn't we, that meeting?
Yes.
So we're planning on having our 6 to 7:30 next week as well, next Monday. All right. Any public comments? Is there anybody on Zoom from the public? No one.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Yep.
Committee's comments.
My husband's watching on Zoom.
Oh,
Anybody last words? Can I have a motion to adjourn? All good? All approve? Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
thank you.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item that we have on our agenda is the minutes from last meeting, May 5th. Has everybody had a chance to review those? Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to
I
accept?
have a motion, we second.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor? Unanimous.
I also approve.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, let's get into the business end of things. So for old business, we did go to the Westbrook Community Center on Friday. And real quick, I'll make one distinction. So we went to the Gorham, which was the municipal facility, and this was the community center. And you could see a difference, in my opinion, that this was, Westbrook was focused more on setting their facility up to be a community center. And didn't have as, for example, they had originally planned on putting the town offices in that facility, but Parks and Recreation and Community quickly took over, and there was no longer any room for the town offices. They do lease out quite a few spaces to create revenue for the town, and that was pretty interesting to see how that all worked. Based on what Greg told us, their leasing rate, their rental rate is more than fair as far as being competitive and attracting people to come and use that space. Some of them start out small. As an example, they have a dance room there, and she started out with 6 students. One dropped out, so she had 5. She now has over 100. So things do seem to grow quickly. We did get quite a package from Greg. This is what they put together every week to kind of highlight what's going on. That's a lot of information. It includes a floor plan of the school and how it's used. If anybody is interested in that or hasn't had a chance to see it, it's pretty nice facility. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments? Hey, Grace?
So I have a confession to make. I believe it was Kayla that at our first meeting talked about the potential for revenue from using Jordan Small School, and in my head I felt a little negative about that thought, not thinking that that was really something that would be of community service, but after seeing what Westbrook has done, I've totally changed my mind. So my apologies for having thought negatively of that idea. The places that we're renting the spaces were all things that help support the community in various ways, and makes it very convenient. It's right there and usable and brings in some revenue. It almost offset the cost of running the facility. I think he said it was like $900,000 that he brings in revenue from not just rentals, but also, I assume, from fees and things. And it cost $1.1 million to run it. Right. So it really was substantial. And I didn't see any organizations or groups or anything that were renting spaces that wouldn't be something of interest to somebody in this community, to groups. I'm seeing other heads nod. So I'd like to kind of keep that thought in mind going forward.
Yeah, and they mentioned that they really vet who they lease to make sure that there's some common mission goals and things there. So, and they're really partnering with those organizations or small businesses that they bring into that building. So cross-promoting programming and collaborating. So it seems like it's working very well for them.
I would agree with that. I think it was the American Red Cross that was in twice a week. Westbrook is a town that's big enough to support that, and we're likely not, but to have that sort of, that building set up for that use, or that room set up for that use, I think, does a lot for the program. The other thing I really liked was how, just specifically the community gardens, they had partnered via a grant with Home Depot, I believe it was, and they paid for the materials, and then they engaged other volunteers to build everything. But the partnership aspect to what they did really, it spoke a lot to the community feel we're trying to really make happen here.
Could add one more piece to the Westbrook thing, because Pete, you sent us talk about a mission, and I did come across, although I couldn't find it on the Westbrook Community Center site, although it's probably there somewhere, but it was under the United Way site. The Westbrook Community Center has a description of what they do, and I'm just going to read a piece of it. Through collaboration, partnering, and working together, we offer an array of community services that address the needs of persons young and old and help them find and access resources that enrich their lives. Our goal is to promote self-sufficiency and foster health and well-being. And development of the community center has been a community effort. Ideas and involvement came from all different groups and individuals. What simply needed to be done was to unlock the doors, and then came the creativity and activities, and there's more. I'll send it around later. I just came across it, and I thought that was something that we might think about for ourselves as well. But anyway, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Grace. I did take a few pictures while we were there, too, and I'll pass them around so people want to take a look. There's actually a few of Gorham, but the rest are Westbrook. Yeah, those were from Gorham, but one of the neat spaces was this toddler space that they rent out for $250 for birthdays. So, if anybody want to take a look, and I'll pass them around.
They also, for anything that was perhaps something that people would want to keep confidential, the food pantry and their thrift shop, which looked like a mini Goodwill, it was really nice. They both have outside doors, so they don't need to interact with people otherwise in the building, which I thought was nice for privacy.
All right. I actually think we hit on most of what I had written down for notes with the discussion, so that's great. Next thing, head of town departments for space utilization. Floor plan for town hall. So Nathan, you already told me that you're working on it. Correct. And we will see that eventually soon, I hope. And just give us an idea of what that space looks like. But having gone to the Jordan Small School, those rooms are much bigger than I had realized when we looked at that today. I mean, there's some big spaces there. Head of town departments for space utilization of the Jordan Small Municipal floor plan. Town offices. So Melanie did send a write-up of things. I was hoping that we would see a floor plan of some type. I don't that's something you can help facilitate, Joe? What they would like to see carved out, just their vision. We did get one from code enforcement, and he included planning and assessing. So we know roughly how much space they're looking for. Based on just a few brief discussions, that's probably not the location where we're going to recommend, but it does give us some guidance, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and when talking with Chris, he said, obviously, 2 rooms configured, and then he said using the hallway space too for all the permanent documents and stuff like that as well. So hopefully it'd be front facing in the lobby, what you will need more.
Right.
So that was one thing he wanted me to make sure it mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the comments that stands out for me from Melanie was that code enforcement and assessing need to be close to where the town clerks are because they interact pretty regularly.
So maybe I'll jump in here. I'm not sure where else it will fit in the agenda. I suppose it's here. I have a question. When I saw some of that, especially when I saw the code enforcement kind of saying these 2 rooms kind of thing, is it predetermined the town hall is going to move to the Jordan Small space? Is that already a done deal, or are we open to not having that be one of the suggestions?
I don't think so. There's been talk of it, but there's been no official vote on it or anything like that. It's been anecdotally talked about. And I think that's where this committee and the next committee will come in and say yes or no.
Right.
Well, yeah, so it just feels like there are statements being made and thoughts being shared that it's a done deal, in which case I'm wondering what we're doing. Because we're really trying to vision and think about what's the best possible use for something that's coming back to the town. Understood. Everybody needs more space. Town hall needs more space. There was talk, I forget how long ago, Sue mentioned it at the last meeting, I believe, of building a new town hall at one point that the town didn't go for. There's also the question of the potential new public works building that is needed that committee hasn't met yet, I don't think. No. And so might that incorporate something more that the town needs? I don't know. I'm just trying to, especially after seeing Westbrook, and I know it's an entirely different situation in terms of the demographics and the size of the town, but it just really felt like it was a community center, as somebody said earlier, that it was a place where all sorts of people from the community went for all different kinds of reasons and had something there for just about everybody and could gather together. And that was really why I wanted to be on this committee, because that's what I think this town is hoping to have. So
I think that's why the committee was formed. They're looking for that feedback. So I've never heard in a public meeting at all. It's been amongst the department heads in the town office, and we talked about a community center, and we've talked about town office, but nothing's concrete at all.
So my other question then is what is the process actually? So this committee will make a recommendation, or possibly more than one possibilities, to the select board, and then what? The select board they said the next step was an implementation committee, which I would hope some of us would continue on and sort of having that bridge. Who ultimately makes the decision? It should be the people of the town of Raymond, in my mind, that would be voting on whatever is going forward. They certainly have to vote on whatever costs might be involved, and there'll be some costs at least, right?
I would think 100% that it would be the taxpayers of Raymond that are going to essentially vote on what plan is brought forward to them, to what it's been, what it will become.
Okay.
I really appreciate the discussion, Grace, because I do think that, we're still trying to figure that out as far as what is this committee going to present back to the town. I think we're getting closer, but I think we still got some visioning to do.
So we've been meeting weekly, as well as taking tours, which has taken a lot of time from a lot of folks, most of all other people around the table other than I, but still all of us. And we were given 60 days. Can we extend that to really come up with good recommendations? What would that take? Was that just a proposal, or can we say we need a little more time?
Well, let's first talk around the room. Do people feel like we need more time?
I think if we're going to be getting into things like a visioning statement or a mission statement or what community service or what a community center is, we will need more time. The impression I got when we started was that we were really just at a very simple level identifying what we think could be in the community center. So I think it's our decision whether we put the town office there, but that doesn't have to be taken by the select board or anyone else.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the original charge from the select board was to find as many possibilities, the dreams, the wishes, anything that could go into this building, any possibility. And then the next, once we're done with this charge, is the next committee is going to be more of the building committee, as far as being in charge of figuring out what can go in there and what should. So I think as long as we keep piling as many ideas as possible and not limiting those, I think that'll make this next board a little bit easier to figure out those type of things.
Sure.
I'm truly not trying to derail the agenda here.
Not at
But
all.
again, it's like, where will this fit that I can bring this up? So what also occurred to me was, is there some way to capture what organizations, groups, et cetera, other than the ones we already are aware of, that would like to rent a space in that building for, that is something along the lines of helping the community, it's something that's of interest to the community. What might there be? Is there some way to capture that? I'm not sure if there are any or many, but I think that might be another thing to try to do if anyone has an idea around that.
And I'm wondering, do we want to go to that level of detail to actually try to survey or whatever those people, or do we want to set aside space in our plan and say that our vision is that these spaces will be used for whatever? And just before the meeting, I was having a discussion with Bill because he had a discussion with somebody else, and it's. I'll have to go down through his notes a little bit more detail, but it's called business incubators, and that's basically what they do is they create space so that businesses can come in. They do have some contingency, such as if we either let you use some space or lease you some space. The idea is that eventually that business, if it prospers, will stay within the town. It's kind of like a pay.
Huh.
So. Some really good ideas.
One of them a mushroom farm by any extent. I wonder, knowing his interest. Sorry.
I think the sky's the limit on what could potentially happen. I mean, it could be, electronics type things, or it could be hands-on type things. And then today during the tour at the Jordan Small, the kitchen in there is fabulous. I mean, that's definitely a commercial grade kitchen. I've seen a few, as my wife has worked in a few different kitchens as a chef and a culinary art person, and she would love to work in that space. And so would my son, who is also a chef. So I think that I see a lot of possibilities there for community as far as community dinners, maybe even getting a hold of some of the local chefs and having a cook-off between some chefs or something. I mean, getting people involved in something like that.
Cool.
May I? Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, Keila. I'm
May
sorry.
I join the discussion?
Yes.
There's been a lot said in the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if I can organize my thoughts so well, but I will try. And I think, again, this has already been stated, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is our mission. But I think maybe if we try not to complicate it too much, it really is as simple as us bringing all of these ideas forward. And we give them the information collected from the surveys. We present that in the prettiest way we can. But I think realistically, it's important to remember this is going to take years to come together. We won't even get the building for until 2027. Right. And there's going to be a lot more public input involved and select board direction and further committee work. And I think the work that this committee has done thus far is amazing, and a lot of effort's been put into it. And I think we just package up all those ideas, including, could it be used for town space? Absolutely, it could be, right? But I think ultimately that's going to come down to the select board and public input. So our job really is just to bring all this information together and try to package it nicely for the select board. That's my opinion, anyway.
That's good. Thank you, Kayla. All right. So I guess if I move on with what we got here on the agenda, Parks and Recreation. Joe, have you had a chance to really look at the floor plan and put your thoughts together on that?
Yes, Ryan and I did sit together and map it out. We're going to put it on a digital format because we scribbled a little too much. It wasn't as clear, so we'll get that by next meeting for sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then follow up on discussion with Wyndham New Building Committee. Have you had a chance to do?
I have not been able to do that.
Okay.
I will.
Is that something you want help with?
That'd be great.
You have a
because I did
contact?
look. The contacts aren't. They have the committee list of people on there.
And those are on their webpage?
It's on their webpage, but there was no email address, so I think maybe starting with town manager Barry Tibbetts might be the best approach, and he can kind of direct us to the chair and connect us that way.
Okay.
I can get that information if you want.
All right, I'll follow up with him if you like.
Thank you, Pete. That'd be great.
The charge, along with the list of folks, is on the website as well, if you
okay.
want to even have that. I'll
Great. Thank you, Grace.
just poking around.
Good. Okay. I just lost a thought for a second there. As far as more time, I'll call Rolf and just let him know what this committee is talking about and see if I can get a sense from him on whether, one, we just go ahead and package up what we've come up with, or if he wants us to try to provide a little more detail on whether or not he wants us to take more time as a select board or not. Then we'll just kind of get a feedback from him. Let's see.
I still don't see a select board meeting scheduled in June. I think it's possibly because
the town meeting's
town meeting, yeah.
It's on their agenda for tomorrow night. It's at the bottom. They have future meeting dates. Okay. I think it's June, whatever the Tuesday is after Election Day.
Yeah, I think we're pushing it away from the election. So I think that's to be determined tomorrow.
So that by default gives us more time right there.
Right. Plus, we're going to have probably some new members on the select board to deal with as well. So, yeah, we may get an extension just because we have to work through the logistics of that.
And please, I'm not suggesting that everybody wants to be on a committee forever. Didn't mean to sound like that.
And Grace, thank you, because I was under the impression that the town hall was moving. That I've heard and then I assumed. So I'm really glad you brought it up.
Right. Yeah, me too, because I was kind of leaning in that direction as well. I mean, just from the tour we had today, we were kind of like scoping out spaces and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think anything is in stone for sure. So the next thing is really use of the Jordan Small Mills. So if everybody wants to, for a little bit of an exercise here, I do have one of the floor plans, and I've started to mark it up with some of the information we've received for wish lists. Again, not saying that that's necessarily the way it's going to be, but just a place to kind of get our visual going on different things. So if we want to, we can take a walk over to the table.
I'm going to bring out a couple of wireless microphones for you.
Okay, Bill.
So when does the architect get involved? I mean, I don't feel
That's
2% qualify.
No, that'll be,
That section.
that'll be the next building
Yeah,
committee and their charge. Yeah.
Okay.
And that would have to get approved as well through the.
yeah, that would be a financial.
Yep.
There.
Big.
Yeah.
Those around
From
still?
the garage was engineering and architect was 70, 80 grand.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's not
cool.
cheap.
I know, it's nice.
Did you want?
He wants us out there.
Sure.
Yeah, I,
We can kind of point and talk, build it.
I was able to talk to the Jordan Small Middle School art teacher and explain to her, I wish I'd gotten pictures when we were down in Gorham, but they have a couple areas that have some pictures, but she was willing in the next couple, years to add some before the students move out, which I thought was, I don't know, I really like the artwork.
Yeah, down.
Nice artwork at Jordan Small.
Yeah.
Test this.
So we didn't really know what was load bearing here. I think that was.
Well, he basically, these were added later.
It's a thrift shop. Wow.
These were two big open teen classrooms when they were built. That's what was, when we
My
took our
son,
tour.
my son had the fridge right there in that little space. But okay, that's fine.
So basically what we have here so far is what the library had envisioned for space, and also what Kevin Woodbury had given us for the broadcast studio and server space and whatnot. So Kevin's items are in red and the library items are in purple. And like I said, I mean, this is just what's been provided to us so that we can look at it. Did verify the scale today when we were at this. So a 1/16 of an inch equals a foot. And you can see some of these spaces. So we got 58 feet by 60. So we're almost 3,500 square feet just for one of those blocks. That's a lot of space. These classrooms here, it's deceiving, but they're 24 by 28. They're pretty big. One of the things we noticed, I think, this is a science lab, and this wall is no longer there. This is one big space. There was two music rooms too. There's this one, and then there was another one
It was
down here, wasn't it?
think so.
Yeah.
Maybe this one.
This was
Oh,
the
no.
art room and the music room.
There's another music
There
room
is
just
another.
for strings, smaller one that's down past the art room, down that end.
Homeroom Spanish, life skills, so I don't know.
It's around, it's down there though, I saw it was
Yeah, it is down
today.
this
Yeah.
room.
And then these rooms, when you come in the side parking lot, they have the big open area where the seventh and eighth graders are there. Two of those rooms have just removable dividers. So if you could have, the option of opening those rooms without tearing the walls down, they make huge spaces.
Yeah, because this is just one space there. This is coming in the front door.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is moves back.
Yeah. Maybe that's just a temporary, like an accordion
You can, yeah.
wall or something. Because you can see it's not a double line like these, so it's,
Right.
yeah, one big room. Yeah.
I'd like to start with what makes the most sense, I think, is Kevin's request for that big space for him to build it up acoustically and for public meetings. I think that's by far the
Arts
best space for
programs,
it.
yep.
I thought it actually kind of overlapped with what the library wanted to do anyway,
Yes.
so I thought it was, kind of all tied together.
Yep.
We did also go down into the basement through this space here, and there's actually some very dry space down there for storage or whatever.
Yeah.
They're fairly good-sized rooms, 21 by 25 with an 8-foot ceiling, and 21 by 19 with a 6-foot ceiling. So some nice antique golf clubs down there.
And I know this was something IT related, the IDFs, is that like a hotspot sort of thing?
I think that's what Kevin said.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know, Bill?
I think so.
Okay. Is this a worthwhile exercise for us? Does this help, or is this the kind of thing that we do want to pass on to
I think
them?
the overlap too of different departments, even if they're saying it's the same space, seeing what their vision is, because then you can start to see a visual picture of where things might be, or some of the overlap within our departments that we could use as a shared space. Or
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to maybe mention a few of the different programs that can take place in this space, just to give the community an idea that we're considering that, we're thinking about what they're wanting. At this point, until I know how much rec needs for their programs, I have no problem, like, here's the clerk, here's where people come in to do their car registrations, maybe code and assessing can be there, and, I don't know how much space town hall we need, but I don't have any problem considering that at this point.
Right.
I don't know if they take the lockers out that are currently right in here.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that would be a good idea.
There's lockers throughout the whole.
There are some lockers along
Yeah,
these.
against the wall in the hall, yeah.
And that could be taken out, or some lockers could be used for people to keep projects in that they're working on, like if we're doing some business incubation or some co-working space. Especially summer visitors or seasonal residents may want to be able to lock some things up instead of carting their projects back and forth. So some of the lockers may have some use.
Right. So when we were there today and doing our walkthrough, for me, what my vision looked like, if we were going to put town hall, would be to use this main entrance here, and then like clerks, town clerk office maybe, code enforcement and assessing right here. This music storage room would be maybe a good place for a vault that could be made code and fireproof for them to lock up their stuff. This just kind of like, to me, seemed like a good entryway, and even though you got all this stuff here, but it does kind of help coexist with Park and Rec, I think.
I'll give you a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We did, in our draft, we just said this would be a great fitness studio with our equipment there, and then offices here.
Yep.
Just to cut everything off into that section. Because you don't want to mix general public with kids or programs or senior activities too much. So we had it almost cut off to right here as far as space in that section.
Direct over this way.
Yeah, so from that area
That
on.
doesn't mean admin couldn't bleed into this principal's area if they needed it, unless you had thought.
Or that could be our, that could be rec offices or, just some.
I thought you should be right here.
But to me, that kind of makes sense.
No, there is an office there now.
There is. Yeah.
We said this would be a great front desk entrance to have windows, so you could do front-facing kind of registrations or memberships. Like if you want to walk, like, all right, just check into the front desk and then walk, and you can kind of see what programs are going on in there as well.
That's what they did in Westbrook.
They have a front
They have a
desk.
front desk down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was built right into the hall.
Yeah.
You can see where there's a picture of it in that group there. It shows it sticking into the
Bumps
hallway.
right up,
Yeah.
So one thing that is clear is these bathrooms need to be redone. They're not
for sure.
accessible at all, or sufficient, for that matter, for the number of people that at any point in time might be there.
Yeah, and the locker rooms are really big as well. So there's
bathrooms in there.
There's bathrooms in there. They're just hard to get to. You have to kind of come in, and so I don't know.
We can open it up, too.
Possibly, yeah. You could maybe expand that to offer more restrooms in that area.
So you wouldn't need some sort of locker room space for anything that's going on in the gym with rec?
We could always. I mean, what would probably be good is maybe if we are connecting these, is have a door that could lock, and then. If we do have rentals, if we have basketball tournaments, things like that, it would be nice to have that locker room change-in area. Especially if we have, some type of programs that require maybe some showering or something like that
So you do
during work.
Well, yeah, there's showers already in there. And,
Right.
I mean, it's a good space. It would seem.
Would you move this door, Joe, further up so that you have access to this room in the evening? So that way you can cut this off from the rest of the building.
Yeah, that was our plan. And the only thing that we had besides that cutoff was figuring out a permanent after-school type spot, and that's where we kind of
brainstorming, like, is there rooms in here that we can kind of use?
Yeah.
Use, like you said, with that exit entrance. So definitely something to consider.
Wasn't there was something in the town office thoughts, if this is going to take up space in this building, that they have direct access, that they're don't have the public have to come down a hall to get to them. So I was thinking if there's going to be town offices here, that it's sort of this end of the building, which is what's leading me to wonder, is there going to be any space left for all the other ideas? Because when we go back to the list in the first list that you put together, Pete, for us from the community survey results, town hall's 4th on the list. It's community center, rec, library, town hall, daycare, etc. So again, it's, what's the priority? In my mind, rec certainly is a priority because it has programs for both kids and adults, including age-friendly, and is using a leased space right now that still needs renovation anyway. So, why do we want to continue to lease space if we've got this available? Not to mention it's got the gym, so that I think is used quite a bit by rec, or could be.
Yeah, I got a bunch of suggestions for seniors. It would be nice to have a room for seniors, because I was surprised how many suggestions. I put it at the bottom of the list, but it's more for programming and stuff, to have a room to entertain.
It's dedicated to whatever kinds
coffee
of
time,
they have.
different other stuff.
And that's exactly what they had at Westbrook. They had a room a good-sized room that was set up specifically for seniors.
That would be nice. Yeah, I went down to the age-friendly window.
And there could be some
luncheon
things here, or if you need luncheon space. But if you just need like crafting, socialization space, I'm sure that something in here could be worked out, because these rooms are large and probably could be divided.
Well, the science lab had a little kitchen in it. I think there might have been a couple of like really little.
There used to be a kitchen down.
That could be.
Yeah, down right in this area. But I looked, I think there was maybe a refrigerator and that's it.
Yeah, and
the stove and sink and stuff.
The library, on Tuesdays they have the cribbage and they have the bridge and they have all that, and that could be combined. And those are mostly seniors that do that, so that's definitely something that could be combined.
Need seats and stuff.
Yeah. And if because those rooms are pretty big.
I think small meeting spaces.
So that combines some of the library stuff with.
Right. Large program space, smaller meeting space or programming space. I think that could be worked out. And then you'd have the library to help you with the booking of the spaces.
Well, you do everything online, right?
Yeah, we have.
Register, pay.
We
Nobody
can
touches
do
it.
reservations. We can book things as well, and that's kind of about the what's the cross relationship. Maybe there is a room that is a senior room that is also library mean space and a luncheon area, but is we're combining two things into one.
Right, so you got to coordinate, so you don't have the library rent that out, and book it out, and you book it out.
Yeah, you want
Well,
reservation.
One system.
We're gonna need, right.
Well, again, that's where Westbrook is bigger. I get it. But there's a person and staff that do that for the whole facility, for all the programs, is my
And we may
understanding.
not be able to do that. We may have to
But maybe it's
incorporate that into.
Maybe that's what's needed. I mean, if we're
don't
supposed
know.
to vision and recommend, let's vision and
I agree.
recommend.
I agree that one
So-
system makes
So
sense.
that's why Parks and Rec usually takes on scheduling. It's because we have that already in place in our software, and usually person it was me. Now it's more Riley who's doing the scheduling for all of even the church where we're at, and that goes with programs even at the school and everything like that. So we have everything kind of already mapped out.
That's good. That makes sense. It does. Yeah.
It's we have to stay organized, so we have that process in
and
place.
that system you have is great.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good,
It really is,
good
yeah.
rec software, and it has that facility capability, which is nice as well.
So maybe if we could get a ballpark of the current town office space now, and then you could do your magic with how big
Yeah,
that
because like I
space
said, I
is.
mean, we know what some of these spaces are, we know what that square footage is, and we can kind of take the town offices and match that up square footage wise. So I think we're going to find that some of these spaces are so big that it's going to easily accommodate some of those town office spaces.
Personal opinion is that the town offices, should they be put in here, because they're so customer facing, they should be towards the front of the building, whether it's this side or that side. It needs to be like a, the way it is now is there's one way in and you know where you have to go. So something easy and obvious.
So that's a good point you bring up, because for me, I've always gone in this entrance here, and then when you think about it, when we vote, we go here. So maybe the town office and the clerk should be close because of that.
But we vote a couple times a year, so
Right.
the parking for all the other kinds of activities is much larger there.
It is, yes.
Here, is this enough for, if the town entrance is over here?
I think that's enough for town. This building disappears.
Yeah,
this will be
This becomes a parking lot, probably almost as big.
Yeah, because with all the activities going on between these two departments, you're going to want that.
Large area.
Absolutely.
Especially with basketball on the weekends. I mean, we're getting pretty filled up, and that's only 2 teams, maybe some overlap, 3 or 4 teams coming in, so that's about over probably 150 people.
Yeah, that parking lot, I've seen it pretty filled up. It's amazing.
So is there space left for other?
Other as in
As in
office or meeting space?
other surfaces, other spaces.
Well, the dining room
food,
is just, the dining room next to the kitchen is, I think, a fantastic space to incorporate a community space in there. I think
It can be used for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
You push that, and that could be used for a lot of different, but it's a great space, a lot of light, and when you open up into the stage, into the gym, which today, it's nice, and you got the kitchen right there, but that would be, I think, a great spot for a community,
especially food related.
Right.
But you've got that big space and that big space, and then whichever is more appropriate for the use.
Right.
That's right.
You've got that flexibility.
That's right.
I mean, and even like the comp group, they use this space a lot.
We used to use, we used to do a lot of meetings there.
Putting together the comp plan. It worked well, I thought. And then I had forgotten about it, but there is a stage right here that faces out into the gym.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this one that the library had given us an idea here for a stage, but I don't know that that's really necessary. Yeah.
Food pantry, medical closet.
And sometimes those things aren't necessarily taking up all the space either. It's kind of shared space. As far as like food pantry, maybe they are using some of the storage here, not taking the whole room, but then when they're
Freezers and refrigerators.
right freezers, and they're using that, and then when they run, maybe they move into the dining room to exchange the food and stuff. So
that's
there's
a
more
good point. Yeah.
We've gotten in Saco, there was a lot of that type of finagling and figuring out, how do we make this multi-purpose with partners and those type of relationships. So
Yeah, because they have big fridges and freezers in this space. Yeah, so
I would think that where your performance space is going to be is where you're going to want your broadcasting studio equipment. So if you want to do performance here, I think
they already wire up and do.
Can they already broadcast from that room?
Yeah, they do.
The school does, yeah.
The school does, and when they have the town meetings in there, in the back, in the past. But yeah, I think Kevin said they were all hooked up in there already.
I think that's what this IDF, whatever that stands for, is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
for
so
in-person
why is
town
he
meetings,
wanting to
you can-
come into this room instead of that
Because there was
room?
already there was already this here, right?
no, it's because this is going to have a lot more activity.
Right.
So
Yeah.
to have it, away and kind of like if you want to do a town meeting and there's basketball and maybe tumbling class or stuff like that, you want to keep as far away as possible.
Right, a select board meeting, but a town meeting, if
you
when
could
we again
schedule
have
it out,
in-person town meetings, we would need the space.
schedule out, you could have that as well.
I can nag forever. Don't stop.
Do you have hard and fast rules about keeping children separate from
It's kind
like, does this have to stay separate? at all times, or?
We try, and it depends. A lot of community centers it's in itself isolated from town functions, town
Westbrook did
offices.
that very well.
Library
They
and
had-
children's rooms are doing that. They're closing that section right off so that wandering alone solo adults aren't just kind of walking around in there.
Yeah, which is kind of why we said maybe it would make more sense to have an after-school dedicated area in this section or here that can be kind of closed off from the others, and then utilize this as a high-activity area. Again, working on scheduling. So, yeah, you want to keep it as separate as possible. Majority after school and childcare. Other type of programs, basketball, and it's things like that where the parents are showing up is kind of different. We're not.
That reminds me, there was another thing we noticed on our tour today was this entrance here looks like it's already set up for parentals access to come and pick up kids. There's like a security system right here with a kiosk and a screen.
There's one here too.
Oh, is there?
Is there?
Yeah, it's a double door. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Would you
fill in your ideas for rec.
Would you
So we
consider
can kinda
using
see-
outdoor spaces? I mean, I know there's something here, I forget what it is. There's outdoor space out here,
It's just
too.
like a
Right.
small tree and some flowers. And
Yeah,
Oh, it's
there
not a
is. There's
memorial something?
Yeah. Not just a garden, right, with a tree and some
not
flowers.
much
and-
there. Yeah, this is where the superintendent's office, so there's a tree with some flowers. But this is where the kind of the playground is. So.
Right. Yeah, they were out there
It's
playing
not-
today.
That doesn't have a lot, though.
I can fill it out if you want. I've got the layout
I would
in
love,
my head.
no, not this minute, but I would love to see what your thoughts are, and then see what space is left.
Yeah.
And is that enough to accommodate
Yeah.
town hall needs?
So, I mean, right away, we're not changing too much. Again, I talked about this being the front desk area.
Yeah.
Service window facing this way, some type of window facing this way, so you can keep an eye on things, register, and make sure everyone's getting the right information, where to go, and things like that. We said this would be awesome. Don't know if those are load bearing. Is to make this a programmer's office, so it could be age friendly. It could be programmers and have window again facing there, just so they're around this area with their activities. Everything else would ideally stay the same. I said fitness studio kind of area. So then you can put your fitness equipment in here. I said probably director and assistant director's offices here. And then we also talked about maybe age-friendly on this, age-friendly or programmers. These can kind of be switched for office space.
And then you'd want to put childcare somewhere in here?
Yeah, childcare in here. We also said maybe the teen center in here. It's kind of in the middle, tucked away.
So how does that overlap with the teen zone that?
Exactly, that's an overlap for sure.
Okay.
It just would be, depending on if this, you would want more walk-in or if this is more like registration based. So like we would want to make sure that we have contact information. It's childcare, but hopefully with a spin of a teen type atmosphere.
So, and this would be a lot of collections. And then if you want to move team programming to that area, I don't see any problem with that.
What do you envision, what are you talking about for teen program? When you say programming, or
After
programmers, are you
school.
talking about people that are doing the programming?
Correct,
or
you'd have
people that are
staff.
attending the programs?
So you'd have, obviously, the teens attending, but you'd have it staffed with, our kind of like our counselors.
Like a drop-in center for teens, kind of a concept possibly?
It's you don't really want,
Yeah, that would
if
be
you're in
super
charge
nice.
of, you kind of want to have a registration process like
Right,
a
they
summer
could
camp.
still register for,
Don't have to necessarily go there, but it can't just be like if we're getting bussed in from RSU 14 or people getting dropped off there, we want kind of like a designated time of entrance and exit, just so
But it
parents.
would be nice to have a teen room.
But
and
you
pull
won't
some
get
of our
that.
middle schoolers back.
Right, and that would be ideally a pretty nice
the
area.
hallway?
like-
Is it like social,
This is
gaming,
office.
I mean, just different things like that, hangout? room?
Couches, to play board games or stuff like that. So
is that a big enough space for that, to given that it's offices? I don't know what.
it's not bad. It's just kind of I think maybe you probably want like the teen director's office, and then maybe see if these can be more opened opened up. This is just, it is kind of weird how this is,
Secretary meets you when you come in.
it's like the nurse's office here too, so it's kind of an awkward space, so it'd be more of a question of what's load bearing.
Can we open it up?
Yeah,
Because we would want to close this and open the children's bathroom
Correct, yeah.
into the children's room area, so.
Could we do some sort of thing where the library piece of teens backs up to this? So there could be some sort of collaborative register, read, whatever, I don't know.
It's certainly possible. I'm sure it could be figured out.
Yeah, it's a good, I think it's a good part of that collaboration piece.
Right, because there's going to be different types of after-school programs. There could be homework helpers or homework help for teens or tutoring or whatever, and then there could be just more like the social activities, hangout
area
kind of stuff. So quiet activities, conversational activities.
That would be kind of nice near the library. I mean, that fits into the library, really.
I know that happens a lot in Wyndham. When they're out of school, they go to the library.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It might be too many in that little space.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could put something down, even if it's just hand scratches, just send it to me, and I'll put it on the board here, and we'll see where things fit and where they overlap, and you go there. And if I can get the square footage, Nathan, is there anything I can do to help you with that?
I just got to go back up for a fourth time and get it done. Every time I get set up, start to get a couple rooms done, I get hauled off to something else.
Right.
So I'll go up one night and do it.
Okay. If you want help, let me know.
I got a little electronic thing to measure the rooms pretty quick.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Pretty good with this part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Thanks for doing this. This is great.
It's a great idea.
Take this for you.
Thank you. Thanks, yeah.
Thank Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Wait for Joe to get back. Where'd my agenda go?
Is that?
So, kind of like following along in that same idea, I'm just wondering now if it would be worthwhile to take this list that we've all kind of thrown a bunch of ideas into and just kind of go through each item and identify it. Is it a community center item, or is it a town hall item? Is it park and rec? And then we can kind of categorize things that way a little bit, maybe organize it a little bit for the next committee. So if I start off with number one, the Veteran Center, Community Center.
Yep.
Basketball tournaments, park and rec. Exercise classes, park and rec. Music lessons, concerts.
That can be both rec and library. And
community center even, right, if we do concerts.
Yep.
So that's got like multiple.
Right, and it just, again, reminding folks that the school district has a lot of things as well that kids participate in. So I don't know about music lessons versus,
Right.
there might be a community band that would want to perform or something, but just to keep in mind of that.
They might take music lessons at school because they can use the music room.
And that's, they do. They have music lessons, I mean, and then the library does they have people come in to play.
Right.
So that's, definitely
And,
adults, but anyway.
outdoor
There's multiple
concerts.
things that could happen.
Yeah.
Yes,
You could
absolutely.
actually coordinate an outdoor concert.
That's right, yeah.
So next item, conferences. Is that like an idea for a space that we would lease?
I don't know.
Kayla offered that one.
It certainly could be.
Yeah, Kayla, please feel free to jump
Yeah,
in
can
with
you repeat what it was?
conferences.
I mean, that's community, because again, you'd be leasing out a space or renting out a space.
So did you say leasing or community center?
Yeah, I mean, you could theoretically rent space out for anybody to use.
Okay, thank you. Food pantry, community center?
Well, we did mention that might set up itself in a building that gets vacated, that moves to the
The
community
library
center.
is one of the things. we talked
Possibly
about.
library,
Right, but what
also
would-
the town
what would it
hall
fall
was
under?
mentioned.
What?
What would it fall under?
Rec and town hall?
Food pantry? I see it more of like a
Municipal.
Community center type thing.
yeah.
That's why I see
It's
it too.
community support, but not as in community center. I see it more affiliated with the municipality.
Yeah.
Who administers it, you mean?
Well, it's volunteer, but who?
Food pantry would be community, because I don't think the town's going to be taking on the administration of that. Just my opinion.
No, but.
Right, I agree. That's the way I kind of envision
They're
it.
just looking for space, right?
Well, it's a service to the town. And to me, anytime we think of a service that supports the town or the community, that's a community service type thing.
Wasn't there discussion about that in our last meeting, about the library?
Yes.
It being
as a possible alternative.
Yeah, because most of the majority of the people that are looking for that service are in the village.
Exactly.
And I think that building's laid out pretty good for
yes.
that. That was, I think, in the discussion of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying necessarily that these items are items that we think we're going to put into that floor plan, but I'm just trying to identify them as to whether they're community service or fit into some other category. Family services?
So there is a town official who handles general assistance, right, already? Heating and...
So that would be a municipal.
So a municipal town.
Although, who was it that mentioned, meeting with a social worker, having
Right.
privacy, something, was that Deb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that had mentioned that, and so, and I guess I just want to go back to food pantry for a minute. Why are we saying that the majority of people that use that are in that area?
That was what was brought up at the
Oh, okay.
That came from the current director.
Yep.
From the current director?
Yes.
But might there be others that would
Oh, absolutely.
use it that
Absolutely.
aren't using it?
No, absolutely.
I want-
They get
yeah.
people from all around town.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I know a lot of libraries host like supervised visits, custodial visits with children and things like that. That's a family support service. So I see that under that umbrella of just family, social services, space and support, which certainly can happen in this building.
And that could really be part of this, when we say conferences, rent, that's really.
That flexible space.
That's a flexible, that could fit into the family services space, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Senior space?
And the same with the senior space.
Yeah, that could be.
Library and rec will both be doing things for senior programming.
Okay. Media space, tech center? And I see this separate from the broadcast studio. I think this is maybe a room that gets set up so that people can come in and learn software or different programs. Does that?
I see that more under the library.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
Except
That's
for
the
the
kind
use
of-
at by town meetings.
Right.
Small businesses, definitely leased space.
Well, and I know libraries do support remote workers and entrepreneurs and those kinds of things, so.
Right. Before and after school daycare, park and rec.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds like the library does some of that as well, so is that kind of the overlap that, if we can get you guys in the same area, it would kind of naturally come together?
Some good collaboration can happen.
Yeah, it definitely depends. I mean, don't want too many kids in library spaces as well. It can get a little noisy. But I think to utilize the library programs, and we've done that before. We've gone and attended one of Karen, the child librarians. I think they brought in like a hula hoop person, some other type of things, so we've utilized that.
That was after-school care that a parent routinely would have their child attend, or a program?
We would drive there, yeah, we'd bus there to go do.
Okay, so but it's still the after and before and after school care is under rec.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's for kids coming from the school that are after school. It's not.
Right, or summer camp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there might be a program the library offers that you're bringing some kids to from that, but the program itself, but the service itself, I'll call it that.
Correct. That's
rec.
Parks Rec. And
Yeah, most of those library programs are for the toddlers and the infants are all during the school day, though.
Right, but after school, then you'll start seeing like STEM clubs, coding clubs, Lego, Minecraft and all of those things.
Yeah, like Wednesday afternoons, that happens when the middle school's out early, or the elementary school gets out early, this stuff goes on there.
Yep.
All right, thrift store, community.
Yep.
Blood drives, community. Adult education.
That's RSU.
It is.
Has Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed, so it's just that again, I'll repeat it in case people are listening to this and didn't hear it before. The programming has been in Wyndham simply because of lack of signups in Raymond, but certainly with spaces available in Raymond, and if people will sign up, then there's extensive programming through the adult ed program.
Oh, yeah, and and like you said last time when you talked to Tom, it was, we didn't get a good turnout here.
Right. But hopefully we will again, so.
Eventually, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Takes time to build these programs. I mean, that's
right.
Takes time.
Right, and that was a sense I got from Greg Post as well, is that, you start out small, but these things have a tendency to take off. Tax assistance?
I know that happens in libraries. I don't know if it's been happening at the Raymond Library, though.
I don't think so.
Usually AARP will come in to the library and they'll offer some tax assistance.
In Bridgeton, they come into their, where they do their community lunches. Is that the town office?
Yeah, they need some privacy, I would assume, for doing that. So they would need some available space, a certain part of the year. Yeah.
Intergenerational meetings and events, is that all Park and Rec and Library?
Library, yep, and Rec.
Warming and Emergency Center? Is that community?
Municipal? It's municipal, yes.
Scouts? Is that part of community?
Yep.
Lions Club?
Same.
Where the Scouts meet now? They up at the Public Safety Building? Did they say they were meeting up there?
Yeah.
Public Safety?
They were at the Raymond Village Church, and then
they went up to the Public Safety?
now they're at the Public Safety Building.
Yeah, so that's good. That's good.
Cafeteria for senior meals, teaching kitchen, coffee shop.
Rec? Is that Rec?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's definitely under Rec.
Have you done senior meals?
No.
Steph, we used to do them, but I don't know what group did them.
No, we haven't.
I have hopes to do them.
The church did them.
At the church, but there were also some long ago held at Good and Small, remember?
There's a line.
Yeah.
Anne used to go, or we wanted her to go.
Yeah.
I should say.
I feel like that's community, because you could have organizations come in and hold dinners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things, too, Kaylee.
And it's not just for seniors. I mean, community dinners.
You can use it as fundraisers like Jordan Small Middle School did. That was really great to see.
Yeah, I think
the fundraiser for the 8th grade. That was awesome, yes.
Was amazing.
Yes.
But yeah, it definitely can be used for outside groups to raise funds.
Yes.
Things like that.
Yeah.
We always want to do end of the season banquets for rec, for the sports teams, and we just haven't had the space to do that. That also could be something there. Kitchen.
Nice. Medical closet?
That's also community?
Community.
that could pair, we talked about that could pair with Library of Things, so that could be with the library as well as a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
If there's a
It's
space.
amazing how quickly it grows, I guess, because,
Yeah.
walkers get big and wheelchairs and beds and
Beds, oh my God, that's the, I don't know.
the space. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the Lone Closet in Wyndham has any beds, I don't think. That's
Oh,
kind
they
of,
can probably refer them, yeah.
yeah.
Someplace.
They have that's a nice sized space there.
Remote workspace, offices, is that a lease
could be-
opportunity?
That could be under the library.
So how many people go to the library if in other words, people that work from home, work remotely, go to the library to work?
Yeah, because they may not have good internet connection
But I thought we were getting better internet in
at
town.
home, or
here, right up
they
through
may
the
need
village.
some tools. So for example, when I retired, I lost my access to all my Microsoft Office tools that I used to get from work. So if I can't afford to purchase my own subscription, I can go to the library and I can make a PowerPoint and I can do my Excel spreadsheets and
Okay,
things.
but they're not like working there every day type of a situation. I mean, that seems like the town is supporting somebody's private.
I've seen people going
Entity.
to Dunkin' Donuts and working, too.
Yeah, they can work there as long as they're not using the library for their like retail space, their storefront. But yeah, they're allowed to work there and work on their marketing and work on their online business, whatever.
Is that how the Raymond Library is being used, how those spaces?
That I do not know to the extent of that. It may be because there's not enough space there. It's pretty tight trying to use the computer space there. But I did it myself and it helped. Definitely helped me.
I've seen people in the library using the computers, adults,
Yeah.
and sometimes with their own computers over in the corner. I don't know how often that happens, but I have seen that.
Yeah, it was tricky. One day that I went, there was a lady with her social worker, caseworker, sitting right at the table behind me, and they're discussing her personal situation, and I'm trying to build my PowerPoint for a presentation I was asked to give somewhere. And so, yeah, the space is tight.
Yeah.
But definitely the need is there for those kinds of activities.
Okay. Private spaces for counseling and support?
Well, and I mean, those private meeting spaces in the library would work for that.
Okay. Recycling, is that municipal? Municipal, yeah.
Well, but it could also be
Rec?
if there's going to be community garden space that, anyway, it could be a collaborative.
Garbage to gardens or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Garden and greenhouses, the community space?
Yeah.
Potentially supporting the food pantry? Both have all this, right? Okay. Town departments, I think pretty much all of these fall under that category of being part of the town. Does anybody see anything that doesn't?
Does animal control have a space?
Not in Raymond.
Not in Raymond?
No.
So the records are stored somewhere else?
She's a Casco employee and she's based out of Casco.
Okay.
Is there a need for anything in Raymond in particular, or is that a good work?
Be a new question.
Is there a need for her to have office space? Is that what you're
To
asking?
the animal control office person.
Yeah.
Maybe yes. I mean, I guess it would be kind of like the sheriff's, like they have a satellite location as well here that they can at least go use the bathroom, stuff like that. So I don't know. I would have to probably ask Jessica. That's something I can do that for you guys.
Okay. Thank you. And that's kind of a good comment. I think you made it too, like the sheriff's department might need a space where they can just, satellite.
Well, they use the public safety building, don't they? So, and they sit outside
use that
the
now.
District 2 out there, so I think they're all set.
All right. Because we're going to be doing a lot of teen stuff and everything up here, then maybe we want the more presence from the sheriff up this way. Okay, let's see.
You know, they have a regular, they hang out at the fire station right here in East Raymond. They were there all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff.
That's true. And then the rest of these Raymond Village Library, so that's actually separate, the library. And then tax collection and town clerk. Okay, government, all of these boards and whatnot, it seems to me that they would be the people using the broadcast studio primarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they need any other space.
They need emergency session space?
What?
Yes, so when you go in, if you go into executive session, everyone has to leave.
That's a good point.
Here, especially in the winter time, so, yeah, that's a good point, Lori. You would probably want either to remove the committee to the executive session or have a space where people could not have to go back in the cars.
Right. Someplace probably a little soundproof.
Yes, that's it.
Right. That's right. That's a good point, though.
Okay. What about the beautification committee? Do they meet? Or they come out of municipal primarily?
They were municipally based, but they don't meet anymore. Oh, there's a very small, they go on Fridays, I think. They're kind of disbanding.
Oh, no.
Well, there's no more volunteers.
So who's keeping all the flowers along?
That's under Public Works.
It is now? Oh, okay.
Don McClellan's our flower guy.
Okay.
Did the Public Works fill in all the stuff around the town? The mulch, sorry.
Yes, we hire a contractor.
Yeah, but I saw that, but you guys weren't doing that because I saw your trucks out there, yeah.
We do all the sweeping on 302 and the cleanup, but we do hire somebody to
do the thing.
Actually do the first mulch.
Who's doing the mulching now? Who is it?
It was a company, the guy that does the maintenance up here, Dana King, I think his name was.
Dana King?
Yeah, he lives down on Deep Cove.
Yeah, oh, he does that? Okay, I know him, yeah. All right. All right.
Okay. Yeah, some of these, obviously, that are listed on the town website are obsolete at this point, I would say, just looking at when they last met. I was kind of interested on this one, though. Technology Committee says that they're no longer active, but I'm sure they are, but not as maybe a formal committee. So community items, we have the churches, obviously, they're all their separate entity. Conservation groups, they probably have spaces where they're already meeting and located. Okay, so food pantry is one that we've talked about. Raymond Rattler's Snow Club, do we know where they meet?
They used to meet at Kokatosi. I'm not sure if they still do.
I don't think they do.
Since the Southwick sold.
Yeah.
They do still have a website, so. We've talked about medical, scouting, parent-teacher, the PTO. Where do they meet?
Right now, I think just through Zoom.
They meet at a school,
Zoom?
they used to.
Yeah.
I don't know, would Kayla know?
I mean, it seems like there would be, plenty of space where if they needed to have a face-to-face meeting, that something could be provided. The Raymond Casket Historical Society, they have their own separate set of buildings, and it's fabulous.
It is.
If you haven't been down there, it's really worthwhile. Lions Club, where do you meet right now, Lori?
We meet at the Public Safety Building.
Okay. All right. And does that work? Is that adequate?
Yes. As long as there aren't any big announcements going on, big emergencies.
Right.
It's just loud.
So, Raymond Visualization, that's us, I guess, basically. Oh, this says last 2012, so this is kind of like
It's Raymond Vitalization.
revitalization, yeah.
That's, I don't think that's.
Right, because like Hawthorne Community, they have their own space, right?
Yep.
Where they, and then age-friendly, we talked about them being part of this plan, right?
Yeah, well, we talked about doing something at the church, so we would need some space somewhere.
Right. And then I think the rest of these are just listed for information. Then I did have some additional items. I don't know if they're on your list, but administrative office for community center, town offices, youth-specific spaces. I think these are all things that there's the tool library, use of the roof for solar array was something that was brought up at one of our meetings. Community meals is a repeat, and then summer feeding station. So, all right, is there anything else that, because we don't have things, I think, on this list like a thrift shop.
Right.
I'm sorry, like what?
Thrift shop? Did we have that on the?
Yeah, it's here somewhere.
Beginning.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Well,
Is there some other things that we have seen now on some of our tours that we would like to include?
the pool. The pool.
We'll let you present that part, Ruth.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we feel pretty complete at this point, so I think I'll try to organize that in like on an Excel spreadsheet or something so that we can, hand that off as a user-friendly document for the next group.
Because I got some information about classroom use and stuff. Free
Yeah.
books we might be able to incorporate in the library.
Right.
And
did you want to go over some of that?
well, what I liked, one thing was the gym use for a walking track in the winter would be
That was a good idea.
fabulous, yeah.
Yes, yes, definitely.
What do you think as far as would we be able to protect the floor in a track-like fashion?
Oh, yeah, just stay off. I mean, there's plenty of room on either side of the courts. Just make sure you don't, bring
Just
a change of shoes
tell
or
everybody to
walk
put-
around
yeah.
to the other courts. And
Yeah.
it's a pretty good-sized gym that I don't think you could.
I think it's 110 by 80 or something like that.
It's pretty big.
I like this one too, the armchair travelers. That sounded like something
Yeah, I
that would
thought
be
that
interesting.
was nice too.
Yeah.
And I went to Age-Friendly Wyndham had a thing down at the gym in the town hall that I went to at noontime. They had a lunch, and then someone spoke for 45 minutes, which is nice, and a babysitting course,
Yeah.
We always need babysitters, right? And CPR, and IFW I hadn't heard of, which was a nice, you could get someone in for
Yeah.
hunter safety and stuff.
Yeah. Kind of along the same lines, instead of a sheriff, a game warden or somebody like that too, having some space. Or I know that, being the lakes region and having a lot of lakes, there are quite a few people on the various lakes that do water monitoring.
Right. They have
it doesn't seem to
classes
me
for
that they're
young kids
necessarily.
too, don't they?
I think so. I know you have to be certified to be a lake monitor to do the Secchi disc and the dissolved oxygen. But they don't seem to collaborate that much except through the Lake Stewards of Maine. Might be something where if the equipment's pretty expensive that you have to buy to do that type of work. Maybe they need to collaborate, or they would maybe want some space to talk about what's going on with our lakes. Some of the lakes, one feeds into the other, like Crescent and Panther.
The Raymond Waterways, that's an active organization.
Yeah.
And don't they do some of that stuff?
They do, and then a lot of lake associations do it. Like I'm part of a lake association where we do our own monitoring on our lake. So
There's also a group that keeps an eye on Sebago Lake too.
Right.
And, the water levels, and they communicate with,
right.
That's another group.
The milfoil that they have to deal with.
Yeah, the milfoil, yeah.
Yeah.
Does Raymond Rec do anything with yoga or any of that?
With what?
Yoga, Tai Chi,
With yoga?
whatever that is.
If we had a space, yeah.
I don't do it.
That's why I think that like a fitness studio type of area is really important, because you can do yoga, you can do the spinning classes, you can do a bunch of different programs out of that space. We thought about it at Raymond Village Church, but the floor gets a little It's kind of hard, and it gets really salty and dirty. 'Cause
Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed does or did anyway have those programs too.
And I took one up
yoga
there.
through them, and it actually was held at the Jordan Small School at that time. But
Oh, that'd be
if we had enough
great.
people to sign up, don't ask me to sign up for it this time.
I know, the vending and
I've got a couple of years.
Others would.
Okay, I'm going to get us moving to our deadline here.
Ooh.
Identifying emails, thank you, Joe, for taking care of that and helping me out with that. It looks like we, do have the right people on our email list.
Great.
Melanie was able to clear up that this committee wasn't necessarily a need to be sworn in. And so those other people that are part of this committee that hasn't necessarily been showing up, they can still technically be part of this committee.
Are they getting emails?
They are getting the emails. Yeah. I haven't received any feedback from any of them, but, they're getting the information if they want to.
Okay.
They showed interest in being a part of it originally, so, what is the community center? We did that, I think, to some extent already. But maybe do some more of it at this week's meeting. And then identifying, duplicating, or existing items. I think we've done some of that, but maybe want to do a little bit more once we get the floor plan filled out. Right. I think that would make more sense to do that once we are a little more mature there. Then compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I think some of that is starting with, we get the floor plan. We'll create our list of ideas into an Excel spreadsheet that's user-friendly. I've been trying to keep a fairly decent notebook, which my plan is to pass this off to the next chair so that they have the information as we've grown it. And then, so the next thing I had on this here was mission statement. And Deb, Grace, you mentioned something about it at the beginning of the meeting, and Deb provided us with a write-up of her own. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Email again.
Well, I just thought that as we
she sent an email.
yeah, I just did this yesterday, sent out to everybody. So as we're presenting our results of our discussions and visioning with the select board, I thought it might be a good idea for us to also share or propose a vision statement and a mission statement for the community center, just to help really provide guidance for what we are thinking the community wants it to be. So I just quickly drafted up some vision and mission language focusing on how the community center would support individual residents, connecting them, helping them to be able to improve their lives, and then also how it can build and strengthen community as a whole as well. So if you just read through that, and if you want to use that as a jumping off point, or if we want to draft some language kind of combining some of the good ideas that came from Westbrook's and some of the others.
I don't know why I'm not seeing that, so but I'll look.
I think it might be kind of a nice structure to provide along with our ideas, our map.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, too. If you don't have it, Grace, I can send it to you.
Yeah, if you could. I don't know what happened.
I know, I have, I got it, I know it came, was it decollect or something?
Yeah.
Whatever that, what is that?
That's me.
That's
her.
you?
May 11th at 2:30.
Yeah, that, I know, I got that, I saw it. There's been a lot of emails, I've been getting all messed up here.
Yeah, I'm getting a little lost myself in sending them.
As you can imagine, Deb Clark was already taken, so.
Oh, that's right, oh, yeah, so that's what you, okay.
It's not a very unique name.
All right, so then maybe what we'll do is we'll have a chance to digest this a little bit more for next meeting, and then also the information that Grace provides us from the Wyndham.
I'll email that out.
Westbrook?
I think I saved it.
Was the Westbrook, right?
I had a mission, something from Westbrook. I don't know if they called it a mission or what, but just who they are, and I'll email that around, as well as the Wyndham one, so you don't have to go looking for what their charges were, just if that's of interest.
Or a purpose statement, or however it feels comfortable.
Okay.
Great. Next meeting is actually May 22nd, so it's Thursday, I believe, instead of Monday. And then public comments. Bill, we don't have anybody on Zoom, right?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Is Kayla all set?
Kayla's still there.
Right, and so Kayla would be part of our committee's comments, if anybody has committee comments.
It's just been, I'm sorry I missed the Westbrook tour, but the tours have been great, really have, you know, including the tour around our office spaces and whatnot here, but it's been really very interesting.
Right. And if anybody does need to revisit Jordan Small School, we've talked to the principal. I forget exactly what her name is.
Michelle.
Michelle, yes. And she said she would be more than happy to, you know, open things up for us again. Take another look if we need a refresher.
Custodians were very helpful.
Yes.
Ken was, he was.
Great. Bill was wonderful.
Yeah, I almost feel like he wanted to be part of the committee, so that's good.
Yeah, that worked out. That was good. I'm glad that was good.
Instead of giving comments, could I maybe request that our next agenda, we talk about the actual steps of the process moving forward of what we want to bring to the select board?
Yeah.
To recommend some either steps or next steps, or how we're going to hand off to the next committee, or try to join up with them a little, or
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Anything else?
You go, Deb.
We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ethan.
And all in favor? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks, Pete. Thank you.
Hey, welcome to the May 12th Emergency Select Board meeting.
I make a motion to go in executive session regarding personnel matters pursuant to MRSA Section 1, Section 405(6)A.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we're in executive session. Thank you.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
All those in favor? Okay, we're out of executive session. We've directed HR to continue the process as directed. Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the May 13th Select Board meeting, which the beginning of it will be the public hearing on the warrant articles as well, but first order of business is minutes from April 8th and April 10th.
Motion to approve.
Second. All those in favor? April 10th.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so we'll move now into the public hearing, and so what we'll do is bring up each of the articles. Anyone that has any questions or comments on those will go up. When you go up and raise your questions, when you do, make sure you identify yourself and try and be as concise as we can so we can move things along as quickly as we can, but not at the sacrifice of getting all the answers out there. And keep in mind, too, that there is a second informational session, which will be on Saturday morning. So there'll be, you know, if you see something in here and that raises some more questions, then you can certainly bring those up at that meeting as well. So, Article 1, piece of cake, that's elect the moderator. You have a question on electing the moderator?
Yeah. 11 to Levitt Road, so if I read Article 1 to elect a moderator by written ballot, I guess my question would be, at the polls?
At the polls.
We're going to elect a moderator?
Yep.
And what's going to be the body that elects the moderator?
Generally, it's the people that are at the poll workers and whatnot there, which is what we've done in the past, and that, because you need to have someone that, is there for the duration of the election.
I understand that. But I guess my question is, if I recall how the open town meeting went, is that basically those citizens assembled would vote for the moderator.
Yes.
And there would be a motion if there was more than one candidate.
Yep.
And then it was secret ballot.
Secret ballot.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because I'm just concerned because the narrative prior to that says the opening narrative is that the polls will open as soon as the Article 1 has been acted upon. Right. So I would assume that you have to go through that process.
Correct.
But it's really not a representative process. It just happens to be who's there at 7 o'clock.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And Article 2 is the election of the officers, which will be, the select board members, the Budget Finance Committee members, the RSU school board members. Those are all on the ballot, so those will be voted on through the ballot. Article 3 is the article where we set the dates for the tax bills. So the first half tax bills are October 31st, 25, and the second half tax bills are April 30, 26. That's also where we set the interest rate on unpaid balances, as well as that translates to is if we'll pay, if we pay back, then it's at that same interest rate, and those are based on the maximum rate that the state will allow. Any questions on Article 3? Article 4 is to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,125,416 for general government services. That's administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurance, recreation, and technology. Grace?
Levitt Road. Questions that I'm going to ask them because I'm not really sure, although I think I figured it out. So first of all, I wanted to just mention that we don't yet have the annual report. I did ask at town office today. I was told that will be forthcoming. And the reason I ask that is because I did find last year's annual report, so I was able to go back to last year's figures. There's a lot more information in the annual report, so I'm looking forward to the 2025 being available, which gives more detail. So there is that, but I did go back and compared some of the numbers in Article 4 with last year's numbers. And can you just explain, so that everybody's understanding, myself included, the numbers for most of the items are less, with the exception of rec, and then there's two additional ones in this year's, the insurance, work comp, and general assistance. So just what's the difference?
Okay, so
or also employee benefits. Sorry, that one also is not in last year's.
So what happened last year, we had apportioned the insurance to each individual department. So instead, that's been taken out of each individual department and put into the general insurance bucket.
Okay, so the numbers, okay. I kind of figured that. I've followed most of the budget meetings and such this year, but I just wanted to be sure. And also just mention that annual report is really helpful, so we'll look forward to that. And also, we used to get committee reports in the annual report, and I was told again when I asked that they're also trying to get some of those things back into what we used to get. It didn't even occur to me last year that that was missing, because there was sort of a, you know, I don't know what to call it, but basically you heard from all the different segments of the committees and the boards and whatever, what had transpired over the previous year. So I look forward to us getting back to that being available to folks. Thanks.
Other questions? Moving on to Article 5. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,627,495 for public works. Questions?
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road. I just wanted to ask about the cemetery item, which I think is about the same as what last year's line item was.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to ask about the North Raymond Road Cemetery, which has that has a white wooden fence that's been in pretty poor repair and lack of paint for the last few years, and just wondered if there's a plan to spend some of the money on that this year.
Joe, do you know?
No, Nate said Nate's got his hand up.
Nate?
Yes, there is a, excuse me, there is a plan to repair the fence this summer. We were gonna paint it last year, but a good portion of it is rotted. So we put it off till this summer, but that is the plan, is this summer to repair that. We did some tree work over there last month to open up to the new section. That answers your question.
Other questions on Public Works? Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,445,000, $1,445,806 for public safety. Questions? Seeing none. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with a value not to exceed $75,000. Questions? Article 8. To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balances surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year, and/or adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable for an amount not to exceed $75,000.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So in Article 8, the $75,000 is what would be available as a ceiling for the use of the undesignated fund balance, surplus, unassigned fund, however you want to describe it. Could you just tell me, currently, what is the total that's in our unassigned fund balance?
Okay. Let me just clarify one thing there. 'Cause this article, this is the emergency fund. This is when a heating unit blows up or whatever. The select board has an authorization of up to $75,000 to spend on that. That money, whatever is unused, goes back into
correct
surplus at the end of the year. It does not carry forward, but that's that emergency fund, which in the past we used that when we had to replace some of the heating units on the top of on the fire station. We also used that in the past when we had to do repowering on Marine 1. But that just what that fund there does is gives the select board some emergency money to be able to react quickly to something like that. And then in the past, I don't believe we used any of it this year. The year before, we used some on the units on top of the fire station. Prior to that, it was the powering that. So It doesn't it doesn't get used very often, but it gives the ability to react quickly in a case like that. If it was something, if we were going to exceed that, then it would have to come back to a special town meeting or whatever to be any additional or difference authorized that way.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I think we would be foolish not to have something like that for an emergency and have it immediately available. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I read Article 8, though, it says that the $75,000 from undesignated fund balance is for unanticipated community needs and/or a just tax rate. Am I correct in that?
It could be used for that if it had to.
Sure. Okay.
That more typically would get picked up under Article 11, though.
And yes, and I'll be talking about Article 11. But I guess basically, for right now, what I'd just like to is the answer to my original question, which is, what is the balance in our undesignated fund as of today? Can anyone there tell me what it is?
Is Brenda on?
Brenda's not on today, no. I can find that out.
I know, I know that we're in excess of the 15% that we've said we need to maintain for undesignated. And
that's according to GAAP and
and the bonding agency.
Sure.
They like us to have that.
Sure. Yeah, 5 to 15%, I believe, is what Moody uses for evaluation.
Yeah, we've tried to stay closer to the 15 because that gave us the preferential on the AAA rating.
Sure. Thank you.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just quickly, so to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable, and you referenced Article 11, so you're talking about reducing it lower, or you can adjust it higher as you seem advisable, as long as you don't exceed $75,000?
No, the 75, anything that's used there would be used to lower. We wouldn't put money in to raise the tax rate.
Okay, no, I just wasn't clear on that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the emergency fund? Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. I wanted to just make sure, I have a two-part question. Is this a new referendum? Is this a new?
No.
It's been in. Okay. It was new to me. So if we take Articles 4, 5, and 6, add them together, we get to about $6,198,000. Is that the appropriation accounts that you're referring to here that you can move between?
What this allows is, partially, yes, you got all your allocations, but if we are overspent in one account at the end of the year from an accounting standpoint, and if we are underspent in another, we can make that shift so that the books balance.
Right. As long as it doesn't exceed the total.
As long as it doesn't exceed the total budget. So in other words, say Public Works underspent their budget, but public safety went over theirs.
Right.
We can do a shift there so that we can balance the books without having to go back out for additional revenues.
Okay, great. And then, I guess it is a three-part question. Is there a public notification of that change, or is there?
Yeah, because that would have to be done at a select board meeting. Typically, where that gets done is at the last when you're closing the books, because that's where you're going to see if you had to make any moves.
Great, thank you.
If I could add a little thing. I think, Brian, when you asked that question, I was thinking about individual departments can also move them between their own during the year if one was expended, so that you had that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what we always did. So you have that two-way movement, one in the department and at the end of the year, one for the town.
Yeah, it brings up one other real quick question. So if within, let's just say, public safety, there's a need to move monies around within that, as long as they don't exceed their appropriation, they can do that. And that can be done probably without select board involvement?
Typically, if they're moving that, they're discussing it in a select board meeting that,
Okay.
we've, we're overspending this, so we're gonna cut this, we're gonna cut this.
Got it.
Because then it's always the question of, okay, well, if we cut that, are we hurting ourselves? And so is there another avenue that we should look at?
So then that could be where you have a movement between, great, thank you.
Other questions on Article 9? Article 10 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make applications and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, or other gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. Questions on what that is and how it works? Next on Article 11, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $700,000. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road. In order to try and get that answer to my first question, and I believe I kind of got it, that we've got enough money to cover it. My question on Article 11 is that it's $700,000 from undesignated fund balance for reduction of property tax commitment, period.
Right.
So that's not going to buy us a fire truck. That's not going to put new heaters in a place. That's to decrease our tax commitment.
That's the, yeah.
So my question would be, and I don't know if it's answerable because I don't know the exact number that we have in undesignated fund balance, but if the maximums that were appropriated out of Article 8 and out of Article 11 were spent, and I know that's probably highly unlikely, would we then have enough money to cover 2 months' worth of operating expenses for the town, including debt service and including all expenses? That would be in compliance with GAAP. That would be in compliance with GFOA, and generally, that would still maintain us, I believe, a bond rating of at least a AA. It could, if in fact we've got enough money, because my understanding in trying to educate myself on undesignated fund balances is that you're probably more aware of this than most anybody in the room, would be that there's models now that are being proposed that are more modeled after insurance, in order to have your undesignated fund balance be in a safe situation. More risk management involved, more involvement in keeping that number up because of the unknowns we're dealing with today, such as extreme weather situations or maybe an unstable economy, or at least rumors of an unstable economy. And therefore, that was my goal in number 8 and number 11, to just be assured, even though I don't have an actual number, that given these 2 articles, if you were to spend, if the select board was to decide we're going to take $775,000 of undesignated fund balance in order to lower the tax rate in the town, would that still put us in good accounting order?
I mean, the answer to that is yes. But in the, this gives the authority to go up to 700,000. Last year we used 350.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I'm looking at the articles and just asking the question.
Yeah. If I might, Mr. Chair, if Joe pulls up the annual report that we had, the audit report that just came in, at the end of it, I believe it said what we had for surplus, and it would be available and answer 2 questions at once.
I have it right here.
You have it right there? They give the percentage in the report of what we should be at, and that we had more than what we should be at.
Correct. That's usually included in the report, is the audit.
And I'm not saying to stop now, we can move forward, but come back to it, because the questions have been asked, and we'll have the answer when somebody finds it.
I have it right here. It's just going to take me a second. It's not short.
Yeah, it's 30 pages or 40 pages, so.
While you're looking that up, Article 12 is to see if the town,
Can I just add a comment to that?
you may, if you go up there. If you go up there. Nothing from the gallery.
Hi, Jody Carroll, 30 Rockwood Acres. Wasn't that 700,000 put up because of the settlement that the town was receiving? If I remember back, it was bumped up this year to accommodate a potential the payout for that settlement. And the discussion, I thought at the time, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, was the reason it was so high. There was a lot of discussion amongst your team because you would want to use some of that to potentially reduce taxation. Not necessarily that you would, so that you didn't alter taxation rates in the future potentially for budgeting for next year, but that would be on the table as an option. Am I remembering that wrong?
Well, what's coming into play there is, of course, because that money, when that money came in, that brought our reserves. It actually backfilled what we had been spending all along on that whole legal action. So it essentially brought us back to whole plus some. So that gave a little bit more flexibility there, but under absent dire circumstances, you wouldn't want to use that full 700, but you want the authorization there in case something blows up on you, that you've got that without having to go through a whole lot of other hoops and things. So, as I say, what we used last year was 350 of it.
Right, and that limit was probably going to be temporary and potentially retained for future litigation services if something like this happened in the future. And I'm not sure if everybody remembers that, but I'm pretty sure that was a point of discussion as to why it was bumped up so high at the time, if that's helpful.
Okay, so Article 12 is to see if the town will vote to appropriate $511,177 from the tax increment pipeline, Route 302, the TIF, for projects proposed in the TIF district for 2026.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. On Route 302 maintenance, I'm assuming that's not maintenance of the road itself since it's a state highway. So what exactly does it cover?
The 302 was the decorative lights and all that were put in. That was part of when the TIF was originally set up.
Okay.
So it picks up the maintenance on those, plus some of the maintenance on the sidewalks and things like that.
And
but not 302 itself.
Okay. And the street light fixtures for the 36.5, that would be new fixture?
It's
repair
of.
Okay.
You got to remember those are now 15 years old.
Okay. And then the paving and roads component, the 50,000, what would that be doing?
That because there is some in the TIF document, there was some paving that was allowed in there. So what we tried to do in the TIF is put things in there, because the biggest thing is when you reach the end of the TIF, anything that's unspent you have to give back.
Okay.
So it's one of the
that TIF out.
So anything that we could put in there, and there was allowance, and similarly why there was some public safety equipment in there, because there was some designations in there that was allowed in there. We also did a modification on that this year to allow the fiber optic upgrade to get picked up under there.
So I think I've been in town for 25 years, and I think there's always been a TIF. Yeah. Are we at the point of exhaustion of the TIF fairly soon, or does there continue to be a rollover on it?
We've got another 3 or 4 years left on there. So part of the planning downstream is to relook at that, which would have to end up creating a new TIF zone and applying to the state and all that.
Thank you.
So The unassigned for that as of June 30th, 2024 is the
Right.
number that we have here, and that's 2.589, $2,589,284.
But what we'll do is
But that's of June of that's almost a year.
what we can do is we can check with Brenda. She can run,
Yeah, we'll get
run
the
the
actual.
figures, and we'll have those for the Saturday.
But it gives them a good idea, that's plenty.
Yeah.
Other questions on the TIF? Article 13, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Zone Fund an amount of $144,500 for the administration and activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by the park operations to be recorded and retained in the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Zone. Questions on that, Peter? Tag teaming. Joe, I'll let you answer that
Okay.
question.
My Parks and Rec hat on.
So my questions, it's actually on the next one as well, but I don't know if you can combine answers to them. I was just, again, I did go back to last year's annual report comparing the amounts there, and both of these articles, 13 and 14, are higher. 13 was higher by around 23,000, and 14 by quite a bit, 58,000 and change.
Yep.
And just, again, in the annual report, which we'll get, last year's had a breakdown in the warrants as far as it was in at the end of the report, but it showed more specifically what that money was for, not just the total amount in the warrant article. And so is there any explanation you can give me for both of those two? As far as
these are based off raised funds. So the Tasseltop is an enterprise account, and then Article 14, that's a special revenues account. So those are all of our revenues coming in and expensed out for operations. So that's labor, equipment. So the increase for Tasseltop is because we've had now 2 or 3 years of steady data that we've increased our revenues, and we're hitting average around $140,000 to $150,000 in our annual collections there. And then for Article 14, we've increased our services. So with that increase comes more increase in expenses as we
so it's
grow
an
summer
expansion
camp.
of the
Right.
programs. I
But-
know
Yeah.
you've got a whole long list of all the different
sure.
programs and such too. So
But
that
keep in mind too that higher number is a good thing, because that's that's increasing revenue on there, so it's paying for itself from that standpoint. You got additional revenues coming in, which then he can turn into more programs and things like that. So that going up is a healthy thing. If it went down, that's more cause for concern.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask a question I think that maybe you were going to ask, but maybe not. If I'm asking wrong, you're next. So basically, is Tasseltop, and for that matter, is Park and Recreation, are they self-funding themselves from the fees that people pay for the using the programs and the?
In select areas, yes. For full-time staff, that's coming out of the general fund operational. So that's Assistant Director and Parks and Rec Director. It's Riley and I. But as far as the part-time seasonal staff, everyone they see that's working summer camp or at Tasseltop, yes, that is raised from these funds and paid out and expensed through there.
So that portion of it,
That's
the
separate.
town is still
Yeah, but yeah, our
part of the cost of the overall program for those positions.
correct. Our operational expenses, that includes other the porta potties at the parks, things like that. That's in our operational. That's that $292,000. I can't remember which article is, but in the beginning there. So that's our operational cost. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I didn't answer.
Peter? You didn't fully read his mind.
Leavitt Road, yeah, no, I mean, she did kind of. The way I'd phrase it was this: since my understanding of enterprise funds are such that actually those are revenues, therefore, in other words, the town pays the total, and then the town gets reimbursed through the enterprise fund, through fees.
No. So it operates as a business account. So when we bring, say, all of our membership fees for Tasseltop Park, that goes into the revenue account, and then we expense our staff or projects out of that that same fund. So Tasseltop. So when we're
but the enterprise fund it's a revenue account, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a revenue account. Who pays it? The town?
The people that are using the service.
Okay, so it's paid through fees.
Correct.
And
Fees,
my
any type of,
understanding is that generally speaking, when it's an enterprise account, it's usually 50% or more of the operating is generated by revenues. And I guess my question, and I think what Grace was kind of asking is, and this would go for the following article, we're not breaking even. It's costing us money for these services. It would be naive to think it wasn't costing us things for those services. But I'm just curious, what's the ratio? What's the point of revenue from an enterprise covering the total cost of our rec programs in Tasseltop?
As far as the programs, I don't have a general knowledge of an amount allocated to that, but say for basketball, we have our program budgets that are, obviously whatever is coming in for revenue is expensed, and we're not going over those program budgets.
Sure.
So individualized, yes, it's to equate the operational side of this into this equation.
Yeah.
That will require a lot of detail.
Yeah, but very basically, I guess for myself as a taxpayer, I'd just kind of like to know how much is our rec program in Tasseltop costing the taxpayer of Raymond? And I do know that some of it is offset by these enterprise accounts. If we were providing it all, it'd be quite a bit more expensive.
I guess I'm not understanding.
I guess what I'm just trying to get to is, what does it cost us, the taxpayer, to run the rec program in Tasseltop?
So you would like to
minus fees
see
and enterprise funds and the like.
So you like to see like per time unit of our salary equated to time operating these.
Well, salary and all other expenses
so
that are not covered by an enterprise fund.
Peter, I asked for this information, I know, second or third month I was here, and at the time, we really didn't have a breakout of many things, to be blunt, and she told me to check with the chair, and I said, no, I'll wait for you to find the answer, and I think to be simple here, and I'm just trying to get to the end of this.
Sure.
I think by the time we have the next meeting, what he's asking, what I asked months ago, is how much of a percentage, because you're allowed to keep the revenues also in your accounts that you generate, but there isn't really a lot. But your percentage of salary, I didn't realize your assistant was going to be part of Tasseltop either, so that was new to me tonight. I think you just said you and...
No.
Okay.
I'm trying, no.
Okay, that's what I heard. That's why I'm asking.
No, it's multi-funds here. So we have three different funds.
Yes.
If you're talking about the operational, the general fund, which is included is my salary as Parks and Rec Director and Riley as Assistant Parks and Rec Director. That's not directly in a enterprise or the special revenue account for programs, right?
Right.
So if you're trying to do a one-on-one with our time versus what is being allocated, you're elected.
I'm not looking for hourly. I'm just saying a percentage. What time?
Yeah. So I mean, our salaries are
so
commingled.
You can kind of like, I guess, equate it that way. But in our operational, there's also other accounts that have no effect in our enterprise or special revenue.
That's what the sheet was. So Joe broke this down in one of our budget finance meetings where it had, which all of those were Tasseltop. It was broken down into each three, and then where the revenues went. That's in there too.
Yeah.
I would tell you,
I didn't bring that part.
I still got the podium. So I guess what I just say is that I guess what I'm really asking for, Joe, is this. And this is just personal. I don't know if you would survey the community to see if there's a perception out there. The perception that I have felt, and through my own personal feeling, is that our rec program is making money. Now, that's true. And that's where we get into communication and what these meetings are all about. You do make money in rec, but
We
you
generate,
also
yeah.
have expenses,
Of course, yeah.
and those are paid by the taxpayer. So the perception,
Not all, no. A lot of our, if you're paying for a basketball program or summer camp, those expenses are paid out of the revenues.
I
people are
understand.
buying
So
in.
getting back to the root of my question, what I was basically just asking is, what is the ballpark ratio between what the taxpayer is paying for and what is paid for through fees, through the rec programs, and through Tasseltop? That's all I was asking.
No, it's a good question. Majority are salary.
The answer is really the crux of this is the perception is, and I hear this from people. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. The rec program in Raymond is making money, and that's true, but it's also not the right perception.
Right, we're covering to run those services, right?
Personally, I don't think it's a lot. I looked at all your figures, and I don't think the administrative cost is that much. It's just that it was commingled, and they didn't have an answer. And I think it puts you really on a bad spot right here to say, what do you think it is? Because if it's 10% of his salary, it's minor for the kind of supervision that the town now gets there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's tough to equate 60, yeah. And Peter, sorry if I'm not explaining, but 65, like, we run 65 programs. You'd kind of have to equate our time to those, programs when there's so many moving parts to it. Riley right now is running futsal. That's not a cost per se in the program fees because it's in our operational. So Riley's time is running those programs. So to come up with a figure, it might be like, $2 per program for us running those pieces that the taxpayers cost. So it kind of gets, into the operational side of things. But that could be if we contracted those services out, like say someone ran basketball, then that would increase our program fee because it's not you guys paying us to run it. So that's kind of the best explanation I could do right now.
And I think you have a legitimate question. I asked this, I heard that they're running at a profit, that they were doing really well at Tasseltop. So I asked, what is the breakout administratively so I would know what the profit is? And that's all I asked. So it's legitimate.
Other questions on 13 or 14? Article 15, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $578,840 for debt service.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just have a quick question. So it says 2023 Tasseltop Snack Shack and Public Works Garage Design. Didn't we already pay for a Public Works Garage Design, like when we went through this last year?
We took a bond out, so this is the debt
Payment
service
for
on the bond that we took out.
This is just paying back what we already
Okay,
voted on.
gotcha.
It's from 2023.
Okay,
This
gotcha.
is just the debt service. So this
Gotcha.
is it.
I think it's 5 years.
Yeah, no, long day.
Let's see, Article 16, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $203,701 for the Raymond Village Library. Questions there? Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $415,000 and move from abandoned or completed projects that have been carried forward into the CIP, $135,623 for a total of $550,623 for the capital improvement program. Questions there? Article 18, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balances in the capital improvements program and the healthcare reimbursement HRA account and the employees compensation account. questions there? Article 19, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $67,500 for the art.
This is a public comment, or maybe it was at one of your agenda items of the select board meeting, I can't recall which, but as I understand it from watching a previous meeting, this is basically the town subsidizing, for lack of a better word, a sort of a taxi service. It's a micro van, I realize, not just a car, so that people in town would pay a set amount. I think it was $3 to go basically anywhere in Raymond or to Wyndham, some shorter distance. If this were an in-person town meeting, you'll be hearing that going forward forevermore, I think. But wouldn't we be able to say, okay, that amount is set, so we can't raise it? But could we say, no, 12,000 of that 67,000 should go to our share, Raymond's share, of the Lake Region transport, the bus that goes from Bridgeton to Portland? Because I really feel it's very unjust that we are not paying into that service. And when it was brought up before, as far as this microvan service, it was, well, you can get that service from your home to the Wyndham Lake Region bus stop to get into Portland, because this service wouldn't take me into Portland. But that really is not feeling right, that, okay, I'll pay to get from my house to Wyndham, and then I'll pay the fee from Wyndham into Portland, but it's the Wyndham folks that are paying their share of that bus service to begin with, or the Casco, or the Bridgeton, and the Naples. So again, I really feel that Raymond should be paying that $12,000, whatever the current rate is, as our portion of that bus route. It just doesn't feel right that we're spending this kind of money for sort of an individual type of service, which I understand is needed. And I've heard of an incredible volunteer and volunteers that are right now providing some of that transportation for folks that need it. And I don't mean to diminish the great service that they've been providing voluntarily. That shouldn't really be happening, but it's awfully nice of them that it has. So it's not that I'm opposed to having this service in town, but I am really upset that we're not paying our share and haven't been for some time of that. I'm not sure if we really know how many people will actually use this, but it's me helping to pay for this to subsidize something for others. That's fine, that's how it works. But we're not paying for that service from Bridgeton to Portland, and we really should be paying our share. That's just real comment more than a question.
So when we had the discussion with RTP, the RT people said, if you do this, you don't need that. You don't need the 12,000. So he's saying